This is the NBC Theater. From the NBC Theater in Hollywood, an hour-length dramatization of William Faulkner's tragic novel, The Wild Palms. The Wild Palms is one of the few William Faulkner novels which departs the time and place of the main body of his work. But it is very good Faulkner indeed, containing some of his most brilliant and terrifying passages. A story of two lovers, doomed as inevitably and almost as poetically as Romeo and Juliet. We bring it to you today in an adaptation for radio by Richard E. Davis of NBC. And at intermission, we bring you a recorded commentary on the works of William Faulkner by a brilliant fellow novelist, Robert Penn Warren, whose book, All the King's Men, has this year been made into a truly magnificent motion picture. Here now is The Wild Palms by William Faulkner.
The Mississippi sky was overcast. The dark sea wind blew strong and steady and filled the air with the dry, harsh clashing of palm fronds. The wind hissed through the shack, which, weathered and warped by the damp, salt air, leaked all privacy in the manner of broken socks and trousers. On the beach before the shack, there was a new beach chair where the woman sat, dark-haired, doing nothing in a pair of faded jean pants and canvas shoes, with queer, hard yellow eyes in a face whose skin was drawn thin, at first sullen and later afraid, not reading, not doing anything, just sitting there while the man, who was young, too, and dressed in a pair of khaki slacks and a sleeveless jersey undershirt, sat beside her.
What time is it, Harry?
Almost supper time.
It seems later. The sky has turned so dark.
You want to go in now?
No. No, I think I'll sit out here a while longer. I'm hurting.
You've got to hurt, Charlotte. It's the pain that you've got to hold on to keep alive. Hang on to the hurt and you'll be all right. Oh, don't slip away, darling.
Oh, let's not kid ourselves. I've had my day of defiance. Now I've got to pay up. I'm only holding on so you can get out of here before they come.
No, Charlotte, it's still us.
There is no more us, Harry. Pretty soon the hurt's going to get too big. And that's when I won't be able to hold on. And then there's just going to be you.
I'll get a doctor.
No. Get away from here and stay away. You promised me.
Let me get a doctor. The landlord in the next shack, he's a doctor. He'll know what to do.
He'll know that there's been an illegal operation, Harry. And he'll know that you're to blame.
He looks like a kind man. I noticed that when he brought over the gumbo his wife made for us.
A small-town doctor with a good busybody wife. Oh, Harry.
Don't faint, Charlotte. Don't faint. You've got to hold on.
More gumbo, Doctor?
Why, thank you, Martha. Don't mind if I do. I do declare you make the best gumbo in Mississippi. I hope our tenants next door appreciate what you sent over to them.
The way they're living beats me. That woman, sitting all day in that beach chair. What do you think makes her sit like that all day?
I think she's been hurt deep. Never in my life have I seen so much hate for the race of man in a woman's eyes.
Then what did she come down here with him for if she hates him?
She don't hate him. She hates the race of man. Masculine.
I thought you said she didn't talk.
She didn't talk with me. But I see the way she's listening. She's listening the way people do when they listen to an organ dive deep inside themselves. They listen to the beat, a flag maybe. Go up and down and up and down, and then finally dying.
Doctor! Doctor, open up! Open up!
That sounds like the fellow in the shack.
Doctor!
I told you she was hurt.
More likely she's cut or shot him.
Doctor!
I'm coming. I don't know what's been going on over there, but something tells me it isn't going to be pretty. Now, you hold her head. Can you do that?
Yes, I can do that. All of a sudden, she got worse.
Well, that'll happen with this kind of a case. I'll see if this ammonia will help. That's a girl. I think we can keep her alive till the ambulance gets here.
Do you think she'll live?
Does she want to live?
I don't know.
You're her husband, aren't you?
Not the way you mean.
But you told me when you rented this place that you were Mr. and Mrs. Who is this woman, anyway?
Mrs. Charlotte Rittenmeyer.
And who does that make you?
Harry Wilburn is my name. Dr. Wilburn.
You a doctor? Then, are you the man who treated this woman?
Yes, I did it.
But what you did was illegal. Against the law of man and God.
I know it. But she didn't want the baby.
Just don't try to leave here. You're going to have a lot of explaining to do when the ambulance gets here and I turn you over to the deputy sheriff. You're going to have a lot of talking to do.
Explaining? How can it be explained, any of it? It all began on the night of my 27th birthday. I had 2 months to go to finish out my internship in a New Orleans hospital. I was lying on my cot, thinking of the years I had dedicated to poverty.
Dr. George, report to Ward 3. Dr. George, report to Ward 3.
As I lay on my cot, I looked down toward my foreshortened feet, and it seemed to me that I saw there the 27 irrevocable years diminished and foreshortened beyond them in turn, as though my life were to lie passively on my back, as though I floated effortless and without volition upon an unreturning stream. I seemed to see the empty years in which my youth had vanished, the years for wild oats and daring, for the passionate, ephemeral love of adolescence which had not been for me. This I was thinking with that peace with which a middle-aged eunuch might look back upon the dead time before his alteration, at the fading and edgeless shapes which now inhabited only memory.
Hiya, Harry.
Oh, hello, Flint.
His telegram came for you down at the desk. Here.
Thanks. Well, it's from my sister. She wishes me happy birthday.
Well, the same for me, Harry. You celebrating tonight?
No. I think I'll stay in.
No date again? Not even on your birthday? What's the matter? Don't you believe in fun, Harry?
Well, to tell you the truth, Flint, I've been so darn busy, I don't know anybody, a girl, that is, I could call up for a date.
Then why not come along with me? I'm going to a party. A real party down in Frenchtown.
That's nice of you, Flint, but nobody invited me.
Oh, it's not that kind of a party. All there'll be is a mob sitting around on the floor drinking homemade gin.
I've got no dress clothes.
Well, your host will probably be wearing a bathrobe. But if you want a tux, I'll borrow you one. We'll be the two fanciest Dans at the whole darn party.
All right. Why not, Flint? Why not? Is this the place?
Yeah, this is it, all right. Listen to him. I'll ring the bell.
Yeah, I hope this suit looks okay. I never wore one before.
Harry, sometimes you sound like you never even been to a party before.
To tell the truth, Flint, this is the first time in all my 27 years I ever was at a real party.
Well, I'll be...
What do I do?
Just find yourself a woman and leave the rest up to her. There's so many things that come natural to a woman that a man just has to learn.
That's just it, Flint. I've never learned anything except, medical books. What do I do?
Well, the first thing, you go over and stand in front of one of the pictures. This place is filled with modern pictures. Somebody will come along with an idea.
Come on in, fellas.
Here you go, Harry.
Look, everybody, it's dear old Flint and the pal in boiled shirts.
Where's the funeral, boy?
Now listen, boys and girls. This here is Dr. Wilburn. Watch him. He's got a pad of blank checks in his pocket and a scalpel in his sleeve.
Ooh, if that's true, Dr. Wilburn, I'd like to have a consultation with you. Private.
Come along, Viola. The doctor's too young for you.
Oh, I like that.
Flint, what do I do?
The pictures, like I said. One picture worth 1,000 words. Good luck, kid.
Having trouble making up your mind about that picture, Dr. Wilburn?
I beg your pardon?
That picture you've been staring at. How do you like it?
She was standing beside me. She wasn't beautiful at first glance. She was a young woman and a good deal shorter than I. And for a moment I thought she was fat. Until I saw it was not fat at all, but merely the broad, simple, profoundly delicate and feminine articulation of Arabian mares. A woman under 25 in a print cotton dress. A face which laid no claim to even prettiness and wore no makeup save the painted broad mouth, with a faint inch-long scar on one cheek which I recognized as an old burn, doubtless from childhood.
Having trouble making up your mind about that picture, Dr. Wilburn?
Well, it's a very unusual picture of...
Charlotte's my name. Charlotte Rittenmeyer.
It's a pleasure, ma'am.
Thank you.
What do you think of the picture?
Marshmallows with horseradish. I paint, too, though I prefer to sculpt.
Oh, a lady artist.
An artist, anyway. And I can beat that thing hanging there. Feel here my palm. It's a sculptor's palm.
Strong, like a man's.
That's because I work a lot in clay. And brass, too.
That sounds very interesting. What do you make?
Oh, I make things you can touch, pick up. Something with weight in your hand. Not poking at a piece of cloth with a knife or a brush like you were trying to put together a jigsaw puzzle with a rotten switch through the bars of a cage.
You talk like a man, too.
Well, I'm not. But I know a lot about men.
You sound very sure when you say that.
That's because all of my family were brothers except me. I like my oldest brother best, but, well, you can't marry your brother, and he and Rittenmeyer roomed together in school, so I married Rittenmeyer, and now I have 2 little girls.
Oh, I didn't know you were...
That I was married.
Uh-huh.
Would it have made any difference?
Well, no, I guess not. I was just hoping that you weren't, that's all.
You aren't married.
Oh, golly, no.
Well, that's something to be thankful for. Not that I'd care either.
What's your husband like?
Oh, his nickname is Rat. What's really important to him is that everybody calls him Rat. Rat's the nickname they give freshmen at the University of Alabama. That's his school. And my husband is the senior living ex-freshman of the University of Alabama. By the way, are you slumming?
I don't know what you mean.
That dress suit.
Oh. Well, you see, this is my birthday.
Oh.
And this is the first time I ever had a dress suit on.
Well, happy birthday, Harry.
Thanks. I'm 27 years old.
I'll drink to that. You have had a drink before.
Oh, I know all about alcohol. The technical side. I've performed experiments with mice.
So you know how it is with mice, but you don't know how it is with yourself.
I guess that's about the size of it with a lot of things for me. You see, most of my life has been spent in books reading other people's answers.
Well, good morning, Dr. Wilbur.
Oh, hello, Flint. It was a good party.
Welcome back among the living. Come 4 a.m., I was getting worried about you.
Oh, I got along all right.
I can see that. Wipe the lipstick off your nose.
Huh? Oh.
Yeah, where'd you 2 get to, anyway?
Oh, we just went out in the garden. There was a big jasmine bush out there.
Oh, you just went out in the garden. She's got a husband, Jack.
I know that.
And kids.
She told me all about that.
Did she, tell you what happens to country boys who get mixed up with married women with husbands and a couple of kids?
I know what you're thinking, Flint. But she's different.
Yeah. Yeah, they're all different. That's why it's so much fun. Sounds to me like you got it bad.
Maybe I have, Flint. Maybe I have. I'm going to see her again today for lunch.
Uh-oh.
"27 years I had gone without love. And then there was this. For the next few weeks, we went for lunch in one of those little French cafes in the Vieux Carré in New Orleans, where you could eat on the $2 I was supposed to send each week to my sister back in Oklahoma.
Harry.
Hmm?
Harry, what are we going to do about this?
Well, what can we do?
Oh, don't let's kid ourselves. For weeks we've known that sooner or later we were going to have to figure out what we were going to do.
I don't know, Charlotte. I was never in love before.
I've been. But I don't know either. Harry, I told Rat.
Told him?
About these lunches and about how I've been meeting you.
I suppose he was angry.
No. No, but he said no divorce, and he means it. I even offered him ground.
Charlotte,
well, what else could I do? Wouldn't it have been worth it? Yeah, but he said no soap.
If he had, what would it have done to your children?
I wasn't thinking of them. I mean, I've already thought of them, so now I don't need to think of them anymore because I know the answer to that. And I know I can't change that answer. And I don't think I can change me. Because the second time I ever saw you, I learned what I'd read in books, but I had never actually believed. That love and suffering are the same thing, and that the value of love is the sum of what you have to pay for it. And any time you get it cheap, you've cheated yourself. So I don't need to think about the children. I settled that a long time ago. I was thinking about money.
Charlotte, I haven't got a cent. If I did, we could go up to Chicago. For 2 years, ever since I came to the hospital, every week for 2 years, I've been sending my sister a money order for $2 and no cents. And to do this, I can't even buy cigarettes.
So that's that. All of it, huh? The end of us.
I don't know. I'll figure out something.
Listen, tell me again that you haven't got any money. Say it.
Hmm?
Give me something that I can accept as the strong reason we can't beat. Even if I can't believe or understand that it could be just that. Just money and not anything but just money. Come on and say it.
I have no money.
All right. All right, it makes sense. It must make sense. It'll have to make sense. Now you can take me home. No, put me in a cab and send me home on my money. You pauper.
The cab went on fast. It disappeared almost at once, although I was not looking after it. The opposite direction was mine. I started walking along the curb, and after a while I came to a trash bin sitting on the curb edge. And there, resting in the mass of discarded newspapers and fruit skins, was a leather wallet. It held 5 stubs of 5 pari-mutuel tickets from Washington Park, a customer's identification card from a National Gasoline Trust, and another from a BPOE lodge in Longview, Texas, and $1,278 in bills. $1,278. And the next day we left for Chicago. Rat came to the train with Charlotte, and there we were. The husband and the wife, he in the conservative, unassertive dark suit, the face of a college senior revealing nothing, lending an air of impeccable and formal rightness to the paradoxical act of handing the wife to the lover, almost identical with the mumbo-jumbo of father and bride at a wedding in a church. She stood beside him watching the train slide in with that instinctive proficiency in and rapport for mating even of innocent and unpracticed women. That serene confidence in their amorous destinies, like that of birds on their wings. An utter and complete faith in airy and fragile and untried wings. The airy and fragile symbols of love, which in taking flight, they repudiate. The 3 of us stood at the door of the coach.
Harry, Rat's coming with us as far as Hammond.
Go in the coach, Charlotte. Go in and sit down there.
Well, you don't have to push me, Rat.
Remember now, Charlotte, if I don't hear from you by the 10th of each month, I'm going to give the detective the word.
Yes.
And no lies,
Yes.
see? No lies.
Nothing to lie about, Rat.
I want to talk to you, Wilburn. You can stay right here on the platform.
Goodbye, Rat. I'll be in the coach, Harry.
Listen, Wilburn. If any harm comes to her, if you're not on the square with her, I'll know it. If I don't hear from her by the 10th of every month, I'm going to give the detective the word to go ahead. Send him out to Chicago. And I'll know lies, too, see?
I see.
She wouldn't take any money, so here.
What's this?
A cashier's check for $300 payable to the Pullman Company of America and endorsed, as you'll notice, for one railroad ticket to New Orleans, Louisiana.
I was going to do that with some of my money.
Well, if it's ever cashed and returned to the bank and no ticket bought with it, I'll have you arrested for fraud.
You mean you want her to come back? You'll take her back?
I ought to sock you.
It seemed at that moment that Rat and I both stood aligned in battle, doomed and lost before the entire female principle. I took the check and went to sit beside Charlotte in the coach.
Where are we now, Harry?
On our way to Chicago, north.
I mean, the place, this minute.
Oh, on a trestle on the water, away out between Maury Pass and Pontchartrain. A lot of water, all swamp-bound and no horizon in sight.
I love water. That's where to die. That's where I'd like to die. In the water. Not in the hot air above the hot ground. To wait hours for your blood to get cool enough to let you sleep, and even weeks for your hair to stop growing. The water. The water to cool you quick so that you can sleep. To wash out of your brain and out of your eyes and out of your blood all that you ever saw and thought and felt and denied.
Darling, let's look ahead to the new life we both believe in. Now is the honeymoon.
Oh, listen, it's got to be all honeymoon. Always and forever and ever until one of us dies. It can't be anything else. Either heaven or hell. No comfortable, safe purgatory between for you and me to wait. Wait until good behavior or shame or repentance overtakes us.
So it's not me you believe in and put trust in. It's love. Not just me, any man, and love.
Yes, it's love. They say love dies between two people. That's wrong. It doesn't die. It just leaves you. It goes away if you aren't good enough or worthy enough. It doesn't die. You're the one that dies.
I've got to get used to love, Charlotte. You've got to give me time. I've never tried it before. You see, I'm 10 years behind myself.
Yes, Harry, but you're getting used to it. You stole the money we've got now. Wouldn't you do it again? Isn't what we've got now worth it? Even if it goes bust tomorrow and we have to spend the whole rest of our lives paying interest?
Yes. Yes, only it's not going to bust tomorrow, nor next month, nor next year.
Nor ever. Not as long as we're worthy of keeping it. Good enough and strong enough. Worthy enough to be allowed to keep it. Keep it. Oh, that's what we're going to do, Harry. And that's not a sin. Oh, it can't be a sin.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater is bringing you Wally Maher as Harry in a radio version of The Wild Palms by William Faulkner. Now, a word of appreciation from those of us connected with this program to the National Council of Teachers of English, who this year gave their sole annual award to the NBC Theater. In their words, it has been the program which has done most to promote greater understanding and appreciation of our literary heritage, to promote powers of intelligent listening and critical thinking, and to raise the ideals of good speech and writing. And now, our intermission commentator, Robert Penn Warren.
William Faulkner is the author of 18 books, with the 19th announced for publication. This is the fruit of some 30 years of labor. And that body of work will, I imagine, last as long and loom as large as any literary product of our country and this half-century. Faulkner has created a world, and his fabulous county in Mississippi, where most of his stories are laid, is as solid and real as any area where surveyor lines run and taxes are paid. But Faulkner does not tell us something about Mississippi. Rather, he makes Mississippi tell us something about ourselves. That is the final measure of his achievement. But let us look at some details of that achievement. First, there is the powerful evocation of the physical world, a brooding relish and intensity in contemplating the rich texture of that physical world, the pine, windy afternoons of August, a dusty road stretching forever across the red clay hills, and a single wagon coming along it, the sinister, moccasin-inhabited, dappled gloom of the forest, and the big river in flood, and little piddling creeks that run backward one day and forward the next, and come busting down on a man full of dead mules and hen houses. Second, they are the people and the stories of this world, the violent, dark, obsessed stories and the violent, dark, obsessed people, the Popeyes and Christmases and Snopes. But they are also the humorous people and the humorous stories, for Faulkner's a great humorist. And always there's a group of suffering and good and devoted people, those people who may be outraged by life, but who keep some hold on justice and goodness and are able to endure. Third, Faulkner's stories and novels are deeply felt and deeply thought. They mean something. In one way, we may say that Faulkner is a critic of our modern world, of its moral confusion and indifference, its materialism, its dehumanizing organization, its wuss with the bitch goddess success. And that brings us to our novel today, The Wild Palms. It is a strange novel in that it is composed of two independent stories that seem to be entirely without relation to each other. One is the story of a Mississippi convict who in the great flood of 1927 is ordered out in a skiff to a rescue and is caught in the flood and borne away. The other story is that of a man and woman who fall in love and are borne away from their safe and respectable lives, much as the poor convict is borne away on the flood. Both stories then are related in that they are stories of the driven and dispossessed, of people outside society, and in both stories we find a triumphant humanity of courage and humor somehow lightening a dark fate.
Thank you, Mr. Warren. Our radio version of The Wild Palms will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
When we got to Chicago, Charlotte took over the problem of finding us an apartment. I don't know what it is about women that makes them so efficient in the domiciling of an affair. Not thrift, not husbandry, but something far beyond that. A completely infallible instinct, a completely uncerebrated rapport. And they all believe they can take Lothario himself and trim the very incorrigible bachelor's ringlets which snared them into the seemly decorum of Monday's hash and suburban trains.
Harry, I found it.
Found what?
An apartment, a studio apartment where I can work, too.
So wait a minute. What is this work to?
Well, Harry, you don't think that $1,200 will last forever.
Well, we seem to be doing pretty good.
There's always the day of reckoning. And for us, that day comes on the 15th of September. And on that day, we won't have any money left.
I guess maybe you're right. But you see, I'm 10 years behind myself. You just wait till I get used to love. I'll think of something.
Oh, you think a lot, don't you, Harry?
I do. And the fact is... Now, please, please don't laugh at this. But I was thinking that as long as I don't have a license to practice medicine here in Chicago, I might try to do a little writing about some of the things I've been thinking about.
Why, Harry, I think it's wonderful.
Oh, not that I take it seriously, you understand, but I thought... Well, you know, they say write about something you know about. So I thought I'd write about love. That was the beginning of our life in Chicago. I rented a typewriter and began writing fiction. True confession stuff, and I sold it. Charlotte began to make little figures which she sold to stores for window displays. Money came in little by little, and we squeaked by the 15th of September that Charlotte had worried about. Cheddar. But then Charlotte got a job decorating in one of the Chicago stores days, which left me all alone days. And then the Christmas season started. Charlotte began to work nights, evening that is. And then something happened one night just 2 days before Christmas. Just a minute, I'm coming.
Oh, Harry, help me, will you? My arms are so full of packages I couldn't reach
Here, I'll take some of those.
Oh, thanks.
Well, you're home early tonight.
I simply had to take some time off to do my Christmas shopping. And... Oh.
There.
That's better. I wondered how long I'd have to wait for a spot of necking cream. How did your day go?
Well, I cranked out 3,000 words from 8 o'clock till sundown. A true epic of confession fiction beginning at 16. I was a mother and a widow.
It sounds great. Oh, it's too bad the publisher won't get it in time to send a check back before Christmas.
Well, when your job gives out after the holidays, we'll need every nickel we can get our hands on.
Ah, but that's it. I've good news.
Mm-hmm.
They've offered to keep me on at the store after Christmas, clear through the summer at least. Oh, isn't that wonderful, Harry?
Charlotte, you shouldn't be working like this. Now, I don't mean to come the heavy husband on you, but it's wrong.
Why, for heaven's sake?
Because we're never alone anymore.
You home-wrecking Boy Scout, you. We've always been alone. No two people could be more alone if they tried.
That's not true, Charlotte. Why, with these crazy hours, we never see each other.
Oh, but we will. Honestly, I never in my life saw anybody try as hard to be a husband as you do.
But all we do is sleep and eat.
But that's all other people do.
But never together, never alone together. And that's what we bought when we walked out of New Orleans. What we're paying for, to be together, and that's what must be.
Of course, Harry. That's what we want for us. Well, I'll just tell them to take their old job and give it to somebody else. Somebody who has a husband who doesn't love them as much as mine.
She was a better man than I was. She loved that job, but most of all, she wanted for us to be happy. So she quit the job. And 3 weeks later, I entered a downtown Chicago office building and ascended 20 floors to an opaque glass door lettered Callahan Mines. And there I met a red-faced, cold-eyed man of 50.
You want the doctor's job in our Utah mine, huh?
Yes, Mr. Callahan, and I think I can meet the qualifications. I went 4 years and graduated...
Never mind that. Can you take care of the ordinary injuries that men working in a mine shaft might meet?
I was just trying to tell you, sir, that...
I heard you. Listen. You're the man to protect the mine owners as well, the fellows who pay your salary.
I understand, sir.
There'll be no medical inspectors out there to ask to see your license. I want to know if I can count on you to take care of the company first. You know, no lawsuits.
Yes, sir. I can do that.
All right. You leave Chicago tomorrow. The pay is $1,500 and keep.
Well, that's not much, Mr. Callahan. I've got a good degree.
Then you don't want this job. This job is nowhere near up to your qualifications and your deserts. Good day. I said good morning.
If you'll give me transportation for my wife, I'll take the job.
You're on, Wilbur. There's a train leaves Chicago for Utah tomorrow night. Be on it.
So we made ready to leave the apartment in Chicago where we had lived all those months. And in our leaving left no other mark of all of our time of living and loving other than cigarette scars on the table. No mark of the worthwhile believing in relationship that we were trying to build. And when the time came to go, a friend came by for us. McCord, a young fellow who knew one of Charlotte's brothers in New Orleans. McCord was one of those pleasant young fellows called good guys. And Charlotte and I liked him very much. He came by in his car and drove us down to the station.
Train number 4, the Mountaineer, leaving for the west on track 17 in 10 minutes.
Well, you two, still time to back out?
McCord, we are not to be tempted by last-minute speeches.
Well, before you folks give yourselves up to the winter in Utah, we still have time for just a drink.
Oh, well, you and Harry have one, Mac. I'm no good at farewells.
Charlotte, could I have a kiss from you before you go?
Why, sure, Mac. I'll make it one for the road. Oh, only I'm the one that's going down the road, eh? Goodbye, Mac.
Keep punching, kid.
I'll be along in a couple of minutes, Charlotte. Charlotte took that pretty seriously.
Oh, I'm sorry, Harry.
I didn't mean that. I just wondered what it was with you.
Well, it was that for a second there, I knew I'd never see her again. Oh, how about that drink?
What'll it be, gentlemen?
Ryan water.
Yeah, same for me.
Very well, sir.
Well, what's eating at you, Mac?
Oh, I wish I knew what it's all about. You're leaving Chicago this way. Here you're making fair money, and Charlotte has a good job. You had a nice place to live in, and then all of a sudden you quit it. Make Charlotte throw up her job and start out in February to live in a mine shaft in Utah.
Listen, Mac. Charlotte taught me a long time ago that the best thing in life was to live for the short time you're alone. Breathe, be alive, and know it.
So why go all the way to Utah to breathe? What's wrong with Chicago?
We're getting respectable, and we don't like what it's doing to us. It's respectability that makes chiropractors and clerks, bill posters and motormen and pulp riders of us all.
But you were doing all right, Harry.
Mac, I had tied myself hand and foot in a little strip of ink ribbon. Daily I watched myself getting more and more tangled in it like a roach in a spider web. And all the while, we thought we were going great guns.
And what changed your minds?
I got afraid.
Well, you had love and money. What was there to be afraid of?
Because money you can't depend on. And there's no place in the world for love today. Mankind has eliminated it. Oh, it took us a long time, but man is limitless and resourceful in inventing, too. And so we've got rid of love at last. Why, if Jesus returned today, we would have to crucify him quick in our own defense to justify and preserve the civilization we have worked and suffered and died and shrieking in rage and impotence and terror for 2,000 years to create and perfect in man's own image.
So, if you know that's true in Chicago, it's true in a forsaken mine shaft.
The city was part of what was being done to us. Living the way we had to, starving would have been nothing. It could have done nothing but kill us. What we had was worse than death or division, even. It was the mausoleum of love, and, well, we chose to get out.
But out of the frying pan, what next?
So let the next move be up to them. I am vulnerable in neither money nor respectability now. So they will have to find something else to force us to conform to the pattern of human life, which has now evolved to do without love, to conform or die. So I'm afraid, McCord, because they're smart, shrewd, or they'll have to be. If they were to let us beat them, it would be like unchecked murder and robbery, Mac.
Well, then you can't beat them.
Of course we can't beat them. We're doomed. That's why I'm afraid.
Train number 4, the Mountaineer, leaving for the west in 5 minutes.
Will you give me your blessing?
You can take my curse.
dirty canyon served as a bed for the mine shaft. On one wall, a half a dozen houses made mostly of sheet iron and window-deep in snow clung. The canyon was not wide. It was a ditch, a gutter. It soared, swooping the pristine snow, scarred and blemished by and dwarfing the shaft entrance, the refuse dump, the few buildings. Beyond the canyon rims, the actual unassailable peaks rose. Cloud raveled in some incredible wind on the dirty sky, and the whole had a quietness that was strange.
The Callahan mine looks deserted, Harry.
Well, maybe that's the way mines look.
It's funny the superintendent didn't come down to meet us.
We've come this far. We might as well walk on over to the office and introduce ourselves.
Come in.
Are you the superintendent?
That's right, stranger. You mind closing the door? Well, what can I do for you, mister?
I'm Dr. Wilburn, and this is my wife, Charlotte.
Pleased to know you. This is Mrs. Buckner.
How'd you do? Hello.
I'm Bill Buckner.
Glad to see you, sir.
You and the missus picked a bad day to travel, didn't you?
Well, Mr. Callahan said he'd get out of here right away.
Callahan?
Hmm?
You mean he sent you out here?
That's right. He hired me in Chicago.
Well, I'll be... Sent you out here. You hear that, Billy?
Well, what's so funny?
Oh, it isn't a doctor we need.
I don't understand this. Callahan said you need a doctor because you had a lot of Chinese workmen and...
The Chinese are gone.
And Italian workmen.
Gone, every last one of them. All we got are Poles working night and day to make overtime they're never going to get.
I don't understand.
Tell him, Buck. Don't keep him in suspense.
Come on and tell us.
There hasn't been a payroll in here since last September. Callahan mines are broke. Maybe he can hustle up some money now that you're here. I don't know. But it looks to me like the only reason Callahan hired you was to meet examinations by the mine inspectors. In that way, he can keep his mine open and still go on selling stock back in Chicago.
Reach over and turn up the stove, will you, Harry?
Yes, sure. I must have dozed off. What happened to our friends, the Buckners?
They went on up to bed. Oh, Harry, what are we going to do? We can't stay here.
Looks like the question is, when do we get out?
It's got to be soon, Harry.
Well, we can stick it out until we get our bearings, and then shove off again after a couple of months.
It's got to be sooner than that, Harry.
What do you mean?
Oh, put your arms around me, Harry. Hold me. Hold me.
What's wrong, Charlotte? What's happened?
Oh. Believe me, Harry. I'd give anything if only it hadn't happened. But now it has.
Darling, what are you trying to say?
There's a baby on the way.
Charlotte.
I didn't mean for it to happen.
When? When will it be?
In the summer. It can't be, Harry. I don't want it.
Of course we want it.
No. We choose our lives in the way we live. There can never be any children.
But it'll still be you and I, Charlotte. A baby can't change us.
We don't know. We can't be sure of that, and I don't want it. And you've got to do something about it.
What are you getting at? What are you suggesting?
Call it what you like. You're a doctor, Harry, and there must be something that you can do.
Now, listen. Don't you ever think about that. There are some things a doctor...
Don't be a Boy Scout on me now, Harry.
Now, listen to me, Charlotte. You're upset now, dear. All women are, but they get used to the idea.
I don't want to get used to the idea. And that's why you've got to do something about it.
What you're suggesting is murder.
But it's different. You're a doctor.
No decent doctor in his right mind would listen to what you're suggesting. Oh, Charlotte, darling, we'll go where it's warm, Charlotte. South, you can have the baby.
I've already had 2. I don't want this one.
Don't say that.
Children hurt too much, Harry. Not in the being born, but in the living. You've got to do it, Harry.
And finally I did. Because there seemed nothing else to do. I did what Charlotte asked me in the name of our love. But something went wrong. In the great doom-black tent in which we crawled, 2 people in search of happiness, something went wrong. I kept my promise to Charlotte and took the life she asked. And in the taking, I marked the one I loved to follow the unlamented, unborn. Charlotte grew weaker and weaker. Knowing, half guessing, she asked me to take her back to New Orleans so that she might have a chance to say goodbye to Rat and her children. And then we were back in New Orleans where we had started a year before. And once again, Charlotte was standing inside Rittenmeyer's house, and I was waiting outside. She was seeing her children, the ones she had born. Was it for the last time? And once the children were out of the room, Rat would try to reason with her.
Charlotte, listen to me.
I tell you, I won't go to the hospital.
But if something's gone wrong, you can die. Maybe you've got, what do they call it? Toxemia, septicemia. You're sick. Go to a hospital.
I can't go to the hospital.
Because you're afraid they'll find out that Harry did it to you and put him in prison for it?
It wasn't his fault.
I won't let them hurt Harry. I'll assume all the blame, tell all the lies. I want to save you, Charlotte.
We're going away. Harry and I are leaving New Orleans.
When?
This afternoon. We're going to a village on the Mississippi coast.
There are doctors and hospitals here that can help you, Charlotte. Why are you going away?
Sit in the sun until I get better.
But if you don't get better?
Then I'll sit in the sun.
Charlotte, we're almost there. Oh, the sun will be good for you, darling. You'll be all right.
Do you love me, Harry, a lot, an awful lot?
You know that I do.
Then listen. If we're going to get it.
Get it?
If I don't live, you'll know in time, won't you?
We're not going to get anything. You'll hold out. I've helped you hold out so far, haven't I?
Don't be a fool now. There's no time now. Every minute I get worse. You'll know in time, so get out, do you hear?
Don't talk that way.
Promise me. Don't you know what they'll do to you? You can't lie to anybody, even if you would. And you won't be able to help me if you stay. But you'll know in time. Just telephone an ambulance or the police or something and wire Rat and get out fast. Promise me. Harry.
Charlotte.
Harry!
Charlotte. Doctor.
Take it easy there, young fellow. You better keep calm. The deputy will want to talk to you when he comes.
Let him come, but let him come fast. Where's the ambulance? You promised the ambulance would come.
You aren't in New Orleans, son. Little Mississippi towns like this don't have many emergencies of this nature.
The least they could do is hurry. She's suffering so.
You should have thought of that before, son. Before you murdered her.
The siren came, and the ambulance appeared, and the deputy, with the indelible mark of 10,000 Southern deputy sheriffs, the snapped hat brim, the sadistic eyes, the slightly unmistakably bulged coat, the air not swaggering exactly, but of a formerly pre-absolved brutality, who snapped the handcuffs on my wrist and supervised Charlotte's loading into the ambulance by the intern, who didn't do a thing for her but
took her name and age and birthday in triplicate and asked me instead of going first to jail, would I like to go to the hospital and wait while the doctors tried to save the life of Rittenmeyer. Charlotte.
Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson. Dr. Richardson.
Mister, I wonder how long they're going to work on that little old girl of yours in there.
I don't know, officer.
Every smart man in the hospital's been in that operating room almost since the minute they wheeled her in.
Look, you got a cigarette.
I told you can't smoke in here. You know, you hear a lot of funny stories about doctors and nurses. You think they're true about what goes on in hospitals?
They're like the stories you hear about every place else.
Hey, now. Look at this sweet little old nurse.
Mr. Wilburn?
I'm Mr. Wilburn.
Doctor says I can take you in to see her now, but just for a minute.
You mean in a room?
On the operating table.
Then she didn't live.
Mrs. Rittenmeyer died at 11:03.
Oh.
Come on, Jack.
Take him to the dispensary, officer. The doctor says you can him a drink.
I don't want it.
Better take it, Jack, because over yonder in our little old jail, y'all gonna get some mighty thin lips. Quiet! Quiet down there, then! Visitor to see you, Wilburn.
Send him down, officer.
He's right down there, Mr. Rittenmeyer.
Hello, Wilburn.
How are you, Rat?
I just came from Charlotte's funeral.
Is that what you came to tell me?
I brought your clothes.
I see you have. Thanks.
I made your bond. They let you out this morning.
Hooray.
And I brought you some money. It's the same $300 I gave you in the check when you and she went away the first time.
I don't want it now any more than I wanted it then.
$300 should get you a long way. I'd say Mexico.
What are you getting at? Jump bail?
Yes. Get away from here. I'll buy you a railroad ticket and send it to you.
I'm sorry.
If you get to New Orleans, you could even ship out on a boat.
I'm sorry.
Think of her.
I wish I could stop. I wish I could. No, I don't. Maybe that's it. Maybe that's the reason.
Then think about me.
I wish I could stop that, too. I feel like...
Not me. Don't feel sorry for me, see?
Rat, maybe I'm sorry because you can't do anything.
You won't go?
Maybe if you could tell me why.
Time's up, Mr. Rittenmeyer.
I'm coming.
You forgot the money.
So you won't do it? You won't?
I'm sorry, Rat. Only if you could just have told me why, maybe I would.
Maybe you'll understand a lot of things a little better, Mr. Rittenmeyer, when the state of Mississippi gets him into court.
How does the prisoner plead?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Is the accused trying to throw himself on the mercy of the court?
I just plead guilty, Your Honor.
Then there's no need for the state to make a case. I will instruct the jury to...
Kill him! Kill him!
Who is that man?
I'm Francis Rittenmeyer, husband of the deceased.
Disarm that man.
I'm not armed.
What's the meaning of this clowning?
If the court please, I would like to say something.
Well,
Mr. Rittenmeyer, this case is closed. However, if you still wish to make a statement, you may do so. Step forward, please.
I would like to make a statement. I wish to make a plea for mercy for this man.
You what? You what?
A plea. I would like to make a plea for mercy.
Mercy for this man who willfully and deliberately sent your wife to her death? Quiet! I'll clear the court. I'll clear the court. Sit down, Mr. Rittenmeyer. I'll get you protection out of town.
I don't want protection.
Maybe you'll need it. Now sit down. Gentlemen of the jury, you will find the prisoner guilty as charged, and so bring in your verdict, which carries with it a sentence at hard labor in the state penitentiary for a period of not less than 50 years. You may retire.
I reckon there's no need of that, Judge. I reckon we all pretty much...
You will retire. Do you wish to be held in contempt? Retire, even if you come back in 2 minutes.
Oh, I hate to see that evening sun go down. I hate to see...
The Mississippi wind blew soft and dark through the palms that clashed in the dull of early after sundown dusk, bringing with it the smell of swamps and wild jasmine, blowing on under the dying west and the bright star. It was night.
Hello, Wilburn.
Huh? Oh, Rat, I didn't see you standing there.
The deputy let me in. I brought you something.
Money?
No, a package. A little package. Here, take it.
Rat, you just won't give up, will you? What is this stuff? Cyanide?
50 years is a long time.
I won't use it, Rat. But I thank you. I thank you, Rat.
I'm not doing it for you. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it for her.
And so it is for this that I am living. But while I am, there is memory to think about, forever and inescapable, so long as there is flesh to respond to memory. And if memory exists outside the flesh, it won't be memory, because it won't know what it remembers. So if she became not, then half of memory became not. And if I become not, then all remembering will cease to be. And between grief and nothing, I will take grief.
You have been listening to The Wild Palms, an NBC theater production of the William Faulkner novel. The Wild Palms is available in a Signet book reprint. If you wish to increase your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC Theater. For full information, write to NBC Theater in care of one of the following universities or colleges: the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky; the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma; Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas; Washington State College, Pullman, Washington; the University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona; Texas College of Arts and Industries, Kingsville, Texas; or Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York. You also have a chance to win a set of the famous Encyclopedia Britannica. Several of the universities and colleges offering these courses are giving the encyclopedia as prizes to the students doing the best work. Enroll in a supervised course, and you may be one of the fortunate ones to win the Encyclopedia Britannica. Next week, the NBC Theater makes this broadcast time available for a celebration of Human Rights Day by the United Nations that will include the Boston Symphony Orchestra with Leonard Bernstein conducting the world premiere of the United Nations Hymn by Aaron Copland. Be with us again at the NBC Theater on December 18th for a first radio production of Thomas Wolfe's wonderful novel, You Can't Go Home Again. And on Christmas Day for a dramatization of Alice in Wonderland, starring Dinah Shore. The Wild Palms was adapted for the NBC Theater by Richard E. Davis. Wally Mayer was featured as Harry. Lynn Allen was Charlotte. Gloria Ann Simpson was Martha. Jim Nusser was the doctor. Helen Andrews, the nurse. Glenn Denning was Flint. Ann Diamond was Viola. Tom Charlesworth was Rat. Nestor Paiva was Callahan. Clark Gordon was McCord. Shep Mencken, the deputy. And Gain Whitman, narrator. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission commentator was Robert Penn Warren, whose commentary was recorded. The director of the NBC Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. What's on NBC tonight? Madeline Carroll and Basil Rathbone co-star in the detective melodrama The Amazing Dr. Clitterhouse on Theater Guild on the Air. And for more detective work, remember to tune for Sam Spade today for his most humorous adventure this season. That's two great programs you'll surely want to hear. Sam Spade and Theater Guild, both on NBC. Your tune for the stars on NBC.
Saturday Night Theatre. We present An Ideal Husband by Oscar Wilde. First produced at the Theatre Royal Haymarket in 1895. In this production, the part of Sir Robert Chiltern is played by Noel Johnson, Lady Chiltern by Jane Wenham, Lord Goring by Ronald Lewis, and Mrs. Chiefley by Rosemary Martin. The play opens in the Octagon Room at Sir Robert Chiltern's house in Grosvenor Square.
Sir Charles and Lady Grendon, Lady Gordon and Miss Gordon, Lord Adamford, Mrs. Lavery and Miss Lavery, Sir John and Lady
Going on to the Hartlocks tonight, Margaret?
I suppose so. Are you?
Yes. Horribly tedious parties they give, don't they?
Horribly tedious. And never know why I go. Never know why I go anywhere.
I come here to be educated.
Oh, I hate being educated.
So do I. It puts one almost on a level with the commercial classes, doesn't it? Dear Gertrude Chiltern is always telling me that I should have some serious purpose in life. So I come here to try to find one.
Mr. and Lady Jane Barford.
I am so glad you could come.
Lord Caversham.
Good evening, Lady Chiltern.
Ah, Lord Caversham.
Has my good-for-nothing young son been here?
I don't think Lord Goring has arrived yet.
Why do you call Lord Goring good for nothing, Lord Caversham?
Because he leads such an idle life, Miss Chiltern.
How can you say such a thing? Why, he rides in the Row at 10 o'clock in the morning, goes to the opera 3 times a week, changes his clothes at least 5 times a day, and dines out every night of the season. You don't call that leading an idle life, do you?
You are a very charming young lady.
How sweet of you to say that, Lord Caversham. Do come to us more often.
Never go anywhere now. Sick of London society. Shouldn't mind being introduced to my own tailor. He always votes on the right side, but objects strongly to being sent down for dinner with my wife's milliner. Never could stand Lady Caversham's bonnets.
Oh, I love London society. I think it is immensely improved. It is entirely composed now of beautiful idiots and brilliant lunatics. Just what society should be.
Which is Goring? Beautiful idiot or the other thing?
I've been obliged for the present to put Lord Goring into a class quite by himself. But he is developing charmingly.
Into what?
I hope to let you know very soon, Lord Caversham.
Oh.
Lady Markby, Mrs. Cheveley.
Good evening, dear Gertrude. So kind of you to let me bring my friend, Mrs. Cheveley. Two such charming women should know each other.
I'm delighted. I think that Mrs. Cheveley and I have met before. I did not know she had married a second time.
Ah, nowadays people marry as often as they can, don't they? It is most fashionable. Good evening, Lady Markby. Oh, dear Duchess. And how is the Duke? Brain still weak, I suppose? I'm afraid so. Well, that is only to be expected, is it not? His good father was just the same. There's nothing like race, is there?
But have we rarely met before, Lady Chiltern? I don't remember where. I have been out of England for so long.
We were at school together, Mrs. Cheveley.
Indeed. I have forgotten all about my school days. I have a vague impression that they were detestable.
I am not surprised.
Do you know, I am quite looking forward to meeting your clever husband, Lady Chiltern. Since he has been at the Foreign Office, he has been so much talked of in Vienna. They actually succeed in spelling his name right in the newspapers. That in itself is fame on the continent.
I hardly think there will be much in common between you and my husband, Mrs. Cheveley.
Good evening, Lady Markby.
Oh, Sir Robert.
I hope you've brought Sir John with you.
Oh, I have brought a much more charming person than Sir John. Sir John's temper, since he has taken seriously to politics, has become quite unbearable. Really, now that the House of Commons is trying to become useful, it does a great deal of harm.
I hope not, Lady Markby. But who is the charming person you have been kind enough to bring to us?
Her name is Mrs. Cheveley, one of the Dorsetshire Cheveleys, I suppose, but I really don't know. Families are so mixed nowadays. Indeed, as a rule, everybody turns out to be somebody else.
Mrs. Cheveley. I seem to know the name.
She's just arrived from Vienna, Sir Robert.
Ah, yes, I think I know whom you mean.
Oh, she goes everywhere there and has such pleasant scandals about all her friends. Let me introduce you, my dear. Sir Robert Chiltern is dying to know you.
Everyone is dying to know the brilliant Mrs. Cheveley.
Thank you, Sir Robert. An acquaintance that begins with a compliment is sure to develop into a real friendship. And I find that I know Lady Chiltern already.
Really?
Yes. She has just reminded me that we were at school together. I remember it perfectly now. She always got the Good Conduct Prize.
And what prizes did you get, Mrs. Cheveley?
My prizes came a little later on in life. I don't think any of them were for good conduct.
I'm sure they were for something charming. Tell me, what makes you leave your brilliant Vienna for our gloomy London? Or perhaps the question is indiscreet.
The questions are never indiscreet. Answers sometimes are. I wanted to meet you.
Indeed?
It is quite true. I wanted immensely to meet you. And to ask you to do something for me.
Well, I hope it is not a little thing, Mrs. Cheveley. I find that little things are so very difficult to do.
No, I don't think it is quite a little thing.
I'm so glad. Do tell me what it is.
Later on. And now, may I walk through your beautiful house? I hear your pictures are charming. Poor Baron Arnheim, you remember the Baron, used to tell me you had some wonderful corals.
Did you know Baron Arnheim well?
Intimately. Did you?
At one time.
Wonderful man, wasn't he?
He was very remarkable in many ways.
I often think it's such a pity he never wrote his memoirs. They would have been most interesting.
Lord Goring.
Good evening, my dear Arthur.
Robert, good evening.
Mrs. Cheveley, allow me to introduce you to Lord Goring, the idlest man in London.
I have met Lord Goring before.
I did not think you would remember me, Mrs. Cheveley.
My memory is under admirable control. And are you still a bachelor?
I believe so.
How very romantic.
Oh, I'm not at all romantic. I'm not old enough. I leave romance to my seniors. May I ask, are you staying in London long?
That depends partly on the weather, partly on the cooking, and partly on Sir Robert.
Oh, it's one of those things. Good evening, Miss Mabel.
You are very late, Lord Goring.
Have you missed me?
Awfully.
Then I'm sorry I did not stay away longer. I like being missed.
How very selfish of you.
I am very selfish.
You were always always telling me of your bad qualities, Lord Goring.
I have only told you half of them as yet, Miss Mabel.
Are the others very bad?
Quite dreadful. When I think of them at night, I go to sleep at once.
Well, I delight in your bad qualities. I wouldn't have you part with one of them. Aren't you coming to the music room?
Not if there is any music going on, Miss Mabel.
The music is in German. You would not understand.
And are you going to any of our country houses before you leave England, Mrs. Cheveley?
Oh, no. I can't stand your English house parties. In England, people actually try to be brilliant at breakfast. And that is so dreadful of them. Only dull people are brilliant at breakfast. My stay in England really depends on you, Sir Robert.
Seriously?
Quite seriously. I want to talk to you about the Argentine Canal Company.
What a tedious practical subject for you to talk about, Mrs. Cheveley.
Oh, I like tedious practical subjects. What I don't like are tedious practical people. There is a wide difference. Besides, you are interested, I know, in international canal schemes. You were Lord Radley's secretary, weren't you, when the government bought the Suez Canal shares?
Yes, but the Suez Canal was a very great and splendid undertaking. This Argentine scheme is a commonplace stock exchange swindle.
A speculation, Sir Robert. A brilliant, daring speculation.
Believe me, Mrs. Cheveley, it is a swindle. Let us call things by their proper names. I hope you have not invested in it. Oh, I'm sure you are far too clever to have done that.
I have invested very largely in it.
Oh, who could have advised you to do such a foolish thing?
Your old friend and mine.
Who?
Baron Arnheim.
Ah, yes, I remember hearing at the time of his death that he had been mixed up in the whole affair.
It was his last romance. His last but one, to do him justice.
But you have not seen my corals yet. They're in the music room. May I show them to you?
I am not in the mood tonight for silver twilights or rose-pink dawns. I want to talk business.
I fear I have no advice to give you, Mrs. Cheveley, except to interest yourself in something less dangerous. The success of the canal depends, of course, on the attitude of England, and I am going to lay the report of the commissioners before the House tomorrow night.
That you must not do. What? In your own interests, Sir Robert, to say nothing of mine.
In my own interests?
I want you to withdraw the report on the ground that you have reason to believe that the commissioners have been prejudiced or misinformed. Then I want you to say a few words to the effect that the government is going to reconsider the question, and that you have reason to believe that the canal, if completed, will be of great international value.
Mrs. Cheveley, you cannot be serious in making me such a proposition.
I am quite serious. And if you do what I ask you, I will pay you very handsomely.
Pay me?
You are a man of the world, and you have your price, I suppose. Everybody has nowadays. The drawback is that most people are so dreadfully expensive. I know I am. I hope you will be more reasonable in your terms.
If you will allow me, I will call your carriage for you. You have lived so long abroad, Mrs. Cheveley, that you seem to be unable to realize that you are talking to an English gentleman.
I realize that I am talking to a man who laid the foundation of his fortune by selling to a stock exchange speculator a cabinet secret.
What do you mean?
I mean that I know the real origin of your wealth and your career, and I have got your letter, too.
What letter?
The letter you wrote to Baron Arnheim when you were Lord Radley's secretary, telling the Baron to buy Suez Canal shares. A letter written 3 days before the government announced its own purchase.
It's not true.
You thought the letter had been destroyed. How foolish of you. It is in my possession.
The affair to which you allude was no more than a speculation. The House of Commons had not yet passed the bill. It might have been rejected.
It was a swindle, Sir Robert. Let us call things by their proper names. And now I am going to sell you that letter. And the price I ask for it is your public support of the Argentine scheme. You made your fortune out of the one canal. You must help me and my friends to make our fortunes out of another.
It is infamous what you propose. Infamous.
Oh, no. This is the game of life as we all have to play it, Sir Robert, sooner or later.
I cannot do what you ask me.
You mean you cannot help doing it? If you refuse...
What then?
You are ruined, that is all. Sooner or later we all have to pay for what we do. You have to pay now.
What you ask is impossible.
Suppose that when I leave this house, I drive down to some newspaper office and give them this scandal and the proofs of it.
I will give you any sum of money you want.
Even you are not rich enough, Sir Robert, to buy back your past. No man is.
I will not do what you ask me. I will not.
You have to. I will be in the ladies' gallery tomorrow night at 11:30. If by that time you have made an announcement to the house in the terms I wish, I shall hand you back your letter. I intend to play quite fairly with you. One should always play fairly when one has the winning cards.
You must let me have time to consider your proposal.
No. You must settle now. I have got to telegraph Vienna tonight.
Oh, my God, what brought you into my life?
Circumstances.
I consent. The report shall be withdrawn. I will arrange for a question to be put to me on the subject.
Thank you. I knew we should come to an amicable agreement. And now you can get my carriage for me, Sir Robert. I see the people coming up from supper. An Englishman always gets so romantic after a meal, and that bores me dreadfully. What a charming house you have, Lady Chiltern. I have spent a delightful evening. It has been so interesting getting to know your husband.
Why did you wish to meet my husband, Mrs. Chiefley?
I wanted to interest him in this Argentine canal scheme, of which I dare say you have heard, and I found him most susceptible. Susceptible to reason, I mean. A rare thing in a man. I converted him in 10 minutes.
Converted?
He is going to make a speech in the House tomorrow night in favour of the idea.
There must be some mistake. That scheme could never have my husband's support.
Oh, I assure you, it's all settled.
What?
I don't regret my tedious journey from Vienna now. It has been a great success. But, of course, for the next 24 hours, the whole thing is a dead secret.
A secret? Between whom?
Between your husband and myself.
Your carriage is here, Mrs. Cheveley.
Thanks. Good evening, Lady Chiltern. Good night, Lord Goring. I am at Claridge's. Don't you think you might leave a card?
If you wish it, Mrs. Cheveley.
Oh, don't be so solemn about it, or I shall be obliged to leave a card on you. In England, I suppose that would hardly be considered en règle. Abroad, we are more civilized. Will you see me down, Sir Robert? Now that we have both the same interests at heart, we shall be great friends, I hope.
What a horrid woman.
You should go to bed, Miss Mabel.
Lord Goring.
My father told me to go to bed an hour ago. I don't see why I shouldn't give you the same advice. I always pass on good advice. It's the only thing to do with it. It is never of any use to myself.
Lord Goring, I am not going to bed for hours. You can come and sit down if you like and talk about anything in the world except the Royal Academy, Mrs. Cheveley, or novels in Scotch dialect. They are not improving subjects. What is this? Someone has dropped a diamond brooch.
Huh?
Quite beautiful, isn't it? I wish it was mine.
I wonder who dropped it.
It is a beautiful brooch.
It is a handsome bracelet.
It isn't a bracelet, it's a brooch.
It can be used as a bracelet. May I? Thank you.
What are you doing?
Miss Mabel, I'm going to make a rather strange request to you.
Oh, pray do. I've been waiting for it all the evening.
Don't mention to anybody that I've taken charge of this brooch. Should anyone write and claim it, let me know at once.
That is a strange request.
Well, you see, I gave this brooch to somebody once, years ago.
You did?
Yes.
Oh, then I shall certainly bid you good night. Good night, Gertrude.
Good night, dear. Lord Goring?
Yes.
You saw whom Lady Markby brought here tonight?
Yes. It was an unpleasant surprise. What did she come for?
Apparently to try to lure Robert to uphold some fraudulent scheme in which he is interested.
Oh, she's mistaken her man, hasn't she? It is extraordinary what mistakes clever women make. Good night, Lady Chiltern.
Good night, Lord Goring.
My dear Arthur, you're not going. Do stop a little.
Afraid I can't, thanks. I promised to look in at the Heartlocks. I believe they've got a mauve Hungarian band that plays mauve Hungarian music. See you soon. Goodbye.
Goodbye. How beautiful you look tonight, Gertrude.
Robert, it's not true, is it? You're not going to lend your support to this Argentine speculation. You couldn't.
Who told you I intended to do so?
Mrs. Cheveley, as she now calls herself. She seemed to taunt me with it. Robert, I know this woman. You don't. We were at school together. She was untruthful, dishonest, and an evil influence on everyone whose trust or friendship she could win. She was sent away for being a thief. Why do you let her influence you?
Mrs. Cheveley may have changed since then. No one should be entirely judged by their past.
One's past is what one is. It is the only way by which people should be judged.
Oh, that is a hard saying, Gertrude.
It is a true saying, Robert. And what did she mean by boasting that she had got you to lend your support to a thing I have heard you described as the most dishonest scheme that there has ever been in political life?
I was mistaken in the view I took.
But you told me yesterday that you had received the report from the Commission and that it entirely condemned the whole thing. Robert, are you telling me the whole truth?
Why do you ask me such a question?
Why do you not answer it?
Gertrude, truth is a very complex thing. Sooner or later in political life, one has to compromise. Everyone does.
Compromise? Robert, why do you talk so differently tonight? Why are you so changed?
I am not changed, but circumstances alter things.
Circumstances should never alter principles.
But if I told you...
What?
That it was necessary. Vitally necessary.
It can never be necessary to do what is not honourable.
I have told you it is a question of rational compromise. It is no more than that.
That is all very well for other men, for men who treat life simply as a sordid speculation, but not for you, Robert, not for you. You are different. All your life, you have stood apart from others, to the world. As to myself, you have been an ideal always. Be that ideal still. Don't kill my love for you. Don't kill that.
Oh, Gertrude.
I know that there are men with horrible secrets in their lives, men who have done some shameful thing and who in some critical moment have to pay for it by doing some other act of shame. Don't tell me that you are such as they are. Robert, is there in your life any secret dishonor or disgrace? Well, tell me. Tell me at once, so that...
So that what?
That our lives may drift apart.
Drift apart?
That they may be entirely separate. It would be better for us both.
Gertrude, there is nothing in my past life that you might not know.
Oh, I was sure of it, Robert. I was sure of it. Oh, don't let us ever talk about the subject again. You will write, won't you, to Mrs. Cheveley and tell her that you cannot support this scandalous scheme of hers. If you have given her any promise, you must take it back. That is all.
Must I write and tell her that?
Oh, surely, Robert. Write this moment.
But it is so late. It's close on 12.
Well, she must know at once that she has been mistaken in you. Write that you decline to support this scheme of hers as you hold it to be dishonest. Yes, write that word, dishonest. She knows what that word means.
Very well, my dear.
Robert, I feel tonight that I've saved you from something that might have been a danger to you, from something that might have made men honor you less than they do. I don't think you realize sufficiently, Robert, that you have brought into the political life of our time a nobler atmosphere, a finer attitude towards life. I know it, and for that I love you, Robert.
Oh, love me always, Gertrude. Love me always.
I will love you always, because you will always be worthy of love. We needs must love the highest when we see it.
My dear Robert, it's a very awkward business, very awkward indeed. You should have told your wife the whole thing. Secrets from other people's wives are a necessary luxury in modern life, but no man should have a secret from his own wife. She invariably finds it out.
Arthur, I couldn't tell my wife. I would have lost the love of the one woman in the world I worship. She would have turned from me in horror.
Lady Chiltern is as perfect as all that.
Nothing could make her alter her views.
Robert, how could you have sold yourself for money?
I did not sell myself for money. I bought success at a great price, that is all.
Yes, you certainly paid a great price for it. But what first made you think of doing such a thing?
Baron Arnheim.
Damn scoundrel.
No. He was a man of most subtle and refined intellect. A man of culture, charm, and distinction.
I prefer a gentlemanly fool any day. Personally, I have a great admiration for stupidity. It is a sort of fellow feeling, I suppose. But how did he do it? Tell me the whole thing.
One night, after dinner at Lord Radley's, the Baron, with that wonderfully fascinating quiet voice of his, expounded to us the most terrible of all philosophies, the philosophy of power. Preached to us the most marvelous of all gospels, the gospel of gold. I think he saw the effect he'd produced on me, for some days afterwards he wrote and asked me to come and see him. I remember so well how, with a strange smile, he led me through his wonderful picture galleries, showed me his tapestries, his enamels, his jewels, and his carved ivories, and then told me that luxury was nothing but a background, a painted scene in a play, and that power over other men, power over the world, was the one thing worth having, the one supreme pleasure worth knowing, the one joy one never tired of, and that in our century only the rich possessed it.
A thoroughly shallow creed.
Wealth has given me enormous power. It gave me at the very outset of my life freedom, and freedom is everything. You have never been poor, and never known what ambition is. You cannot understand what a wonderful chance the Baron gave me. When I was going, he said to me that if ever I could give him any private information of real value, he would make me a very rich man. 6 weeks later, certain private documents passed through my hands.
State documents?
Yes.
I had no idea that you, of all men, could have been so weak, Robert, as to yield to such a temptation.
Weak? Weak? Do you really think, Arthur, that it is weakness that yields to temptation? There are terrible temptations that require strength and courage to yield to. To stake all one's life on a single moment, to risk everything on one throw. I had that courage. I sat down the same afternoon and wrote Baron Arnheim the letter this woman now holds. He made £750,000 over the transaction.
And you?
I received from the Baron £110,000.
You were worth more, Robert.
No. That money gave me exactly what I wanted, power over others. I went into the house immediately. Since then, everything that I have touched has turned out a success. Sometimes it has made me almost afraid. Arthur, do you despise me for what I've told you?
I'm very sorry for you, Robert. Very sorry indeed.
I don't say that I suffered any remorse. I didn't. But I have paid conscience money many times. I had a wild hope that I might disarm destiny. The sum Baron Arnheim gave me I have distributed twice over in public charities since then.
Oh, dear me, what a lot of harm you must have done.
Oh, don't say that, Arthur.
Never mind what I say, Robert. I'm always saying things I shouldn't say. Now, as regards this dreadful business, I will help you in whatever way I can. Of course you know that.
Thank you, Arthur, thank you. But what is to be done? What can be done?
In your case, Robert, a confession would not do. If you made a clean breast of the whole affair, you would never be able to talk morality again. And in England, a man who can't talk morality twice a week to a large, popular, immoral audience is quite over as a serious politician. No, a confession would ruin you.
It would ruin me. The only thing for me to do now is to fight the thing out.
I was waiting for you to say that. It is the only thing to do now. And you must begin by telling your wife the whole story.
That I will not do.
Robert, believe me, you are wrong.
It would kill her love for me. And this woman, this Mrs. Cheveley, how can I defend myself against her? You knew her before, Arthur, apparently.
Yes.
Did you know her well?
So little that I got engaged to be married to her once when I was staying at the Tenbys. The affair lasted for 3 days. Nearly.
Why was it broken off?
Oh, I forget. At least it makes no matter.
Well, I shall send a cipher telegram to the embassy at Vienna to inquire if there is anything known against her. There may be some secret scandal she might be afraid of.
Oh, well, she wore far too much rouge last night and not quite enough clothes. That is always a sign of despair in a woman.
I will fight her to the death, as long as my wife knows nothing.
Oh, fight in any case, in any case. Though I should not fancy Mrs. Cheveley as a woman who would be easily frightened.
Good afternoon, Lord Goring.
Good afternoon, Lady Chiltern. Have you been in the park?
Oh, no. I have just come from the Woman's Liberal Association, where, by the way, Robert, your name was received with loud applause. And now I have come in to have my tea. You will wait to have some tea, won't you?
I'll wait for a short time, thanks.
You are not going, Robert?
I have some letters to write, dear.
Oh, you work too hard. You seem never to think of yourself, and you're looking so tired.
It is nothing, dear. Nothing.
Do sit down, Lord Goring. I'm so glad you've called. I want to talk to you about...
Mrs. Cheveley?
Yes. After you left last night, I found out that what she had said was really true. Of course, I made Robert write her a letter at once, withdrawing his promises.
So he gave me to understand.
Robert must be above reproach. He is not like other men. He cannot afford to do what other men do. Don't you agree with me? Why are you looking at me so strangely, Lord Goring?
Lady Chiltern, I have sometimes thought that perhaps you are a little hard in some of your views on life. I think that often you don't make sufficient allowances. In every nature there are elements of weakness. Life cannot be lived without much charity. And if you are ever in trouble, Lady Chiltern, trust me absolutely. And I will help you in every way I can. If you ever want me, come to me for my assistance, and you shall have it.
Lord Goring, you are talking quite seriously. I don't think I have ever heard you talk seriously before.
You must excuse me, Lady Chiltern. It won't occur again, if I can help it.
But I like you to be serious.
Dear Gertrude, don't say such a dreadful thing to Lord Goring. Seriousness would be very unbecoming to him. Good afternoon, Lord Goring. Pray be as trivial as you can.
I should like to, Miss Mabel, but I'm afraid I'm a little out of practice today, and besides, I have to be going now.
Just when I have come in. What dreadful manners you have. I'm sure you were very badly brought up.
Oh, I was.
I wish I had brought you up.
I'm so sorry you didn't.
It is too late now, I suppose.
I am not so sure.
Will you ride tomorrow morning?
Yes, at 10.
Don't forget.
Of course I shall. By the way, Lady Chiltern, there is no list of your guests in the Morning Post today. It has apparently been crowded out by the County Council or the Lambeth Conference or something equally boring. Could you let me have a list? I have a particular reason for asking you.
Oh, I am sure Mr. Trafford will be able to give you one.
Thanks so much.
Tommy Trafford is the most useful person in London.
And who is the most ornamental?
I am.
How clever of you to guess it. Goodbye, Lady Chiltern. You will remember what I said to you, won't you?
Yes. But I don't know why you said it to me.
I hardly know myself. Goodbye, Miss Mabel. 10 tomorrow.
Sharp.
Quite sharp. But don't bring Mr. Trafford.
Of course I shan't bring Tommy Trafford. Tommy Trafford is in great disgrace.
I'm delighted to hear it.
Gertrude, I wish you would speak to Tommy Trafford.
Oh, what has poor Mr. Trafford done this time? Robert says he's the best secretary he's ever had.
Well, Tommy has proposed to me again. Well, Tommy really does nothing but propose to me. He proposed to me last night in the music room, when I was quite unprotected, as there was an elaborate trio going on. I didn't dare to make the smallest repartee, I need hardly tell you. If I had, it would have stopped the music at once. Musical people are so absurdly unreasonable. They always want one to be perfectly dumb at the very moment when one is longing to be absolutely deaf. Then he proposed to me in broad daylight this morning, in front of that dreadful statue of Achilles. Really, the things that go on in front of that work of art are quite appalling. The police should interfere.
Oh, Mabel.
I wish, Gertrude, you would speak to him and tell him that once a week is quite often enough to propose to anyone, and that it should always be done in a manner that attracts attention.
Robert thinks very highly of Mr. Trafford. He believes he has a brilliant future before him.
Oh? Oh, I wouldn't marry a man with a future before him for anything under the sun.
Oh, Mabel.
I know, dear. You married a man with a future, didn't you? But then Robert was a genius, and you have a noble, self-sacrificing character. You can stand geniuses. I have no character at all, and Robert is the only genius I could ever bear. As a rule, I think they're quite impossible. Geniuses talk so much, don't they? Such a bad habit. And they're always thinking about themselves when I want them to be thinking about me.
Lady Markby, Mrs. Cheveley.
Mrs. Cheveley, it's impossible.
Good afternoon, my dear.
Oh, dear Lady Markby, how nice of you to come and see me. Won't you sit down, Mrs. Cheveley?
Thanks. Isn't this Miss Chiltern? I should so much like to know her.
Mabel, Mrs. Cheveley wishes to know you.
I thought your frock so charming last night, Miss Chiltern. So simple and suitable.
Really? I must tell my dressmaker. It'll be such a surprise to her. Goodbye, Lady Markby.
Going already?
I'm so sorry, but I'm obliged to. I'm just off to rehearsal at Lady Basildon's. I've got to stand on my head in some tableau.
On your head, child? Oh, I hope not. I believe it is most unhealthy.
But it is for an excellent charity in aid of the undeserving, the only people I'm really interested in.
You're remarkably modern, Mabel. A little too modern, perhaps. Nothing is so dangerous as being too modern. One is apt to grow old-fashioned quite suddenly. Oh, I've known many instances of it.
Oh, what a dreadful prospect. Goodbye.
Dear Gertrude, we just called to know if Mrs. Cheveley's diamond brooch has been found.
Here?
Yes, I missed it when I got back to Claridge's, and I thought I might possibly have dropped it here.
I have heard nothing about it, but I will ring for the butler and ask.
Oh, pray don't trouble, Lady Chiltern. I dare say I lost it at the opera before we came on here.
What sort of a brooch was it that you lost, Mrs. Cheveley?
A diamond snake brooch with a ruby, a rather large ruby.
Mason.
Milady?
Has a ruby and diamond brooch been found in any of the rooms this morning?
No, milady.
It really is of no consequence, Lady Chiltern. I'm so sorry to have put you to any inconvenience.
Oh, it has been no inconvenience. That will do, Mason. You can bring tea.
Yes, milady.
Well, I must say it is most annoying to lose anything. I remember once at Bath years ago, losing in the pump room an exceedingly handsome cameo bracelet that Sir John had given me. I don't think he has ever given me anything since, I'm sorry to say. He has sadly degenerated. Oh, really? This horrid House of Commons quite ruins our husband's force. I think the lower house by far the greatest blow to a happy married life that there's been since that terrible thing called the higher education of women was invented.
Oh, it is heresy to say that in this house, Lady Markby. Robert is a great champion of the higher education of women, and so, I am afraid, am I.
The higher education of men is what I should like to see. Men need it so sadly.
They do, dear, but I'm afraid such a scheme would be quite unpractical. I don't think man has much capacity for development. He's got as far as he can, and that's not far, is it? Well, with regard to women, dear Gertrude, you belong to the younger generation, and I'm sure it's all right if you approve of it. In my time, of course, we were taught not to understand anything. That was the old system, and wonderfully interesting it was. I assure you that the amount of things I and my poor sister were taught not to understand was quite extraordinary. But modern woman understands everything, I'm told.
Except their husbands. That is the one thing the modern woman never understands.
And a very good thing, too, dear, I dare say. It might break up many a happy home if they did. Not yours, I need hardly say, Gertrude. You have married a pattern husband. I wish I could say as much for myself. But since Sir John has taken to attending the debates regularly, which he never used to do in the good old days, his language has become quite impossible.
Oh?
Sir John is a great trial.
Let him.
I trust, Gertrude, that Sir Robert is not like that.
But I am very much interested in politics, Lady Markby. I love to hear Robert talk about them.
Well, I hope he's not as devoted to blue books as Sir John is. I don't think they can be quite improving reading for anyone.
I have never read a blue book. I prefer books in yellow covers.
Yes, yellow is a gayer colour, is it not? I used to wear yellow a good deal in my early days, and would do so now if Sir John were not so painfully personal in his observations. And a man on the question of dress is always ridiculous, is he not?
Oh, no. I think men are the only authorities on dress.
Really, dear? One wouldn't say so from the sort of hats they wear, would one?
Tea, how splendid.
Thank you, Mason. Just here, please.
Thank you, milady.
May I give you some tea, Mrs. Cheveley?
Thanks.
Some tea, Lady Markby.
No, thanks, dear. The fact is, I have promised to go round for 10 minutes to see poor Lady Brancaster, who is in very great trouble.
Oh.
Her daughter, quite a well-brought-up girl, too, has actually become engaged to be married to a curate in Shropshire. It is very sad indeed. I can't understand this modern mania for curates. In my time, we girls saw them, of course, running about the place like rabbits. We never took any notice of them, I need hardly say. But I am told that nowadays country society is quite honeycombed with them. I think it is most irreligious. Yes, and now, Gertrude, if you will allow me, I shall leave Mrs. Cheveley in your charge and call back for her in a quarter of an hour.
Of course. I should like to have a few minutes' conversation with her.
How very kind of you, Lady Chiltern. Believe me, nothing could give me greater pleasure.
No doubt you both have many pleasant reminiscences of your school days to talk over together. Oh, shall I see you at Lady Bonner's tonight, Gertrude? She's discovered a wonderful new genius. He does nothing at all, I believe. That's a great comfort, is it not?
No, Robert and I are dining at home by ourselves tonight, and I don't think I shall go anywhere afterwards. Robert, of course, will have to be in the house.
Dining at home by yourselves? Is that quite prudent? Oh, of course, I forgot. Your husband is an exception. Mine is the general rule, and nothing ages a woman so rapidly as being married to the general rule. Yes.
Wonderful woman, Lady Markby, isn't she? Talks more and says less than anybody I ever met.
Mrs. Cheveley, I think it is right to tell you quite frankly that had I known who you really were, I should not have invited you to my house last night.
Really? I see that after all these years you have not changed a bit, Gertrude.
I never change.
Then life has taught you nothing?
It has taught me that a person who has once been guilty of a dishonest and dishonourable action may be guilty of it a second time, and should be shunned.
Would you apply that rule to everyone?
Oh, yes, to everyone without exception.
Then I am sorry for you, Gertrude. Very sorry for you. I don't mind your talking morality a bit. Morality is simply the attitude we adopt towards people whom we personally dislike. You dislike me. I'm quite aware of that. And I have always detested you. And yet I have come here to do you a service.
Like the service you wished to render my husband last night, I suppose. Thank heaven I saved him from that.
It was you who made him write that insolent letter to me. It was you who made him break his promise.
Oh, yes.
Then you must make him keep it.
What?
I give you till tomorrow morning, no more. If you are wise, you will make him do what I tell him.
You are impertinent. What has my husband to do with you, a woman like you?
Oh, in this world, like meets like.
How dare you class my husband with yourself? How dare you threaten him or me? Leave my house.
Your house. A house bought with the price of dishonour. A house everything in which has been paid for by fraud.
Robert!
Ask him what the origin of his fortune is. Get him to tell you how he sold to a stockbroker a cabinet secret. Learn from him to what you owe your position.
It's not true. Robert, it's not true.
Look at him. Can he deny it? Does he dare to?
Go. Go at once. You have done your worst now.
Oh, my worst. I have not finished with you, either of you. I give you both till tomorrow morning at noon. If by then you don't do what I bid you, the whole world shall know the origin of Robert Chiltern.
You sold a cabinet secret for money. You built your career on dishonour. Oh, tell me it is not true. Lie to me. Lie to me. Tell me it is not true.
What this woman said is quite true.
Robert.
But Gertrude, you don't realize how I was tempted. Let me tell you the whole thing.
Oh, don't come near me. Don't touch me. You sold yourself for money. You lied to the whole world.
Gertrude.
No, don't touch me. Don't touch me. Your voice wakes memories of words that made me love you. And oh, how I worshipped you. The words seemed to me to be a finer place because you were in it. And when I think that I made of a man like you my ideal, the ideal of my life...
There was your error. The error all women commit. Why can't you love us, faults and all? Why do you place us on monstrous pedestals? You made a false idol of me, and I hadn't the courage to come down, show you my wounds, tell you my weaknesses. I was afraid that I might lose your love as I have lost it now. And so last night you ruined my life for me.
What?
Yes, ruined it. What that woman asked was nothing compared to what she offered. I could have killed the sin of my youth, destroyed its record. You prevented me.
Robert!
And now what is there before me but public disgrace, ruin, shame, the mockery of the world, a lonely, dishonored life. A lonely, dishonored death it may be someday. Let women make no more ideals of men. Let them not put them on altars and bow before them, or they may ruin other lives as completely as you whom I have so wildly loved, have ruined mine.
Got my second buttonhole for me, Phipps?
Yes, my lord.
Rather distinguished thing, Phipps. I'm the only person of the smallest importance in London at present who wears a buttonhole.
Yes, my lord, I have observed that.
You see, Phipps, fashion is what one wears oneself. What is unfashionable is what other people wear.
Yes, my lord.
Just as vulgarity is simply the conduct of other people.
Yes, my lord.
And falsehood is the truth of other people.
Yes, my lord.
Other people are quite dreadful. The only possible society is oneself.
Yes, my lord.
To love oneself is the beginning of a lifelong romance, Phipps.
Yes, my lord.
I don't think I quite like this buttonhole, Phipps.
My lord?
Makes me look a little too old. Makes me almost in the prime of life, eh, Phipps?
I don't observe any alteration in your lordship's appearance.
Don't, Phipps?
No, my lord.
I'm not quite sure. For the future, a more trivial buttonhole, Phipps, on Thursday evenings.
I will speak to the florist, my lord.
Do.
She's had a loss in her family lately, which perhaps accounts for the lack of triviality your lordship complains of in the buttonhole.
Extraordinary thing about the lower classes in England. They are always losing their relations.
Yes, my lord. They're extremely fortunate in that respect.
Any letters, Phipps?
3, my lord.
I want my cab round in 20 minutes.
Yes, my lord.
Phipps?
My lord.
When did this letter arrive?
It was brought by hand earlier in the evening, just after your lordship went to the club.
That will do. Lady Chiltern's handwriting. That is rather curious. I thought Robert was to write. Wonder what Lady Chiltern has got to say to me. I want you, I trust you, I am coming to you, Gertrude. I want you, I trust you, I'm coming to you. So, she has found out everything. Poor woman.
Lord Caversham.
Oh, why will parents always appear at the wrong time? Some extraordinary mistake in nature, I suppose. Delighted to see you, my dear father.
Take my cloak off.
Is it worthwhile, Father?
Of course it's worthwhile, sir. Which is the most comfortable chair?
This one, Father. It is the chair I use myself when I have visitors.
Thank you. No draught, I hope, in this room?
No, Father.
Glad to hear it. Can't stand draughts. No draughts at home.
A good many breezes, Father.
Eh? Don't understand what you mean. I want to have a serious conversation with you, sir.
Oh, my dear Father, at this hour?
Well, sir, it's only 10 o'clock. I think the hour is an admirable hour.
The fact is, Father, that this is not my day for talking seriously.
What do you mean, sir?
During the season, Father, I only talk seriously on the first Tuesday in every month, from 4 to 7.
Well, make it Tuesday, sir. Make it Tuesday.
But it is after 7, Father. And my doctor says I must not have any serious conversation after 7. It makes me talk in my sleep.
Talk in your sleep, sir? What does that matter? You're not married?
No, Father, I am not married.
That is what I've come to talk to you about, sir. You have got to get married, and at once.
Oh, really?
Dabby, sir, it's your duty to get married. You can't be always living for pleasure. Every man of position is married nowadays. Bachelors are not fashionable anymore. They're a damaged lot. Too much is known about them. It's high time for you to get married. You're 34 years of age, sir.
Yes, Father, but I only admit to 32. 31 and a half when I have a really good buttonhole. This buttonhole is not trivial enough.
I tell you, you're 34, sir. And there is a draft in your room besides, which makes your conduct worse. Why did you tell me there was no draft, sir? I feel a draft, sir. I feel it distinctly.
So do I, Father. It is a dreadful draft. I will come and see you tomorrow, Father. We can talk over anything you like. Let me help you on with your cloak, Father.
No, sir. I've called this evening for a definite purpose, and I am going to see it through at all costs, to my health or yours. Put down my cloak, sir.
Certainly, Father, but let us go into another room. There is a dreadful draught in here.
A dreadful draught, sir. Phipps, is there a good fire in the smoking room?
Yes, my lord.
Come in there, Father. Your sneezes are quite heartrending.
Well, sir, I suppose I have a right to sneeze when I choose?
Quite so, Father. I was merely expressing sympathy.
Oh, damn sympathy. There's a great deal too much of that sort of thing going on nowadays.
I quite agree with you, Father. If there was less sympathy in the world, there would be less trouble in the world.
That is a paradox, sir. I hate paradoxes.
So do I, Father. Everybody one meets is a paradox nowadays. It is a great bore. It makes society so obvious.
Conceited young puppy.
Phipps.
My lord?
There is a lady coming to see me this evening on particular business. Show her into the drawing room when she arrives, you understand?
Yes, my lord.
It is a matter of the gravest importance, Phipps.
I understand, my lord.
No one else is to be admitted under any circumstances.
I understand, my lord.
Ah, that is probably the lady.
Well, sir, am I to wait attendance on you?
At once, Father. Do forgive me.
Is Lord Goring not here?
His lordship is engaged at present with Lord Caversham, madam.
How very filial.
His lordship told me to ask you, madam, to be kind enough to wait in the drawing room for him. His lordship will come to you there.
Lord Goring expects me?
Yes, madam. His lordship told me that if a lady called, I was to ask her to wait in the drawing room. Through here, madam. His lordship's directions on the subject were very precise.
Oh, how dreary a bachelor's drawing room always looks. I don't care for that lamp there. It is far too glaring. Light some candles.
Certainly, madam.
I hope the candles have very becoming shade.
We've had no complaints about them, madam, as yet.
I wonder what woman he was waiting for tonight. It will be delightful to catch him. Men always look so silly when they are caught. Oh, what a very uninteresting correspondence he has. Bills and cards, debts and dowagers. Who on earth writes to him on pink paper? I know that handwriting. Gertrude Chiltern. The 10 Commandments in every stroke of the pen and the moral law all over the page. How I detest that woman. I trust you. I want you. I am coming to you.
The candles in the drawing room are lit, madam, as you directed.
Thank you.
I trust the shades will be to your liking, madam. They're the most becoming we have. They're the same as his lordship uses himself when he is dressing for dinner.
Then I am sure they will be perfectly right.
Thank you, madam.
My dear Father, if I am to get married, surely you will allow me to choose the time, place, and person. Particularly the person.
That is a matter for me, sir. You would probably make a very poor choice. It is I who should be consulted, not you. There is property at stake. It is not a matter for affection. Affection comes later on in married life.
Yes, in married life, affection comes when people thoroughly dislike each other, Father, doesn't it?
Certainly, sir. I mean certainly not, sir. You're talking very foolishly tonight. What I say is that marriage is a matter for common sense.
But women who have common sense are so curiously plain, Father, aren't they? Of course, I only speak from hearsay.
No woman, plain or pretty, has any common sense at all, sir. Common sense is the privilege of our sex.
Quite so. And we men are so self-sacrificing that we never use it, do we, Father?
I use it, sir. I use nothing else.
So my mother tells me.
It is the secret of your mother's happiness. You are very heartless, sir. Very heartless.
I hope not, Father. Arthur. Robert, my dear fellow.
Chiltern. I'm just leaving. Good night to you.
Oh, good night, Lord Caversham.
Good night. Good night.
My dear Arthur, what a piece of good luck. Your servant had just told me you were not at home. How extraordinary.
The fact is, I'm horribly busy tonight, Robert, and I gave orders I wasn't at home to anyone. Even my father had a comparatively cold reception. He complained of a draught the whole time.
Ah, you must be at home to me, Arthur. You are my best friend. Perhaps by tomorrow you will be my only friend.
Oh?
My wife has discovered everything.
Who told her?
Mrs. Cheveley herself.
I see. You have heard nothing from Vienna yet in answer to your wire?
Yes, I got a telegram from the first secretary at 8 o'clock tonight.
Well?
Nothing is absolutely known against her. On the contrary, she occupies a rather high position in society. It is a sort of open secret that Baron Arnheim left her the greater portion of his immense fortune. Beyond that, I can learn nothing. Arthur, I am parched with thirst. May I ring for something, some hock and seltzer?
Certainly. Let me.
Thanks. I don't know what to do, Arthur. I don't know what to do. You are my only friend. I can trust you absolutely, can't I?
My dear Robert, of course.
My lord?
Bring some hock and seltzer.
Yes, my lord.
And, Phipps.
Yes, my lord.
Will you excuse me for a moment, Robert? I want to give some directions to my servant.
Certainly.
Phipps.
My lord.
When that lady calls, tell her that I'm not expected home this evening. You understand?
But the lady has arrived, my lord.
What?
The lady is in that room, my lord.
Next door? Good heavens.
Well, you told me to show her into that room, my lord.
You did perfectly right.
Thank you, my lord.
Arthur, tell me what I should do. My life seems to have crumbled about me.
Robert, you love your wife, don't you?
I love her more than anything in the world. I used to think ambition the great thing. It is not. Love is the great thing in the world. There is nothing but love, and I love her. But there is a wide gulf between us now.
Has she never in her life done some folly, some indiscretion, that she should not forgive you?
My wife? Never. She does not know what weakness or temptation is. She stands apart, as good women do, pitiless in her perfection. But I love her, Arthur.
And she loves you, Robert. Why should she not forgive?
There is something more I have to tell you, Arthur.
Hock and seltzer, sir.
Ah, thank you.
Is your carriage here, Robert?
No, I walked from the club.
Sir Robert will take my cab, Phipps.
Yes, my lord.
Robert, you don't mind my sending you away?
You must let me stay for 5 minutes. I have made up my mind what I am going to do tonight in the house. The debate on the Argentine Canal is to begin at 11. What is that?
Nothing.
I heard a sound in the next room. Someone has been listening.
No, there is no one there.
There is someone. I can see there is a light in the room. Someone has been listening. Arthur, what does this mean?
Robert, you are unnerved. I tell you, there is no one in that room. Sit down.
Do you give me your word that there is no one there?
Yes.
Your word of honor?
Yes.
Let me see for myself.
No.
If there is no one there, why should I not look?
I have told you there is no one in that room. That is enough.
It is not enough. I insist on going into that room.
For God's sake, don't. There is someone there. Someone you must not see.
I thought so. No.
Robert, it was for your sake she came here. It was to try and save you she came.
You are mad. What have I to do with her intrigues with you? Let her remain your mistress.
It is not true, Robert. Before heaven, it is not true.
Let me pass, sir. You have lied enough.
Good evening, Lord Goring.
Mrs. Cheveley. Great heavens. May I ask what you were doing in my drawing room?
Merely listening. I have a perfect passion for listening through keyholes.
I'm glad you have called. I'm going to give you some good advice.
Oh, pray don't. One should never give a woman anything she can't wear in the evening.
You have come here to sell me Robert Chiltern's letter, haven't you?
To offer it to you on conditions.
What is your price for it?
How absurdly English you are. The English think that a checkbook can solve every problem. Why, my dear Arthur, I have much more money than you have, and quite as much as Robert Chiltern. Money is not what I want.
What do you want, then, Mrs. Cheveley?
Why don't you call me Laura?
I don't like the name.
You used to adore it.
Yes, that's why.
Arthur, you loved me once.
Yes.
And you asked me to be your wife.
That was a natural result of my loving you.
And you threw me over because you saw, or said you saw, poor old Lord Mortlake trying to have a violent flirtation with me in the conservatory at Tenby.
I am under the impression that my lawyer settled that matter with you on certain terms, dictated by yourself.
At that time, I was poor. You were very rich.
Quite so. That is why you pretended to love me.
I did love you. And you loved me. I suppose that when a man has once loved a woman, he will do anything for her except continue to love her.
Yes, except that.
I am tired of living abroad. I want to come back to London. I want to have a charming house here. I want to have a salon. When I saw you last night at the Chilterns, I knew you were the only person I had ever cared for, if I ever have cared for anybody, Arthur. And so, on the morning of the day you marry me, I will give you Robert Chiltern's letter.
What?
That is my offer. I will give it to you now, if you promise to marry me.
Now?
Tomorrow.
Are you really serious?
Yes, quite serious.
I should make you a very bad husband.
I don't mind bad husbands. I have had two. They amused me immensely.
You mean that you amused yourself immensely, don't you?
Do you think it is quite charming of you to be so rude to a woman in your own house?
In the case of very fascinating women, sex is a challenge, not a defense.
I suppose that is meant for a compliment. My dear Arthur, women are never disarmed by compliments. Men always are. That is the difference between the two sexes.
Women are never disarmed by anything, as far as I know them.
Then you are going to allow your greatest friend, Robert Chiltern, to be ruined, rather than marry someone who really has considerable attractions left. For the privilege of being your wife, I was ready to surrender a great prize, the climax of my diplomatic career. You decline. Very well. If Sir Robert doesn't uphold my Argentine scheme, I expose him.
You mustn't do that. It would be vile, horrible, infamous.
Oh, don't use big words. They mean so little. I must go. Goodbye. Won't you shake hands?
With you? No. You seem to have forgotten that you, who came here tonight to talk of love, went this afternoon to the house of one of the most noble and gentle women in the world to degrade her husband in her eyes, to put poison in her heart and bitterness in her life. For that there can be no forgiveness.
Arthur, you are unjust to me. I didn't go to taunt Gertrude. I called with Lady Markby simply to ask whether an ornament, a jewel that I had lost somewhere last night, had been found.
A diamond brooch with a ruby?
Yes. How did you know?
Because it is found. In point of fact, I found it myself and stupidly forgot to tell the butler anything about it as I was leaving. This is the brooch, isn't it?
Yes. I'm so glad to get it back. It was a present.
Won't you wear it?
Certainly, if you...
Allow me.
Why do you put it on as a bracelet? I never knew it could be worn as a bracelet.
Really? There.
Ah, but it looks very well on me as a bracelet, doesn't it?
Yes, much better than when I saw it last.
When did you see it last?
Oh, 10 years ago on Lady Berkshire, from whom you stole it.
What do you mean?
I mean that you stole that ornament from my cousin, Mary Berkshire, to whom I gave it when she was married. Suspicion fell on a servant who was sent away in disgrace. I recognized it last night and determined to say nothing about it until I had found the thief. I have found the thief now.
It is not true.
You know it is true.
I will deny the whole affair from beginning to end. I will say that I have never seen this wretched thing, that it was never in my possession.
You can't get that bracelet off unless you know where the spring is, and I see you don't know where the spring is. It is rather difficult to find.
Oh, you brute, you coward.
Oh, don't use big words. They mean so little.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to ring for my servant. He is an admirable servant, always comes in the moment one rings for him. When he comes, I will tell him to fetch the police.
The police? What for?
Tomorrow the Berkshires will prosecute you. That is what the police are for.
No, don't do that. I will do anything you want, anything in the world you want.
Give me Robert Chiltern's letter.
I have not got it with me. I will give it to you tomorrow.
You are lying. Give it to me at once. At once, Mrs. Cheveley.
You... Very well.
This is it?
Yes.
For so well-dressed a woman, Mrs. Cheveley, you have moments of admirable common sense. I congratulate you.
Please get me a glass of water.
Certainly.
Now.
There you are.
Thank you. Will you help me on with my cloak?
With pleasure.
Thanks. I am never going to try to harm Robert Chiltern again.
Fortunately, you have not the chance, Mrs. Cheveley.
Even if I had the chance, I wouldn't. On the contrary, I am going to render him a great service. I can't bear so upright a gentleman, so honourable an English gentleman, to be so shamefully deceived.
I don't follow you.
The letter you have just burnt, although interesting, lacks a certain simple eloquence of style. Would you not agree, Lord Goring?
What do you mean?
I mean that I'm going to send Robert Chiltern the love letter his wife wrote to you tonight.
Love letter?
I want you, I trust you, I am coming to you, Gertrude.
You wretched woman. Give me back that letter. I'll take it from you by force.
No.
Yes, my lord?
Lord Goring merely rang that you should show me out. Good night, Lord Goring.
You say Sir Robert is not home yet, Mason?
Sir Robert is still at the Foreign Office, my lord.
And Lady Chiltern is not yet down?
Her ladyship has not yet left her room. Miss Chiltern has just come in from riding.
Ah, that is something.
Lord Caversham has been waiting some time in the library for Sir Robert.
Oh.
I told him your lordship was here.
Thank you. Would you kindly tell him I've gone?
I shall do so, my lord.
Really, I don't want to meet my father 3 days running. It is a great deal too much excitement for any son. I hope to goodness he won't come up. Father should be neither seen nor heard. That is the only proper basis for family life.
Well, sir, what are you doing here? Wasting your time as usual, I suppose?
My dear father, when one pays a visit, it is for the purpose of wasting other people's time, not one's own.
Have you been thinking over what I spoke to you about last night?
I have been thinking about nothing else.
Ah. Engaged to be married yet?
Not yet. But I hope to be before lunchtime.
You can have till dinner time, if it would be of any convenience to you.
Thanks awfully, but I think I'd sooner be engaged before lunch.
You never know when you're serious or not.
Neither do I, Father.
I suppose you read the Times this morning?
The Times? Certainly not.
Do you mean to say you have not read the leading article on Robert Chiltern's career?
Good heavens. No, what does it say?
What should it say, sir? Everything complimentary, of course. Chiltern's speech last night on this Argentine canal scheme was one of the finest pieces of oratory ever delivered in the House.
And did Chiltern uphold the scheme?
Uphold it, sir? He denounced it roundly, and the whole system of modern political finance. This speech is the turning point in his career. How I wish you would go into Parliament.
Oh, my dear father, only people who look dull ever get into the House of Commons, and only people who are dull ever succeed there.
Oh, why don't you try to do something useful in life?
I'm far too young.
Oh, I hate this affectation of youth, sir. It is a great deal too prevalent nowadays.
Youth isn't an affectation. Youth is an art.
Why don't you propose to that pretty Miss Chiltern?
I am of a very nervous disposition, especially in the morning.
Well, I don't suppose there's the smallest chance of accepting you. You certainly don't deserve her, sir.
My dear father, if we men married the women we deserve, we should have a very bad time of it.
Oh.
Ah.
How do you do, Lord Caversham? I hope Lady Caversham is quite well.
Oh, Lady Caversham is as usual. As usual.
Good morning, Miss Mabel.
And Lady Caversham's bonnets, are they at all better?
They've had a serious relapse, I'm sorry to say.
Good morning, Miss Mabel.
Oh, are you here, Lord Goring? Of course, you understand that after your breaking your appointment, I am never going to speak to you again.
Oh, please don't say such a thing. You are the one person in London I really like to have to listen to me.
Lord Goring, I never believe a single word that either you or I say to each other.
You're quite right, my dear, quite right. As far as he's concerned, I mean.
Do you think you could possibly make your son behave a little better occasionally, just as a change?
I regret to say, Miss Chiltern, that I have no influence at all over my son. I wish I had, if I had. I know what I would make him do.
I am afraid that he has one of those terribly weak natures that are not susceptible to influence.
He is very heartless. Very heartless.
It seems to me that I am a little in the way here.
It is very good for you to be in the way and to know what people say of you behind your back.
I don't at all like knowing what people say of me behind my back. It makes me far too conceited.
Oh, after that, my dear, I really must bid you good morning.
Oh, I hope you're not going to leave me all alone with Lord Goring, especially at such an early hour in the day.
I'm afraid I can't take him with me to Downing Street. It is not the Prime Minister's day for seeing the unemployed.
People who don't keep their appointments in the park are horrid.
Detestable.
I'm glad you admit it. But I wish you wouldn't look so pleased about it.
I can't help it. I always look pleased when I'm with you.
Then I suppose it is my duty to remain with you.
Of course it is.
Well, my duty is a thing I never do on principle. It always depresses me, so I'm afraid I must leave you.
Oh, please don't, Miss Mabel. I have something very particular to say to you.
Oh, is it a proposal?
Well, yes, it is. I am bound to say it is.
I am so glad. That makes the second today.
The second today? What conceited ass has been impertinent enough to dare to propose to you before I had proposed to you?
Tommy Trafford, of course.
Tommy?
It is one of Tommy's days for proposing. He always proposes on Tuesdays and Thursdays during the season.
You didn't accept him, I hope.
I make it a rule never to accept Tommy. That is why he goes on proposing. Of course, as you didn't turn up this morning, I very nearly said yes. It would have been an excellent lesson both for him and for you if I had. It would have taught you both better manners.
Oh, bother Tommy Trafford. Tommy is a silly little ass. I love you.
I know. And I think you might have mentioned it before. I'm sure I've given you heaps of opportunities.
Mabel, do please be serious.
Ah, that is the sort of thing a man always says to a girl before he has been married to her. He never says it afterwards.
Mabel, I have always told you that I love you. Can't you love me a little in return?
You silly Arthur. If you knew anything about anything, which you don't, you would know that I adore you. Everyone in London knows it except you. It is a public scandal the way I adore you. I've been going about for the last 6 months telling the whole of society that I adore you. I wonder you consent to have anything to say to me. I have no character left at all.
Do you know, I was awfully afraid of being refused.
But you never have been refused yet by anybody, have you, Arthur?
Of course, I'm not nearly good enough for you, Mabel.
Oh, I am so glad, darling. I was afraid you were.
And I'm a little over 30.
Dear, you look weeks younger than that.
How sweet of you to say so. And it is only fair to tell you frankly that I am fearfully extravagant.
But so am I, Arthur, so we're sure to agree. And now I must go and see Gertrude.
Must you really?
Yes.
Then do tell her I want to talk to her particularly. I've been waiting here all the morning to see either her or Robert.
Do you mean to say you didn't come here expressly to propose to me?
No, that was a flash of genius.
Your first.
My last.
I'm delighted to hear it. Now, don't stir. I'll be back in 5 minutes, and don't fall into any temptations while I'm away.
Dear Mabel, while you are away, there are none. It makes me horribly dependent on you.
I shall be in the conservatory under the second palm tree on the left.
Second on the left?
Yes, the usual palm tree.
Good morning, dear.
Gertrude.
How pretty you're looking.
How pale you are looking. It is most becoming.
Good morning, Lord Goring.
Lady Chiltern, I have a certain amount of very good news to tell you. Mrs. Cheveley gave me Robert's letter last night, and I burned it.
Oh.
Robert is safe.
Oh, I'm so glad. Oh, what a good friend you are to him. To us.
There is only one person now that could be said to be in any danger.
Well, who is that?
Yourself.
I? In danger? Well, what do you mean?
Yesterday evening you wrote me a letter asking me for my help. You wrote to me as one of your oldest friends. Mrs. Cheveley stole that letter from my room. He puts a certain construction on that letter and proposes to send it to your husband.
But what construction could she put on it? Oh, not that.
Yes.
And she proposes to send it to my husband. Oh, tell me what happened.
Mrs. Cheveley was shown into my rooms last night without my knowledge. I thought that the person who was waiting to see me was yourself.
Oh.
Robert came in unexpectedly. A chair or something fell in the room adjoining. He forced his way in and discovered her. We had a terrible scene. I still thought the visitor was you. Robert left me in anger. At the end of everything, Mrs. Cheveley got possession of your letter. She had taken it from my bureau. When or how, I don't know.
When did this happen?
At 10:30. Oh. And now I propose that we tell Robert the whole thing at once.
You want me to tell Robert that the woman you expected was not Mrs. Cheveley, but myself? That it was I whom you thought was concealed in the room in your house at 10:30 at night? You want me to tell him that?
I think it is better that he should know the exact truth.
Oh, I couldn't. I couldn't.
May I do it?
No.
You are wrong, Lady Chiltern.
No. The letter must be intercepted. But how can I do it? Letters arrive for him every moment of the day. His secretaries open them and hand them to him. I dare not ask the servants to bring me his letters. It would be impossible. Oh, why don't you tell me what to do?
Pray be calm, Lady Chiltern, and answer the questions I'm going to put to you. You said his secretaries open the letters?
Yes.
Who is with him today? Mr. Trafford, isn't it?
No. Mr. Montford, I think.
Your letter was on pink paper. He could recognize it without reading it, couldn't he, by the colour?
I suppose so.
Is he at home now?
Yes.
Then I will go and see him myself. Robert is coming upstairs with a letter in his hand. It has reached him already.
Oh, you have saved his life. What have you done with mine?
Oh, my love, is this true?
Robert?
I want you, I trust you, I am coming to you, Gertrude. Is this true? Do you indeed trust me and want me? If so, it was for me to come to you. This letter makes me feel that nothing that the world may do can hurt me now. You want me, Gertrude?
Yes.
You trust me, Gertrude?
Yes.
Oh. Why did you not add you loved me?
Because I loved you.
Gertrude, when Montford passed me your letter, he'd opened it by mistake, I suppose, and I read it. Oh, I did not care what disgrace or punishment was in store for me. I only thought you loved me still.
There is no disgrace in store for you. Mrs. Cheveley has handed the letter to Lord Goring, and he has destroyed it.
But are you sure of this?
Yes. Lord Goring has just told me.
Then I am safe?
Yes.
Oh, for 2 days I have been in terror. Is Arthur still here?
Why, I think he has just gone to the conservatory.
Oh, Gertrude, I am so glad I made that speech last night in the house. So glad. I made it thinking that public disgrace might be the result.
Public honor has been the result.
I think so. I fear so, almost. For although every proof against me is destroyed, I suppose, Gertrude, I should retire from public life.
Yes. Yes, Robert, you should do that. It is your duty to do that.
Yes. And you would be happy living somewhere alone with me, abroad, perhaps, or in the country, away from London, away from public life. You would have no regrets.
None, Robert.
And your ambition for me?
I have none now but that we two may love each other. Oh, let us not talk about ambition.
No. My dear Arthur. Arthur, I have to thank you for what you've done for me. I don't know how I can repay you.
My dear fellow, I'll tell you at once. At the present moment, under the usual palm tree, I mean in the conservatory...
Lord Caversham.
Oh, that admirable father of mine really makes a habit of turning up at the wrong moment. It is very heartless of him, very heartless indeed.
Good morning, Lady Chiltern. Warmest congratulations to you, Chiltern, on your brilliant speech last night. I've just left the Prime Minister, and you are to have the vacant seat in the Cabinet.
A seat in the Cabinet?
Yes. Here is the Prime Minister's letter.
A seat in the Cabinet?
Certainly. And you well deserve it, too. You have got what we want so much in political life nowadays. High character, high moral tone, high principles. Everything that you have not got, sir, and never will have.
I don't like principles, Father. I prefer prejudices.
I cannot accept this offer, Lord Caversham.
Cannot accept it, sir?
My intention is to retire at once from public life.
Decline a seat in the Cabinet and retire from public life? Never heard such damn nonsense in the whole course of my existence. I beg your pardon, Lady Chiltern. Chiltern, I beg your pardon. Don't grin like that, sir.
No, Father.
Lady Chiltern, you're a sensible woman. The most sensible woman in London. Will you kindly prevent your husband from talking such... Will you kindly do that, Lady Chiltern?
I think my husband is right in his determination, Lord Caversham. I approve of it.
You approve of it? Good heavens.
I admire him immensely for it.
I have never admired him so much before. You will go and write your letter to the Prime Minister now, won't you?
Don't hesitate, Robert.
I suppose I had better write it at once. Such offers are not repeated. I will ask you to excuse us for a moment, Lord Caversham.
What is the matter with this family? Idiocy. Hereditary, I suppose. Wife as well as husband. Very sad indeed. And they're not an old family. Can't understand it. Shan't stay in this house any longer, sir.
No. Well, just go into the conservatory for a moment, Father. Second palm tree to the left, the usual palm tree.
What, sir?
The conservatory. There's someone there I want you to talk to.
What about, sir?
About me, Father.
You? Not a subject on which much eloquence is possible?
No, Father. Perhaps not.
Robert is writing the letter.
Is he?
Yes.
Why are you playing Mrs. Cheveley's cards?
I don't understand you.
Lady Chiltern, you wrote me a letter last night in which you said you trusted me and wanted my help.
Yes.
Now is the moment when you really want my help. Now is the time when you have got to trust me. You love Robert. Do you want to kill his love for you? What sort of existence will he have if you rob him of the fruits of his ambition, if you close the doors of public life against him?
But it is my husband himself who wishes to retire from public life. He feels it is his duty.
Rather than lose your love, Robert would do anything, wreck his whole career, as he's on the brink of doing now. He's making you a terrible sacrifice. Take my advice, Lady Chiltern, and do not accept so great a sacrifice. Robert has been punished enough.
Oh, we have both been punished. I set him up too high.
Do not, for that reason, set him down now too low.
Gertrude, here is the draft of my letter. Shall I read it to you?
Let me see it.
What are you doing?
I will not spoil your life for you, nor see you spoil it as a sacrifice to me. Lord Goring has convinced me.
Gertrude.
You can forget. And I forgive.
Oh, Gertrude.
Oh, Robert.
Arthur, it seems that I am always to be in your debt.
Oh, dear, no, Robert. Your debt is to Lady Chiltern, not to me.
Tell me, what you were going to ask me just now as Lord Caversham came in.
Robert, you are your sister's guardian, and I want your consent to my marriage with her. That is all.
Oh, I'm so glad. I'm so glad.
Thank you, Lady Chiltern.
My sister to be your wife?
Yes.
I am very sorry, but that is quite out of the question.
What?
I cannot have her sacrificed.
Sacrificed?
You cannot bring Mabel the love that she deserves.
What reason have you for saying that?
Do you really require me to tell you?
Certainly I do.
As you choose. When I called on you yesterday evening, I found Mrs. Cheveley concealed in your rooms. It was between 10 and 11 o'clock at night. I do not wish to say anything more. Your relations with Mrs. Cheveley have, as I said, nothing whatsoever to do with me. I know you were engaged to be married to her once. The fascination she exercised over you then seems to have returned. You spoke to me last night of her as a woman whom you respected and honored. Well, that may be so. But I cannot give my sister's life into your hands.
I have nothing more to say.
Robert, it was not Mrs. Cheveley whom Lord Goring expected last night.
Chilton. Not Mrs. Cheveley. Well, who was it then?
It was your own wife, Robert.
What?
Yesterday afternoon, Lord Goring told me that if ever I was in trouble, I would come to him for help, as our oldest and best friend. Later on, I wrote to him, telling him that I trusted him, that I had need of him, and that I was coming to him for help and advice.
This letter?
Yes. Yes, that letter. I didn't go to Lord Goring's after all, but Mrs. Cheveley went. She stole my letter and sent it anonymously to you this morning, that you should think... Oh, Robert, I cannot tell you what she wished you to think.
Arthur, go to Mabel. You have my best wishes.
I hope she hasn't changed her mind. It's nearly 20 minutes since I saw her last.
Lord Goring, I think your father's conversation much more improving than yours. I'm only going to talk to Lord Caversham in future, and always under the usual palm tree.
Darling.
You don't mean to say, sir, that this charming, clever young lady has been so foolish as to accept you?
Certainly, Father. And Chilton's been wise enough to accept the seat in the cabinet.
Ah, I'm very glad to hear that, Chilton. I congratulate you, sir. If the country doesn't go to the dogs or the radicals, we shall have you Prime Minister someday.
Luncheon is on the table, milady.
Thank you, miss.
You'll stop to luncheon, Lord Caversham, won't you?
With pleasure. And I'll drive you down to Downing Street afterwards, Chilton. You have a great future before you. A great future. Wish I could say the same for you, sir. But your career will have to be entirely domestic.
Yes, Father. I prefer it domestic.
And if you don't make this young lady an ideal husband, I'll cut you off with a shilling.
An ideal husband? Oh, I don't think I should like that. It sounds like something in the next world.
What do you want him to be then, my dear?
Oh, he can be what he chooses. All I want is to be, a real wife to him.
Upon my word, there's a good deal of common sense in that.
Aren't you coming in, Robert?
Gertrude,
Yes?
is it love you feel for me? Or is it pity merely?
It is love, Robert. Love and only love. For both of us, a new life is beginning.
In that revival of An Ideal Husband by Oscar Wilde, the part of Sir Robert Chiltern was played by Noel Johnson, and Lady Chiltern by Jane Wenham. Jane Knowles played Mabel Chiltern, Ronald Lewis, Lord Goring, and Rosemary Martin, Mrs. Cheveley. Lord Caversham was played by Ralph Truman, and Lady Markby by Ellen Pollock. Lisa Rain played Mrs. Marchmont, Jill Simcox, Lady Basildon, Richard Griffiths, Mason, and James Thomason, Phipps. An Ideal Husband was produced by David Geary.
The United States Steel Corporation, 500,000 employees and stockholders, presents the Theatre Guild on the Air. The Theatre Guild, one of America's foremost producers of stage plays, including Oklahoma, Carousel, and over 150 productions in the American theater, comes to you now over the air. Tonight we bring you Eugene O'Neill's great comedy romance, Our Wilderness, starring Walter Houston and featuring Jackie Kelk and Eugene O'Neill, Jr. as narrator. And here is Lawrence Langner, co-administrator with Teresa Helburn of the Theater Guild, to tell you about tonight's play. Mr. Langner.
Ladies and gentlemen, our play tonight is Our Wilderness, Eugene O'Neill's comedy of American family life. This play provided the late George M. Cohan with his finest dramatic role and his longest run. A year in New York and 2 years on tour. O'Neill, America's only playwright to win the Nobel Prize, got the play title from Persia's bibulous bard, Omar Khayyam. In Our Wilderness, O'Neill is writing of the confusions of youth, its follies and its fevers, its heroics and heartbreaks. And he writes of it with great understanding and with great compassion, because he's setting down echoes of his own boyhood. O'Neill was born in a Broadway hotel and raised in New London, Connecticut. He is the son of the celebrated actor James O'Neill, who tinkled the spines of our parents with his gusty performance as the Count of Monte Cristo. O'Neill told me the story of how Our Wilderness came to be written. He'd been working over a year on another play. He was tired and felt a week's rest would refresh him. His rest lasted a single night. He awoke happy and excited in the grip of Our Wilderness, the plot, characters, and story vivid in his mind. The words poured out in torrents. He wrote the entire play in 3 weeks. Tonight will not be the first time Walter Houston has played an O'Neill father. As the father in Desire Under the Elms, Mr. Houston first won stardom. Since this play is about a father and son, it seems especially fitting to have as narrator the author's son, Eugene O'Neill, Jr. And now our play, Eugene O'Neill's Our Wilderness.
We turn back the pages of time for a nostalgic hour. It is the year 1906 in the United States of America. Teddy Roosevelt is in the White House. There's a blacksmith on every main street, and the automobile is a luxury item. The women are wearing Merry Widow hats, chatelaine bags, and black lisle stockings with lace openwork. And the men? The men have discovered peg-top trousers. Those strange indispensables you can climb into only by removing your shoes. There is a pug dog and a zither in every home. And the title on the sheet music on every piano is Bedelia. And now that we've established the color and the period, I'd like you to meet the Miller family. They live in a large, small town in Connecticut, where Nat Miller is the owner and publisher of the local newspaper. First, there's Tommy, the youngest.
Oh, I don't want any more milk, Ma. And I said, excuse me, and you said, all right. Can I go out and play now, Ma?
May I go out?
May I?
Yes, but you set off your crackers away from the house, remember?
Yes, ma'am.
This is Mildred and Arthur, 2 more of the Miller children.
Children?
Oh, I beg your pardon, Mildred. Of course, you're not a child anymore. How old are you?
15 and 4 months.
Well, of course. Now, suppose you describe yourself.
Well, I'm tall and rather slender. I've got a nice nose and gray eyes. Well, I think I'm attractive.
What are you wearing?
I've got on high black shoes with French heels, a long black pleated skirt very full at the bottom, and a white shirtwaist. My hair is up, of course.
Thank you. What about you, Arthur?
I am a sophomore at Yale.
Thank you. And here, unless I'm mistaken, are Mrs. Miller and Aunt Lily.
Goodness goodness. Tommy's left the screen door open. The house will be alive with flies.
Well, you can't expect a boy to remember to shut doors on the 4th of July.
That's you all over, Lily. You'll have that boy spoiled to death in spite of me. Whew, I'm hot, aren't you?
Oh,
this is going to be a scorcher. Arthur, get up and let your Aunt Lily sit down. Take your mandolin over to the window seat.
Certainly. Aunt Lily, my chair.
Thank you, dear.
And here come the gentlemen, Mr. Nathaniel Miller himself and Uncle Sid Davis. Nat has just turned 50. He's a little stoop-shouldered now from reading copy, and his hair, well, let's call it thin.
What's the name of that piece, Arthur?
Waltz Me Around Again, Willie.
Oh, sure, I know that one. Oh, waltz me around again, Willie.
Sid is Mrs. Miller's brother, but he is not married to Aunt Lily. There's been talk about it for 20 years now, but Aunt Lily won't have him because, well, you'll hear about that later. Well, I guess that's about everybody except Richard.
Arthur, where is Richard?
He's still in the dining room reading a book. My gosh, he's always reading now. What's got into him, anyhow?
He reads his school books, too, things that may seem to you. That's why he came out the top of his class. I'm hoping before you leave New Haven, they'll find time to teach you reading is a good habit.
Sure, but not the way he does it. I believe in moderation.
All right, that'll be enough out of you. Sid, you coming to the Onondaga Club picnic with me this afternoon?
You bet.
Sid, you'll be careful, won't you?
Oh, sure.
We're going to have dinner in the evening tonight, you know. The best chore dinner you ever tasted. And I don't want you coming home, well, not able to appreciate
Oh,
it.
you'll be careful today, won't you, Sid?
Lily, I swear to you, if any man offers me a drink, I'll kill him. That is, if he changes his mind. Want to come with me to the fireworks display at the beach tonight, Lily?
Oh, I'd like to, Sid, thank you. Only not if you come home.
Nat, your sister's got an evil mind. She reads evil into everything I do, even before I do it.
That reminds me, Nat, you've got to speak to Richard. It's about those evil books he's reading. I found some more in his closet. You've got to give him a good talking to.
Do I have to on the 4th of July?
That's got nothing to do with it. When it comes to a heart-to-heart talk between a father and his son, the time of the year is irrelevant. You've got to talk to him right now.
What's he reading? Nick Carter or Old Cap Collier?
No, he passed that period long ago. Poetry's his red meat nowadays. Love poetry. Socialism, too, I suspect. Well, might as well get him on the carpet. Richard? Richard! Richard!
Hey, Dick, wake up. Pa's calling you.
All right, I'm coming. You want me, Pa?
I hoped I'd made that plain.
I didn't hear you, Pa. I was off in another world.
Did you hear that, everybody? He was off in another world.
What were you planning to do today, Richard? Going to the beach with your sister?
That silly skirt party? I should say not.
He's not coming because Muriel McCumber isn't. I bet he's got a date with her somewhere.
You shut up. I thought I'd just stay home, Pa. This morning, anyway.
Help Tommy set off firecrackers, eh?
Father, I am 17 years old. A man of 17 does not spend his time with firecrackers. Besides, I don't believe in this silly celebrating the 4th of July. All this lying talk about liberty when there is no liberty. The land of the free and the home of the brave. Home of the slave is what they ought to call it. The wage slave, ground under the heel of his master, starving, crying out for bread for his children. And all he gets is a stone. I tell you, the 4th of July is a stupid farce.
Them are mighty strong words, son. You better not repeat such sentiments outside the bosom of your family, or they'll have you in jail.
Yep, and throw away the key.
Let them put me in jail. No, you can celebrate your 4th of July. I'll celebrate the day the people bring out the guillotine. That's what this country needs, plenty of guillotines. The days grow hot, O Babylon. 'Tis cool beneath thy willow
There
tree.
you are, Pa. That must be from one of those awful books he's reading.
What books are they, son?
I'll tell you. There was one by that Oscar Wilde, The Picture
of Dorian Gray. One of the greatest novels ever written in the English language.
Then there was a play by that Irishman, Barnard Shaw.
The greatest living playwright in the English language.
And poems by a man named
Poems and ballads by Algernon Charles Swinburne. Just the greatest living poet in the English language. He tells the truth about real love.
Love? Why, some of the things I simply couldn't read. They're so indecent. All about... Well, I can't tell you before Lily and Mildred. And he just got a new one yesterday. The Rubaiyat... Oh, what is it, Richard?
The Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. Well, that's the best of all.
No, I've read that, Mother. I got a copy at the office.
I read that, too, at the library. I like some parts of it. The moving finger writes, and having writ, moves on. Nor all your piety nor wit shall lure it back to cancel half a line, nor all your tears wash out a word of it.
Why, Lily, I never knew you to recite poetry before.
Good for you, Aunt Lily. Oh, but that isn't the best. The best is a book of verses underneath the bough, a jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou beside me, singing in the wilderness.
Now, who in the world
Old
can
man
that...
Macomber, I can see him through the window.
Dave? What in thunder that old boring idiot...
Excuse me, I was just leaving.
Yeah, me too. I got to catch the 9 o'clock crowd.
Wait for me, Art. Wait till I get my hat.
And that you'll get rid of him the first second you can. I want to
Why
talk
do I
to you
have
about...
to listen to that old buzzard? Why is it
He's your
always
biggest
I?
advertiser, dear. That's why.
Don't you think I know that? If it weren't, you know what I'd do? I'd take him by the seat of the pants and I'd... All right, everybody clear out. If that old battle axe has got something to complain about, he's come to the right party this time. I'm just about fed up with these. And you come back here as soon as he leaves, Richard. I'm not through with you yet. Oh, come in, Mr. Macomber. Sit down. Have a cigar.
You're forgetting. I never smoke.
Oh, so I was, yeah. Well, I'll smoke alone then.
I'll come to the point at once. I regret to say it's something disagreeable. Disgraceful would be near the truth. And it concerns your son, Richard.
Oh, come, Dave. I'm sure Richard hasn't...
I'm positive he has. You're not calling me a liar, I hope.
No one said anything about a liar. I only meant you're surely mistaken if you think...
I'm not mistaken. I have proof of everything in his own handwriting.
Well, let's get down to brass tacks. Now, just what it is you're charging my son with.
With being dissolute and blasphemous. I charge him with deliberately attempting to corrupt the morals of my daughter, Muriel.
Then I'm afraid I will have to call you a liar, Dave.
I thought you'd get around to that, so I brought some of the proofs with me. Have a look at them. I've a lot more at home.
What are they, letters?
You might call them that. Can you deny they're in your son's handwriting?
No, I can't.
Anyways, Muriel's confessed he wrote them to her. Go on, read one out loud.
My life is bitter with thy love. Thine eyes blind me. Thy tresses burn me. Thy sharp sighs divide my flesh and spirit with soft sound. Why, that's Swinburne.
Exactly. And that's one of the mild ones. Evidently you've been too busy to take the right care about Richard's bringing up or what he's allowed to read. But that's your misfortune and none of my business. But my daughter Muriel is my business, and I can't and I won't have her innocence exposed to the contamination of a young man whose mind, judging from his choice of reading matter, is as foul as...
You darned old fool. Can't you see Richard's only a fool kid who's just at the stage when he's out to rebel against all authority, so he grabs at anything radical to read and he wants to pass it on to his girl and boyfriends. Yes, and his elders, too, to show off what a young hellion he is. Here, take this stuff back. It doesn't mean anything to me. That is nothing of what you think it means, and if you believe that this would corrupt Muriel, then you must believe she's easily corrupted.
Now you're insulting my daughter. I won't forget that.
I'm not insulting her. I think Muriel is a darn nice girl. That's why I'm giving her credit for ordinary good sense.
Well, I knew you'd prove obstinate, but I certainly never dreamed you'd have the impudence to
What
stand
did you
here.
dream I'd do?
Give him a hiding he'd remember to the last day of his life. You ought to do it for his sake if he had any sense, unless you want him to end up in jail.
Dave, I've stood all I can from you. Now you get out and get out quick before
I'm going, but there's one thing more. Here's a letter from Muriel for your son. Makes plain how she feels about him. I hope he heeds what's inside for his own good and yours, because if I ever catch him hanging around my place again, I'll have him arrested. And don't think I'm not going to make you regret your insults. I'm taking the advertisement for my store out of your paper.
Go ahead. I'll call your bluff. And starting tomorrow, I'm going to refuse to print your ad. Why, when I get through, there won't be a person in town that'll buy a dish rag in your place. Now get out. Hey, you forgot your letters. Looks like they're all Swinburne. And I could drink thy veins as wine and eat thy flesh like honey, that from face to feet thy body were abolished and consumed, and in my flesh thy very flesh entombed. This stuff is kind of warm. Too darn warm if you ask me. Certainly not the kind of thing to be sending to a decent girl. I thought the boy was just stuck on her. The way one gets stuck on a decent girl at his age. I I wonder if maybe... By the Lord, if that's true, I'll give him a hiding he'll never forget. Richard, come in here.
Yes, Pa?
Now, look here, son. I'm going to ask you a question, and I want an honest answer. And I warn you beforehand, if the answer is yes, I'm going to punish you and punish you hard. Because you'll have done something no boy of mine ought to do. But you've never lied to me before, I know, and I don't believe even to save yourself punishment, you'd lie to me now. Would you?
I won't lie, Pa.
Have you been trying to have something to do with Muriel? Something... You know what I mean.
No. What do you think I am, Pa? Why, I love her. I'm going to marry her after I get out of college. She said she would. We're engaged.
All right. That's all I wanted to know.
I don't see how you could think... Did that old idiot Macomber say that about me?
You shouldn't be calling your future father-in-law names. It ain't respectable. It's these letters you wrote.
What letter? Oh, Swinburne. They're beautiful, aren't they?
A little strong, I'd say. By the way, here's one from her to you. Better be prepared for a bit of a blow, son. Well, I'll see you at dinner.
Mr. Richard Miller, this is to let you know that I have no wish to see you ever again, anywhere, anytime. Please do not make a nuisance of yourself by trying to get me to change my mind, as my eyes have been opened to your true character. Very truly yours, Muriel Macomber. You little coward. I hate her. She can't treat me like that. I'll show her. I'll show her. Muriel. Muriel.
Nat and Sid aren't going to be late for dinner. But I suppose with that darn picnic, it's more likely than not. I see you've got your new dress on, Lily.
Yes, I thought if Sid's taking me to the fireworks tonight, I ought to spruce up a little.
Lily, why don't you change your mind and marry Sid and reform him? You love him and always have.
I can't love a man who drinks. Essie, it's 16 years since I broke off our engagement.
16 years?
Mm. But if he keeps his promise and stays sober and takes me to the fireworks tonight, then... Oh, he must. It's our last chance. I know it.
Well, dear, I hope you're right. Good gracious, if I'm not forgetting, I've got to warn that Tommy against giving me away to Nat about the fish. What? He knows because I had to send him to market for it. And...
Oh, Essie, what are you talking about?
Well, you know how Nat carries on about not being able to eat bluefish?
Yes, I know. He says there's a certain oil in it that poisons him.
Poisons him nothing. He's been eating bluefish for years. Oh. Only I tell him each time it's weak fish. Oh. We're having it tonight, and...
Oh, Ma. Aunt Lily.
Oh, it's you, Richard. Feel any better, dear?
It doesn't matter. Nothing matters.
Dick, you really mustn't let it upset you this way. Things like this come up all the time, I know.
Things like what, Aunt Lily?
You and Muriel.
Oh, her. I wasn't even thinking about her. I was thinking about life. And, Lily, life is a joke. Oh. Everything comes out all wrong in the end.
Richard, I think you must be hungry.
I'm not hungry a bit. Food, that's all you think of in this house.
Well, somebody's got to think of it. And that reminds me, it's time to put the weak fish in. Coming, Lily?
Yes, Essie.
Fine thing. The world torn up. Civilization in its death rattle. And all they think of is food. What?
Hey, Dick. Open the screen door. Let me in. Me, Wint's help you.
Oh, hello, Wint. Come on in.
Okay, keep it quiet, kid. I want your folks to know I'm here. Tell your brother Rod I want to see him a second. On a QT.
I can't. He's up at the Rands. Won't be home before 10 anyway.
Oh, darn. I thought he'd be here for dinner. Gosh, that gums the works for fair.
Oh, what is it, Wint? Can I help?
Well, I might tell you if you can keep your face shut.
Oh, I can.
Well, I ran into a couple of swift babies from New Haven this afternoon. I dated them up for the night thinking I could catch hard. But now it's too late to get anyone else, and I'm nearly broke, and I can't afford to blow them both to drinks.
Well, I've got $11 saved up. I could loan you some.
Nix, kid. Now, I don't want to borrow your money, but you're a good sport. Say, have you got anything on for tonight?
No.
Oh, you want to come along with me? I'm not trying to lead you astray, understand, but it'll be a help if you just sit around with Belle while I'm with Edith. See what I mean? You don't have to do anything, not even take a glass of beer unless you want to.
Oh, what do you think I am? A rube?
You mean you're game for anything it's doing?
Sure I am.
You ever been out with any girls? I mean, real swift ones?
Oh, what do you think? Sure I have. Say, don't worry about me.
Okay. I wouldn't ask you if I didn't know you were coming down to Yale next year. I don't want to lead you astray.
Oh, I've been around.
Well, you'll be at the Pleasant Beach House at 8:30 then. The back room. And bring some clothes to take the booze off your breath. So long.
So long, Wind. See you right after dinner tonight.
In the sweet by and by.
I'll have more lobster, Mom.
All right. Hush, Sid. You not only come home late to dinner, but in a state of...
A good fellowship. That's the word for it.
And after you promised Lily.
Oh, never mind me, Essie. My feelings are of no consequence.
Ma, can I have some more lobster?
Certainly, dear. Richard?
Huh? Oh, no thanks, Ma.
But you've hardly eaten a thing, and that little you've bolted as though you were in an awful sweat to get someplace.
Me? In a sweat? Oh, where would I be going?
Well, maybe I'm imagining things. Nat, how about you?
No, thanks. I'll have some of that other, it isn't bluefish by any chance, is it, my dear?
Of course not. You know we never have bluefish on account of you.
Yeah, I regret to say there's a certain peculiar oil in bluefish that invariably poisons.
Stop that, Tommy. Stop that this instant.
I can't help it, Ma.
Well, I don't see what's so darn funny about my being poisoned.
Nat, I suspect a plot. This fish looks blue to me. Very blue. Look at your wife. Regard that guilty expression. Can it be this woman has been slowly and systematically poisoning you all these years? Can it?
Oh, give us a rest, you darn fool. A joke's a joke, but is this true, Essie?
Yes, dear, it is true, if you must know. You've eaten bluefish for years and thrived on it, and it's all nonsense about that peculiar oil.
Essie, kindly allow me to know my own constitution. Now, I think of it, I have felt so upset afterwards every darn time I've had fish. Yeah, you take it away. I can't eat this.
Well, don't then. Have some lobster.
In the sweet...
How about you, Sid?
Fire. No, thanks. We will meet on that
mercy sakes,
beautiful
Sid. Can't you stop singing?
No, ma'am. When I feel good, I want the world to know. Working train, one...
Lookin'. Uncle Sid's eating the floor, shells and all.
Sid, do you want to kill yourself? Take it away from him, Lily.
I'm not responsible for your brother's actions, Essie.
That's right. She's not responsible. Wouldn't take the responsibility as a gift. Lily doesn't like responsibility.
Sid, I think you'd better go up to bed for a while.
Bed? Bed, eh? Yes, maybe you're right. But first, there is still a duty I must perform. No day is complete without it. Lily, I regret I am too drunk to take you to the fireworks this evening. I regret it very, very much. And now I ask you, Lily, once and for all, will you marry me?
No, Sid, I won't.
Right. Don't blame me at all. In the sweet by and by.
That's it. He's a case. Darn if you can help laughing at him, even when he's...
Just it. Everyone always laughing. Everyone always saying what a card he is, what a case, what a caution. So funny. He's gone on.
Now,
We're
Lily.
all responsible, making it easy for him. We're all to blame. And all we do is laugh.
Now, Lily, now, you mustn't take on so. It isn't as serious as all that.
Maybe it is to me, or was once. Oh, I'm sorry, Ned. I'm sorry, Essie. I'm not feeling myself tonight. If you'll excuse me, I'll just go into the parlor and lie down on the sofa for a while.
Poor Lily. Why, Richard, you haven't had your ice cream yet. Where are you going?
Oh, I don't want any ice cream, Ma.
Your mother asked you where you were going.
Oh, for a walk, I guess. I'll see you later. Good night.
Don't come home late, dear, and be careful. What with all those fireworks going off
Don't
and
worry
everything.
about me, Ma. Nothing can happen to me.
You are listening to the Theater Guild on the Air, presented by the United States Steel Corporation. Tonight's play is Eugene O'Neill's Our Wilderness, starring Walter Houston and featuring Jackie Kelk and Eugene O'Neill, Jr. as narrator. Now, before our second act begins, here, speaking for United States Steel, is the well-known reporter of the American Broadcasting Company, George Hicks.
Good evening. During the past week, I learned several important facts about how U.S. Steel works to produce better steels so that you will get better values in the products of steel you buy. For example, I learned a few things about U.S. Steel's tremendous and continuous research program, which I think will interest you. In the first place, each company in the U.S. Steel family has its own research organization. But in addition, much of the important work done by these individual research organizations is coordinated with the work of U.S. Steel's General Research Laboratory in Kearney, New Jersey. In other words, improvements in steel making are the result of pooled resourcefulness, and this system of combined research activity will go on saving millions of dollars for you, the public, in peace, just as it did for you during the war. Incidentally, I think you'll be interested to learn that at the big Kearney laboratory, internships, very much like those served by doctors, are provided for men selected from U.S. Steel district and plant laboratories all over the country. These men stay a year or more in Kearney, working on specific problems and observing research techniques, and then return to the U.S. Steel subsidiary companies to continue their own activities. Yes, the research activities of U.S. Steel may be centered in Kearney, where scientists and engineers work on so many fundamental problems, but they also extend to almost every plant and mine of the corporate family, and countless investigations are continuously in progress. However, these investigations are not confined to metallurgical research, but include studies of all the materials that go into the manufacture of steel. And every hour consumed and every dollar spent in all this research has but one purpose, and that is to produce better steel, more uniform steel at the lowest possible cost. Today, the scientists and metallurgists of U.S. Steel have left the problems of wartime and are now concentrating on the improvement of steel for peacetime products and processes. The result of this carefully integrated program of research, both in the Kearney and the U.S. Steel plant laboratories all over America, will be reflected in the automobiles you drive, the tin cans on your grocer's shelves, the bolts and screws you tighten, your garden tools, and in the thousands of other products vital to modern civilization.
We now pause for station identification.
WJZ, New York.
We continue with the second act of Eugene O'Neill's Our Wilderness, starring Walter Houston and featuring Jackie Kelk and Eugene O'Neill, Jr. as narrator.
Well, we're still back in 1906, and it's still the 4th of July. It's evening now. Dad and Mother and Aunt Lily are in the parlor. Uncle Sid has gone upstairs to sleep off his high spirits. And Dick, well, young Richard, having just been thrown over by his best girl, has set his feet firmly along the path to ruin. To help out a friend, he has consented to be the fourth party in a blind date with two swift babies from New Haven. We see him now at the Pleasant Beach House, a notorious waterfront dive. And with him is, yes, one of the swift babies. Her name is Belle.
So this is the Pleasant Beach House. Gee.
This is it. And my name is Belle, remember?
Of course I do. I wonder where my friend Wint disappeared to.
Stop worrying. He'll be back. So will Edith. Drink up your beer, why don't you? It's getting flat.
Oh, I let it get that way on purpose. I like it when it's flat.
Then how about loosening up and buying me another drink, huh?
Oh, certainly. Excuse me, I was thinking of something else. Have anything you like. Bartender, see what the lady will have. And have one on me yourself.
You're a sport, all right. I'll have a cigar. What do you have, Candy Kid? The same?
Uh-huh.
What's yours, mister? Another beer?
A small one, please. I'm not thirsty.
Say, kid, I don't know what to make of you. You got me guessing. Don't you know filling up on beer will only make you sleepy? Have a man's drink.
Oh, all right, I was going to. Bartender, bring me a slow gin fizz.
And make it a real one.
Coming up.
Say, dearie, are you sore at me?
Me? No, of course not. Whatever gave you that idea?
You see, it's this way with me. I think you're one of the sweetest kids I've ever met. And I could like you such a lot if you'd give me a chance. Instead of acting so cold and indifferent.
I'm not cold and indifferent. It's only that I've got a weight on my mind.
Well, get it off. You'll feel better.
Here you are. That'll be 40 cents with the cigar.
Here's $1. Keep the change.
Thank you, sir.
Don't mention it.
Well, here's how. Bottoms up. Ha ha. That's the stuff. Gee, you got pretty hair. Honey boy, I'm crazy about you.
And you pretend to be in love. If I told Muriel that...
Oh, is it from her?
Uh-huh. A letter. I was walking past your house just now, and she threw it down to me. Here it is. Oh, gee, it must be nice to be in love like you are. All with one person.
Oh, gee, do you know what she says? She didn't mean a word in that other letter. Her old man made her write it. And she loves me and only me and always will, no matter how they punish her.
My, I never thought she had that much spunk.
And she's going to try to sneak out and meet me tonight. I don't know whether I'll consent to keep this date or not.
Well, I know. You're not allowed out, so you can't keep it.
I'm going to sneak out right now. You tell Pa and Ma after I've gone so they won't worry, like last night.
All right. But what'll you do till nighttime? It's ages to wait.
Oh, what do I care how long I wait? I'll think of her and dream. I'd wait 1,000,000 years and never mind it for her. Trouble with you is you don't know what love means.
Tell me what happened, Dick, from the beginning.
Well, Muriel, after I read your first letter, I didn't want to live anymore. Life seemed like a tragic farce.
I'm so awfully sorry, Dick. Honest, I am. You might have known I'd never write that.
I thought your love for me was dead. I thought you'd never loved me. That you'd only been cruelly mocking me to torture me.
Oh, Dick, I'd never. You know I'd never.
I wanted to die. I sat and brooded about death. Finally, I made up my mind to kill myself.
Oh, Dick, you didn't.
I did, too. I thought, when I am dead, she will be sorry she ruined life.
If you ever had, I'd have died, too. Honest, I would.
Suicide is the act of a coward. That's what stopped me. And anyway, I thought to myself, she isn't worth it.
Well, that's a nice thing to say.
Well, if you meant what was in the letter, you wouldn't have been worth it, would you?
But I've told you a dozen times, Pa, maybe.
So I said to myself, I am through with women. They are all alike.
I'm not.
And I thought, what difference does it make what I do now? I might as well forget her and lead the pace that kills and drown my sorrows. You know, I had $11 saved up to buy you something for your birthday. But I thought, she's dead to me now. Why shouldn't I throw it away? Oh, I've still got almost 5 left, Muriel. I can get you something nice with that.
What do I care about your old present? Tell me what happened.
Well, after it was dark, I sneaked out and went to a low dive I know about. A secret house of shame. They let me into a secret room behind the bar room. There wasn't anyone there but a Princeton senior I know. He belongs to Tiger Inn, and he's fullback on the football team. And he had 2 chorus girls from New York with him. And they were all drinking champagne.
Oh, Dick Miller, I hope you didn't.
I had a highball myself. Then I noticed one of the girls, the one that wasn't with the fullback, looking at me. She had strange-looking eyes. Then she asked me if I wouldn't drink champagne with them and come and sit with her.
Oh, she must have been a nice thing. Did you?
Oh, why shouldn't I? When you told me in that letter you'd never see me again.
But you ought to have known, Pa, maybe.
I didn't know that then. She had yellow hair. The kind that burns and stings you.
Did you get drunk?
Only a little at first. But you ought to have seen me when I got home. I was on the verge of delirium tremens.
Did you kiss her?
No, I didn't.
You did, too. You're lying and you know it. You did, too. I hate you. I wish you were dead. I'm going home this minute. I never want to lay eyes on you again, and this time I mean it.
Muriel, wait, listen.
I don't want to listen. Let me go. If you don't, I'll bite your hand.
I won't let you go. You've got to let me explain. Ouch. All right. Go if you want to. If you haven't the decency to let me explain, I'll go back to her of the yellow tresses that burn and sting.
See, that's what I mean. Was she very beautiful?
Yes. But not as beautiful as you.
Do you love her?
No. I love you.
I'm sorry I hurt your hand.
It was nothing. Muriel.
Yes?
Can I kiss you?
Will it wash off her kisses? Make you forget for always?
Oh, yes.
All right, then, Dick. The moon is beautiful tonight, isn't it?
Not as beautiful as you. Nothing is. Wouldn't it be wonderful after we're married? Gosh, but I love you. Gosh, I love you, darling.
I love you, too, sweetheart. Where are we going on our honeymoon, Dick? Niagara Falls.
That dump where all the silly fools go. I should say not. No, we'll go to some wonderful place. Somewhere out on the long trail. The trail that is always new. On the road to Mandalay. We'll watch the dawn come up like thunder out of China.
Oh, that'll be wonderful, won't it?
But I'm glad Mildred told me where Richard went off to. I would have worried my heart out if she hadn't. But now it's all right.
Well, I wouldn't go as far as to say that. Just because we know he's all right tonight doesn't mean that last night is wiped out. He's still got to be punished for that.
Nat, I've told you how sorry he was, and how he said he'd never touch liquor again. It didn't make him feel happy like Sid, but only sad and sick. So he didn't see anything in it for him. That's what he said.
Well, if he's really got that Buva driven into his skull, I don't know but what I'm glad it all happened. That'll protect him more than 1,000 lectures. Just horse sense about himself. Still, I can't let him do such things and go scot-free. Then besides, there's another side to it.
What do you mean, another side?
I mean, discipline. There's got to be some discipline in the family. I don't want him to get the idea he's got a stuffed shirt at the head of the table.
That's Richard now.
Hello.
Hello, Richard.
Hello, son.
Goodness, he acts queer. Nat, do you suppose he's been...
No, it's love, not liquor this time.
Richard, what's the matter with you? Why are you sitting down over there in the dark?
Huh?
Your father's been waiting to talk to you.
You better leave Richard and me alone for a while, Mother.
Well, all right. I'll go sit on the piazza. Call me if you want me.
Sit down over here, Richard. Well, how are the vine leaves in your hair this evening?
I don't know, Pa.
Turned out to be poison ivy, didn't they?
I know I was a darn fool.
You sure were. Not only a fool, but a downright stupid, disgusting fool. It was bad enough for you to let me and Arthur see you, but to appear like that before your mother and Mildred. And I wonder if Muriel would think you were so fine if she ever saw you as you looked and acted then. I think she'd give you your walking papers for keeps. You couldn't blame her. No nice girl wants to give her love to a stupid drunk.
I know, Pa.
All right. And that settles that. The booze end of it. But there's another thing that's more serious. How about that woman you were with at the Pleasant Beach house?
What? You know?
Did you, did you?
No, Pa, I didn't.
Well, how'd you happen to meet this lady anyway?
I can't tell that, Pa. I'd have to snitch on someone. You wouldn't want me to do that.
No, I suppose I wouldn't. Well, I believe you, and I guess that settles that. But Listen here, Richard. It's about time you and I had a serious talk about certain matters pertaining to... And now that the subject has come up of its own accord, it's a good time. Well, I mean, there's no use in procrastinating further. So here goes. Richard, you have now come to the age when, well, you're a fully developed man, in a way, and it's only natural for you, pertaining to the opposite sex, it's only natural for you, here's what I'm driving at, Richard. There are girls and girls. I mean, your whole life may be ruined if, there are some who, there are apt to be whited sepulchres, and your whole future life may, see what I mean? Oh, heck, I suppose you boys talk all this over among yourselves, and you know more about it than I do. I'll admit I'm no authority. I never had anything to do with such women. It'll be a heck of a lot better for you if you never do.
I'm never going to, Pa. I don't see how you could think I could now. And you know I love Muriel, and I'm going to marry her. Why, I'd die before...
That's the talk. By George, I'm proud of you when you talk like that, son. There's nothing more I can say when we'll forget it, eh?
How are you going to punish me, Pa?
Oh, yeah, I was forgetting about that, wasn't I? Well, I thought of telling you that you couldn't go to Yale.
Don't I have to? Gee, that's great. Muriel thought you'd want me to. I was telling her I'd rather you gave me a job on the paper, because then she and I could get married sooner. Gee, Pa, you picked a lemon. That isn't my punishment. You'll have to do something besides that.
Then you'll have to go to Yale and stay there until you graduate. And that's the answer to that. Muriel's got good sense, and you haven't.
All right, Pa. If you say so.
I do say so. Now we're finished, you better call your mother.
Ma.
My, it's a beautiful night. The moon's way down low, almost setting.
Yeah, I was noticing it, too. Don't believe I've ever seen such a beautiful night. With such a wonderful moon. Have you, Richard?
Oh, no. It was wonderful down at the beach.
I can only remember a few nights that were as beautiful as this. They were so long ago when your mother and I were young and planning to get married.
Yes. I'll bet those must have been wonderful nights, too. You sort of forget the moon was the same way back then and everything.
You're all right, Richard.
You're a good boy, Richard.
Better get to bed tonight early now. Hadn't you, son?
Oh, I couldn't sleep. Can't I go out on the piazza and sit for a while till the moon sets?
All right. And you better say good night now. I don't know about your mother, but I'm going to bed right away. I'm dead tired.
So am I. Kiss me good night, dear.
Good night, Ma.
Good night. Don't stay up till all hours now.
Good night, Pa.
Why, Dick. First time he's done that in years. I don't believe in kissing between fathers and sons after a certain age. It seems mushy and silly, but that meant something. And, Mother, I don't think we'll ever have to worry about his being safe from himself again. I guess no matter what life will do to him, he can take care of it now.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Lawrence Langner again for the Theater Guild to say thank you, Walter Houston, Jackie Kelk, Eugene O'Neill, Jr., and the rest of the cast of Our Wilderness. And now a word or two about next week's play. It's the gay comedy Mr. Pym Passes by A.A. Milne, author of many a whimsical and witty play, author, too, of at least one crack detective story, The Red House Mystery, and known the world over for his delightful children's books, including Winnie the Pooh. Shortly after its London production, a copy of Mr. Pym Passes By reached us. Within 24 hours, it had been read by Teresa Helban and Maurice Wertheim, and forthwith these two pledged Mr. Milne a New York production by cable. The decision was as happy as it was rapid. Next Sunday night, you'll hear Mr. Pym Passes By with the attractive and witty Arlene Francis and Victor Jory as her husband. You've all heard Arlene Francis in Blind Date. Well, next Sunday, she has a blind date with the Theater Guild on the air.
The United States Steel Corporation hopes that you will be with us next week at the same time when we'll bring you A.A. Milne's immortal comedy, Mr. Pym Passes By. The staff for the Theater Guild on the air includes Homer Fickett, director, George Condolph, producer, Armina Marshall, executive director of the radio department. The score was composed and conducted by Harold Levy, and tonight's play was adapted for radio by Arthur Aaron. Your announcer, Norman Brokenshire. Do you like to save theater programs, recall plays and players, settle arguments about which actor played which part? Then perhaps you'd like the program of the Theater Guild on the air, prepared for each broadcast with complete information about the play and the players. United States Steel is ready to send tonight's program to you upon request. Just address U.S. Steel, Radio Corporation, Radio Department, 71 Broadway, New York City.
This is the American Broadcasting Company.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Margaret O'Brien, Charles Lawton, and Tom Drake in The Canterville Ghost. Ladies and gentlemen, your guest producer, Mr. Hunt Stromberg.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe you've heard that story of two ghosts indulging in a bit of phantom conversation. One turned to the other and asked that question that has troubled ghosts since time began. Do you believe in people? We bring you tonight the story of a ghost who cherished very little confidence in people, and even less faith in himself. Though legend dubs him one of England's most spectacular phantoms. Charles Lawton plays the title role in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's comic fantasy, The Canterville Ghost. Co-starred with Mr. Lawton is an actress still young on the vine, and shortly to be starred in MGM's Our Vines Have Tender Grapes. 7-year-old Margaret O'Brien, winner of this year's Academy Award. Also in our cast is Tom Drake, who, as Cuffy Williams, finds himself billeted with an American expeditionary troop in the ancient castle of the Canterville, where what transpires may sometimes challenge your belief, at the same time that it sparks your risibilities. While the setting of our play is wartime England, America has had its share of ghosts, too. In fact, there was a time when it was considered a safe precaution to dunk all suspicious characters in water. If they stayed under, they were innocent of harboring antisocial spirits. Well, we'd hardly tolerate such laundering in our present-day society, unless, of course, we added Lux Flakes to the process. Give Lux Flakes a ghost of a chance, and you'll never work yourself into a skeleton with old-fashioned methods. Nor will your nice things ever wear that haunted look. As we lower the lights in our theater, we suggest you do the same at home and draw up a chair to hear the first act of The Canterville Ghost, starring Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica de Canterville, Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams. Authorities on the subject of phantoms declare that the most fearsome ghost in all the British Isles is that of a somewhat overweight nobleman named Sir Simon de Canterville. Haunting Canterville Castle for 300 years, this portly apparition has been unique for its shrewd sense of showmanship and its spectacular variety of stunts, shapes, and sound effects. The ghost originated in 1634, when Sir Simon was scheduled to fight a duel. He took one look at his fierce and towering opponent and ran away from the field of honor in a startling display of speed and cowardice. He was chased to his father's castle by his frustrated opponent, Sir Valentine.
Where is he? Where is the cowardly poltroon?
Sir, what means this violation of my hall?
Lord Canterville?
Aye?
I am Sir Valentine of Bolton Manor. Your son, Sir Simon, having accepted my challenge, fled before my sword.
Fled? You lie, Sir Valentine.
My honor has been twice offended. I demand that the fat coward faces me.
You are new to these parts, Sir Valentine, or you would know that cowardice in a Canterville is like snow in July. Every Canterville bears on his neck the Canterville birthmark. It is the badge of valor. The Cantervilles are the bravest men in England. So call off your hounds and leave these halls.
Fine words, my lord, but it seems the hounds have found their quarry. That room there. Why is the door closed, and why do my hounds leap upon it?
No son of mine cowers behind a door.
No? Then my lord can have no objection to sealing up the door with stone and mortar?
I certainly can. I have too great a regard for my house.
For your house, my lord, or for your son?
Childs, Thomas, fetch the stonemasons. Tell them to bring their brick and mortar. One more stone, Sir Valentine, and the room is sealed. Are you satisfied?
Aye.
And you still think my son is in that room? If he's a coward, why is he not called?
He is a coward.
Father!
Ah, he finds his tongue at last. Masons, stop.
I heard nothing. Continue, Masons. Seal up the wall.
Father! It is Simon, thy son.
My lord.
There's no one in that room. Put in the last stone, I say. Put it in.
Father! It is I.
But, my lord, 'twas only meant in jest.
Leave my house.
Aye, but 'tis thy son thou hast entombed there.
And you, Masons, get you hence.
I mean, Lord,
Simon de Canterville, full well I know it is thou behind this masonry. But because thou hast dishonored thy proud blood, that room shall be thy tomb. When thou art dead, may thy craven spirit walk the halls of Canterville Castle, until a kinsman shall wear thy signet ring, and perform for thee the brave deed thou didst fail to do.
So did Sir Simon die, and so was born the Canterville ghost. Now it's 1942. Canterville Castle stands silent and deserted, inhabited only by a slightly tired but still fearsome phantom. The only remaining Canterville is Lady Jessica. She and her aunt find living less disturbing in a modest cottage on the castle grounds. Lady Jessica is 7 years old.
Auntie, I just saw him. I just saw the ghost.
The ghost, dear? Where?
On the roof of the castle.
Oh, that was the tinsmith, darling. He's mending the water spouts. We're turning the castle over to some American soldiers.
American soldiers?
Rangers, I believe they're called. Like commandos.
But good gracious, Auntie, can they live in the castle when it is haunted?
Your family did, darling, until 20 years ago.
Excuse me, men.
Oh, yes, Potter.
Everything's ready at the castle.
We were wondering about tea, ma'am.
Oh, of course. I'll be there shortly.
Yes, ma'am.
You're going, Auntie?
Certainly, dear. They'll be our guests. Noblesse oblige.
But, Auntie, you're not well. Remember what the doctor said?
Well, perhaps I shouldn't.
Auntie, what does it mean? Noblesse oblige?
Oh, it's just an expression, darling.
But what does it mean?
Well, noblesse oblige is French. Those of us who are nobly born must prove ourselves worthy by being kind and thoughtful of others. So, when guests arrive, we must see that they enjoy their stay.
Auntie, those Americans, will there be cowboys and Indians?
Some of them, I dare say.
What does one do to make Indians welcome?
Jessica, you're not going to the castle.
Well, someone should greet the soldiers.
But aren't you afraid of the ghost?
Oh, yes, Auntie.
And you still want to go?
Well, I really should. It's my castle. Noblesse oblige. It starts when you're born, doesn't it?
Run along then, darling. The Americans should be there now.
And don't worry, Auntie. Ghosts almost never come out in the daytime.
Attention!
Platoon accounted for, Lieutenant Kane.
I get this. As long as you men are in this castle, you're to conduct yourselves like gentlemen and respect this property. Get a good night's sleep. You'll need it. If you want me, Sergeant Benson, I'll be at headquarters in the village.
Yes, sir.
As you were.
Hey, now that's my chair, Cuffy.
Sorry, Jordan, I'm consolidating this position. Well, not bad. Pup tents are okay for the hoi polloi. Me, Cuffy Williams, I prefer the comforts of the castle. An easy chair, a cozy fire.
Take your big feet off that table, Williams. Where do you think you're at?
Canterville Castle, one of England's most impressive
I beg
estates.
pardon. Shall I serve tea now, gentlemen?
Tea?
After your journey, you may be a bit done in.
Well, okay then. Thanks.
Very good, sir.
Now listen, fellas. It says in the book here that when you're in England, you got to act the way they do. They say tea, you drink it.
Excuse me, gentlemen, but Lady Jessica would like to say good evening.
Well, tell her we'd be honored.
Very good, sir.
Lady, huh?
What do you say to a dame that's a lady?
Do you have to kiss a hand?
Now watch it.
Lady Jessica de Canterville.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Holy smoke. It's a midget.
No, it's a half pint.
How do you do? I want you to all know I'm glad you're here. And I do so hope you'll enjoy your stay in my castle.
Well,
my lady, may I say on behalf of my compatriots that we're very grateful for your hospitality.
Yeah, likewise.
Thank you, gentlemen.
You'll excuse the fellas, I hope. We thought Lady Jessica was a...
I thought a girl had to be married before she was a lady.
Oh, dear, no. A lady is a lady when she behaves like one. My auntie says. Which one of you are Indians?
Huh? Oh, that tall fellow, Trigger. He's an Indian.
Oh, to which tribe do you belong?
He's a Hoboken Indian.
I don't believe I've ever read about that tribe.
Tea is served, gentlemen.
Oh, of course. Will you pour, my lady?
Thank you, Mr.
Williams, private.
Would anybody like some more tea?
No. Who did that? Come on now. Who did it?
Who did what, Sergeant?
Who made that spot on the rug? Who spilled the tea? Speak up.
Oh, that's not tea, sir.
It ain't?
No, sir. Nothing will remove that spot. It's blood.
Blood? Quite so. The blood of Lady Barbara Moody. She stabbed herself in the throat when she saw him.
Him?
Who was him?
Sir Simon, our ghost.
Your ghost, did you say?
Oh, yes, he's quite the most famous ghost in England. And he lives here in this castle.
Now, wait a minute.
Well, if you don't want me to tell you about
Oh,
it...
but we do. Now, give the lady a chance, fellows. If she says her castle is haunted, well, who are we to quibble?
It may sound irregular to you, but I have seen the ghost myself.
No fooling.
That's the door to his bedchamber behind that tapestry. Isn't it, Mrs. Potter?
Aye. He was walled up in there centuries ago.
Holy catfish.
Oh, that's awful.
Yes. And every night now on the stroke of 12, his spirit walks the halls.
Searching for a kinsman with the birthmark at the Cantervilles.
Oh, gentlemen, beware.
I shouldn't tell you this before bedtime, but the Dowager Duchess of Stutfield was found one night on her balcony, stark, staring mad. There's the loveliest picture of her gibbering like an idiot.
Oh, you don't say.
That's awful.
And Lady Margaret Bilton, she drowned herself in the fish pond. Do you know why?
No.
Because there he was again, with long green fingers twitching with palsy and his eyes burning like coal. The bloodsucker of Bexley Moor.
Bloodsucker? Didn't I tell you, fellas? Who are we to quibble?
What is your name, please?
Cuffy Williams.
Well, Cuffy Williams, I know right well that you've been laughing at me.
Oh, no, m'lady.
But just you wait until midnight.
9, 10, 11, 12. Hey, Cuffy, it's 12 o'clock.
Oh, so what?
Oh, nothing. Boy, this bunk's hot. I can't get to sleep.
Well, fill out a complaint and mail it to the colonel.
Hey, Cuffy, do you think there's anything in this ghost business?
Oh, for crying out loud.
Pipe down, you guys. I said pipe down.
That ain't us, Sarge. Sounds like somebody dragging ash cans around.
No, it's James. Hey, look. There's a light on the stairs.
Hey, look, fellas, it's taking shape.
It's the ghost.
Holy smoke. It's him. It's Sir Simon.
I am the ghost of Sir Simon de Canterville. Did you ever see a man slice off his own head? Observe. It's off. A head without a body without a head. Now it's on. Now it's off. Now it's on again.
Yeah, it's on, but you put it on backwards.
Oh, did I? Excuse me. Is this better?
That's grand, Dibblepuss.
Take care, take care. Take care, lads.
Fellas, I'm gonna let him have it.
Well, let's face it, Sarge. That was a real ghost.
Yeah, I don't believe it. But I say he comes back.
We've got to scare him again.
Scare a ghost?
That's right. And this time, scare him good. Now, listen, you put on our gas mask, take the sheets and wrap...
Company, attention.
Morning, men.
Morning, sir.
Well, from now on, we're officially attached to British Commandos. We're going to celebrate with a 10-hour endurance hike. Forced marching rate 8 hours, double time last 2. What's the matter with the men, Sergeant?
Sir, I'm afraid they didn't sleep so good last night.
Oh, why not?
Well, maybe it was, well, you know how it is, a strange place.
Yeah. Jordan, is that what kept you up, a strange place?
Oh, no, sir. What kept me up was seeing the ghost. Wasn't it, Eddie?
Yes, sir, that's right.
You saw a ghost?
Oh, you should have seen him, sir. He cut off his own head. We shot at him, then we put on sheets and gas mask and scared him away for good. I hope.
All right, Sergeant. What really kept him up last night? Well?
It was the ghost, sir.
Ghost, huh? Phone the platoon. I guarantee the men will sleep tonight.
Yes, sir.
All in.
Williams, where'd you get that limp?
Oh, it's nothing, sir. I was just running up the stairs.
Chased by the ghost?
Oh, no, sir. I was chasing him.
Well, you can chase yourself right back into that castle and spend the next 10 hours sweeping the floors.
Yes, sir.
Well, well, hello there, lady.
Oh, it's you.
Well, who did you think it was?
Oh, no one. I was just bringing these onions into the pantry.
Really? Then why did you take that great circle route?
Auntie thought the mess sergeant might like some onions. I'm a brownie, and brownies raise onions.
Oh, come now. You were afraid I was a ghost.
Well, what if I was?
Well, he's nothing to be afraid of.
Didn't he come last night?
Sure, and we chased him right up the chimney.
Oh, you didn't.
Oh, you think I'm kidding, huh? Well, we'll ask old Foxy Grandpa himself.
Who?
The ghost.
Oh, that won't be necessary.
Now, let's see. This is the door to the room that's walled up, isn't it? Pretty solid. Hey, Grandpa, open up. Oh, what do you know? It wasn't locked.
Oh, no, please. Auntie's expecting me home.
Oh, come on over here. Come on. That's right. Now, look. You just pretend you're not afraid and you won't be. That's all there is to it.
Are you sure?
I'll prove it to you. Come on. Hey, Ghost, where are you hiding?
That must be where he was walled up.
Those bricks look loose. Maybe I could find a Well, what do you know? Look.
What?
Over there on top of the mantel, Sir Simon. He's sitting on the mantel.
Must you invade even my tomb? Will there be no place I could call sanctuary?
What are you doing up there?
Trying to keep out of drafts. I've got a slight head cold.
Well, drift down here. There's someone I want you to meet.
I have already met your colonial ruffians. They pursued me through the halls like ghosts. Humans.
Now, nobody's going to hurt you, Grandpa. I want you to meet Lady Jessica. Sir Simon the Ghost.
Milady.
How do you do?
Not at all well, thank you.
Bless you.
Oh, atta girl. Oh, she's been scared stiff of you. And I just wanted to show her you wouldn't hurt a flea.
Sir, my record speaks for itself.
An unbroken reign of terror through 3 centuries.
Well, record or no record, as long as her ladyship's around, you've got to behave yourself.
It is absurd asking me to behave myself, quite absurd. I must rattle my chains and groan through keyholes. I must gibber from the oriel window on the 1st and 3rd Wednesdays of every month. It is my solemn duty to haunt these halls.
That's a lot of ectoplasm.
But, Cuffy, he's the family ghost.
Americans, child. What can a people without ancestors know about ghosts?
Now, wait a minute. You never heard of the Headless Horseman? Or Red Grange, the Galloping Ghost? Or Mrs. Pruneface?
Provincial stuff. Spirits with neither crest nor title.
Titles? Well, what about Count Basie, Duke Ellington, the King of Swat?
Nobility and a democracy, balderdash.
But, Sir Simon, we've had democracy here in England ever since the Magna Carta.
Madam, I have never chosen to recognize it.
But you should, Sir Simon. That's what we're fighting this war about.
That's the stuff, my lady. You see, you're not afraid a bit.
Oh.
Now that you two Cantervilles are acquainted, you must have a lot of family matters to gab about. So I'll get on with my cleaning. You sure you're all right, my lady?
Yes, thank you.
I'll see you later.
Unless, Sir Simon, you'd rather be alone.
Oh, no, please, pray sit down. I've forgotten my manners.
Well, if I may say so, you could have been a little more polite to Cuffy just now.
After what he and his band of hooligans did to me, I may have very little else, but I still have my pride.
But you frightened them.
I must frighten people. I have a reputation to uphold. The most fearsome phantom in all England.
Cuffy told me that they chased you up the chimney last night.
That's because they wore those ghastly masks and shrouds. Lady Jessica, I can pretend no longer. Since last night, it is I who am frightened. I who tremble at the slightest noise.
Oh, you poor, poor ghost.
Do you know what it means to be a ghost? To live in emptiness between heaven and earth, with nothing for company but bitter memories?
But do you have to keep on being a ghost?
I am condemned to be a ghost until a kinsman performs a brave deed in my behalf. If I could only rest. If I could only die. Oh, to be buried in the soft brown earth in the garden beyond the pine woods. To have no yesterday and no tomorrow.
Oh, dear. I wish I could do a brave deed for you.
How's it go, lady?
Oh, fine.
Sorry to bust this reunion up, but the Louie will be back in a minute.
Goodbye, Sir Simon. And I'm very happy to have met you.
Milady.
Cuffy, I think you ought to tell your friends not to chase him up the chimney anymore.
Well, that depends on him.
But he's so old and sleepy.
Hey.
Oh!
Hey, take it easy.
I stumbled on my shoelace. It's untied.
Well, stand still. I'll tie it for you.
Cuffy.
Huh?
What's that on your neck? That mark.
That's just a birthmark. Hey, where are you going?
There's something I've got to tell Sir Simon. It's very important. I've got to tell him. Sir Simon. Sir Simon.
Are you back so soon, milady?
Cuffy has a Canterville birthmark on his neck.
What, that American ruffian?
He must be a Canterville. Isn't that wonderful?
Well, gad, if he be a Canterville, shall I prance around joyously like a saucy antelope?
But if Cuffy is a Canterville, and if he does a brave deed for you, he can save you, can't he?
Can it be that they have concealed from thee why I am still here? Dost fancy it is merely because I cannot find the kinsman?
Well, I've overheard Mr. Potter say that all the Cantervilles always turn out to be cowards. But that isn't true, is it?
Cowards? Gross flattery. Had they twice the courage, 'twould only give them half the name.
Sir Simon.
Thy grandfather, would he mount a horse? Thy father, so fearful of water that he trembled in his bath. Or thyself, swooning at the mere sight of my shadow.
Really now, it's your family too, Sir Simon.
Only too well do I know it.
But Cuffy can save you. I know it. It isn't true that all Cantervilles have to turn out to be cowards. I was a coward, wasn't I? I was frightened to death of you. And now look at me. I'm not afraid of you in the least. Oh, don't you see, Sir Simon?
Nay, it is in the Canterville blood and bones.
It isn't in my blood and bones, and it isn't in Cuffy's. Oh, I'll arrange for you to meet him again. Tonight, in the garden beyond the pine woods. And if it turns out that he is a Canterville, my goodness, maybe you'll be able to go to sleep.
Very well, my child. At 7 I gibber in the portrait gallery, following which I practice horrible hallucinations. If these go well, I'll meet thee in the garden shortly before 8.
Act 2 of The Canterville Ghost, starring Charles Lawton, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake, will continue in a moment. Now, let's listen in on a conversation in one of Hollywood's popular restaurants.
Oh, no dessert for me, just coffee. Oh, dear, this new diet. Why, Betty, what are you staring at? That girl at the table in the corner. She has on a rayon print dress just like yours. Where? Oh, she must have bought it last year, too. What do you mean? Yours looks brand new. Oh, heavens, no. I got it at the beginning of last summer. Well, you'd never know it. Hers looks much older than that, sort of faded and washed out. Meow. She probably did wash it out the wrong way. Better not wash yours, then, if that's what happened. Oh, silly, I've done it lots of times already. No, but they look so different. You must have a knack. No knack, just Lux Flakes. I always use them, and I never had a dress look like that in my life. Shh, not so loud. She's coming this way. Well, it'd do her good to listen.
Yes, it would help that girl to know about Lux Flakes. Actual washing tests prove that gentle Lux Care keeps colors lovely up to 3 times as long. So don't risk wash day methods that are hard on fabrics. Strong soap, hot water, rough handling can make colors look drab far too soon. Let Lux keep your washables lovely longer. We pause now for station identification. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Act 2 of The Canterville Ghost, starring Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams. Nightfall envelops the massive turrets of Canterville Castle. In a garden beyond the pine woods, Lady Jessica and Cuffy Williams patiently await the ghost of Sir Simon. Suddenly, Jessica sees a faint phosphorescent glow. Her face brightens in response.
Here we are, Sir Simon. Here we are. See, I brought him.
Hiya, Sir Simon. What's cooking?
Cooking?
Yeah, I mean, what's all the mystery?
Go on, Sir Simon, asking.
Tell me, prithee, dost thou by any miracle remember aught of thine ancestors?
Ancestors? Well, my old man would never look his up. Said he was afraid one might turn up that ended in the hot seat.
Hot seat? Nowadays, England and America have everything in common, except, of course, the language.
Think back, Cuffy, and try to remember.
Well, I had an Aunt Martha. She was a little wacky on the subject. Traced my mother's family tree back to some guy that landed in Massachusetts, way, way back. Name was, Marmalade. No, Montmorency. No, Marmaduke.
That same Marmaduke who fled to Salem after Cromwell scattered the chivalry of England to the four winds?
Oh, Sir Simon.
You knew him?
The son of my brother Anthony.
Oh, now, take it easy. How do you know it's the same Marmaduke?
By the birthmark of the Cantervilles, observe, beneath the ruffle of my collar.
Holy cats. A birthmark same as mine.
Now show me thine, please. Holy cats, indeed.
What did I tell you?
Well, Well, that makes me your,
Nephew. Great-great-great-nephew.
Aye, thou art a kinsman who can free me from these earthly bonds.
Huh?
By performing a brave deed in his name.
You mean that's all I have to do?
Thou art a Canterville, the bluest blood in all broad England. Wilt wear my signet ring and carry it into battle in my behalf?
You must say it in Cuffy. He's so old and tired.
Okay, it's a deal. The first time they turn me loose on those gnats.
I shall be everlastingly grateful, nephew.
I, too.
Thumbs up, Uncle. It's in the bag.
Good night, Sir Simon.
Good night, and Godspeed. Oh, Father, grant that he be not like the others.
Hey, fellas, get a load of this.
Get a load of what?
It's a bulletin from the lieutenant.
Well, will you listen to this? Because of inefficiency of the platoon billeted at Canterville Castle, cause of which has not yet been satisfactorily explained, all leaves to London are hereby canceled.
I could tell him the cause. Nobody around here can get any sleep.
How can we sleep with a ghost in a joint?
What gets me is the Louis still thinks we stayed up all night shooting crack. If he'd only seen the ghost.
Hey, wait a minute. Perhaps we can take a picture of the ghost.
Yeah, with a camera.
Hey, listen, you guys. Why don't you lay off that poor old ghost? He's perfectly harmless.
Harmless, huh? He just ruined our weekend.
Well, he's just doing his job. A ghost has to groan through keyholes and rattle chains.
Why the sudden sympathy?
Well, I've got a sort of personal interest in him. Gentlemen, I have every reason to believe that I am the long-lost Duke of Canterville, the bluest blood in all England.
Oh, the Duke of Canterville yet, eh?
Seems to me I seen you in the induction center, buddy.
If I were you, I'd be careful what I said and did, see?
Like what?
Well, like loafing on my lawn.
So this is your private lawn, huh, Dookie?
Yeah.
Only you can lie on it?
Yeah.
Excuse me, Your Grace. Then lie. Hey! Sit on him, Eddie, and leave us remove his royal breeches.
It's an old English custom.
Sure. The pants in the Duke.
Hey, cut it off!
I got him. Here's his pants.
Okay, Dookie, now you can get up.
Fellas, look. Here comes a carriage.
It's Lady Jessica and a dame.
Give me my pants. Get behind us, Cuffy. Gather around him. Gents, his dame's coming. Yeah, cover him on.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
This is my aunt, Mrs. Culverdine.
How do you do?
Cuffy, won't you come and meet my aunt?
Well, if you don't mind, I'd better meet her from back here. How do you do?
Why are you hiding behind the others?
Oh, it's just sort of a military procedure, Lady Jessica.
Cuffy, I mean all of you. Auntie said I might invite you to the party in the village this afternoon.
Thank you very much.
It's only a Saturday at-home dance, but there'll be refreshments.
Dames, too? I mean, scoits? I mean, girls?
Oh, yes. And you'll all come? 4 o'clock at the service center. Don't forget.
Hey, fellas, wait! Hey, fellas, wait! My pants!
Auntie, look at Cuffy.
Well, what sort of a uniform is that?
Why, Cuffy's wearing kilts. It's very nice of you to dance with me, Cuffy.
Oh, not at all, my lady.
But I'm afraid I'll never learn this kind of dancing.
Why, you're cutting the rug to ribbons.
Cutting the rug?
Well, what I mean is you give with the jive. How's it feel to be a slick chick?
Fine. But does it always make you so dizzy?
Okay. What do you say to a glass of punch?
Hey, Cuffy, come here.
What do you want?
Oh, hiya, Sarge.
I want you should settle an argument.
Let's see what this is all about, Jessica. What kind of an argument?
Good afternoon, Mr. Cawthorn.
Good afternoon, milady.
Cuffy, I was telling Mr. Cawthorn, the lieutenant thinks it's applesauce about the ghost.
Oh?
As a native of Canterville, gentlemen, I believe you saw the ghost right enough. But the day will never dawn when he'll run from a human being.
Okay, Dookie, you tell him.
Dookie?
Yeah, Cuffy here. He's the Duke of Canterville. Ain't you, Cuff?
Well, in a manner of speaking, I'm, well, what's the joke?
My dear boy, if you wanted to impersonate a British nobleman, you'd never choose a cat. Lady Jessica, my profound apologies.
And just what's wrong with being a Canterville?
Well, since you're so well acquainted with the ghost, sir, I suggest that you ask him.
Yes, I think I will.
Cuffy, please, will you dance with me again?
Sure, my lady. Hey, Sir Simon, cut it out, will you? Cut it out.
Who's that?
It's me, Cuffy. I've been looking for you since midnight. Where have you been?
In the north turret, gibbering. I'm sorry you overheard. I'm in poor voice tonight.
Look, if you're supposed to hang around here until a Canterville does a brave deed for you, how come you're still here after 300 years?
Oh, I've been waiting for you to ask that.
And all that time, someone must have tried to help you.
Excuse me, I really must get back to work.
Now, wait a minute. Quit stalling. What's wrong with the Cantervilles? If you're trying to hold out on me, I'll...
Nay, kinsman. I was merely trying to spare thee.
Spare me what? Go on, spill it.
Mayhap it is better if thine ancestors speak for themselves. Come with me into the portrait gallery. This is the portrait gallery, nephew.
Hey, would you look at those pictures?
Gaze upon them, our noble family. Sir Gerald de Canterville, proud skipper of the frigate Cranston. When she sank, he was the first to leave the ship. Sir Andrew de Canterville, he saw a grenadier lose a finger at Blenheim battle and swooned away. And the blessed twins, Lieutenant Paul rode the wrong way in the charge of the Light Brigade. Lieutenant Peter was 10 lengths ahead of him.
You mean they were all cowards?
All aye. Of all the heroic families that for centuries have brightened the glory of England, ours had to be a brood of lily-livered titmice.
So that's why you held out. You thought if I found out I'd be the same way.
Oh, nay, not at all. It never entered my mind.
Well, then what are you making all the fuss about? I don't care what the others did. This is Cuppy Williams, see?
Aye, verily.
Well, all right, then. That's all I wanted to find out. I've got to get back to my bunk before the sergeant misses me.
Adieu, kinsman. Would that I could believe that he were different.
All right, men. This is it. Start loading the trucks, battle equipment. Walker, look after dynamite plunger boxes, fuse and the wires. We're going over.
Okay, Sarge.
Williams, take off that ring. It'll shine in the dark.
Okay.
And don't stick it in your pocket if it's worth anything. Well, it's sort of a family heirloom. You better leave it in the castle. Make it snappy. This is it, huh, Sarge? Hadn't ought to tell you this, but you'll know soon enough. We're crossing the channel. We're making a raid on the coast of France. All right, let's go. Start bringing up the truck. Down the double.
You're going away.
Looks like it, Lady Jessica.
And maybe you'll have a chance to do a brave deed. Maybe you'll save Sir Simon.
Listen, lady, I know there's a yellow streak down the family back a mile wide. Sir Simon told me.
But you're not going to let it worry you.
Well, how do you think it makes me feel?
Cuffy, you told me yourself you don't have to be afraid.
Yeah, I know.
Cuffy, I believe in you. And if you have any children of your own, I know they'll believe in you.
Children? I haven't any children. I haven't even got a wife.
Well, maybe you'll want to marry someday. Somebody.
Well, that's the last thing on my mind. Now lay off. I gotta get going.
Cuffy. Oh, Cuffy. Goodbye, Cuffy.
Off to the wars. Our kinsman hies himself to battle.
Oh, Sir Simon.
Oh, there. Now, milady.
But I'm so worried about Cuffy.
Tears never steeled a noble heart to valor. Upon the craven foe, our hero's furious might will... You're worried. How do you think I feel?
Our stars, Margaret O'Brien, Charles Lawton, and Tom Drake, will continue with the Canterville Ghost in just a moment. Who are you phoning, Sally?
I'm getting a weather report. Have some blankets to wash soon.
But what's the weather got to do with it?
5 p.m., temperature 73 degrees, humidity 49%, tonight clear, lowest temperature about 64, tomorrow sunny and mild, highest temperature about 75 degrees, gentle to moderate winds. 5 p.m., temperature...
Of course, that isn't really how it will be all over the country tomorrow, but in lots of cities, you can get an up-to-the-hour weather report over the phone.
Will you please tell me what all this has to do with washing blankets?
Why, obviously, you need a good day for it. Not too hot, not too cold, not too windy.
Do women wash blankets in the middle of June?
That's the best time, before storing them away for the summer. Moths are particular. They don't like clean wool as well as soiled wool. So just whisk your blankets through rich, lukewarm Lux suds.
Hold on, Sally. I can't see a woman whisking a wet, heavy blanket through anything.
Oh, it's easy with Lux. Just make sure you have lots and lots of suds. The suds do the work.
Wouldn't a machine help?
Sure, if you're lucky enough to have one. But don't run the machine too long. That's as bad as rubbing. Too much agitation mats and shrinks the wool, leaves it harsh and scratchy. 3 to 5 minutes is about right for a machine. And use gentle Lux Flakes so your blankets will stay soft and fluffy. Be sure to hang the blankets in the shade over 2 or 3 parallel lines. That way the air can circulate through it, and the weight of the water won't pull it out of shape.
Thanks for the tip, Sally. You certainly deserve a B.A. for all that advice.
Bachelor of Arts?
No, blanket authority. Now back to Hunt Stromberg and our stars.
Act 3 of The Canterville Ghost, starring Margaret O'Brien as Lady Jessica, Charles Lawton as Sir Simon, and Tom Drake as Cuffy Williams. In the black of night, a handful of American Rangers have landed somewhere on the coast of France and are creeping stealthily inland. Back in England, the Canterville Ghost rages in the portrait gallery, bolstering his anemic hopes by hurling defiance at his ancestors.
Ye skulking, cringing, misbegotten peafowls, ye insults painted upon canvas, ye wretched poltroons, not for long now shall I have you leering at me with cynical mockery. Not for long, ye dribble pussies. A kinsman worthy of the name now wears my signet ring in battle.
Meanwhile, in the cottage on the castle grounds, a sleepless Lady Jessica bolsters her hopes in the way most mortals do.
Please take care of Cuffy, Lord. Don't let him get hurt. And Uncle Simon, he's such a poor, funny old ghost. And he's so tired. Please let Cuffy do a brave deed for him so he can go to sleep at last. And please let Cuffy come back.
Ye gallery of lily-livered rabbits, ye shake-kneed milksops, well mayest thou cower in thy gilded frame, shamed by a colonial, by Cuffy Williams. As for thee, fat Algernon, who posed for 2 years as a dowager to escape fighting a duel, I spit in thine eye. Thee, Sir Percival, who fought through the 30 Years' War without firing a shot, thee also. From yonder bunk in yonder room has risen a lion-hearted kingsman. Yonder bunk. What gleams there in the moonlight? The ring, the signet ring. Imbecile, dolt, he hath forgotten it. I must speed to him before it's too late, before it's too late.
Okay, men. You're on enemy territory. Now remember, we're here for one purpose only. To blow up the oil refinery.
Right.
Refinery's got to go at 2350. Now check your watches. It's now 2307. Jordan, Baker, Williams.
Yes, sir.
Get off the road and set up the machine gun in the ditch. If you see any Jerry's, it's up to you to hold them off till the rest of us get back. Check?
Check.
Jordan, you'll find telephone wires down the road. Cut them and get back to Cuffy and Trigger. I'll get going.
Okay, Sarge. See you later, kid.
The rest of us will go up this side road. Now, after the explosion, wait till the last man has reached the shore. Then join us.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and good luck.
Cuffy.
Yeah?
There's a hill right in back of us. Get up there and keep watch.
What about you?
I'll set up the machine gun. If you see anything, get back here on the double.
Okay. Who's that? Who's there? Hold or I'll fire.
Spare your bullets, kinsman. 'Tis only I.
Oh, what the devil are you doing
You
here?
forgot the ring. You left it in the castle. Here, nephew.
Get away from me.
Put it in thy pocket. Only have it on thy person when the test comes.
All right, give it here.
Oh, thank you, nephew. Thinkest thou the enemy will come this way?
That isn't what's worrying you.
Oh, plague take it, man. With but half an eye, one can see that thou hast the courage of St. George.
Horse feathers, get out of here, will you?
I merely thought I could bolster you up in case you were a bit squeamish.
I want to be squeamish.
Hey, Cuffy.
Yeah?
You all right?
Sure. What time is it?
2350.
Who dost thou converse with?
Look, Sir Simon, I thought I told you to scram.
Sounds. What mighty blast is that?
The refinery, they've blown it up.
Nephew, look, down yonder road.
Motorcycles. Jerry's.
Keep a cool head. Keep a cool head. Keep a cool head.
Trigger! Trigger!
Motorcycles, a patrol.
Get down here and hold the ammunition belt.
Keep a cool head. Keep a cool head.
Get out of here. Beat it.
Huh? Oh, nothing. Look. Look, Trigger, Jerry's lots of them. What are you waiting for?
Nothing.
Trigger, what's the matter? What's the matter?
Looks like you gotta take over, Cuffy.
Trigger.
Cuffy. Get him, Cuffy. Get him. The machine gun. Jordan, be back soon. To hell.
Yeah, Jordan.
Fire, nephew. Fire. Fire. Nephew. Nephew.
Blood. Trigger's blood.
Nephew, they're drawing closer. Fire.
Blood.
Cuffy, what's the matter with you?
Trigger's dead.
Get out of there. Give me that machine gun. Give me it, you fool.
At ease, men. Well, I'm in the colonel's compliments, and after last night's raid, he wants me to tell you we're the best so-and-so platoon in the whole outfit. But I'm not satisfied. So we're going to take a little jaunt into these woods and iron out the mistakes we made right now. Williams.
Yes, sir.
Here a minute.
Yes, sir.
All right, Chris.
Williams, I've discussed your case with the colonel. We both considered what happened last night, and he feels that we have no alternative but to transfer you back to your old outfit.
Yes, sir.
Line up there.
Now, remember, Williams, there are many men who may be psychologically unfit for combat who can still perform useful roles in service. Now, pack up your things. I'll arrange for your transfer when we get back from maneuvers.
All right.
Thank you, sir.
Good luck, Williams.
The platoon is formed.
All right, Sergeant.
Left. Face. Right shoulder. Turn. Forward. Turn.
Cuffy, I've been expecting you all morning. What happened?
Oh, you'd better run along home, lady. I've got to go in and pack.
You're going away?
Yeah.
Oh, Cuffy.
That's right. Look at me. I'm a Canterville, all right. Just as cowardly as the rest of them.
Don't say that. You're not a coward. You're brave. I know it. I know it.
All right, lady. Have it your own way.
Cuffy.
I'm sorry it turned out like this. Goodbye, lady.
Oh, Cuffy.
Wretched me that I should have pinned my faith again upon a Canterville.
Oh, pipe down, Sir Simon, will you? And get down off that chandelier. It makes me nervous.
Nervous, aye, that I well believe.
Oh, shut up. Get on. I've got to pack.
Pack, then, and leave me to my fate. Thou who hast raised my hopes only to dash them like a robin on a rock of granite.
Cuffy.
Oh, milady, you can't come in here. I know it's your castle, but... well, this is barracks.
Cuffy, there's a parachute. I saw it coming down.
Parachute?
Maybe a Nazi came down in it. Oh, Cuffy, what'll we do?
Well, where did you see it?
On this side of the stone bridge.
Where is the stone bridge?
Do you know the old side road?
No.
Then I'll take you there. I know a shortcut.
All right, come on. No, wait. Where's my rifle? All right, come on. We'll grab a jeep. Hurry.
There it is, Cuffy. The parachute.
Yeah, caught in a tree. I don't see anybody, but you'd better stay here. I'm going to look around. Duck down in the jeep. Keep down now.
Cuffy, look over there.
Huh?
All through our woods. Those men. Who are they?
Oh, don't worry about them. They're rangers. Maneuvers. Yeah, that's where I'd be if I hadn't...
Cuffy, what is it?
In the bushes. A parachute mine, a bomb, a blockbuster. Oh, let's get out of here, lady. That thing goes off, it'll kill every living thing within a half a mile. We gotta get... Oh, the rangers. They're scattered all through the woods. They'll be killed. Get back to the castle. Quick, run.
Aren't you coming?
No, I've got to drag it away with the jeep. Dump it over the cliff. Get going. Run now. Run. Hide in the cellar. Run!
Lady Jessica?
Oh, Uncle Simon.
Where's Cuffy? Has he encountered the enemy?
Oh, no. Cuffy's moving the blockbuster. He's doing the bravest deed there ever was.
Egad, darest I believe again? Where?
This way. Down through here. There.
Oh, save thy breath, child. Look to his quaking knees. his eyes that tremble with the ague, his hand that shrinks from contact with yon lethal instrument, the portrait of a Canterville.
No, Uncle, no. Cuffy, Cuffy. Cuffy, you're not afraid. You're not.
I can't. I can't touch it. There's a timer on it. The least little jar would set it ticking.
Cuffy, you were doing a brave deed. Don't you see? You can do it. You don't have to be afraid because you're a Canterville. Look, Cuffy, I'm not afraid of the bomb. Look, Cuffy, I'm kicking it. Look, Cuffy, look, I'm not afraid.
That sounds. It's ticking. You started it ticking.
Okay, lady. Thanks for the lesson. I'm all right now. You run for it. Go on, get out of here. This thing goes off in 60 seconds.
Oh, Cuffy.
Hurry, I'm dragging this thing out of here. Go on, get out of my way, m'lady. Run for it.
Careful, nephew, careful.
Hop in, Uncle. Keep your eye on the tow chain. Let me know if it slips. Well, we're out of the underbrush. Hold on now.
Oops. Egad. Nephew, look out, the Rangers.
Hey, you Rangers, run for your lives. I got a blockbuster on here. A time bomb. Run, blockbuster.
Oops. Ouch. Where are we going, nephew?
To the cliff. We'll dump it in the ravine if we get that far.
How many more seconds?
I don't know, maybe 20.
5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 11.
There's a ravine. We better jump. Let the Jeep take it over. There she goes! Well, we made it.
27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35.
Say, what's all this hooey about ticking? Oh, it's a dud. We never were in any danger. All that work for...
Auntie.
Oh, Jessica, dear, thank goodness you're all right. It must have been an air raid.
No, it was Cuffy.
Cuffy?
Near the stone bridge. A bomb from a parachute. Cuffy blew it up. Cuffy saved everyone. And if Cuffy blew it up, then he's blowing up, too.
Roll out the barrels, we'll have a barrel of fun. Roll out the barrels, we've got the blues on the run.
Cuffy.
Ring out a song of good cheer. Now's the time to roll the barrels, for the gang's all here.
Cuffy, you're alive. What happened?
Happened? I just dumped that cockeyed thing right into the ravine.
Like St. George slaying the cockeyed dragon.
What's your Simon?
What, child?
If Cuffy's a Canterville, and if Cuffy did a brave deed for you, then why are you still here?
Yeah. Why aren't you in the garden beyond the pine woods?
Yea, verily. Why not?
Well, if you're going, you better hurry up. Here come the Rangers.
Father! Why am I still in mortal coils?
Look. Uncle Simon's glowing.
Hey, Sarge, Lieutenant, look! The ghost!
Thank you, nephew. Thank you, niece. Farewell.
He's gone.
Did you see that, Lieutenant?
Yeah, that's what we've been trying to do. Hey, Lieutenant! Hey, guys, the Louis is fainted.
Here it is, Uncle Simon's grave.
The garden beyond the pine woods. It looks mighty restful here.
Isn't it nice that he can have a little plot to call his own? And a headstone of his own, too.
Well, that was the Ranger's idea. We had it inscribed, see? Sir Simon de Canterville, 1603, 1943. Gee, that's a long time to go without sleep.
Yes, but you nearly always have to wait for something that you want very much, Cuffy. How old are you?
How old? Why?
I shall be 8 in May.
Our stars, Charles Lawton, Margaret O'Brien, and Tom Drake, return for their curtain calls in just a moment. Meanwhile, here are Patty and Kay planning their vacation.
Oh, I don't think you'd like that place, Patty, even if it is so nearby. I was there last summer, and it was awfully noisy.
Oh, but it sounds good. Beach, tennis, dancing every night.
Well, that's just the trouble. It's right near a Coast Guard station, and the boys come over to the dances. And sometimes everybody ends up singing. It's impossible to get any sleep.
Why, Kay, you sound like an old fuss budget. I thought you liked dancing.
Well, there were more girls than fellows, and...
Well, a little thing like that shouldn't stop a cute gal like you, unless...
What?
Oh, skip it. I forgot what I was going to say.
Patty
Have you
did-
seen the new movie at Proctor's?
Patty didn't forget what she had in mind, but how could she tell Kay what she was really thinking?
Kay's cute enough to get any man she wants. If only she were as sweet and fresh as she looks. But you just can't tell even your best friend that she's careless about daintiness. If I could only give her a hint about luxing underthings after every wearing, luxing her dresses and blouses often. If I could tell her how fresh and sweet it leaves them, then she wouldn't risk offending. She'd have all the fun she deserves.
Gentle Lux Care does protect daintiness, and it's kind to fabrics, too. Keeps lovely underthings new-looking 3 times as long. Don't use hot water, strong soap, or handle nice things roughly. That kind of treatment makes them look faded and drab far too soon. Lux is thrifty care. Here's Hunt Stromberg and our stars.
Back to our footlights come Margaret O'Brien and Tom Drake, along with the ex-phantom of our cast, Charles Lawton, now very much in the flesh.
Must you put it quite that way, very much in the flesh, I think.
Well, actually, Charles, you look as if you'd lost a little weight.
Lost a little weight. No, it's around here somewhere.
Well, Mr. Lawton, you carried plenty of weight as a ghost, didn't he, Margaret?
Mr. Lawton's my favorite ghost.
Have you ever met a real ghost, Margaret?
No, but I'd like to.
I think you would, Margaret. There's no reasons why ghosts shouldn't be highly useful citizens.
But rather expendable in wartime, wouldn't you say, Mr. Lawton?
No, there might be lots of useful things a ghost could do in wartime. Frighten the enemy.
Give a pint of blood to the Red Cross?
Well, I'm not so sure of that. Ghosts haven't much to spare.
Well, they could give their clanking chains and creaking armor to the scrap drive.
Maybe they could sell war bonds.
Right, Margaret. They could promote the sale of war bonds over a ghost-to-ghost network.
Wouch. Or indirectly by haunting the conscience of individuals so chicken-hearted as to not to buy their fullest share.
Do you buy war bonds, Margaret?
That's how I spend all my money.
Well, you couldn't find a better way to spend it. And if you go to see Tom Drake in Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer's This Man's Navy, you'll get an idea of where your money's going in building the greatest navy in the world, about to meet its greatest test in history.
Well, I don't think any of us need too much persuading to buy war bonds, Mr. Stromberg.
Tell us, what are you going to have in this theater next week?
Next Monday night, we bring you one of the most talked-of dramas of the year, The Woman in the Window, starring Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea, of a man who is trapped to kill in self-defense and teams with a woman to conceal their crime from the police.
Well, for sheer suspense, I don't think I know any more exciting play than The Woman in the Window.
We'll be listening, Mr. Stromberg. Good night.
Good night. Good night, Margaret. All our thanks. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea in The Woman in the Window. This is Hunt Stromberg saying good night from Hollywood.
The Canterville Ghost was presented through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the Technicolor musical Anchors Aweigh. Hunt Stromberg's next picture will be Young Widow, starring Jane Russell. Charles Lawton will soon be seen in the Benedict Boge's picture, Captain Kidd. Heard in tonight's cast were Eric Snowden, Boyd Davis, Claire Verdera, Ed Emerson, Gerald Moore, Gloria Gordon, Eddie Marr, Clifton Young, Robert Cole, Charles Seal, and Norman Field. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers. This program is broadcast to our fighting forces overseas through cooperation with the Armed Forces Radio Service. And this is your announcer, John M. Kennedy, reminding you to tune in again next Monday night to hear The Woman in the Window with Edward G. Robinson, Joan Bennett, and Dan Duryea.
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater presents...
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, A Foreign Affair. Director, Billy Wilder. Stars, Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, John Lund.
The Hollywood Screen Directors present an hour-long excursion into laughter. Paramount's Academy Award-contending romantic comedy, A Foreign Affair, starring Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, and John Lund, and introducing the director of the film, Billy Wilder. In Hollywood, when a picture lays an egg, it is traditional for the director to blame the writer, and the writer to blame the director. But Billy Wilder is both. As director and writer, he is in the sad spot of having only himself to blame. Since coming here from his native Austria, the poor fellow has been forced to take the rap for such eggs as The Major and the Minor, Double Indemnity, The Lost Weekend, and tonight's story, A Foreign Affair. Ladies and gentlemen, Billy Wilder.
Thank you very much. Tonight, histrionic history is being made. On this program, I am making my debut as an actor. I will appear briefly but brilliantly as a German waiter. You can see I have been working all night on that accent of mine. So please, nobody cough, or you will miss the performance of mine altogether. Co-starring with me, by the way, are Rosalind Russell as Congresswoman Phoebe Frost, Marlene Dietrich as Erika von Schlütow, and John Lund as Captain Pringle. And now, for the first time on the air, here is A Foreign Affair.
An American transport plane is flying toward the greatest rubble heap on earth, the city of Berlin. And in the plane, a party of United States congressmen and one congresswoman. While some of the passengers stare out of the windows, prim Miss Phoebe Frost is immersed in the notes she is carefully writing into a prim black book, which she holds primly propped on a large cake box.
Miss Frost, Congresswoman Frost.
Yes, Congressman Griffin?
We're approaching Berlin. Don't you want to see the ruins?
Yes, Miss Frost. As chairman of this committee, I suggest you observe as much as possible.
Congressman Pennicott, this is not a sightseeing tour. We've been sent here to investigate the morale of United States troops. We have heard rumors that they have been fraternizing with German women. When we land, I assure you I shall explore the situation thoroughly and turn in as accurate a report as possible.
Captain Pringle, the Notification Department. No, have the papers sent over tomorrow. That's right. I have an honor guard formation at the airfield this afternoon for some globe-trotting congressman. Goodbye. Well, Lieutenant Lee, you look despondent. What's the matter, boy?
Oh, it's these German dames. They're murder.
You mean Trudy, the fireball Fräulein? What happened?
I lost her.
You run out of candy bars?
A Russian sergeant came along with a pound of rancid butter.
You're an amateur, Lee. Now, I wouldn't be afraid of a Russian general with a ton of caviar. Take a look at these.
Nylons. Where'd you get them?
Brandenburg Gate.
Well, you're going to get into trouble messing around with that high-voltage nightclub singer.
Erika von Schlütow? Why, she's just as sweet and harmless as an artillery battery.
Yeah. They say she used to run around with a lot of those big-shot Nazis.
Rumors, jealous rumors.
Hey, man, look at the time. We got a parade for that committee from stateside. Going to investigate our morale.
You know, I can't understand why. I don't have any.
Sir, the honor guard is formed.
Parade! Yes!
Once more, gentlemen, it is our honor and privilege to turn out with the brass band and welcome a visiting committee. This time it's to investigate our morale. It seems back home they've got the idea that all we do is swing in hammocks with beautiful blonde Fraulines and swap cigarettes for castles on the Rhine. Well, some of you do go overboard once in a while. This isn't a Boy Scout camp. We've got a tough job to do, and by and large, we're handling it darn well. Now, this committee is going to be here for 5 days. I'm counting on you men to behave. Period. Now I see our guests have arrived. Company! And shoot!
A very fine fight. I wish my ears had stopped ringing. Where is Colonel Plummer?
I am Colonel Plummer. Congressman Pennicott?
Yes?
May I extend the welcome of the American military government?
As chairman of this committee, permit me to bring you greetings from the people of the United States. These are my colleagues, Congressman Giffin,
Howdy.
Salvatore,
Delighted,
Krauss,
Colonel, delighted.
Yandel,
Yeah.
and this is Congresswoman Phoebe Frost.
From Iowa, from the 9th District of Iowa.
Delightful of Congress to send us a lady representative.
You may dispense with the soft soap, Colonel. And what, may I ask, is the meaning of this reception?
I'm afraid I don't understand.
I came here hoping to find an army taking its task seriously. Instead, I find a military band. What, no drum majorettes?
We had some, but we sent them back to the barracks. They forgot to shave.
This is scarcely a jesting matter, Colonel.
Perhaps we can discuss it at lunch. May I carry that box for you?
No, thank you. I undertook to deliver it to a Captain John Pringle here in Berlin. I don't suppose you could tell me where to find him?
I could try. Captain Pringle.
Oh, is he here?
Captain Pringle reporting, sir. Congresswoman Frost, this is Captain Pringle.
This is for you, Captain. Happy birthday.
Birthday?
Yes, it's a cake.
Oh, my birthday. I'd forgotten. You mean, you brought this all the way from the States?
Murdoch, Iowa.
Well, my home state. How is good old Iowa?
67% Republican, thank you. I was entrusted with this cake by the daughter of one of my constituents. Well, open it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, what do you know?
Oh, isn't that sweet? Love from Dusty.
In pink icing.
Yeah, great kid, Dusty.
How long since you've seen her?
Dusty? Oh, 4 years.
Don't you ever get leave?
Oh, I don't want any leave.
You don't?
Oh, well, that is... personal feelings don't matter here. Winning the peace, you know?
Oh, that's fine, but, Captain Pringle...
Yes, ma'am?
That thing hanging out of your pocket, it looks like it...
A woman's stocking. Captain Pringle.
Colonel Plummer, do your officers usually go around looking like the hosiery department at Macy's?
Stocking? Oh, you mean this stocking? Oh, well, my mother sent me these. Just got them today.
And the color just matches your arm.
Yes, I mean, no. They're a present for Dusty. I'll mail them from here. Surprise, you know. It's her birthday next month.
Why, Captain Pringle, how thoughtful. And now here you are with a birthday cake all alone.
Well, they'll be my buddies. We'll open a case of root beer, light the candles, sing some songs. It'll be just like good old Iowa. Almost.
Oh, well, may I say that if you're a sample of the Army spirit, I feel better already.
Oh, I'm a sample, all right. Goodbye, Miss Frost.
Goodbye.
Give my regards to the Lonely Hearts Club.
Yes, sir.
Oh, man, look at this cake. When are we going to eat it?
Eat it? Are you crazy? I'm going to the black market and parlay this pastry into a mattress. Hey, you up there. Erica.
Johnny? Is it you?
That's my signal. Come on, throw down the key. Okay, mattress, come with Daddy. Big's heavy. Hey, woman! Erica!
Here I am, Johnny.
You great, big, gorgeous blonde
Don't
doll.
hold me so tight, Johnny. You're hurting me. Why are you so mean to me?
Listen, you menace. I worry about you. I bring you presents, and you tell me
Presents? Where, Johnny? Where?
Hey, get out of my pockets.
What is it, Johnny?
Come on, lay off. You're tickling me.
Oh, stockings. Oh, they're so sheer, so beautiful.
Sure. And I brought you another present.
Where, Johnny? What? A mattress. A real mattress. Where did you find it?
Well, it started out as a half a dozen eggs and a cup of sugar. But you're not going to get it.
Johnny, the one on my bed, it's a ruin, like Berlin. I can't sleep.
No mattress will help you sleep. What you Germans need is a better conscience.
I have a good conscience. I have a new Führer. You. Heil, Johnny.
You heil me once more and I'll knock your teeth in.
How, Johnny? With a kiss? Like this?
Your mother must have been frightened by a blowtorch.
Who's that?
With my luck, it's Eisenhower.
Oh, Johnny, hide in the other room.
Right.
Coming, yes, coming.
Your name's Schluto?
Well, an American military policeman.
Your name Erica Schluto?
No.
You're the dame that sings at the Lorelei nightclub?
Yes.
And your name's not Erica Schluto?
My name is Erika von Schluto.
Ooh, von Schluto. Nobility, huh? Well, if your Von Highness doesn't mind, it says here on this Von paper that you've been an active Von Nazi and was sentenced last month to a Von labor camp to pick up some Von bricks.
There must be some mistake. I've been completely cleared. I'm on the white list now.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, sir, Captain Pringle.
Okay, Bob Hope. Let's see those orders. They're 4 weeks old.
Yes, sir. There's been a lot of people to check.
This case has been all straightened out. I'll set things right at the denazification office myself.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's all. Take off.
Yes, sir.
Johnny, you shouldn't have told him that. I haven't been cleared. If they look in the files, they'll find out.
Stop worrying. I signed your papers.
Johnny, you could get into trouble.
I got into trouble the day I met you. Goodbye, baby doll.
Gentlemen, as chairman of the committee, I wish to thank Colonel Plummer and his staff for this pleasant and educational luncheon. But now, duty calls.
If you gentlemen and Miss Frost will just go along with Lieutenant Fairfield here, he has arranged a tour of the area for you.
Right this way, please.
Visiting congressman. Sometimes I'd like to send a committee to investigate morale in Washington.
Call it.
What the devil? Oh, Miss Frost. Say, you'd better run along or your party will leave without you.
Iowans, Colonel Plummer, are not the type for guided tours.
Just what is it you want, Miss Frost?
Colonel, driving over here, I was shocked. Shocked. Our men, American soldiers walking right up to German women and making dates without being properly introduced.
Well, heavens to Betsy.
Holding hands openly, right in public.
Fraternization is legal, you know.
This committee may have something to say about that.
Miss Frost, what is it you wish?
I just want to tell you that Congresswoman Phoebe Frost isn't going to be bamboozled by any smooth talk and guided tours.
Nobody's trying to bamboozle you, Miss Frost. You're free to do whatever you wish. As far as this office is concerned, you can investigate the morals of the American Army first-handed.
Don't be ridiculous, Colonel. I couldn't... Colonel Plummer, you have given me an idea.
Now, wait a minute.
For the honor and glory of the United States, Colonel, I am going out and get myself picked up.
So what's with it? Did you have any luck with the German doll?
Nah. I says to her, look, I am Private Joe Bilks of the United States Army.
Yeah, what does she say?
She says she already has a candy bar.
Oh, yeah. A plutocrat. Well, Hey, do you see what I see?
Wow, a size 14.
Somehow she don't look like a German girl.
Oh, that is strudel if I ever saw one. Come on.
Hey, Fraulein.
Ein Moment, Fraulein.
Hold on a minute, will you?
Guten afternoon, Fraulein.
Oh.
Hiya, Strudel.
Yeah.
Hey, you get that? Yeah, the conversation is launched. Strudel, das ist mein Freund Mike. Mike.
Yeah.
And das ist my friend Joe.
Yeah.
Fraulein, you like little Thornton Lorelei Cabaret? Huh?
Yeah.
What's the matter with her?
Yeah.
Oh, fine. This kid kills me. All she can say is yeah.
That's bad. Fraulein, what is your name?
Yeah.
No. Your name?
Gretchen.
Gretchen what?
Gretchen, Gesundheit.
How do you like that? We're fraternizing with a sneeze. Some hot spot, the Lorelei, huh, Fraulein?
Ah, she's a dope. Hey, here comes the champagne. Put it right here, waiter.
Das ist 5-pack cigarettes, please.
4 packs.
Now it's 5 packs.
All right, take them. This is eine kleine clip joint.
How do you like these prices? Maybe we better write Congress to boost our cigarette ration.
Why, you...
What did you say?
Yeah.
That a girl with a vocabulary like that, you could run for Congress yourself back home.
So what's Congress? A bunch of salesmen that's got their foot in the right door. Listen, for my dough, you can have Congress and the Senate in 10 points.
20 points.
15 points.
I'll take it.
You got it.
Hey, get a load of that.
You want me to sing, boys?
Yeah. Oh, brother. That is strudel a la mode.
Hubba, hubba.
She thinks I'm Jack Armstrong, the all-American boy.
Jack Armstrong?
Oh, never mind. I just don't want her to see me.
Hey, that's the kind of pastry makes you drool on your bib. They say she was right up there with them major league Nazis. Goebbels' girl or Goering's, one of them anyway.
How does she get away with it?
She hooked herself some big army brass. Hey, do you think this Sphinx here can dance? Come on, Gretchen. How's mit kleine Tanzmachen, huh? Come on, Gretchen. Loosen up. Don't you know how
that cake. That's the cake I brought from Iowa. The cake on the table.
Gretchen, what are you saying?
Let me go, you big ape.
Oh, brother, let me out of here.
Waiter, where did you get that cake?
What you want?
I know that cake. I brought it from Iowa.
Where this restaurant gets food is our business, not yours.
That's enough out of you. This cake is confiscated.
Oh, Captain Pringle.
So this is what happened to my cake.
What do you know about this?
It was stolen from my Jeep in the Brandenburg Gate area, Miss Frost. You know, the black market. I traced the cake here.
And just what do you intend doing about it?
Oh, I'll take care of the matter.
Oh, no. Where's my notebook? Oh, there now. What exactly is the name of this rat trap?
The Lorelei.
The Lorelei. And what is the name of that woman?
What woman?
The singer here.
Oh, that woman. I think it's, Erica.
Erica what?
Erica, von Schlutow.
How do you spell it?
With an umlaut.
Aha! I thought so.
Huh?
Even her name is subversive.
But Miss Frost, why ask about her?
Because there's something funny going on around here, and as a congresswoman of Iowa, I am about to do my duty.
And so, gentlemen and Miss Frost, that's why I asked you to this conference. You had to get the picture. When we moved into Germany, we found a country of open graves and closed hearts. We've tried to turn it into a civilized state. It's a tough, thankless, lonely job. Oh, sure, some of us get out of line occasionally. But remember this. For the first time in history, you're asking the same generation of soldiers to be both valorous and wise.
Splendid. As chairman of this committee, Colonel, let me tell you we buy every word of your speech. Yes, sir.
I don't buy it.
I know, Miss Frost. You're from Iowa.
What about notorious Nazi sirens parading themselves before our boys? What about that?
For instance?
Erika von Schutow. That's who works, if that is the word for it, at a dive called the Lorelei.
Pardon me, did you say Erika von Schutow?
I did.
I must ask you to drop this particular matter.
Aha! You're hiding something, Colonel Plummer.
There are some things which must be left to the discretion of the military.
The last time someone tried to gag me, Colonel, he tried it with a mink coat. But I didn't stop talking until the president of that particular company wound up in jail, even though I did get pneumonia that winter. Come in.
Morning, Miss Frost.
Ah, Captain Pringle. No doubt you're wondering why I sent for you.
Uh-huh. Why, all the motion picture equipment?
You'll see presently. I simply cannot get myself to trust anybody in uniform.
Oh, now, Miss
That
Frost.
is, anybody but you.
Me?
I suppose it's because we're both Iowans. And, Captain, I need your help.
Glad to be of service, ma'am.
Now, what do you know about Fräulein von Schlutow?
Oh, just gossip. She may have known a couple of minor party members. Small fry. Nothing worth your attention.
Perhaps. A warrant officer thinks she's in this old German newsreel. So, if you'll turn off the lights, Captain.
Okay. Probably just a waste of time, Miss Frost.
This is the opening of the 1943 opera season.
Yeah, top German brass.
There's Hitler at...
Oh, no.
There she is. The von Schlutow woman. Who's the uniform she's hanging on to?
I think it's Hans Otto Birgel.
Who's he?
Oh, he had a little something to do with the Gestapo. He's dead. Killed himself.
Wasn't he an important party member?
Oh, so-so.
Look at the way she's holding on to him.
Well, maybe she doesn't know him. Maybe she had a dizzy spell, and the first thing she could catch was his elbow.
And is that a dizzy spell?
Hitler himself.
Kissing her hand, talking to her, laughing with her. I think that's quite enough. You can put the lights on now, Captain.
Yeah, sure.
It's common talk, you know, that some American Army officer is protecting that woman. It's him that I want.
Do you think you'll find it?
Of course. The only way he can see her is by visiting her. She can't come to him.
Is that right?
Therefore, to catch him, we've got to watch her place.
Smart idea. And I'll watch it myself, personally, night and day.
No, we'll watch it together.
We will?
I want to face that man myself, face him right down.
Oh, well, it's liable to be a long, dull process.
You and I can afford any time required by so brazen a case. If necessary, I'll go to the general.
Oh, no, not the general.
I will, and to the War Department, and to the president. And if he doesn't do it,
yes,
I'll see Drew Pearson.
Our full-hour presentation of A Foreign Affair continues in just a moment. But first, a word about next week's show. Starting next Sunday, the NBC Theater will be heard over most of these stations at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, just a half hour later than heretofore. And our story next week is the gay and charming musical You Were Meant for Me, starring Academy Award nominee Dan Daly in his original role. Our presentation of A Foreign Affair continues after a brief pause for station identification. NBC Theater is presenting the Hollywood Screen Directors' hour-length production of A Foreign Affair, starring Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, and John Lund, and introducing the director of the film, Billy Wilde. Life in Berlin is becoming very complicated indeed for Captain John Pringle. Johnny has joined Congresswoman Phoebe Frost in tracking down the American Army officer who's been carrying on an affair with Erika von Schlutow, a nightclub singer and former girlfriend of Nazi Hans Otto Bergel. The task has proved to be an unusually frustrating one for the captain, since he happens to be the man Phoebe Frost is looking for. Right now, Johnny Pringle is doing his best to dampen her Iowa enthusiasm as they sit parked in his Jeep in front of Erika's bomb-shattered apartment.
Oh, it's after curfew. Since she won't be coming tonight.
She's waiting for somebody, or she wouldn't leave the lights on.
Maybe she's tickling peaches.
Not her. Pickled peaches. Golly, you must miss Iowa.
Oh, sure.
No morale problems there. We had the lowest juvenile delinquency rate in the country. Till 2 months ago.
What happened?
A little boy in Des Moines took a blowtorch to his mother. We dropped right back to 16th place.
Must have been humiliating.
It was, especially for the little boy's mother. A Republican, you know.
Well, those things do happen.
Oh, golly, I'm sleepy.
Look out for that horn.
Shh. Oh, I'm sorry.
Uh-oh, that did it.
What was that?
Crickets?
Something dropped. It's a key.
A key? Oh, whatever for?
Apparently the man honks the horn. That's the signal.
Johnny? Johnny?
Come on, hide into the shadows.
Johnny? Where are you, Johnny?
Johnny. His name's Johnny.
There's lots of Johnnies in the Army.
But this eliminates all the Jims, Bobs, and Georges.
Johnny.
Hussy.
Shh.
Is somebody here? Oh. Hello, Johnny.
I don't know who you're referring to. I am Captain Pringle of the United States Army, and this lady with me is a member of the Congress of the United States.
And we have reason to believe that you are consorting with a member of our armed forces.
What gives you that idea?
The key you dropped.
Oh, that was for the milkman.
Facts, Miss von Schlutow, if you please.
You are an American woman?
What is the man's name?
No lipstick. And what a curious way to do your hair.
Are you now, or have you ever been connected with a member of the Armed Forces of the United States? If so, what is his name?
Perhaps if you change the line of your eyebrows a little. I'm sorry, but I don't know what you're talking about. Good night. Gute Nacht. Gute Nacht, Captain. Whatever your name is.
Well, we might as well call it a night.
I suppose I do look awful.
No, you don't.
We were only allowed 60 pounds of luggage. I didn't bring any makeup.
Never let another woman tell you how you look.
No lipstick.
Ask a man.
No mascara either.
I think you look charming. In a wind-blown sort of way.
You're just being polite.
Oh, no, really.
You're sweet. Now, getting back to that woman, the man behind her, he must really be important. Important enough to cover up for her.
Oh, I don't know. You read stories like this every day in the papers.
That's it. Papers. The man must have signed her papers.
Oh, no.
Find the signature on her papers and we've got our man.
Well, it's getting late. Let's go home now.
No, I want to see that file right now.
In the middle of the night? Shouldn't we get permission?
Did we get permission to land in Normandy? Let's go. Sandler, Salzman, Schramer, Schlumann, Schüssel. Here were Schlutos. Anton, Emil, Frist, Gottfried. No Erica.
No, Erica? Oh, that's too bad. Well, come on, let's go. I have to write my grandmother a letter. I've neglected her shamefully.
Oh, well, I could have sworn Captain Pringle. It's Erica von Schluto. Von. It's under von.
Oh, no. Why, that's silly.
Like O'Brien. You wouldn't look under B. You'd look under O.
All right. Let's look under O.
Under V. Oh, it must be here. Now, von Resnick, von Rotelsheim.
Did it ever occur to you that there might be some extenuating circumstances?
This man is making a mockery of his country's uniform.
That's a hot one. You expect him to be an ambassador, a salesman of goodwill. Well, that's not the way it works.
Von
Suppose you stop playing detective and ask yourself why he skidded off the road.
Von Soundberg, I'll tell you why. No moral breaks, Von Salmon.
Sure, he's going too fast. Only during the war, he couldn't go fast enough. Get on that beachhead. Get through those tank traps. Speed, lots of it. Then the war's over, and you expect him to ram on those brakes and stop like that.
Von Salzburg? Yes, Captain Pringle, just like that. Von Saugus, Von Sasten.
Maybe he needs a little affection. Or would you know about that, Congresswoman Frost? Are you human enough to know about affection?
Yes, I know about that. It might interest you to know that I was in love once.
Not really.
He was a Southern Democrat. We served on a committee together. I despised his politics, but I loved the Southern syrup in his voice and the lazy way he put his arm around me. But do you know what he was trying to do?
What?
Sway my vote. One night he drove me home. He said he was yearning for my lips, but it would have meant betraying my platform and my constituents.
What did you do?
I filibustered.
You what?
I just kept talking, poems and things. The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere, I got through that one twice. Yes, I do know about affection, Captain, but we still haven't found her file. Now, Von Schloss, Von Schlossnig...
You haven't been kissed since.
None of your business. Von Schlumann, Von Schluto, Karl, Donner. If it's here, it should be this next
Congresswoman.
What?
Close that file.
What are you doing?
That Southern Democrat isn't the only guy who's yearning for those lips.
Captain Pringle. Keep away. Don't you come.
Why? You're no Nazi. Since when has it been subversive to kiss a Republican?
But I'm a congresswoman.
You're a lovely woman. And you're going to get kissed.
Now, listen, my children, and you shall
It won't do you any good.
The Midnight Ride of Paul Revere.
Congresswoman, darling, I'm asking for the floor.
On the 8th of April in 75.
I demand the floor.
Hardly a man is now alive. Oh, you're entirely out of order.
Objection overruled.
Oh, John.
Come on. Let's get out of here. I know where there's a beam of moonlight with your name on it.
But the file.
Bright moonlight or dusty old files? What'll it be?
Oh, moonlight, John. Moonlight.
Oh, hurry, darling. The hours are running out, and I want to spend every magic moment with you.
Darling, it's been so long.
Hi.
What has mein kleiner Liebling been doing?
Your kleiner Liebling has been making charm with the bloodhound.
The congresswoman?
Yeah. We're engaged.
Engaged?
We sat and held hands and whistled Shine On Harvest Moon. Well, it's better than having my head chopped off. Something that may happen to you. You were in pretty deep, weren't you?
Deep? What deep?
You and Hans Otto Birgel.
He's dead.
And that Führer of yours, kissing your hand, little jerk.
Don't talk like that.
Why not? How much of a Nazi were you, anyway?
Oh, Johnny, don't be cross now. I love you very much.
Now, isn't that nice?
I want to go with you to America. I want to climb the Statue of Liberty.
You want to get down in that basement at Fort Knox.
I've got some vodka, and I had the phonograph fixed.
Sorry, I got a date.
A date?
With my fiancée. Have to keep her hogtied till she leaves tomorrow.
But you'll come tomorrow night, won't you, Johnny?
Sure, I guess so. So long, doll.
They make pretty souvenirs. Take my lovely illusions, some for loss, some for
I never knew champagne could taste so good.
Why did you insist on coming to the Lorelei?
Oh, now, Johnny, it's our last night. I want to have fun.
Sure, I know how it is.
I don't know whether it's the champagne, but I'm absolutely dizzy with happiness. Before I was just drifting on a gray sea, all alone. Only suddenly you get scared. So you hoist up your heart and you wait. And nobody passes by. Just gray waves.
Phoebe, don't.
Then out of nowhere comes a boat. So unexpected. All white sails on the horizon. To you, my beautiful boat.
Phoebe, you make me feel awful.
Well, you are beautiful, and you're fun, and you're good to me.
Someday you might find out I'm not so good.
Look, here's Miss von Schluto.
May I join you?
No.
Now, don't be rude, John.
Thank you. Have you made any progress tracking down that man?
What man?
My man.
Oh, a little progress. Only that's all postponed because of another man. My man. Isn't he beautiful? Some more champagne, darling.
Phoebe, please. You've had enough.
When are you leaving Berlin, Miss
tomorrow.
Frost?
Tomorrow. This is our last night together.
What a shame. He'll be so lonely without you.
Oh, no, he won't. He'll think about his little Phoebe, won't you?
Sure I will.
Night after night, all alone in his barracks.
Isn't he sweet?
Yes, I think so.
Hey, Pringle, Johnny.
Oh, hello, Lee. Won't you join us?
No, thanks, can't. Colonel Plummer's looking for you.
John, I don't want you to go.
What does he want?
I don't know, but you better get over to his office before he pops an artery.
Oh, of all the times... Come on, Phoebe.
No, I shall be very pleased to take care of Miss Frost.
Oh, but I better take her home.
Go on, get going. She'll be all right.
Oh, thanks, Lee. Captain Pringle reporting, sir.
Well, if it isn't the great lover.
Yes, sir.
What?
No, sir.
Listen, Passion Flower, I'm going to blow the whistle on you.
Yes, sir?
Pringle, I honestly think you have as good a war record as any man in this town. You've been on the first team ever since Normandy, and I know you were among the first 10 men across Remagen Bridge. I also know why you were in such a hurry.
Well, that's a long story, sir.
So is this Erica von Schluto. Captain Pringle, we've been wise to you and her all along.
Pekin, huh?
We also know that you've been playing a double bill with the Congress lady from Iowa.
I'd appreciate it if you'd leave her out of this.
You would, huh? Captain, you're to stay away from that certain party. Strictly off limits, understand?
That's okay with me. It was all washed up anyway.
Just a minute. Get this straight. You're to stay away from the Congresswoman.
Phoebe? Why?
Because you're going to pick up the torch for Fraulein von Schlutow and lug it again in public.
Oh, what do you know?
Did you ever hear of Hans Otto Bergel?
Sure. Erica's Nazi boyfriend, but he's dead now.
Dead nothing. He's very much alive. And thanks to you, he's kicking.
What have I got to do with it?
Plenty. Someone tipped him off that his girl has been seen around with an American officer.
Well, what about it? That only... Oh.
Mm-hmm. The way we see it, he's just about due to come out and kill you both.
That's cute.
So now, go on back and fan those flames, Romeo. Stick around the floor line until Bergel shows up.
Well, when can I expect him? I wouldn't want my nose to be shiny.
Any time from here on in. Any other questions?
Yeah. Why did I ever join the Army?
Oh, I feel so wonderful.
Sit down, Miss Frost.
Oh, but you still haven't told me why you asked me up here to your apartment.
It's very simple, Miss Frost.
Huh?
I want my man.
Ah, the American officer?
You're still a little drunk, and maybe that's good. Because this is a beastly thing I'm going to do. But you must understand what happened to us here. We've all become animals, with exactly one instinct left, self-preservation. It has been a life of misery. But now I found a man, and through him a roof and a job and food, and I'm not going to lose him.
Oh, why tell all this to me?
Because you want the same man.
What? What did you say?
Here, take my handkerchief. You'll need it.
You mean John?
He's such a nice boy, really. He hated what he was doing to you, you know. He came up here so miserable and sorry for you. There's his signal.
That couldn't be John.
But it is. One moment, Johnny, darling.
I don't want him to see me.
I'm afraid it's too late now. Just sit over there in the corner.
Hiya, doll baby.
Hello?
What's the matter? No kiss for your kleine Liebling? Oh, I'm sorry I had to show up at the Lorelei with that Congress dame. She doesn't mean a thing.
Nothing, Johnny?
Just laughs. Come on, break out that vodka of yours and... Oh.
You're a very funny man, Captain Pringle.
I'm sorry.
So am I. Not for myself. For you. For you.
Colonel Plummer, I can't go through with this.
I'm sorry, Captain, but that's how it is. I know it's tough on you, but we can't afford to let Bergel slip out of the net now.
Well, it's not me, it's Miss Frost. I told you what happened last night.
Sorry.
But why can't I straighten things out with her?
Because according to our information, Bergel is coming out of his rat hole tonight. So tonight you're spending your time with Fraulein von Schlutow at the Lorelei Club.
Johnny, I didn't expect you.
That makes two of us.
Tonight I have a surprise for you.
What is it?
Oh, Liebling, my number's coming up.
I got a surprise for you. So is mine.
I must go now. I'll be back.
You all right?
Huh? Oh, hello, Sergeant.
You all right, Captain?
Sure, like a clay pigeon.
We think we spotted Bergel.
Well, then arrest him.
Well, we aren't positive it's Bergel.
When will you know?
When he tries to shoot you.
Thank you, Sergeant. You've been very helpful.
Oh, don't worry, Captain Pringle. We'll be covering you when Bergel shows.
Just as long as it isn't with a sheet.
See you later, sir.
Yeah, but will I see you?
Johnny, here I am back.
Yeah. What's the surprise?
Tonight, I try a new way of doing my number. I sing in the dark. No lights.
Hey, you can't do that.
But it's so effective, Johnny. There, the light's out.
Oh, brother.
Nice and dark, isn't it, Johnny? Here. Give me your hand while I sing.
Make it fast, baby. Get those lights on again.
Want to buy some illusions, slightly used, second hand. They were lovely illusions.
Don't move, Captain, and don't turn around.
What? Who?
What, Captain? A gun. And who, Captain? Allow me to introduce myself, Hansato Burgle.
How do you do?
She sings beautifully, doesn't she? Listen, Captain.
Crazy paradise, you are in love with pain.
Yes, pain, Captain. Pain as I have known, as you soon shall know. Very soon.
You won't get away with it, Burgle.
I don't expect to, Captain. But it shall have its compensations, her death and yours. Listen to her. You won't. If she finishes her song, Captain, the lights will go on, and we can't have that. Neither you nor she will ever see the lights again. You loved her, Captain. Now die with her music in your ears. Auf Wiedersehen.
Come in.
Colonel Plummer,
Well, Miss Frost, sit down, please.
you wanted to see me?
Yes. Yes, there's something I want to talk to you about. You know, Miss Frost, there's a lot of rubble around here. You walk around on it, you're apt to get conked by a loose brick.
Please, Colonel Plummer.
I feel kind of responsible about that loose brick. That certain captain...
No, I don't want to hear any
There's
more.
not much to be said in his defense, but there is this. He isn't enjoying his little romance with Fraulein von Schlüter.
I'm not listening.
Miss Frost, Captain Pringle has been acting as a decoy to trap the Fraulein's old boyfriend.
Hans Otto Burgle?
Yes, he's alive.
You mean John was acting under orders?
It had to be that way after he met you. You see...
Oh.
Excuse me. Colonel Plummer.
Lieutenant Fairfield, military police.
Yes, Lieutenant.
There's been a shooting at the Lorelei. I'm on my way over there now.
Any particulars?
Nothing.
Right, I'll meet you there. Miss Frost, you better come with me. There's been a shooting.
John?
I don't know. Let's find out. This is it. Come on. Okay, Lieutenant Fairfield, where is he?
Under that sheet. Dead.
Oh,
You wait here, Miss Frost. I'll have a look. Mm-hmm. 2 plugs right through the kisser.
right to the... Oh.
Oh, she fainted. No sense of humor. Where's Pringle? Pringle!
Right here, sir.
You all right?
Fine, thanks to the sergeant here. He dropped Burgle with his first shot.
Shucks, Captain. Don't give me all the credit. The other boys got in there 2 bits worth.
Well, Pringle, you'd better attend to that congresswoman of yours. She's fainted.
Phoebe? Here?
Right over there. Now, Lieutenant, how about Fraulein von Schlüter?
2 MPs have her in back.
Are you crazy? Leaving her with those poor, defenseless boys? Go get her.
Here she is now, sir.
Come on, sister. You got a date with that pile of on bricks I was telling you about.
I have papers here which say I'm on the white list.
And we know just how you got there. It wasn't exactly, if you'll pardon the non-Aryan expression, kosher.
I don't understand. If you just ask Captain Pringle.
Forget Captain Pringle.
Colonel Plummer, sir.
Colonel Plummer. Oh, you must be that wonderful Colonel Plummer I've heard so much about.
Yes. Only most of the time they called me Delicious. Take her away, Corporal.
Come on, sister.
Colonel, can you take me to my apartment while I change?
I guess so.
Come on, Corporal.
You, Sergeant.
Yes, sir.
Go along with the corporal. Watch him.
I sure will, sir.
You, platoon sergeant.
Yes, sir?
You watch those two guys.
It's a pleasure.
Colonel Plummer.
Yes, Lieutenant?
I was just thinking, sir.
So was I. You watch them.
Like a hawk.
Come to think of it, I'd better watch him.
Oh.
Phoebe, darling,
Oh, Johnny. What happened?
you fainted.
He said there were 2 slugs in your kisser.
There ought to be.
Oh, no.
I'm sorry about everything, except the time with you.
John, help me up.
There now.
John, I love you.
Oh, no. Oh, me, I'm just a wham boy. Kind of guy you needed. Somebody to marry.
Well?
Oh, not me. I'm a heel, certified, got papers to prove it.
John, come here. John.
I tell you, I'm a heel.
You're a man, and you're going to get kissed.
Oh, now listen, Phoebe. Listen. Listen, my children,
It
you
won't
shall
do
hear of the
you
midnight
any
ride of Paul
good.
Revere
Come
on
on,
18th
Captain
April of
Darling,
75.
I'm asking for the floor.
Hardly
I
a man is
demand
now
the floor.
alive. You're entirely out of order.
Objection overruled.
Oh, Phoebe,
Yes, John.
how about overruling that objection again?
In just a moment, our stars will return. Next Sunday and every week thereafter, the NBC Theater will be heard over most of these stations at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And leading off the Screen Directors series in the new time spot, the delightfully nostalgic musical, You Were Meant for Me, starring Academy Award nominee Dan Daly in his original role. And now, here are tonight's stars: Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, and John Lund, and Screen Director Billy Wilder.
Okay, Billy, as a director, you're entitled to sound off. What did you think of our performance?
Well, since you asked me, I thought that...
No, wait a minute, John. Why let Billy Wilder do all the criticizing?
That's right. He tried his hand at acting himself tonight.
Well, here's what I think of your performance.
Stop trying to change the subject.
Now, he played the part of the waiter at the Lorelei nightclub. Show us, Billy. Now, do your lines again.
Now, come on, Billy. You're an actor now.
I said, champagne is 5 packs, please.
I'm sorry, you're underplaying the line,
I'd
old boy.
say he was overplaying.
I'd say he shouldn't have played it at all.
See? You're all confused. Actually, I was magnificent.
Well, speaking for all of us, Billy, you certainly are a magnificent director. Working on the set with you was a privilege we'll never forget.
How true, how true.
Now, Billy, I hear that you screen directors have quite an array of shows coming up, huh?
I'm looking forward to hearing Dan Daly's next week in You Were Meant for Me.
And I'm counting on catching The Perfect Marriage with Loretta Young.
For me, it's a toss-up between Fred McMurray in Suddenly It's Spring and Bob Hope in The Ghost Breakers.
Well, you'll be hearing them all on Screen Director's Assignment. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night, Billy. Good night.
Good night. And good night to you, Rosalind Russell, Marlene Dietrich, John Lund, and Billy Wilder. Tonight's cast included Wally Mayer, Henry Rowland, Herb Vigran, Gil Stratton Jr., Sam Edwards, Eddie Fields, Clark Gordon, Dan Riss, Bob Bruce, Paul McVeigh, and Helen Andrews. Script was by Richard Allen Simmons. Original music composed and conducted by Henry Russell. Production was under the supervision of Howard Wiley. Associate producer Bill Karn. Your announcer has been Frank Barton. A Foreign Affair was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Technicolor production Whispering Smith, starring Alan Ladd, Robert Preston, and Brenda Marshall. John Lund is soon to be seen co-starring with Paulette Goddard and MacDonald Carey in the Paramount picture Bride of Vengeance. Rosalind Russell will soon be seen in the new Columbia Pictures comedy My Next Husband. Listen next week at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when the NBC Theater presents
Screen Director's Assignment. Production, You Were Meant for Me. Director, Lloyd Bacon. Star, Dan Daly.
The Screen Directors Guild program came to you from Hollywood. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Living Fiction. Northwestern University, in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company, brings you a radio dramatization of another timeless story, A Picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde, another in a series of Living Fiction.
Don't pay any attention to what Lord Henry says, Dorian. He has a very bad influence over all his friends.
Have you a very bad influence, Lord Henry?
There is no such thing as a good influence, Mr. Gray. All influence is immoral.
Why?
Before Lord Henry answers that one, Dorian, get up on the platform. I want to finish the portrait today.
Very well, Basil. Lord Henry, why is all influence immoral?
Because to influence a person is to give him one's own soul. He does not think his natural thoughts or burn with his natural passions. His virtues are not real. His sins are borrowed. He becomes an echo of someone else's music, an actor of a part that has not yet been written for him.
What do you suggest is a remedy, Henry?
Yield to yourself. The only way to get rid of temptation is to yield to it. Yes, cure the soul by means of the senses, and the senses by means of the soul.
Stop! You bewilder me. I don't know what to say.
Then let me say it for you, Dorian. The gods have been good to you. Beauty is the wonder of wonders. You have beauty. But what the gods give, they quickly take away. In time, you will become sallow and hollow-cheeked and dull-eyed. Realize your youth while you have it.
And how would you have me realize my youth?
Don't squander the gold of your days listening to the tedious, trying to improve the hopeless failure. These are the sickly aims, the false ideals of our age. Live the wonderful life that is in you. Let nothing be lost upon you. Always searching for new sensations. Be afraid of nothing.
Ah, finished. The portrait is finished.
My dear fellow, I congratulate you most warmly. It's the finest portrait of modern times. Dorian, come over and look at yourself.
So is it really finished? I've certainly looked... Oh.
In time you will become sallow and hollow-cheeked and dull-eyed. Realize your youth while you have it.
Don't you like it?
Of course he likes it. Who wouldn't like it?
How sad it is. I shall grow old and horrible and dreadful. This picture will always remain young. It will never be older than this day in June. If it were only the other way. If it were I who was always to be young and the picture that was to grow old. For that, I would give everything. There's nothing I would not give. I would give my soul for that.
love? Who are you in love with?
With an actress.
That's rather commonplace, don't you think?
You would not say so if you saw her, Lord Henry.
Who is she?
Her name is Sybil Vane.
Never heard of her.
No, no one has. People will someday, however. She's a genius.
My dear boy, no woman is a genius. Women are a decorative sex. They never have anything to say, but they say it so charmingly.
Oh, Lord Henry, your views bewilder me.
Never mind that. How long have you known her?
About 3 weeks. I found her in an absurd little theater with great flaring gas jets and gaudy playbills. And what do you imagine the play was?
I can't imagine.
Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, how awful.
Well, I must admit that I, too, was rather annoyed at the idea of seeing Shakespeare done in such a wretched hole of a place, but that was until I saw Juliet. She was the loveliest thing I've ever seen in my life.
But when did you meet Sybil?
Oh, the third night. She'd been playing Rosalind. I couldn't help going backstage. She was so shy and gentle, and her eyes opened wide when I told her what I thought of her performance. And before I could introduce myself, she said quite naively, "You look like a prince. I must call you Prince Charming."
Miss Sybil certainly knows how to pay compliments.
No, you don't understand her, Lord Henry. She regards me merely as a person in a play. She knows nothing of life. You'll have to meet her.
If she has captivated you so thoroughly, I certainly shall.
I've been right, haven't I? To take my love out of poetry? To find my wife in Shakespeare's plays? Lips that Shakespeare taught to speak have whispered their secret in my ear. I've had the arms of Rosalind around me and kissed Juliet on the mouth.
My dear Dorian, she sounds quite complete.
Lord Henry, you, who knows all the secrets of life, tell me how to charm Sybil Vane to love me. I want to make Romeo jealous. I want the dead lovers of the world to hear our laughter and grow sad. I want the breath of our passion to stir their dust into consciousness, to wake their ashes into pain. Oh, Lord Henry, I worship her.
Oh, you're not listening to a word I'm saying, Jim Vane. Do say something.
What do you want me to say,
So
Sybil?
that you'll not forget us when you go across the sea.
You are more likely to forget me than I am to forget you, Sybil.
Why, what do you mean, Jim?
You have a new friend, I hear. Who is he? Why have you not told me about him? He means you no good.
Stop, Jim. You mustn't say anything against him. I love him.
Why, you don't even know his name. Who is he? I have a right to know.
Well, I call him Prince Charming.
He is a
A
gentleman.
prince. What more do you want?
He wants to enslave you.
I shudder at the thought of being free.
If he ever does you any wrong, as sure as there is a God in heaven, I shall kill him.
Don't be so serious, Jim. I'm not going to quarrel with you. I know you'd never harm anyone I love, would you?
Not so long as you love him, I suppose.
I shall love him forever.
And he?
Forever, too.
He had better.
Thou know'st the mask of night is on my face. Else would a maiden blush and paint my cheek for that which thou hast heard me speak tonight. No, I have no joy in this contrast tonight. It is too
She's
rapid.
quite beautiful, Dorian, but she can't act. Let us go.
I'm going to sit the play through.
Like the lightning which
I'm awfully sorry I made you waste an evening.
Do let us go, Dorian. You must not stay here any longer. It's not good for one's morals to see bad acting. Besides, I don't suppose you will want your wife to act. So what does it matter if she plays Juliet like a wooden
Go
doll?
away, both of
though
you.
I have joy in
Can't you see my heart's break?
how badly I acted tonight, Prince Charming.
Horribly. It was dreadful. Are you ill? You have no idea how I suffered.
My darling, you should have understood. But you do understand, don't you?
Understand what?
Why I was so bad tonight. Why I shall always be bad. Why I shall never act well again.
You are ill, I suppose. When you're ill, you shouldn't act. You make yourself ridiculous. My friends were bored. I was bored.
Dorian, before I knew you, acting was the one reality of my life. And tonight, for the first time, I saw through the hollowness and the sham and the silliness of the empty pageant in which I'd always played. The words I had to speak were unreal. They weren't the words I wanted to say. You had brought me something higher, something of which all art is but a reflection. You made me understand what love really is.
I don't understand. My friends were bored. I was bored.
Oh, I might mimic a passion that I do not feel, but I cannot mimic one that burns me like fire. Even if I could do it, it would be profane for me to play at being in love. Oh, Dorian. Dorian, you do understand now.
You've killed my love. You've thrown it all away. And you're shallow and stupid.
You're not serious, Dorian. You're acting.
Acting? I leave that to you. You do it so well.
Dorian, give me your hand. I didn't know that was
touch me.
Don't leave me. Please, I couldn't bear it. Don't go away from me. My brother said that... No, never mind. No, he didn't mean it. He was in jest. Please, Dorian, don't leave me. Please don't leave me.
I'm going. I don't wish to be unkind, but I can't see you again.
Please.
You've disappointed me. I left the theater. There's always something ridiculous about the emotions of people one no longer loves. I'd forgotten Sybil. All I could see was the gaunt, black-shadowed archways and the evil-looking houses. Women with hoarse voices and harsh laughter mocked me. Drunkards reeling and cursing. Grotesque children huddled upon doorsteps. I forgot how long I walked. The sun was coming up as I walked home. I walked into the library. Perhaps the smell of books will help me forget the one perfect love. The love turned rancid by the simplicity of a girl, and the cool glibness of Lord Henry, and the blind fury of Prince my blind fury. I walked over to the window and pulled the sash. A solitary sunbeam filled the room. All I could see was the dust which is always attracted by a single beam. The dust focusing on my portrait, the picture of Dorian Gray. Like a particle of dust tossed upon the light, I was drawn to myself, drawn to the picture. The picture! It was changed. The expression, there was a touch of cruelty in the mouth. No, the dust has distorted the mouth. It couldn't be. It... And then I remembered.
If it were I who was always to be young, and the picture that was to grow old, for that, I would give everything. I would give myself for that.
The picture had changed.
My dear boy, I must see you. Let me in at once. I can't bear your shutting yourself up like this. I'm so sorry for it all, Dorian. But you must not think too much about it. It is dreadful, but it was not your fault. Tell me, did you go backstage and see her after the play?
Yes.
I felt sure you had. Did you make a scene with her?
I was brutal, Lord Henry, perfectly brutal. But it's all right now. I'm not sorry for anything that's happened. It's taught me to know myself better.
Ah, Dorian, I'm so glad you take it in that way. I was afraid I would find you plunged in remorse.
No, I'm perfectly happy now. I know what conscience is. To begin with, it's the divinest thing in us. Now, don't sneer at me. I want to be good. I can't bear the idea of my soul being hideous.
A very charming artistic basis for ethics, Dorian. But how are you going to begin?
By marrying Sybil Vane.
Marrying Sybil Vane? My dear Dorian,
Yes, Henry, I know what you're going to say. Something about marriage, but don't say it. Sybil Vane is to be my wife.
Your wife? Dorian, didn't you get my letter? I wrote to you this morning and sent the note down.
Oh, your letter. Oh, yes, I remember. I haven't read it. I was afraid there might be something in it I wouldn't like. You cut life to pieces with your epigrams.
You know nothing, then.
What do you mean?
Dorian, my letter was to tell you that Sybil Vane is dead.
Lord Henry. This is terrible. Terrible.
Yes, it is very tragic, of course, but you must not get yourself mixed up in it. She didn't know your name.
No. Just my first name.
Good. You must come and dine with me, and afterwards we will go to the opera.
So I murdered Sybil Vane. Murdered her as surely as I'd cut her little throat with a knife. Yet the roses are not less lovely for all that. The birds sing just as happily in my garden. And tonight I am to go to the opera with you. How extraordinarily dramatic life is. Lord Henry, why can't I feel this tragedy as much as I want to?
It's an interesting question. It often happens that the real tragedies of life occur in such an inartistic manner that they hurt us by their crude violence, their absolute incoherence, their absurd want of meaning. Someone has killed herself for your love. I wish that I had had such an experience. It would have made me in love with love for the rest of my life.
I was terribly cruel to her. You forget that.
I'm afraid that women appreciate cruelty more than anything else. They have wonderfully primitive instincts. But I think I found the key to it all.
What is it, Lord Henry?
You said to me that Sybil Vane represented all the heroines of romance, that she was Desdemona one night and Ophelia the other, that if she died as Juliet, she came to life as Imogen.
She'll never come to life again.
No, she will never come to life. The girl never really lived, and so she has never really died. To you, she was always a phantom that flitted through Shakespeare's plays. Mourn for Ophelia, if you like. Put ashes on your head because Cordelia was strangled. Cry out against heaven because Desdemona died. But don't waste your tears over Sybil Vane.
You've explained me to myself, Lord Henry. I felt all that you've said, but I could not express it. This has been a marvelous experience. I wonder if life has anything in store for me as marvelous.
Life has everything in store for you, Dorian. There is nothing that you, with your extraordinary good looks, will not be able to do.
I think I shall join you at the opera, Lord Henry. I feel too tired to eat anything. What is the number of your box? The years pass quickly when one is in such a pleasure. But it's funny. My friends, who hoped to move the gates of heaven by their drab respectability, grew sallow-cheeked and wrinkled, and I, who accompanied the devil on his earthly jaunts, stayed young. When winter came, I was still standing where the spring trembles on the verge of summer. People marveled and secretly envied my wonderful youth.
He never seems to grow old. Mother says he's old enough to be my grandfather, but he's so handsome and young. Yes, I remember when Dorian Gray took me dancing.
Funny? Yes, very. For a while, people envied the youth of Dorian Gray. The picture of Dorian Gray, locked in a dust-laden closet, grew old. The picture grew loathsome. Lust shone in the eyes, the mouth crooked and sensual. And each time I returned from my revel with Satan, I was drawn irrevocably to the portrait. Each time it changed, it became more horrible. At first I was shocked, my soul rotting before my eyes, while the shell remained young for all the world to see. But shock passes. I tested my soul. What new sensations could be reflected on the gruesome visage that had become my soul through a childish whim uttered 20 years before?
If it were I who was always to be young, and the picture that was to grow old, for that, I would give everything. I would give my soul for that.
Oh, how the picture had changed.
Seriously, Dorian.
What's it all about, Basil? I hope it's not about myself. I'm tired of myself tonight.
It is about yourself, and I must say it. I think it right that you should know that the most dreadful things are being said against you in London.
I don't want to know anything about them. I love scandals about other people, but scandals about myself don't interest me. They don't have the charm of novelty.
They must interest you, Dorian. Every gentleman is interested in his good name. Mind you, I don't believe these rumors at all. At least I can't believe them when I see you. Sin is a thing that writes itself across a man's face. It cannot be concealed. But you, Dorian, with your bright, innocent face and marvelous, untroubled youth, I can't believe anything against you.
Thank you, Basil, but I don't think you came here to compliment me. If you must talk of me, let it be sorted.
Why is your friendship so fatal to young men? There was that wretched boy in the Guards who committed suicide. You were his friend. There was Sir Robert Ashton, who had to leave England with a tarnished name. You and he were inseparable. What about Adrian Singleton and his dreadful end? What about the young Duke of Perth? What sort of life has he got now? What gentleman would associate with?
Stop, Basil. You're talking about things of which you know nothing. You have no right to speak.
One has a right to judge a man by the effect he has over his friends. Yours seems to lose all sense of honor, of goodness, of purity. You filled them with a madness for pleasure. They have gone down into the depths. You led them there.
Take care, Basil. You go too far.
I thought I knew you, Dorian. Do I know? I wonder. Do I know you? Before I could answer that, I should have to see your soul.
What? To see my soul?
Yes, to see your soul. But only God can do that.
You shall see it yourself tonight. You chattered enough about corruption. Now you shall look on it face to face. We started upstairs. Basil to see his masterpiece of art, and I to see my masterpiece of life. Basil, I shall show you my soul. You shall see the thing you fancy only God can see.
This is blasphemy, Dorian. You must not say things like that. They're horrible.
You think so? We turned to the right. I took out my key and fitted it in the lock. So you think that it is only God who sees the soul, Basil? Draw that curtain back and you'll see mine.
You're mad, Dorian.
You won't? Then I'll do it myself.
Oh!
Here was a new sensation. The artist gazing at his work of art and wondering at the change. He was looking at his painting and at my soul. He was shocked.
What does this mean?
20 years ago, I made a wish. Perhaps you would call it a prayer.
I remember it. Oh, how well I remember it. No, it's impossible. The room is damp. Mildew has gotten into the canvas. I tell you, this thing is impossible.
What is impossible?
You told me you had destroyed the portrait.
I was wrong. It destroyed me.
I don't believe it is my picture.
Can't you see your ideal in it?
My ideal, as you call it.
As you called it.
There was nothing evil in it. You were to me such an ideal as I shall never meet again. This is the face of a satyr.
This is the face of my soul. Basil just stood there, staring at his picture. I knew what he was thinking. Through some strange quickening of inner life, the leprosies of sin was slowly eating the portrait away. His hand shook. He felt weak. He sat down, his back toward me, staring at the picture.
Pray, Dorian, pray. What is it one's taught to say in one's childhood? Lead us not into temptation. Forgive us our sins.
As he
wash
prayed
away our
for his
iniquity.
picture and for my soul.
Let us say that together.
There was a knife on the table.
The prayer of your pride has
Behind
been answered.
me. This would be a new
Lead us not into
sensation.
temptation.
How would the portrait reflect it?
Forgive us our
I
sins.
walked to the table, picked up the
Wash
knife.
away our iniquity.
Basil was still muttering at his picture.
Oh, Lord.
I raised the knife slowly and let it fall quickly. I pulled it out and cut again and again and again. Basil was dead. His slumped figure with his eyes downward, pointing toward the picture. I looked up. How had it changed? And then I saw there was blood dripping from the lips. I left the house quickly and went down to the waterfront where a man can forget and be washed by the waves. I knocked on the door of a den by the sea. You here, Adrian?
Where else should I be? None of the chaps will speak to me now. I don't care. As long as one has this stuff, one doesn't want friends. I think I've had too many friends.
Who is that sailor in the corner? He's never been here before.
I don't know. He is not my friend.
Well, well, look who's here. Good evening, sir.
Don't talk to me.
Well, aren't we proud tonight?
Don't ever talk to me again. You...
There goes the devil's bargain.
Curse you! Don't call me that!
Prince Charming is what you like to be called, ain't it?
Hey, wait! At last, Prince Charming.
What do you want?
Keep quiet. If you stir, I'll shoot you.
You're mad. What have I done to you?
You wrecked the life of Sybil Vane. And Sybil Vane was my sister. She killed herself, but her death is at your door. I swore I'd kill you in return. For years I've looked for you. No clue, no trace. I knew nothing of you, but the name she used to call you, Prince Charming. I heard it tonight. Make your peace with God, for tonight you are going to die.
No, I never knew her. I never heard of her. You're mad.
You'd better confess your sin, for as sure as I'm Jim Vane, you are going to die. Down on your knees. I'll give you 1 minute. 1 minute. That's all.
Stop. Stop. How long ago is it since your sister died? Quick, tell me.
20 years. What does that matter? Why do you ask me?
20 years. 20 years? Take me under the street lamp and look at my face.
Why, you can't be more than 22 years. My God. And I would have murdered you.
As I walk homeward, I hear voices. Voices that speak as if there were a secret. But hear it not. My secret is much too close. It cries to be heard. And yet, it is afraid of itself. Afraid that it will multiply upon itself. As it did when he saw it. A secret with blood on its lips. What will they say when they see it? What will people say?
Have you ever seen anything so awful? No wonder he never seemed to age. What are you talking about? The picture, of course. What picture? Why, the picture of Dorian Gray.
Yes, the picture of Dorian Gray. The loathsome, vile, contemptuous picture. The picture whose friends are lust, jealousy, envy, hate, duplicity. Fed on by lust, hate, jealousy, and envy. Fed on by its friends. Oh, how I hate the picture.
Burn it, trample it, cut it to pieces. Destroy it, destroy it, destroy it.
Yes, destroy it. Why didn't I think of it before? Destroy the mirror of my soul. Hurry, hurry, hurry home. Destroy it, destroy it, destroy it. Hurry, up the stairs, the stairs. Now, turn to your right. Quickly, hurry, hurry. Destroy it, destroy it. Now, the light. Destroy it, destroy. How? The knife, the same knife. Turn it in the picture. Cut it, destroy it.
The picture. The portrait. It looks the same as it did 20 years ago.
A Picture of Dorian Gray by Oscar Wilde is another in a series of living fiction presented each week by Northwestern University in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company. The cast and directors were students of Northwestern University. Dorian Gray was played by Tam Spiva, Henry by Fred Posner, Basil by David Press, and Sybil by Nancy Capestian. Others in the cast were Joe Gillis, Sue Goldberg, and Helen Caskey. The assistant director was Faith Kellogg. The director was Henry Truly. The entire production was under the supervision of John Cowan. This is Jim Hamilton speaking, and this is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Chapter 1 of The Call of the Wild. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Phil Chenevert, Baton Rouge, Louisiana. The Call of the Wild by Jack London, Chapter 1. Into the Primitive. Old Longing's nomadic leap, chafing at custom's chain, again from its brumal sleep wakens the ferile strain. Buck did not read the newspapers, or he would have known that trouble was brewing, not alone for himself, but for every tide-water dog strong of muscle and with warm, long hair from Puget Sound to San Diego. Because men, groping in the Arctic darkness, had found a yellow metal, and because steamship and transportation companies were booming the find, thousands of men were rushing into the Northland. These men wanted dogs, and the dogs they wanted were heavy dogs, with strong muscles by which to toil and furry coats to protect them from the frost. Buck lived at a big house in the sun-kissed Santa Clara Valley. Judge Miller's place, it was called. It stood back from the road, half hidden among the trees, through which glimpses could be caught of the wide, cool veranda that ran around its four sides. The house was approached by gravelled driveways which wound about through wide-spreading lawns and under the interlacing boughs of tall poplars. But Buck was neither house dog nor kennel dog. The whole realm was his. He plunged into the swimming tank or went hunting with the judge's sons. He escorted Molly and Alice, the judge's daughters, on long twilight or early morning rambles. On wintry nights he lay at the judge's feet before the roaring library fire. He carried the judge's grandsons on his back, or rolled them in the grass and guarded their footsteps through wild adventures down to the fountain in the stable yard, and even beyond, where the paddocks were, and the berry patches. Among the terriers he stalked imperiously, and Toots and Isabel he utterly ignored, for he was king over all creeping, crawling, flying things of Judge Miller's place, humans included. His father, Elmo, a huge St. Bernard, had been the judge's inseparable companion, and Buck bid fair to follow in the way of his father. He was not so large, he weighed only 140 pounds, for his mother, Shep, had been a Scotch shepherd dog. Nevertheless, 140 pounds, to which was added the dignity that comes of good living and universal respect, enabled him to carry himself in right royal fashion. During the 4 years since his puppyhood, he had lived the life of a sated aristocrat. He had a fine pride in himself, was even a trifle egotistical, as country gentlemen sometimes become because of their insular situation. But he had saved himself by not becoming a mere pampered house dog. Hunting and kindred outdoor delights had kept down the fat and hardened his muscles, and to him, as to the cold-tubbing races, the love of water had been a tonic and a health preserver. And this was the manner of Dog Buck in the fall of 1897, when the Klondike strike dragged men from all the world into the frozen north. But Buck did not read the newspapers, and he did not know that Manuel, one of the gardener's helpers, was an undesirable acquaintance. Manuel had one besetting sin. He loved to play Chinese lottery. Also, in his gambling, he had one besetting weakness, faith in a system, and this made his damnation certain. For to play a system requires money, while the wages of a gardener's helper do not lap over the needs of a wife and numerous progeny. The judge was at a meeting of the Raising Growers Association, and the boys were busy organizing an athletic club on the memorable night of Manuel's treachery. No one saw him and Buck go off through the orchard on what Buck imagined was merely a stroll. And with the exception of a solitary man, no one saw them arrive at the little flag station known as College Park. This man talked with Manuel, and money chinked between them. "You might wrap up the goods before you deliver 'em," the stranger said gruffly, and Manuel doubled a piece of stout rope around Buck's neck under the collar. "Twist it, and you'll choke 'em plenty," said Manuel, and the stranger grunted a ready affirmative. Buck had accepted the rope with quiet dignity. To be sure, it was an unwonted performance, but he had learned to trust in men he knew, and to give them credit for a wisdom that outreached his own. But when the ends of the rope were placed in the stranger's hands, he growled menacingly. He had merely intimated his displeasure, in his pride believing that to intimate was to command. But to his surprise, the rope tightened around his neck, shutting off his breath. In quick rage he sprang at the man, who met him halfway, grappled him close by the throat, and with a deft twist threw him over on his back. Then the rope tightened mercilessly, while Buck struggled in a fury, his tongue lolling out of his mouth and his great chest panting futilely. Never in all his life had he been so vilely treated, and never in all his life had he been so angry. But his strength ebbed, his eyes glazed, and he knew nothing when the train was flagged and the two men threw him into the baggage car. The next he knew, he was dimly aware that his tongue was hurting, and that he was being jolted along in some sort of a conveyance. The hoarse shriek of a locomotive whistling a crossing told him where he was. He had traveled too often with the judge not to know the sensation of riding in a baggage car. He opened his eyes, and into them came the unbridled anger of a kidnapped king. The man sprang for his throat, but Buck was too quick for him. His jaws closed on the hand, nor did they relax till his senses were choked out of him once more. "Yep, has fits," the man said, hiding his mangled hand from the baggage man, who had been attracted by the sounds of a struggle. "I'm taking him up for the boss to Frisco. A crack dog doctor there thinks he can cure him." Concerning that night's ride, the man spoke most eloquently for himself in a little shed back of a saloon on the San Francisco waterfront. "All I get is $50 for it," he grumbled, "and I wouldn't do it over for 1,000 cold cash." His hand was wrapped in a bloody handkerchief, and the right trouser leg was ripped from knee to ankle. "How much did the other mug get?" the saloon keeper demanded. "100. was the reply. "Wouldn't take a sou less, so help me." "That makes 150, the saloon keeper calculated. "And he's worth it, or I'm a squarehead." The kidnapper undid the bloody wrappings and looked at his lacerated hand. "If I don't get the hydrophoby—" "It'll be because you was born to hang," laughed the saloon keeper. "Here, lend me a hand before you pull your freight," he added. Dazed, suffering intolerable pain from throat and tongue, with the life half throttled out of him, Buck attempted to face his tormentors. But he was thrown down and choked repeatedly till they succeeded in filing the heavy brass collar from off his neck. Then the rope was removed, and he was flung into a cage-like crate. There he lay for the remainder of the weary night, nursing his wrath and wounded pride. He could not understand what it all meant. What did they want with him, these strange men? Why were they keeping him pent up in this narrow crate? He did not know why, but he felt oppressed by the vague sense of impending calamity. Several times during the night he sprang to his feet when the shed door rattled open, expecting to see the judge, or the boys at least. But each time it was the bulging face of the saloon keeper that peered in at him by the sickly light of a tallow candle. And each time the joyful bark that trembled in Buck's throat was twisted into a savage growl. But the saloon keeper let him alone, and in the morning 4 men entered and picked up the crate. More tormentors, Buck decided, for they were evil-looking creatures, ragged and unkempt, and he stormed and raged at them through the bars. They only laughed and poked sticks at him, which he promptly assailed with his teeth till he realized that that was what they wanted. Whereupon he lay down sullenly and allowed the crate to be lifted into a wagon. Then he, and the crate in which he was imprisoned, began a passage through many hands. Clerks in the express office took charge of him. He was carted about in another wagon. A truck carried him with an assortment of boxes and parcels upon a ferry steamer. He was trucked off the steamer into a great railway depot, and finally he was deposited in an express car. For 2 days and nights this express car was dragged along at the tail of shrieking locomotives, and for 2 days and nights Buck neither ate nor drank. In his anger he had met the first advances of the express messengers with growls, and they had retaliated by teasing him. When he flung himself against the bars, quivering and frothing, they laughed at him and taunted him. They growled and barked like detestable dogs, mewed and flapped their arms and crowed. It was all very silly, he knew, but therefore the more outrage to his dignity, and his anger waxed. He did not mind the hunger so much, but the lack of water caused him severe suffering and fanned his wrath to fever pitch. For that matter, high-strung and finely sensitive, the ill treatment had flung him into a fever, which was fed by the inflammation of his parched and swollen throat and tongue. He was glad for one thing. The rope was off his neck. That had given them an unfair advantage, but now that it was off, he would show them. They would never get another rope around his neck. Upon that he was resolved. For 2 days and nights he neither ate nor drank, and during those 2 days and nights of torment he accumulated a fund of wrath that boded ill for whoever first fell foul of him. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he was metamorphosed into a raging fiend. So changed was he that the judge himself would not have recognized him, and the express messengers breathed with relief when they bundled him off the train at Seattle. 4 men gingerly carried the crate from the wagon into a small, high-walled backyard. A stout man with a red sweater that sagged generously at the neck came out and signed the book for the driver. That was the man, Buck divined, the next tormentor, and he hurled himself savagely against the bars. The man smiled grimly and brought a hatchet and a club. "You ain't going to take him out now?" the driver asked. "Sure," the man replied, driving the hatchet into the crate for a pry. There was an instantaneous scattering of the 4 men who had carried it in, and from safe perches on top the wall they prepared to watch the performance. Buck rushed at the splintering wood, sinking his teeth into it, surging and wrestling with it. Wherever the hatchet fell on the outside, he was there on the inside, snarling and growling, as furiously anxious to get out as the man in the red sweater was calmly intent on getting him out. "Now, you red-eyed devil," he said, when he had made an opening sufficient for the passage of Buck's body. At the same time he dropped the hatchet and shifted the club to his right hand. And Buck was truly a red-eyed devil, as he drew himself together for the spring, hair bristling, mouth foaming, a mad glitter in his bloodshot eyes. Straight at the man he launched his 140 pounds of fury, surcharged with the pent passion of 2 days and nights. In midair, just as his jaws were about to close on the man, he received a shock that checked his body and brought his teeth together with an agonizing clip. He whirled over, fetching the ground on his back and side. He had never been struck by a club in his life, and did not understand. With a snarl that was part bark and more scream, he was again on his feet and launched into the air. And again the shock came, and he was brought crushingly to the ground. This time he was aware that it was the club, but his madness knew no caution. A dozen times he charged, and as often the club broke the charge and smashed him down. After a particularly fierce blow, he crawled to his feet, too dazed to rush. He staggered limply about, the blood flowing from nose and mouth and ears. His beautiful coat sprayed and flecked with bloody slaver. Then the man advanced and deliberately dealt him a frightful blow on the nose. All the pain he had endured was as nothing compared with the exquisite agony of this. With a roar that was almost lion-like in its ferocity, he again hurled himself at the man, but the man, shifting the club from right to left, coolly caught him by the under jaw, at the same time wrenching downward and backward. Buck described a complete circle in the air and half of another, then crashed to the ground on his head and chest. For the last time he rushed. The man struck the shrewd blow he had purposely withheld for so long, and Buck crumpled up and went down, knocked utterly senseless. "He's no slouch at dog breaking, that's what I say. Druther break cayuses any day and twice on Sundays," was the reply of the driver, as he climbed on the wagon and started the horses. Buck's senses came back to him, but not his strength. He lay where he had fallen, and from there he watched the man in the red sweater. "Answers to the name of Buck," the man soliloquized, quoting from the saloon-keeper's letter, which had announced the consignment of the crate and contents. "Well, Buck, my boy," he went on in a genial voice, "we've had our little ruction, and the best thing we can do is to let it go at that. You've learned your place, and I know mine. Be without protest." When the man brought him water, he drank eagerly, and later bolted a generous meal of raw meat, chunk by chunk, from the man's hand. He was beaten, he knew that, but he was not broken. He saw, once for all, that he stood no chance against a man with a club. He had learned the lesson, and in all his afterlife he never forgot it. That club was a revelation. It was his introduction to the reign of primitive law, and he met the introduction halfway. The facts of life took on a fiercer aspect, and while he faced that aspect uncowed, he faced it with all the latent cunning of his nature aroused. As the days went by, other dogs came in crates and at the ends of ropes, some docilely and some raging and roaring as he had come, and one and all he watched them pass under the dominion of the man in the red sweater. Again and again, as he looked at each brutal performance, the lesson was driven home to Buck. A man with a club was a lawgiver, a master to be obeyed, though not necessarily conciliated. Of this last Buck was never guilty, though he did see beaten dogs that fawned upon the man and wagged their tails and licked his hand. Also he saw one dog that would neither conciliate nor obey, finally killed in the struggle for mastery. Now and again men came, strangers, who talked excitedly, wheedlingly, and in all kinds of fashions to the man in the red sweater. And at such times that money passed between them, the strangers took one or more of the dogs away with them. Buck wondered where they went, for they never came back. But the fear of the future was strong upon him, and he was glad each time when he was not selected. Yet his time came in the end in the form of a little weazened man who spat broken English and many strange and uncouth exclamations which Buck could not understand. "Scaradam!" he cried, when his eyes lit upon Buck. "That one damn bully dog, eh? How much?" 300, and a present at that, was the prompt reply of the man in the red sweater. "And seems it's government money. You ain't got no kick coming, eh, Perrault?" Perrault grinned. Considering that the price of dogs had been boomed skyward by the unwanted demand, it was not an unfair sum for so fine an animal. The Canadian government would be no loser, nor would its dispatches travel the slower. Perrault knew dogs, and when he looked at Buck, he knew that he was 1 in 1,000. 1 in 10,000, he commented mentally. Buck saw money pass between them, and was not surprised when Curly, a good-natured Newfoundland, and he were led away by the little weazened man. That was the last he saw of the man in the red sweater, and as Curly and he looked at receding Seattle from the deck of the Narwhal, it was the last he saw of the warm Southland. Curly and he were taken below by Perrault, and turned over to a black-faced giant named Francois. Perrault was a French-Canadian, and swarthy, but Francois was a French-Canadian half-breed, and twice as swarthy. They were a new kind of men to Buck, of which he was destined to see many more, and while he developed no affection for them, he none the less grew honestly to respect them. He speedily learned that Perrault and Francois were fair men, calm and impartial in administering justice, and too wise in the way of dogs to be fooled by dogs. In the 'tween decks of the Narwhal, Buck and Curly joined 2 other dogs. One of them was a big snow-white fellow from Spitzbergen, who had been brought away by a whaling captain, and who had later accompanied a geological survey into the Barrens. He was friendly in a treacherous sort of way, smiling into one's face the while he meditated some underhand trick, as for instance when he stole from Buck's food at the first meal. As Buck sprang to punish him, the lash of Francois's whip sang through the air, reaching the culprit first, and nothing remained to Buck but to recover the bone. That was fair of Francois, he decided, and the half-breed began to rise in Buck's estimation. The other dog made no advances, nor received any. He did not attempt to steal from the newcomers. He was a gloomy, morose fellow, and he showed Curly plainly that all he desired was to be left alone, and further, that there would be trouble if he were not left alone. Dave, he was called, and he ate and slept, or yawned between times, and took interest in nothing, not even when the narwhal crossed Queen Charlotte Sound and rolled and pitched and bucked like a thing possessed. When Buck and Curly grew excited, half wild with fear, he raised his head as though annoyed, favored them with an incurious glance, yawned, and went to sleep again. Day and night the ship throbbed to the tireless pulse of the propeller, and though one day was very like another, it was apparent to Buck that the weather was steadily growing colder. At last, one morning, the propeller was quiet, and the narwhal was pervaded with an atmosphere of excitement. He felt it, as did the other dogs, and knew that a change was at hand. Francois leashed them and brought them on deck. At the first step upon the cold surface, Buck's feet sank into a white, mushy something very like mud. He sprang back with a snort. More of this white stuff was falling through the air. He shook himself, but more of it fell upon him. He sniffed it curiously, then licked some up with his tongue. It bit like fire, and the next instant was gone. This puzzled him. He tried it again, with the same result. The onlookers laughed uproariously, and he felt ashamed, he knew not why, for it was his first snow. End of chapter 1.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Frank Craven, William Holden, Martha Scott, Fay Bainter, Beulah Bondi, Thomas Mitchell, Guy Kibbe, and Stuart Irwin in Our Town. Our Town is the famous Pulitzer Prize play which made stage history in New York and will soon be released as a motion picture, a stirring human drama of American life. But before turning the microphone over to our producer, may I remind you that tonight's play is presented by the makers of Lux Flakes, those gentle flakes that women everywhere are so enthusiastic about. These days, they're more enthusiastic than ever, because inside that familiar Lux box you all know so well is the wonderful new Quick Lux, just as gentle as ever, and so thrifty because a little goes so far and almost unbelievably fast. In water as cool as your hand, it's 3 times as fast in dissolving as any of 10 other leading soaps tested. Get a big box tomorrow and enjoy the instant rich suds you get. There's such perfect care for stockings, underthings, other nice things. For everything safe in plain water. New Quick Lux is really wonderful. It's in the same familiar package, and it doesn't cost you a cent more. And now, ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Many of us who live in big towns reserve a corner of our hearts for some small town. For the schoolhouse on the hill, the elms that line the streets, the sound of old familiar church bells on a Sunday morning. Wherever it is, in Indiana, Idaho, or New Hampshire, each one of us goes back to his hometown tonight as we listen to the play called Our Town. Most of us will feel right at home in our town because it contains at least part of everybody's story, of growing up and falling in love and making a living and all the things that make up our own absorbing everyday drama. We may not think it's very dramatic when it happens to us, but perhaps that's why playwrights like Thornton Wilde were born. to show us the living, breathing drama of our own everyday lives. And, well, maybe that's why our town won the Pulitzer Prize, and why it's been on our schedule ever since the night I saw it on the stage. We have the same stars you'll see in Sol Lesser's screen production of our town, which United Artists will release in the next few weeks, a motion picture worthy of the play. You know, it's really your loyalty to Lux Flakes that makes this theater possible with plays like our town. And Lux Flakes is right on the job in your own town every day. In fact, it's one of your most useful citizens. As for the leading citizens of Grover's Corners, the play in our town, they're Thomas Mitchell and Fay Bainter as Dr. and Mrs. Gibbs, Guy Kibbe and Beulah Bondi as Mr. and Mrs. Webb, William Holden as George Gibbs, and Martha Scott as Emily Webb, Stuart Irwin as Howie Newsom, Virginia Sale as Mrs. Soames, and one you'll meet right away, Frank Craven as Newton Morgan. And now the curtain goes up on Act One of our town. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point in our program, it's been the usual thing for me to give the locale of our play and attempt to describe a few of the characters. Tonight, however, there's a man standing here beside me who's far better qualified than I am for this chore. After all, he's lived in Grover's Corners all his life, been the druggist there for the last 30 years, and knows every person in the town and every cobblestone on Main Street.
Excuse me, Mr. DeMille, but we don't have cobblestones on Main Street anymore. Did away with that some years ago.
My apologies, Mr. Morgan. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Newton Morgan. Will you take over here, Newton?
Thank you. I'll do my best. Well, folks, for the better part of the next hour, just imagine you're in Grover's Corners, New Hampshire. It's just over the line from Massachusetts. Latitude's 42 degrees, 40 minutes. Longitude, 70 degrees, 37 minutes. Now, right there is Main Street. Cutting across Main Street to the left is the railroad tracks. The Congregational Church is over there. Presbyterian's across the street. The Catholic and the Unitarian are up in the next block. The Baptist Church is down in the hollow, by the river. Next to the post office is the town hall. Jail's in the basement. Brian once made a speech right from those very steps. It's a nice town, know what I mean? Nobody very wonderful ever come out of it, so far as we know. First, we'll see a day in our town. Not as it is now in the year 1940, but as it used to be in the year 1901. The date is June 7th, 1901. It's just before dawn. Yeah, just about. The sky is already beginning to show some streaks of light in it over there in the east back of our mountain. The morning star gets wonderful bright the minute before it has to go. The only lights on in the town were in a cottage over by the tracks where a Polish mother's just had twins. And down in the depot where Shorty Hawkins is getting ready to flag the 5:45 for Boston. Yeah, there she is now. That's Howie Newsom's milk wagon coming down Main Street. And that man walking this way, that's Doc Gibbs, coming home from that baby case I was telling you about. Right over there is Doc Gibbs' house. His neighbor across the fence is Editor Webb. Webb publishes the Grover's Corner Sentinel. There's Mrs. Gibbs coming downstairs to get breakfast.
Children, time to get up. George, Rebecca, time to get up.
Mrs. Webb's coming downstairs to get her breakfast, too.
Emily, 7 o'clock. Wally, time to get up.
They'll be coming out now to pick up the milk.
Morning, Howie.
Morning, Miss Gibbs.
Seems like you're late today.
Something went wrong with separator. Don't know what it was.
See you tomorrow, Howie.
Yes,
George, Rebecca, get up.
Morning, Miss Webb.
Oh, morning, Mr. Newsom. Ain't you late today?
Something went wrong with separator.
Oh. Emily, Wally.
Get along, Bessie. Get up. What's the matter with you? No use standing there. The Lockharts will quit taking milk.
Morning, Howie.
Oh, morning, Doc Gibbs.
Bessie been acting up?
She's all mixed up about the route ever since the Lockharts next door stopped taking their quart of milk every day. She wants to leave them a quart just the same. Keeps scolding me the whole trip. Somebody sick, Doc?
A pair of twins over at Mrs. Goroslovsky's.
Twins, huh? This town's getting bigger every year. Well, morning, Doc.
Morning, Howie. Julia, I'm back.
Everything all right, Frank?
Yes. I declare, easy as kittens.
Children, hurry up. George, Rebecca. Sit down, drink your coffee. Catch a couple hours sleep this morning, can't you?
Mrs. Wentworth's coming at 11. Her stomach ain't what it ought to be.
George, Rebecca. I declare, Frank, you got to speak to George. Seems like something's come over him lately. I can't even get him to cut me some wood.
Is he sassy to you?
Oh, no, just whines. All he thinks about is that baseball. George, you'll be late for school.
George, look sharp.
Coming, Pa.
Guess I'll go upstairs and take about 40 winks.
Ma, what dress shall I wear? I washed and ironed the blue gingham for you, special.
Oh, Ma, I hate that dress.
Hush up with you. You just wear that blue gingham and let that be the end of it.
Well, that's what's going on at the Gibbses. Over at the Webb's place, it's just about the same story.
Now, Wally. Emily, I won't have it. Breakfast just as good as any other meal, and I won't have you gobbling like wolves. Wally, put your book away.
Oh, Ma, by 10 o'clock I got in a all about Canada.
You know the rules well as I do. No books at table. As for me, I'd rather have my children healthy than bright.
Well, I'm both, Mama. You know I am. I'm the brightest girl in school for my age. I have a wonderful memory.
Eat your breakfast, Emily. That first bell will be ringing any second now.
Yes, sir, and there she goes. First bell for school. Kids will all be racing now, looking under the bed for books and generally raising pretty much of a rumpus. But now we're going to skip a few hours. I want you to come along down to the Sentinel office and meet the editor, Mr. Webb. Charlie Webb's the father of Wally and Emily. Emily is the smart girl with a good memory.
Morning, Newton. Morning, folks.
Friends, Editor Webb will tell you something of the political and social side of our town. Editor Webb.
Well, I don't have to tell you that we're run here by a board of selectmen. All males vote at the age of 21. Women vote indirect. Politically, we're 86% Republicans, 6% Democrats, 4% Socialists. Rest indifferent. Religiously, we're 85% Protestants, 12% Catholics. Rest indifferent.
Mr. Webb, how do you spell Goroslavsky?
Look in the birth notice file about this same time last year.
Oh, yes?
Very ordinary town, if you ask me, but our young people here seem to like it well enough. A lot of them settle down right here to live, even after they've been away to college. Let's see, I guess that's about all.
Now, is there anybody in the audience who'd like to ask Mr. Webb any questions about our town?
Is there much drinking in Grover's Corners, Mr. Webb?
Well, ma'am, I wouldn't know what you'd call much. Saturday nights, the farmhands meet down in El Regrino's stable and holler some. We got 1 or 2 town drunks, but they're always having remorses every time an evangelist comes to town. No, ma'am, I'd say liquor ain't a regular thing in the home here, except in the medicine chest. Right good for snake bites, you know, always was.
Is there no one in town aware of...
What's that, sir?
Is there no one in town aware of social injustice and industrial inequality?
Oh, yes, everybody is. Something terrible. Seems like they spend most of their time talking about who's rich and who's poor.
And then why don't they do something about it?
Well, I don't know. I guess we're all hunting like everybody else for a way the diligent and the sensible can rise to the top and the lazy and quarrelsome sink to the bottom. But it ain't easy to find.
Mr. Webb.
Yes, ma'am?
Mr. Webb, is there any culture or love of beauty in Grover's Corners?
Well, ma'am, there ain't much. Not in the sense you mean. There's some girls that play the piano over at the high school commencement, but they ain't happy about it. No, there ain't much culture. Robinson Crusoe and the Bible and Handel's Largo, we all know that. And Whistler's Mother. Those are just about as far as we go.
Mr. Webb.
Well, I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry, but we haven't time for any more questions. We must be getting on with the story. Well, it's getting along in the afternoon. All 2,642 residents of our town have had their dinners. All the dishes have been washed. There's an early afternoon calm about the town. But I guess that's over now because here come the kids from school again. There's George Gibbs walking along. And there's Emily Webb sort of watching him out of the corner of her eye.
Hello, Emily.
Hello.
You made a fine speech in class, Emily.
Well, I was really ready to make a speech on the Monroe Doctrine, but the last minute Miss Foster made me talk about the Louisiana Purchase instead. I worked an awful long time on both of them.
Well, it was fine. It was just fine.
Nice of you to say so, anyway. Well, goodbye, George.
Gee, it's funny, Emily. From my window up there, I can just see your head nights when you're doing your homework over in your room.
Why, can you?
You certainly do stick to it, Emily. I guess you must like school.
Well, I always feel it's just something you have to go through.
Yeah. Emily, what do you think? We might work out a kind of telegraph from your window to mine, and once in a while you could kind of give me a hint or two about one of those algebra problems.
Well, George Gibbs.
Oh, I don't mean the answers, Emily. Of course not. I mean, just some little hint.
Oh, well, I think hints are allowed, so if you get stuck, George, just whistle to me, and I'll give you some hints.
Emily, you're just naturally bright, I guess.
Well, I figure it's just the way a person's born.
Yeah. Well, I better be getting out to the baseball field. Thanks a lot for the talk, Emily.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Emily, that you?
Yes, Mama.
What you doing?
Nothing, Mama.
Well, if you're doing nothing, you can come and help me with this yarn. Here, hold it for me.
All right, Mama.
Well, George Gibbs let himself have a real conversation, didn't he? Why, he's grown up. How old would George be now?
Oh, I don't know.
Let's see. He must be most 16. You're holding the yarn too tight, Emily.
Mama, will you answer me a question? Serious?
Of course I will.
Mama, am I good looking?
Yes, of course you are. Both my children got good features. I'd be ashamed if they hadn't.
Oh, Mama, that's not what I mean. What I mean is, am I pretty?
I've already told you, yes.
But, Mama, am I pretty enough to get anybody? Well, to get people interested in me?
Emily, you make me tired. Now stop it. You're pretty enough for all normal purposes.
Well, I guess that's about enough of that. We'll skip a couple of more hours now, which brings us right into the evening. You can hear the choir practice going on in that little white church down the street. The children at home doing their schoolwork. The day is running down like a tired clock. Moon's out, bright and full. And there's George up there in the window, leaning out and calling.
Emily. Emily.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I can't work at all. The moonlight's so terrible.
Emily, did you get the third problem?
Which?
The third.
Well, yes, George. That's the easiest of them all.
I don't see it. Well, Emily, can you give me a hint?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The answer's in yards.
In yards? How do you mean?
Square yards.
Oh, in square yards.
Yes, George, don't you see?
Yeah.
Square yards of wallpaper.
Oh, I see. Square yards of wallpaper. Thanks a lot, Emily.
You're welcome. My, isn't the moonlight terrible?
Yeah.
Well, I guess I better get back now and try to work.
Night, Emily.
Good night, George.
Oh, George. You come downstairs a minute?
Yes, Pa. You want me, Pa?
Make yourself comfortable, George. I'll keep you a minute. George, how old are you?
Me? Well, I'm 16, almost 17.
What do you want to do after school's over?
Why, you know, Pa, I want to be a farmer on Uncle Luke's farm.
And you'd be willing, would you, to get up early and milk and feed the stock? You'd be able to hoe and hay all day?
Oh, sure I will. What do you mean, Pa?
Well, George, while I was in my office today, I heard a funny sound. What do you think it was? It was your mother chopping wood. Now, there you see your mother. Getting up early, cooking meals all day long, washing and ironing. Still, she has to go out in the backyard and chop wood. I suppose she just got tired asking you. Yet you eat her meals, put on the clothes she keeps nice for you. Then you run off and play baseball. It's like she was some hired girl we keep around the house, but we don't like very much.
I'm sorry, Pa.
Well, I knew all I had to do was call your attention to it. Here's a handkerchief, son. Wonder what could have happened to your mother. Choir practice never was as late as this before.
It's only 8:30, Pa.
I don't know what she's doing in that old choir anyway. She hasn't any more voice than an old crow.
My, it's late. Real nice choir practice, wasn't it? Mm-hmm. Myrtle, Webb, look at that moon, will you? Potato weather for sure. Julia, Myrtle, wait. Oh, I didn't want to say a word about it in front of those others, but now we're alone. Really, it's the worst scandal that ever was in this town. What, Luella? Simon Simpson. Now, Luella. But Julia, to have the organist of a church drink and drunk year after year. Luella? Julia, you know he was drunk tonight. Now, Luella, we all know about Mr. Simpson, and we all know about the troubles he's been through. But it's getting worse.
No, it ain't, Luella. It's getting better. It don't happen anywhere near so often as it used to.
Oh, my. I hate to go to bed on a night like this. Well,
Good night, Luella. Good night, Julia.
Good night, Myrtle. Can you get home safe, Luella? Oh, it's as bright as day. Good night, Julia. Good night, Luella. See you on Sunday. See you then.
Who's that up there? That you, Emily?
Yes, Papa.
What are you doing?
Just looking at the moon.
Why aren't you in bed?
I don't know. I just can't sleep yet, Papa. The moonlight's so wonderful.
Yeah. Haven't any troubles on your mind, have you, Emily?
Troubles, Papa? No.
Well, don't let your mother catch you. Good night, Emily.
Good night, Papa.
Well, everybody's home. The day is over. I guess we'll call this the end of Act One. Act One might be called the daily life. In just a moment, we'll have Act Two of our town, which I guess comes under the heading of love and marriage. But if I remember rightly what Mr. DeMille told me, along about this time, Mr. Ruick, the radio announcer, usually speaks a few words himself. Just the right time, isn't it, Mr. Ruick?
Just about, Mr. Morgan.
Well, go right ahead then, son. Go ahead.
Sally here looks as if she wanted to say something first. What is it, Sally?
Oh, I just want to look into the future for a moment, Mr. Ruick.
What do you see there, Sally?
Good news. 100 years from now, there won't be any spring house cleaning.
You don't say. Why not?
Because everything in the house will be waterproof. You just hose down a room, presto, it's clean.
Very simple indeed. But it won't help women who are doing their spring house cleaning right now.
Oh, but I know something that'll make things awfully easy for them.
So do I. New Quick Lux.
Right. And I've heard loads of women who say they've never seen anything like it. They love the way it bursts into suds at the touch of water.
Yes, and it's amazing how rich those suds are, too. All fine, pure soap. No alkaline builders of any kind.
And New Quick Lux goes so far.
Yes, and it gives more suds, ounce for ounce, than any of 10 other leading soaps tested. And that's true even in hard water. It's thrifty. It's so safe. There's nothing to hurt any color or fabric that's safe in water alone.
It's wonderful how nice curtains and blankets and bedspreads look after a dip in New Quick Lux.
And that goes for dozens of other things, too. Everything safe in water alone. Ladies, now that you're busy with your spring house cleaning, get the fast, easy help New Quick Lux gives. Ask your grocer for a thrifty big box of New Quick Lux tomorrow. It comes in the same familiar package at no extra cost.
And here's more news. Right now, thousands of grocers are featuring Lux in their spring house cleaning sales. It's a grand time to stock up.
Use New Quick Lux for all your soap and water tasks to help keep your things new-looking longer, to save your hands. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille.
We continue with Our Town, starring William Holden and Martha Scott as George Gibbs and Emily Webb, Thomas Mitchell and Fay Bainter as Dr. and Mrs. Gibbs, Guy Kibbe and Beulah Bundy as Mr. and Mrs. Webb, Stuart Irwin as Howie Newsom, and Frank Craven as Newton Morgan. All set, Mr. Morgan?
Ready and waiting.
Well, go right ahead, son. Go right ahead.
Well, folks, 3 years have gone by. The sun's come up in Grover's Corners over 1,000 times. Some babies that weren't even born before have begun talking regular sentences already. And a number of people who thought they were right young and spry have noticed they can't bound up a flight of stairs like they used to without their hearts fluttering a little. All that can happen in 1,000 days. Nature's been pushing and contriving in other ways, too. A number of young people fell in love and got married. Most everybody in the world gets married. You know what I mean? In our town, there aren't hardly any exceptions. Most everybody climbs into their grave married. And like I told you, that's what Act 2 is about, love and marriage. So, it's 3 years later. It's July 7th, 1904, just after the high school commencement. That's the time most of our young people jump up and get married. As soon as they pass their final examinations in solid geometry and Cicero's orations, looks like they suddenly feel themselves fitted to get married. It's early morning again, only this time it's been raining. Well, there's the 5:45 for Boston, and there's Cy Crowell delivering the papers. And here comes Howie Newsom and Bessie delivering the milk. Howie does one of those services we just naturally take for granted.
Morning, Howie.
Morning, Cy. Anything in the papers I ought to know?
No, nothing much, except we're losing about the best baseball pitcher Grover's Corners ever had.
George Gibbs, huh?
Yeah, I don't see how he could give up a thing like that just to get married. Would you have, Howie?
Can't say. Never had no talent that way. All right, Bessie, come on. But let me tell you something, Bessie. I'm going to stop and talk if I've a mind to. Morning, Miss Gibbs.
Morning, Howie.
Too bad about the weather, but it's been raining so heavy that maybe it'll clear up.
Certainly hope it will.
My wife says to tell you we hope they'll be happy. No, they will.
Thanks a lot, Howie. Tell your wife I hope she gets to the wedding.
Yeah, maybe she can. She'll get there if she can.
Well, I hope she does.
Morning, Miss Webb.
Oh, morning, Mr. Newsom. Will it start raining again?
Well, I was just saying to Mrs. Gibbs is how it may clear off. Mrs. Newsom told me special to tell you how we hope to be happy, Mrs. Webb. No, they will.
Thank you, and thank Miss Newsom. And we're counting on seeing you at the church.
Yes, Miss Webb, we hope to get there all right. Couldn't miss that. Come on, Bessie.
Well, it seems pretty much like any ordinary morning so far, doesn't it? Of course, not for the folks involved. There's Doc Gibbs coming downstairs now, making out like he's cheerful about the whole thing.
Well, Ma, day's come. You're losing one of your chicks.
Frank Gibbs, don't you say another word. I feel like crying every minute.
The groom's up shaving himself. Only there ain't an awful lot to shave. Whistling and singing like he's glad to leave us. Every now and then he says, I do, to the mirror, but it don't sound convincing to me.
I declare, Frank, I don't know how he'll get along. I've arranged his clothes and seen to it that his feet are dry and he's got warm things on. They're too young, Frank. Emily won't think of things like that. You'll catch his death of cold within a week.
I remember my wedding morning, Julia.
Now, don't start that, Frank Gibb.
I was the scaredest young fellow in the state of New Hampshire. When I saw you coming down that aisle, I thought you were the prettiest girl I'd ever seen. But the only trouble was I'd never seen you before. There I was in the Congregational Church marrying a total stranger.
Well, how do you think I felt? Frank, weddings are perfectly awful things, farces. That's what they are. Here, I've made something for you.
Why, Julia, French toast.
Ain't hard to make, and I had to do something.
How'd you sleep last night, Julia?
Oh, I heard a lot of the hours struck off.
I get a shock every time I think of George setting out to be a family man. That great gangling thing. I tell you, Julia, there's nothing in the world so terrifying as a son. The relation of father and son is the dangdest, awkward.
Well, mother and daughter's no picnic, let me tell you.
Good morning, everybody. Only 4 more hours to live. Right back, Ma.
George Gibbs, where are you going?
Just stepping across the grass to see my girl.
Here, you take a cup of coffee first.
Be back in a minute. Good morning, Mother Webb.
Oh, morning, George. Now, George, I hate to say it, but you understand I can't ask you in.
Why not?
Well, George, you know as well as I do, the groom can't see his bride on the wedding day, not till he sees her in church.
Oh, that's just a superstition.
Hello, George.
Morning, Mr. Webb.
Coffee ready, Myrtle?
Mr. Webb, you don't believe in that superstition, do you?
Well, there's a lot of common sense in superstitions, George.
Millions have followed it, George, and don't you be the first to fly in the face of custom. You sit down here a minute with Mr. Webb and drink this cup of coffee. I'll run upstairs and see she don't come down to surprise you.
Well, George.
Yes, Mr. Webb?
How are you, George?
I'm fine. Mr. Webb, what common sense could there be in a superstition like that?
Well, George, on the wedding morning, a girl's head's full of, clothes and one thing and another. Girls have to be a mite nervous on her wedding day.
Yeah. Gee, I wish a person could get married without all that marching up and down.
Every man that's ever lived has felt that way, George, but it hasn't been many use. It's the women folks who built up weddings, my boy. All those good women standing there shoulder to shoulder, making sure that the knot's tied in a mighty public way.
Well, you believe in it, don't you, Mr. Webb?
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah, yes. Now, don't misunderstand me, George. Marriage is a wonderful thing, a wonderful thing. Now, don't you forget that, George.
No, sir.
Well,
what were you going to say, Mr. Webb?
Oh, was I going to say something? George, I was remembering the other night the advice my father gave me when I got married. Yes, he said. Charles, he said. Start right off showing who's boss. Best thing to do is to give her an order about something, even if it don't make sense. Just so she'll learn to obey, he said. Then he said, if anything about her irritates you, or conversation or anything, get right up and leave the house. That'll make it clear to her. And oh, yes, he said, never let your wife know how much money you have. Never.
Oh, but I couldn't do that.
So I took the opposite of his advice, and I've been happy ever since. Let that be a lesson to you, never to ask advice of anybody on personal matters.
George, Emily's got to come down and eat her breakfast. Now go along.
But Miss Webb,
She sends you her love, but she don't want to lay her eyes on you. Now goodbye, George.
Well, goodbye.
Myrtle, guess you don't know about that older superstition.
What's that?
Since the caveman, no bridegroom should see his father-in-law on the day of the wedding or near it. Now, remember that.
Why, Charles Webb.
Well, now, right here, I'll have to interrupt. I'm sure the folks want to know how all this began. This wedding. This plan to spend a lifetime together. Well, George and Emily are going to show you now the conversation they had when they first knew that, as the saying goes, they were meant for one another. But before they do that, folks, I want you to try and remember what it was like when you were very, very young. And particularly the days when you were first in love. When you were like a person sleepwalking. You didn't quite see the street you were walking in, and you didn't quite hear everything that was said to you. You were just a little bit crazy. Will you remember that, please? Now, it all started last year on the way home from school. George had just been elected president of the senior class, and Emily had just been elected secretary and treasurer. Now, you all know how important that is.
Emily, can I carry your books home for you?
No, thank you.
Hey, Bob, if I'm late, start practice and give Herb some long high ones. All right. I'm awful glad you were elected, too, Emily.
Thank you.
Emily, why are you mad at me?
Well, I'm not mad at you.
Well, you've been treating me so funny lately.
Well, since you asked me, I might as well say it right out, George.
What is it?
I don't like the whole change that's come over you this last year.
Emily,
I'm sorry if that hurt your feelings, but I've just got to tell the truth and shame the devil.
A change? What do you mean?
Well, up to a year ago, I used to like you a lot. And I used to watch you while you did everything, because we've been friends for so long, and then you began spending all your time at baseball, and George, it's a fact.
ever since you've been elected captain, you got awful stuck up and conceited, and all the girls say so. It hurts me to hear them say it, but I gotta agree with them a little because it's true.
Oh, well, gosh, Emily. I never thought that such a thing was happening to me. I guess it's hard for a fellow not to have some folks creep into his character.
I always expect a man to be perfect, and I think he should be.
Yeah, well, I feel that it's the other way around. That men aren't naturally good, but girls are.
Well, you might as well know right now that I'm not perfect. It isn't as easy for a girl to be perfect as a man because, well, we girls are more nervous. Oh, no, I'm sorry I said all that about you. I don't know what made me say it.
Emily?
No, I can see it's not the truth at all. And suddenly I feel it's not important anyway.
Emily, would you like a ice cream soda or something before you go home?
Well, thank you. I would.
Well, come on, Emily. Go right in the drugstore.
Afternoon, George.
Hello, Mr. Morgan.
Hello, Emily. What'll you have? Why, Emily Webb, what you been crying about?
Well, she got an awful scare, Mr. Morgan. That hardware store wagon almost ran over her. Well, everybody says that Tom Huckins drives like a crazy man.
Well, I tell you, you've got to look both ways before you cross Main Street these days. Gets worse every year. What'll you have?
I'll have a strawberry phosphate, Mr. Morgan.
Oh, no, Emily. Have a soda with me.
Well,
2 strawberry ice cream sodas, Mr. Morgan.
2 strawberry ice cream sodas, yes, sir. Yes, sir, I want to tell you something. There are 275 horses in Grover's Corners this very minute I'm talking to you. Now they're bringing in these automobiles. The best thing to do, I guess, just stay home. Gracious, I can remember the time when a dog would lie in the middle of the street all day long and nothing ever come along to disturb him. There you are. Well, good afternoon, Mrs. Ellis. What can I do for you?
Sodas, they're so expensive, George.
Oh, no, Emily, don't think of that. Emily, I'm glad you spoke to me like you did. But you'll see. I'm going to change so quick. You bet I'm going to change. And, Emily, I want to ask you a favor.
What?
Emily, if I go away to State Agricultural College next year, will you write me a letter once in a while?
Oh, I certainly will. I certainly will, George. Certainly seems like being away 3 years, you get out of touch with things. Maybe letters from Grover's Corners won't seem so interesting after a while. Grover's Corners isn't a very important place when you think of all New Hampshire, but I think it's a very nice town.
Mm-hmm. You know, Emily, whenever I meet a farmer, I ask him if he thinks it's important to go to agricultural school to be a good farmer.
Why, George.
Yeah, and some of them say it's even a waste of time, and you can get all that stuff anyway in the pamphlets the government sends out. Emily, I'm going to make up my mind right now. I won't go. I'll tell Pa about it tonight.
But, George, I don't see why you have to decide right now. It's a whole year away.
Emily, I'm glad you spoke to me about that fault in my character.
Oh.
What you said was right, but there was one thing wrong in it. That's where you said I wasn't noticing people. You, for instance. You say you were watching me when I did everything. I was doing the same thing about you all the time.
Why, George.
Well, sure. I always thought about you. Like one of the chief people I thought about.
Oh, George. Life's awful funny. How could I have known that? I thought...
Listen, Emily. I'm going to tell you why I'm not going to agricultural school. I think that once you've found a person that you're very fond of, a person who's fond of you, too, and, well, who likes you well enough to be interested in your character, I think that's just as important as college is, and even more so. That's what I think.
I think it's awfully important, too.
Emily,
Yes, George?
Emily, if I do improve and make a big change, well, would you be... could you be...
Oh, I am now. I always have been.
Gee. Well, I guess this is a pretty important talk we've been having.
Yes. I guess it is.
Well, folks, that's the way it all happened. But that was a year ago, though. Right now, we're more concerned with the wedding that takes place today. There's a lot of things to be said about a wedding. We can't get them all into one wedding, naturally. Especially not a wedding in Grover's Corners, where weddings are mighty short and plain. So here we are at the church now. People think a lot of thoughts during a wedding. The bride and the groom, the relatives and the guests. Here's what Mrs. Webb is thinking while she waits for the wedding march to start.
I don't know why on earth I should be crying. I suppose there's nothing to cry about. This morning at breakfast, it just come over me. There was Emily eating her breakfast as she's done for 17 years. And she's going out of my house. I suppose that's...
And now let's see how our prospective bride and groom are standing the suspense of waiting. There's George over there in the church anteroom. He's looking mighty worried right now.
George, what's the matter?
Ma, I don't want to grow old. Why is everybody pushing me so?
George, you wanted it.
No, Ma, listen to me.
No, George, you're a man now.
Listen, Ma, for the last time I asked you, all I want to do is be a fella.
George, if anyone should hear you. Now stop. Well, I'm ashamed of you.
What? Where's Emily?
Oh, George, you gave me such a turn.
Oh, cheer up, Ma. I'm getting married.
Well, let me catch my breath a minute.
Well, Ma, you look all funny. What are you crying for? Come on, we got to get ready.
Papa, I never felt so alone in my whole life.
Why, Emily?
And George over there. Oh, I hate him. I wish I were dead. Papa.
Emily, now don't get upset.
But, Papa, darling, I don't want to get married.
Emily, everything's all right.
Why can't I stay for a while just as I am? Let's go away, Papa.
No, Emily. Now stop and think just a minute.
Don't you remember what you used to say all the time, that I was your girl? There must be lots of places we can go to. I'd work for you. I'd keep house for you.
You mustn't think of such things. You're just nervous. George, will you come over here a minute? Why, you're a man, the best young fella in the world.
Yes, Mr. Webb?
Come here, son. George, I'm giving away my daughter. You think you can take care of her?
Mr. Webb, I want to try. Emily, I'm going to do my best. I love you, Emily. I need you.
Well, if you love me, help me. All I want is someone to love me.
Oh, I will, Emily. Emily, I'll try.
And I mean forever, do you hear? Forever and ever and ever.
Oh, Emily.
Well, they're waiting for us. It'll be all right now. Come on, kid.
I'm ready. Here she comes. Oh, Mr. Morgan, isn't it a lovely wedding?
I guess it is, Mrs. Holmes.
Don't know when I've seen such a lovely wedding. But I always cry. Don't know why it is, but I always cry. I just like to see young people happy. I'm sure they'll be happy. I always say happiness. That's the great thing. The important thing is to be happy.
Well, that's all the second act, folks. In Act 3, life moves on considerable and things get rather... Well, let's wait and see.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we go on with the third act of Our Town, let's see how good you are at recognizing music. I'm going to ask Lou Silvers to play 3 tunes. Now, suppose you listen and see if you can guess what they are. All right, Lou, give us the first one. You know that tune? Well, here's the second. And now the third. Do you know what those 3 tunes are? Sally, you tell us, and let your audience check their answers.
They were I Kiss Your Hand, Madame, Hands Across the Table, and Pale Hands I Loved. That's the Kashmiri song.
Yes, and that's just a sample of how often beautiful hands are the subject of poetry and song. Now, every man admires beautiful hands. Every woman wants to have them. Yet often, if she washes dishes day after day, she finds her hands growing rough and red and unattractive.
That's such a pity, Mr. Ruick, because it can be avoided.
Yes. Now, we wanted to prove how easily you can keep hands lovely in spite of dishwashing. So we asked hundreds of women to test 5 different soaps frequently used for dishes. They dipped one hand in Lux suds and the other hand in suds from another soap. They did this for 20 minutes 3 times a day for weeks under conditions similar to home dishwashing, and the results were amazing. Here's what the scientists making the test reported.
These tests proved Lux milder than any of the other soaps tested.
And the women who took the test agreed. For example, Mrs. Edna Wright of New York told us,
After doing the one-hand test for 27 days, my Lux hand was still smooth and lovely looking, though I'd used no creams or lotions. My other hand was rough and red and looked horrid. The difference was striking.
So many women find new Quick Lux kinder to hands. Now, won't you try it in your dishpan? You want your hands to look nice, I'm sure. Well, it's amazing how speedy, effective, and gentle new Quick Lux is, and at such a tiny cost. So just put Lux on your grocery list tomorrow. New Quick Lux is in the same familiar package at no extra cost to you.
Well, folks, the next time we look in on Grover's Corners...
Excuse me, Newton. Excuse me. We're not quite ready to go ahead yet.
Oh, am I interrupting something?
Just a little ritual we call the station break. It only takes 20 seconds. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Seconds on the dot, Mr. DeMille.
The microphone is yours, Newton.
Well, now that we all know what station we're listening to, we can take another look at Grover's Corners. This time, 9 years have gone by, friends. It's the summer of 1913. Summers and winters have cracked the mountains a little bit more, and the rains have brought down some of the dirt. And now we're going way up there on the top of that hill. This is certainly an important part of Grover's Corners, up here on this hilltop. Lots of sky, lots of clouds, often lots of sun and moon and stars. Yes, it's a beautiful spot up here. I often wonder why people want to be buried in Woodlawn and Brooklyn when they might pass the same time up here in New Hampshire. Over here are the old stones, 1670, 1680. Strong-minded people who come a long ways to be independent. And here are some Civil War veterans, iron flags on their graves, New Hampshire boys. They had a notion that the Union ought to be kept together, although they'd never seen more than 50 miles of it themselves. All they knew was a name, friends. The United States of America. The United States of America. And they went and died about it. This over here is the new part of the cemetery. There's your friend, Mrs. Gibbs. Yeah, Doc Gibbs lost his wife 2 or 3 years ago, just about this time. And there's Mrs. Soames, who enjoyed the wedding so much, remember? And Editor Webb's boy, Wallace, who was appendix burst while he was on a Boy Scout trip to Crawford Notch. Ah, yes, and lots of others. Yes, a lot of people just wild with grief have brought their relatives up to this hill, and then time and sunny days and rainy days and snow. Well, we all know how it is. A lot of thoughts come up here, night and day. But there's no post office. And a lot of sorrow kind of gets quieted down up here, too. Yes, all those important things, mother and daughter, husband and wife, enemy and enemy, money and miser, all those terribly important things kind of grow pale around here, too. All those things. The earth part sort of burns away, burns out. I guess I'm thinking about all these things today because of our friend Emily. Another baby's expected down at that happy home we saw started. It's Emily's second. There's a little boy about 6 years old. But this time, Emily's pretty sick.
It's all right, Emily. Now, you just try to sleep a while if you can. I'll be here all the time.
I can't sleep. Am I going to die, am I?
Now, what kind of talk is that? Of course you're not going to die. You stop thinking like that, Emily.
I can't help it. There's just something keeps telling me all the time. You're going to die. You're going to die.
Now. That'll be enough of that, Emily. Just about enough.
Dr. Gibbs.
Coming. Right back, Emily.
I got the medicine, Doctor. How is she now?
She's bad, very bad. But I think she'll pull through.
You're going to die. There's nothing you can do, nothing anyone can do. They'll put you up there on the hill. Up there where Wally is, Mrs. Gibbs, or Mrs. Soames. They're dead, too. You'll be with them. You're going to die. You're going to die. You're going to die.
It's a strange sort of thing, that feeling that sometimes comes to a woman at a time like this. Just knows she's going to die. No doubt of it in her mind at all. She knows. Often enough, she's wrong. But she feels mighty certain just the same. Must be a reason for that. Well, dying is a right and natural thing. Just another part of life, like being born. Maybe that's what does it. Maybe the new life that's coming into the world can't sometimes find its way, lest something dies first. At least, steps over the line into the great beyond, and then returns to take up life and beauty again. So perhaps, in a queer sort of way, a mother does die, just for a moment. Perhaps that veil between the quick and the dead is lifted for a second, and she can see for a little while into that misty land beyond. Who's to say it can't be? I suppose only the dead would really know. They'd see the mother coming through the mist, her face all white and shining, maybe just a little scared at first and strange. Then they'd see her peering into the beyond, and then something important, some great need would pull her back into the world, back to life again and to duty. The duty of tending a new life just born into the world.
You're going to die. You're going to die. You're going to die. Julia, dear. Is that a funeral coming up the hill to us? Yes. Yes, it is. Who is it, Julia? Who's coming to join us? My daughter-in-law, Emily Webb. What ails her? Trouble bringing a baby into the world. Why, I remember Emily's wedding. I went to it before I died. Wasn't it a lovely wedding? I remember I called on George and Emily at their farm, too, before I died.
Dear
Perfectly
friends,
beautiful
as we gather
farm.
here in the last tribute of memory to our loved ones, let us remember the words of the Master. I am the resurrection and the life.
Hello, Mother
He
dear.
that
Hello,
believeth in
Emily.
me, though he
Hello,
were dead,
Emily. Hello, Mrs. Jones. Hello, Sis.
and whosoever liveth
Hello,
and
Wally.
believeth in me shall never die.
Mother Gibbs, they're going away. Down the hill again. Yes, Emily, dear. Just rest yourself. Father Gibbs is bringing some of my flowers to you, Mother Gibbs. Oh, Mother Gibbs, I never realized before how troubled and sad he looked. I loved him so. Father Gibbs, come back. He can't hear you, dear. He's gone now. Oh, I'm so tired, Mother Gibbs. Yes, Emily. Just rest yourself. It seems thousands and thousands of years since... I don't like being here. Yes, Emily, I know. Mother Gibbs, when does this feeling go away? Of being strange here. How long does it... dear, just wait and be patient.
It's clearing off. The sun's breaking too.
Looks like the leaves will fall a little earlier this year. Mother Gibbs, George and I have made that farm into just the best place you ever saw. Did you, dear? Won't be the same to George without me. But it's a lovely farm.
A little cooler than it was.
Yeah? That rain's cooled it off a little. But, Mother Gibbs, one can go back in memory and live each of those days over again. Why, just then for a moment I was thinking about the farm, and for a moment I was there, and my baby was on my lap as plain as day. Yes, but when you've been here longer, you'll understand that our life here is to forget all that and think only of what is ahead and be ready for what is ahead. Oh, but Mother Gibbs, how can I ever forget that life? It's all I know. It's all I had. One can go back there again and live all those days over again. I feel it. I know it.
You'll not only live it, but you'll watch yourself living it.
I'll choose a happy day. Oh, Emily, it isn't wise. Really, it isn't. I'll choose the day I first knew I loved George. Oh, why should that be painful? Because it's the happiest days that are the hardest to relive and hardest to forget. But I must. Then, Emily, choose an unimportant day. Choose the least important day in your life. It will be important enough. Then I'll choose my birthday. The day I was 14. I remember it all. There's Mother in the kitchen. She called me.
Emily! Wally, come down. Breakfast.
Oh, how young Mama looks. I didn't know Mama was ever that young. And there's Papa.
Good morning, Mother.
Sit down, Charles. Coffee's ready. Don't forget, it's Emily's birthday. Did you remember to get us something?
Yes, I've got something here. Where's my girl? Where's my birthday girl?
Don't interrupt her now, Charles. You can see her at breakfast. She's slow enough as it is.
Oh, I can't bear it. They're so young and beautiful. Why did they ever have to get old?
Emily? Wally?
Mama, I'm here. I'm grown up. Oh, I love you all, everything. I can't look at everything hard enough.
Hurry up, children. 7 o'clock. I don't want to have to call you again.
Mama, listen.
Good morning, dear. Very happy birthday to my girl, and many happy returns. There's some surprises waiting for you there on the kitchen table.
Mama, don't you understand? I'm not a little girl anymore.
Morning, George.
Good morning. Brought this over for your birthday, Emily. Many happy returns of the day.
George.
It's only a photograph album. Nothing much.
Say thank you, dear.
Oh, it's just an album. I'm going over to my Uncle Luke's farm today. I like it there.
George, we grew up and were married, don't you remember? Uncle Luke gave you the farm.
Well, goodbye, Emily. Goodbye, Miss Webb.
Goodbye, George. Chew that bacon good and slow, Emily. It'll help keep you warm on a cold day.
Mama,
at me for 1 minute as though you really saw me?
10 below last night.
Mama, 12 years have gone by. I'm dead. I married George Gibbs, Mama. Wally's dead, too. Mama, his appendix burst on a cabbage through to Crawford Notch. We felt just terrible about it, don't you remember? But just for a moment now we're all together. Mama, let's be happy just for a moment. Let's look at one another.
Where's my girl? Where's my birthday girl?
I can't go home. Oh, it's gone so fast. We don't have time to look at one another. Oh, I didn't realize. So all that was going on. And we never noticed. Oh, must I go back to my grave? Wait. One more look. Goodbye. Goodbye, world. Goodbye, Grover's Corners, Mama and Papa. Goodbye to clocks ticking, my butternut tree and Mama's sunflowers, and food and coffee and new iron dresses and hot baths and sleeping and waking up. Oh, Earth, you're too wonderful for anybody to realize you. Do any human beings ever realize life while they live it? Every minute. Oh, I want to live. I want to live. I don't want to die. I want to live. I want to live.
You'll be coming back now. Back to life again. That split second of eternity is slipping away. A dream? Well, maybe so. But that new life is here now. Got into the world just fine. It'll be needing its mother, so Emily's coming back.
Hush, Emily, dear. Of course you want to live. You're going to live. You're going to be fine, Emily. Now, hush, dear.
They were here. All of them. They came to my grave.
Emily, dear, wake up. Come out of it. You've had a bad dream, that's all. You're all right now.
Father Gibbs, I thought I dreamed. Oh, Father Gibbs, is it all over?
All over. You have another boy, Emily. A fine son.
A son? Can I see him?
It's getting late now. Most everybody's asleep in Grover's Corners. Oh, there are a few lights on. Shorty Hawkins down at the depot has just watched the Albany train go by. And out at Emily and George's farm, they're still up, talking over the new baby, I suppose. Yep, it's clearing up. There are the stars doing their old crisscross in the skies. Scholars haven't settled the matter yet, but they seem to think there are no living beings up there. Just chalk or fire. Only this one, the earth, is straining away all the time, trying to make something of itself. The strain's so great that every 16 hours, everybody's got to lie down, take a rest. Well, it's 11 o'clock in Grover's Corners. Everybody's resting in Grover's Corners. Tomorrow's going to be another day.
This is the season for census taking. And as our stars return for their curtain call, I think we might take a brief census of the places which they themselves call our town. Mr. Craven, suppose you begin.
Well, like the cod and the baked bean, Mr. DeMille, I belong to Boston. Say, Betty, you're next.
Well, I was born in a suburb of Hollywood called Los Angeles.
We've spanned the country already. Miss Scott.
Jamesport, Missouri. That's just outside of Dees Creek.
Gee, where? Bill Holden.
O'Fallon, Illinois. Miss Bounty, how about another vote for the Middle West?
All right, Valparaiso, Indiana. It's about the size of our town. Miss Mitchell, where did you come from?
Elizabeth, New Jersey. That's in the Union, too.
Mr. Kibbe, I presume that wherever you were born, you made sure there was good fishing nearby.
No, El Paso, Texas. The fishing wasn't good there, so I came here.
Stuart Irwin.
Squaw Valley, California. That's up in Fresno County. Where's your town, CB?
Washington, North Carolina, Pompton, New Jersey, and Echo Lake. All of which goes to prove that it takes a good many our towns to make up the town called Hollywood, and to make up the cast which gave the sincere performance you heard tonight.
Well, as a sort of spokesman for all the folks in Grover's Corners, thanks, Mr. DeMille. What's your play going to be next week?
Next Monday night, we'll have Loretta Young and Fred McMurray in True Confession, adapted from Paramount's comedy success. Loretta is a young wife whose tendency to stray from the truth into the realm of tall stories keeps her husband in hot water. But Fred McMurray, as the husband, has his own remedy for keeping romance on the level. And if you're holding back any secrets, I strongly recommend that you listen next Monday night to True Confession with Loretta Young and Fred McMurray.
That's a great line-up for any theater, Mr. DeMille. Good night.
Good night.
Good night. Our town is proud of all of you. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Loretta Young and Fred McMurray in True Confession with Ruth Donnelly. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood. Heard in tonight's play were Lou Merrill as Dr. Ferguson, Barbara Jean Wong as Rebecca Gibbs, Bobby Winkler as Wally Webb, James Eagles as Bob, Sidney Newman as Cy, and Wayne Thompson, Walter White, and Mary Lansing. The Lux Radio Theater has just been selected as the best dramatic program on the air by the readers of Movie and Radio Guide in the magazine's annual Star of Stars poll. On behalf of the sponsor and the staff of the Lux Radio Theater, we wish to thank all who participated in this poll. Sal Lesser's screen production of Our Town will have its premiere in Boston May 23rd and will be released nationally shortly after. Frank Craven is now working in the RKO picture Dreaming Out Loud. Martha Scott will soon be seen in the Frank Lloyd production Howards of Virginia. Thomas Mitchell appeared through the courtesy of John Ford's Argosy production of The Long Voyage Home by Eugene O'Neill. William Holden is now working in the Columbia picture Arizona, and Beulah Bondi in Old Lady 31 at MGM. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Welcome, one and all, to the sign of the Flying Red Horse. The makers of Mobil Gas and Mobil Oil bring you Orson Welles.
Good evening, everybody. This is Orson Welles and the Mercury Wonder Show, broadcasting tonight from the Air Service Command Training Center at Fresno, California. You know, we've been doing magic shows in the Army camps for more than a year now, so tonight we thought we'd do a few of our tricks for you on the broadcast. I usually open the show with the Indian rope trick, and as my assistant, I usually use Gypsy Rose Lee. She's quite a magician herself, you know. You should see her make things disappear. But the Indian rope trick is one in which I cause a coiled rope to rise slowly from the floor and to stand on end. Then I have Gypsy Rose Lee climb up the rope and vanish, followed by a serviceman from the audience who also climbed up the rope and vanishes. I had to stop doing the trick. Took me 30 seconds to get him up there and 2 weeks to get him down. So, come on down the midway, folks. You're just in time to see the greatest magic show you've ever listened to.
Hurry, right this way for the big show, folks. The Mercury Wonder Show for servicemen. That means you, soldier. If you got your girl with you, bring her in. She'll be amazed. She'll be astounded. She'll be thrilled. There are no lights in the balcony.
Oh, a magic show. Let's go in.
Oh, nuts to bed, honey. Let's get going.
What's your rush?
I only got a 6-hour pass.
The Mercury Wonder Show, folks.
It's a 4F joke, you know that.
Orson the Magnificent.
Gentlemen, gentlemen, I greet you in the words of the mysterious East. Mashallah, inshallah, abacadabra. Sure. May your shadows never be less. Tonight we're going to attempt to entertain you with a few feats of conjuring, sleight of hand, legend and main, prestidigitation, and hanky-panky.
Bring out the tape!
For my next illusion, I shall produce from thin air, not a goldfish bowl, not a rabbit, but a beautiful lady. Now watch me very closely. Gavasa, inshallah, mashallah, abacadabra. Sure. Nothing happened. Maybe I sang it in the wrong key. Sure. Slide whistle. Heavens to Betsy, I hit the jackpot. There are two of them. Gentlemen, I give you a double feature. Two scintillating young stars with one name and one face. That gorgeous parley from the picture Andy Hardy's Blonde Trouble, the Wilde twins. Whoa. Hello, girls.
Hello,
girls. Oh, you said hello. Certainly nice to meet you, girls. Face to face. You know, when you girls arrived here this afternoon, there was quite a reaction from the men around the field. It's the first time I ever saw a pilot come in ahead of his plane. Which one of you girls is the spokesman for the team?
I am.
Well, maybe I'd better start out by asking you to identify yourselves. Which is Lynn and which is Lee?
She is.
Well, let me put it this way. If I were to ask Lynn for a date tonight, who'd be waiting for me when I arrived at your house?
Our mother.
Your mother doesn't... Girls, doesn't your mom allow you to go out with boyfriends?
Oh, she's angry with Lee now because Lee's in love.
Lee's in love. Well, love's a perfectly natural thing.
I know, but she's in love with an old man. He's 27.
27?
How old are you, Mr. Wells?
29. I'm practically falling apart.
On the screen, you look much younger.
Oh, on the screen, I look much younger.
Yes, I saw you in Jane Eyre, and I thought it was wonderful.
Oh, really? Thank you. What'd your sister Lynn think of it?
Oh, she's the intelligent one.
Well, as you know, girls, we're in the midst of a magic show. I wonder, how would you two like to assist me in a trick?
We'd love to.
Fine. Assistant, bring out a box and a saw.
Well, what kind of a trick is it, Mr. Wells?
You'll see. You girls always work together.
Always.
Never been parted.
Never.
Tonight it's going to be different. Oh, by the way, girls, this is my assistant, Ben Ali Hakim Itznik, known locally as the Yodeling Goldbrick.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Don't be so formal, girls. Run your fingers through his hair. I said his hair, not his pocket. Are you the Wilde twins or the Summer sisters? All ready with the equipment, Hakim?
Yes, master.
Now watch closely, everybody. I'll now saw two women in half. This is known as making a four the hard way.
Oh, Mr. Wells?
Yes, girls?
Instead of doing a trick, why can't we just sing a song?
Well, for that you need an orchestra. I merely utter the magic words Lud, Gluskin, and Presto.
I fell in love with the leader of the band. I was alone and he seemed to understand, but he had no ring for this finger on my hand. So I said farewell, farewell to love. I'll never, never fall. No, I'll never, never fall. I swear I'll never fall in love again. Then I lost my heart to the boy who played the sax. Night after night he recorded tunes on wax. I wanted romance, but he wanted to relax. So I said farewell, farewell to love. Oh, I'll never, never fall. No, I'll never, never fall.
had my heart turned upside down. He blew his horn and I bought a wedding gown. He blew his horn, then he blew right out of town. So once more I shoved romance away. Beats the drum. He was divine, as romantic as they come. But he made that noise with his bubble chewing gum. So once more I gave romance the bird. We'll never fall again for our leader or his man. We're through with all musicians from now on. We're going back to that shack by the track in Hackensack. I'll marry Jim, maybe Joe, or even Jack. We're leaving for good and we're never coming back. Goodbye, boys, farewell, so long, adieu.
Little girls, don't go away.
No, you can't make us stay.
Well, just one moment before you stray. I've got some jive I'd like to play. Hallelujah, glory be.
'Cause you send me when you play, and I just can't go away. So I'll stay, can't go away. I guess I'm still in love with the leader of the band.
Listen, my listeners, and you shall hear of the summer driving of Mr. Revere. Now, Mr. Revere was a far-sighted man, and Mr. Revere was a Mobil Oil fan. He said, summer's coming, preparedness pays. I should change the oil for the hot summer days. My car will run better, said he, and what's more, this car's got to last me till after the war. At the sign of the Flying Red Horse, Revere stopped. A habit, my listeners, that you should adopt. The right grade of Mobil Oil, that's what he got for motoring days that are dusty and hot. Why, Mobil Oil, folks, is the world's favorite brand. For warding off friction and wear, boy, it's grand. Yes, Mr. Revere did just right by his car, and all summer long was his car up to par. So, do like Revere. Here's my warning, and how. The summer is coming. Get Mobil Oil now.
For my next illusion, I should like the assistance of two members of the audience. Anyone at all, you, sir, in the first row. Thank you, and you. Thank you very much. We're continuing now with our magical extravaganza. Here we are. What is your name, please? What's your name, Sergeant?
Jimmy McDevitt.
Sergeant, say that again in the microphone, will you, over there, Sergeant? Sergeant
Jimmy McDevitt, technician, 4th grade.
And you, sir?
Frank Adams.
And your rank?
Private.
I said your rank?
No class.
Oh, I see. Well, Private Adams, this is Sergeant McDevitt.
We've met.
Good. Well, I'm going to ask you... I'm going to ask you, Private Adams, to assist me in putting the sergeant into that small, uncomfortable-looking box over there. Do you think you can do it?
I'll force myself.
While the sergeant is stepping in, Private Adams, will you test the box to see if there are any secret panels? Yes. Just test it. You did that knocking very professionally, Private Adams. In civilian life, were you a magician's assistant?
No, hotel detective.
I see. Well, Sergeant, before we close the lid on you, I want to explain the trick. On the count of 10, you will have vanished from this box, and in your place, there will appear a beautiful woman. Very well now. You crawl down, Sergeant. We close the lid, and you count to 10.
1, 2, 3.
While the sergeant is counting to 10, I'd like everybody to watch me very closely. I take this magic prayer paper, and whoosh, whoosh, I touch a match to it, and who have we here but that luscious starlet from Universal Pictures, Miss Lois Collier. These magic prayer papers are $1 apiece. They're agents in all aisles of the theater.
Excuse me, Orson. I'm sorry if I'm a little late. I had to pass those sentries again.
Oh, yes, those sentries are really doing their job. When we arrived at the gate this afternoon, the sentries took no chances. The microphone's a little high for you, dear, and I'd have to get down on my knees to play it with. They let me right in, but they searched Lois for 2 hours. They searched so long they forgot what they were looking for. I'd like to explain this trick to you. There's a sergeant in this box who's just counted to 10 and disappeared. Look, I open the lid.
28, 29.
We'll come back to that later.
You know, Orson, I've always wanted to entertain servicemen. I sort of envy a performer like yourself. You do a big magic show for them, but, well, it's different with me. What have I got to offer these boys?
Well, no coaching from the audience, please. Private Adams, I'm going to need your cooperation this time. I'm going to ask you to put your arm around Miss Collier. Do you think you can do it?
I'll force myself.
All right, wait a minute, soldier. You just put your arm around her, you know. She's an actress, not an infiltration course. Maybe I better explain this trick so you know what you're doing.
He knows what he's doing.
Well, now, when Private Adams counts 3, the young lady will vanish before your very eyes and appear in this box, from which Sergeant Collins has just disappeared. As you can plainly see, I opened the lid.
101.
Sorry, Lois, it doesn't seem to be working out quite on schedule. Maybe I'd better throw myself into a trance. I close my eyes. I'm drifting miles above the earth, high up above the clouds, high. Pilot the tower, coming in for a landing. What's that, Donovan? Oh, sure. And presto, I open the lid.
101.
602.
Now Lois Collier's in the box. That's half the trick, Sergeant. You're supposed to have vanished.
Sure.
The original Miss 5x5, one of the great blues singers, Miss Helen Andrews, and our all-star combination of jazz players in blues in E flat.
Here's some bad news for the Axis. Wednesday, May the 24th, Torrance, California. Here today at the Flying Red Horse Refinery, another TCC unit went on stream. This is the second of 2 double refining units built by the makers of Mobil Gas and now devoted exclusively to the production of aviation gasoline for war.
Friends, those new TCC refining units, part of the world's greatest catalytic cracking development, are now turning out vast quantities of aviation gasoline. This is the gasoline with flying horsepower. An amazing new super fuel whose power ingredients enable our warplanes to take off quicker, fly faster, and carry heavy bomb loads than ever before. The Army and Navy said to the men of Torrance Refinery, "We expect you to produce more than 900,000 barrels of aviation fuel components during the next few months. Can you do it?" The refiners answered, "You bet. That's a lot of gasoline, but you'll get it, and maybe more." Yes, we know our air forces will not lack the power to fight and win while men like those at Torrance are on the job. And after victory, their skill will mean new and better gasolines for American motorists when flying horsepower comes to Mobil Gas at the sign of the Flying Red Horse.
Half a century ago, there was a Dr. Hyde who was a missionary in the South Seas and who's remembered today because he wrote a public letter to a reverend brother of his, a certain Dr. Gage. In this letter, Dr. Hyde attacked the character and memory of a Catholic priest who had died 2 years before in the leper colony at Molokai. This priest, Dr. Hyde declared, was dirty, coarse, headstrong, and bigoted, and not pure in his personal life. Now, this priest, whom Dr. Hyde called dirty and impure, was none other than the martyr, Father Damien, whose selfless devotion to his island parish was climaxed on that Sunday morning in 1885 when he commenced his sermon not with the accustomed words, "My brethren," but with the terrible and heart-rending address, "We lepers." Dr. Hyde's letter was printed in a Sydney newspaper, and that miserable cleric may well have regretted to his dying day that it was ever noticed by the literary gentleman whose answer I'm going to read to you now. Sydney, February 25th, 1890. To the Reverend Dr. C.M. Hyde, Beretania Street, Honolulu, sir. You may remember that you have done me several courtesies, for which I am prepared to be grateful, but there are duties which come before gratitude, and offenses which justly divide friends. Your letter to the Reverend H.B. Gage is a document which, in my sight, if you had filled me with bread when I was starving, if you had sat up to nurse my father when he lay a-dying, would yet absolve me from the bonds of gratitude. You belong, sir, to a sect, I believe my sect, which has enjoyed and partly failed to utilize an exceptional advantage in the islands of Hawaii. This is not the place to enter into the degree or causes of their failure, but this much must be plainly dealt with. In the course of their calling, the missionaries, or too many of them, grew rich. It may be news to you that the houses of missionaries are a cause of mocking on the streets of Honolulu. It will at least be news to you that when I returned your civil visit, the driver of my cab commented on the size, the taste, and the comfort of your home on Beretania Street. No, your sect, and remember, as far as any sect avows me it is mine, has not done ill, in a worldly sense, in the Hawaiian kingdom. When calamity befell their innocent parishioners, when leprosy descended and took root in the islands, to that prosperous mission and to you, as one of its adornments, God sent at last an opportunity. I know that others of your colleagues look back on the inertia of your church and the intrusion and decisive heroism of Damien with something almost to be called remorse. I'm sure it is so with yourself. I'm persuaded your letter was inspired by a certain envy. But, sir, when we have failed and another has succeeded, when we have stood by and another has stepped in, when we sit and grow bulky in our charming mansions, and a plain, uncouth peasant steps into the battle under the eyes of God and succors the afflicted and consoles the dying, and is himself afflicted in his turn, and dies upon the field of honor, the battle cannot be retrieved. It is a lost battle, and lost forever. Your church and Damien's were in Hawaii upon a rivalry to do well. You having in one huge instance failed and Damien succeeded, I marvel it should not have occurred to you that you were doomed to silence. That when you had been outstripped in that high rivalry and sat inglorious in the midst of your well-being, in your pleasant rooms, and Damien, crowned with glories and horrors, toiled and rotted in that pigsty of his under the cliffs of Kalawao, you, the elect who would not, were the last man on earth to collect and propagate gossip on the volunteer who would and did. I think I see you, for I try to see you in the flesh as I write these sentences. I think I see you leap at the word pigsty. He was a coarse, dirty man. These were your own words. And you may think I am come to support you with fresh evidence. In a sense, it is even so. Damien has been too much depicted with a conventional halo. Such information as I have, I gathered on the spot from those who knew him well and long, who beheld him with no halo. These gave me what knowledge I possess, and I learnt it in the place itself, Kalawao, which you've never visited. You, I imagine, to be one of those persons who talk with cheerfulness of that place which oxen and wain ropes could not drag you to behold. You who do not even know its situation on the map probably denounce sensational descriptions, stretching your limbs the while in your pleasant parlor on Beretania Street. When I was pulled ashore there one early morning, there sat with me in the boat two sisters bidding farewell in humble imitation of Damien to the lights and joys of human life. One of these wept silently. I could not withhold myself from joining her. Had you been there, nature would have triumphed even in you. And as the boat drew nearer and you beheld the stairs, crowded with abominable deformations of our common manhood, and you saw yourself landing in the midst of such a population as only now and then surrounds us in the horror of a nightmare, what a haggard eye you would have rolled over your reluctant shoulder toward the house on Beretania Street. Had you gone on, had you found every fourth face a blot upon the landscape, had you visited the hospital and seen the butt ends of human beings lying there, almost unrecognizable, but still breathing, still thinking, still remembering,
you would have understood that life in the lazaretto is an ordeal from which the nerves of a man's spirit shrink, even as his eye quails under the brightness of the sun. You would have felt it was, even today, a pitiful place to visit and a hell to dwell in. And observe that which I saw and suffered was from a settlement purged, bettered, beautified. It was a different place when Damien came there and made his great renunciation and slept that first night under a tree amidst his rotting brethren, alone with pestilence, and looking forward with what courage, with what pitiful shrinkings of dread, God only knows, to a lifetime of dressing sores and stumps. You say that Damien was coarse. It's very possible you make us sorry for the lepers who had only a coarse old peasant for their friend and father. Damien was dirty, you say. Think of the poor lepers annoyed with this dirty comrade. Damien was headstrong. I believe you're right again, and I thank God for his strong head and heart. Damien was not sent to Molokai, but went there without orders. I have heard Christ in the pulpits of our church held up for imitation on the ground that his sacrifice was voluntary. Damien had no hand in the reforms, you say. If ever man brought reforms and died to bring them, it was he. There's not a clean cup or towel in the bishop home, but dirty Damien washed it. Damien, you say, was impure in his personal life. How do you know that? Is this the nature of the conversation in the house on Beretania Street, which the Camden envied, driving past racy details of the misconduct of the poor peasant priest toiling under the cliffs of Molokai? When I was there, I heard complaints of Damien. Why was this never mentioned? True, I'd heard it once before. I must tell you how. There came to Samoa from Honolulu one who in a public house on the beach volunteered that Damien had been guilty of misconduct and had sickened from having contact with lepers. The man sprang to his feet. I'm not at liberty to give his name, but from what I heard, I doubt if you would care to have him to dinner in Beretania Street. You miserable little, here's a word I dare not print, it would so shock your ears. If the story were 1,000 times true, he cried, can't you see you're 1,000,000 times lower for daring to repeat it? Reverend sir, I'll suppose your story to be true. I will suppose, and God forgive me for supposing, that Damien faltered and stumbled in his narrow path of duty. I'll suppose that in the horror of his isolation, perhaps in the fever of disease, he, who was doing so much more than he had sworn, failed in the letter of his priestly oath. He, who was so much a better man than either you or me, who did what we would never dreamed of daring, he, too, tasted our common frailty. Oh, the pity of it. The least tender should be moved to tears, the most incredulous to prayer. And all that you could do was to pen your letter to the Reverend H.B. Gage. Is it growing at all clear to you what a picture you've drawn of your heart? You had a father. Suppose this tale were about him and some informant brought it to you, proof in hand. I'm not making too high an estimate of your emotional nature when I suppose you would regret the circumstance. That you would feel the tale of frailty the more keenly since it shamed the author of your days. And that the last thing you would do would be to publish it in the religious press. Well, the man who tried to do what Damien did is my father, and the father of the man in the public bar, and the father of all who love goodness. And he was your father, too, if God had given you the grace to see it. Signed, Robert Louis Stevenson.
Invite you to listen next week. Same time, same station to Orson Welles. Mr. Welles' guest is Lynn Barry. Lois Collier appears through the courtesy of Universal Studios, whose current release is This Is the Life. Lee and Lynn Wilde appears through the courtesy of Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, producers of the White Cliffs of Dover. John McIntyre speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
challenge of the Yukon.
On, King! On, you huskies!
The wonder dog King, swiftest and strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the new Northwest country, where the greed for wealth and power led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, Sergeant Preston and his wonder dog King met that challenge, and justice ruled triumphant. Sergeant Preston stretched his feet toward the fireplace in Father McLean's cabin in Dawson. King, his big lead dog, lay down close beside him and watched the flickering flames through half-closed eyes. Father McLean eased his portly figure into the chair.
Giving is no excuse for eating as much as I did today. But that dinner was too much of a temptation.
Well, it was a wonderful meal, Father. That cook of yours is a prize. I feel like I'd swallowed a whole deer.
It's a good thing Thanksgiving Day comes but once a year.
You were awfully nice to let me share your dinner with your father. It's not often I get food like that.
The people in my church are very thoughtful of me on holidays. They bring food that one doesn't expect to get way up here in the North Country.
You know, Father, 2 years ago, I had dinner with another priest on Thanksgiving. Nothing like this one, though. His congregation was very bitter about him at the time.
Bitter? Had he done something wrong?
Well, they thought so. It's rather a long story, Father.
Well, what could be better than a story sitting here before the fire after dinner?
The priest was Father Haley. He left this part of the country before you arrived. He's the one who started the mission in Dawson.
Oh, yes, I've heard of him.
It was before they built the church that's there now. At the time, Father Haley was busy raising funds for it. He was a lovable old man, big fellow with twinkling blue eyes and a good sense of humor. He was very fond of dogs, too, and King was a big favorite of his. I'd been on a patrol north and was coming back to Dawson. About 10 miles from town, I was mushing along the trail, and suddenly I heard a dog.
Oh, King! Oh, you huskies! Stay here, King. I'll see what's happening. Well, fellow, what's wrong?
Oh, poor fellow. You stuck your foot right on my sled back to Dawson. He was a gentle dog, Father. Part setter and part shepherd. We never found out who owned him. Father Haley's cabin was on the trail near the outskirts of town. It was evening when I reached it. Father Haley held the door open while I carried the dog in.
Take him over there by the fire, Sergeant. Now I'll bring a lamp so we can have a look at him.
Well, lie down here, fella. That's it. Well, you got that bandage off, didn't you?
Yeah, now we can see. Well, he's licked it nice and clean, hasn't he?
Yes, I guess he can take care of it better than we can. I'm afraid he's going to lose 1 or 2 toes, though.
Well, I guess there's nothing more we can do for him except feed him.
It'll heal up all right, Father, if he stays off it a while.
You're going to leave him here with me, aren't you?
Why, that'll be fine if you want him. I have to leave town again tomorrow.
I'd be glad to have him. He's a nice dog. If his owner doesn't show up, I'll keep him permanently.
Well, Shep, you're a lucky dog.
He's wagging his tail. Maybe that's his name.
It's as good a name as any.
I'll call him that. He seems to like it. Now, let me warm up a cup of tea.
Oh, no, don't bother, Father Haley. You have enough to do taking care of Shep. Anyway, I'd better get into town.
You say you're going away again tomorrow?
Yes, I'll be away quite a few weeks, I think.
I wanted you to have Thanksgiving dinner with me, Sergeant.
Oh?
You think you'll be back by then? It's 3 weeks off.
Well, that's nice of you, Father. I'll do my best to get back.
We've been raising funds to build a new church. And I hope to have enough by then to warrant a special Thanksgiving celebration.
Well, that's encouraging. This town could certainly use a church. I'll try and get back for it. Now I guess I'd better go. I have to make a few stops in town before bedtime.
Hello,
Sergeant. Glad to see you.
Hello, boys. How are you?
You're just in time, Sergeant.
Huh?
We're taking up a contribution for the new church that Father Haley is planning to build.
Well, that's fine, Butch. I didn't know you were interested in church.
Butch started it by giving a whole bag of gold dust.
Gold Nugget Bar is a funny place to be doing it, but I'm all for it.
Think maybe you won't fry quite so long, Pete?
We're going to need another half. This one's full. Sergeant, you better take this money out to Father Haley.
Well, sure, I'll be glad to.
I'll take it out if you're too busy.
Oh, I'll be going past his house tomorrow. I can drop it off.
Ain't you staying in town for a while, Sergeant?
Have to make another patrol, Ben. Be leaving tomorrow or the next day.
Well, here's the money, Preston.
Oh, this is heavy. A lot of money here.
That's nothing to what he'll have in a week or two. This is just a started going. The whole town's chipping in. Sure.
I left the gold at Father Haley's cabin the next day. The collection had netted about $2,000. I was quite surprised that Butch Harvey had started such a thing. Butch was a newcomer in town, and I hadn't liked him from the first time we met.
I see.
There was nothing I could put my finger on exactly.
You Mounties must get quite good at judging men on sight.
Oh, I've been wrong about a lot of men, Father. My judgment isn't always right.
Well, we all make mistakes.
I decided I'd been wrong about Butch, and maybe he was doing this to prove to the town that he was all right.
And, was he?
No, Father. I left town the next day after leaving the money with Father Haley. My trip took me far south, and I wasn't around while the church fund built up. As I learned later, Butch and his partner Ben were very active getting collections, and the whole town contributed. 3 days before Thanksgiving, Father Haley had raised over $15,000. He was putting some gold into the box that evening when Shep scratched on the door. Father Haley put his parka on.
Well, you want to go out for a walk, Shep? I've been so busy today I didn't take you for your walk. All right, boy, go on out. I'll put on my things right away. I'm coming, boy, as soon as I put this box away. There. That ought to be all right.
Good evening, Father Haley.
Hey, Butch, I'm sorry I didn't hear you knock. Hello, Ben.
Hello, Father.
Sit down, boys. I was just going for a walk with Shep. Wait till I put this box away.
Don't put the box away.
Eh? Oh, did you bring another contribution?
Not exactly, Father. This time you're doing the contributing.
What do you mean?
Get the box, Ben.
Sure.
Butch, you don't mean you're taking the church funds?
That's not all we're taking. You're coming with us.
What?
Here's the box.
Take it out to the bed. Hey, come on, Father, before I get nervous and pull this trigger. Don't keep me waiting.
Father Haley went with them out into the dark. They tied him to the sled and drove off. Nobody noticed old Shep. The dog watched the sled disappear and then limped after it. The team outdistanced him quickly, but he kept on through the night, following the scent.
Did they intend to murder Father Haley?
Well, Butch would have, but Ben wouldn't agree to it. They argued about it.
You're crazy, Ben. He can find his way back, I tell you. It's getting light. He can see the trail.
We're going to turn off the trail, ain't we?
But he can see landmarks. He can follow our tracks back, too.
What's wrong with taking his glasses away from him? He can't see without them. I tell you, I won't murder a priest.
Oh, how you Huskies?
All right. We'll turn off here and head for the mountains. I'll take his glasses off and we'll lose him in the hills. I don't see the difference. He'll die of starvation or freeze to death.
I got back to town the following day. The weather had been clear, and I made a special effort to spend Thanksgiving with Father Haley.
Had anyone discovered he was gone?
Oh, yes. The whole town was in an uproar. Some of the people thought Father Haley had run off with the money. Pete Darcy met me just as I came into town. He was very excited.
Sergeant Preston! Sergeant Preston!
Okay. Oh, you Huskies. What's wrong, Pete?
Well, I'm sure glad you got back, Sergeant. Father Haley has disappeared with all the church money.
Disappeared? When?
Day before yesterday. People think maybe he ran off with it. Maybe he wasn't a priest at all.
That's ridiculous, Pete. He'd never go away unless someone forced him to. Were there any tracks around?
Well, lots of people have been in and out to see him. He lives near the trail that's well used.
Yes, I know.
Town's pretty mad about it. Everybody's giving lots of money to that fund.
Come along, Pete. We'll go to his cabin now and look it over.
You see, Sergeant, his park is gone, his fire's out, and the money's gone.
Yes. I wonder what became of Shep.
Shep?
The dog he had.
Oh.
He certainly wouldn't try to travel with a lame dog.
Nobody thought about the dog. He ain't had him very long.
Come on outside, Pete. Maybe we can still find Shep's tracks.
Your own dog has made tracks all over.
Here is Shep's. You see that front foot?
Yeah, he's lame. Doesn't put much weight on it, and it's crooked.
Here, King. These tracks, boy. Can you find him?
I'm afraid the trail is cold by this time, Sergeant.
Well, it hasn't snowed for 2 days. These tracks lead away from town. You could probably pick them up, but the snow hasn't been trampled. I'm going to try it, Pete.
You want me to come with you, Sergeant?
Why, no, I'll go alone. I'll take what supplies I can find in Father Haley's cabin here. Can't stop for more. Maybe a long trip. My team was tired, but we kept going. After a while, the trail of the dog was easier to follow. Shep's foot had started to bleed where the snow and ice had broken open the freshly healed cut.
You mean that dog kept right on going in spite of it?
He'd become very fond of Father Haley. When the tracks turned off the trail, it was easy to follow them. Shep, by then, was going on 3 legs.
When did you find Father Haley?
Well, not until the next evening. Shep had found him the night before. They were huddled together in a clump of spruce trees at the base of the mountain. Father Haley had no idea where he was. Here, Father. Put this blanket around you. I'm glad you built a fire.
It isn't much of a fire. I had some matches in the pocket of my pocket.
Who did all this, Father?
Eugene did.
Oh?
They'd gone off for the gold. They took my glasses from me, and I couldn't find enough wood. If Shep hadn't come, I'd have frozen. We kept each other warm.
I found you by following Shep's tracks.
Yes, poor fellow. To drop when he found me. He dragged himself to me, his poor foot all bloody. Feed him first, Sergeant.
I will, Father. Now, you relax and don't worry about the church funds. I'll telegraph Butch and Ben's description to the border. They're headed for Eagle City. And now I'll get some food ready.
It's not the Thanksgiving dinner we had planned, is it, Sergeant?
No, it isn't, Father. But there's plenty to be thankful for.
Were the 2 thieves, Butch and Ben, caught?
They were caught at the border by one of our men. Most of the money was returned.
As Father Haley said, that must have been a rather slim Thanksgiving dinner you had that night.
Yes, 'twas, Father. But it's one I'll never forget. We sat at the base of the towering mountain. The moon glistened on the snow, and it was deathly still. Father Haley sat beside the flickering fire in his lap. He hadn't eaten for 2 days. But when I put his food in front of him, he didn't eat at once. He bowed his head and gave thanks. It wasn't a short prayer, and as he ended it, I felt a lump in my throat.
And I thank the Lord for sending Shep to me. Please grant me the faith and courage that is his, and help me to follow thee with an equal love and trust.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. They are sent to you each week at this same time. This is Larry McCann speaking.
Afternoon Theatre. The Shetland Wildcat, a play for radio by Anthony Keary.
Good evening, Signor Paul. You finish early today, huh?
Yes, indeed, Signora Ficeri.
That is because you have been very clever.
I'm not so sure I was clever, and I don't think the students were. Not in this heat. The class is dismissed until this evening when it becomes cooler.
See, Firenze is very hot. All the people's not working have left.
Except the British, who would decide to hold a course in Florence in August. Just my luck.
Today, you have good luck, Signor Paul. You have a post.
A post?
Easy.
A letter? In Italy in August? Well, that's not luck. That's a miracle.
No, not a letter. No, not a miracle. See, telegram.
A telegram? Let's have it. Well, I'll...
Is it bene? Is it good news? It's not bad.
No. No, I don't think so. Not bad. My sisters got married.
Married? Your sister? Well, it's good news. It's very good.
Yes, but,
You know, like your sister to be married?
No. Oh, yes. Yes. It's just that it's a little unexpected.
You are a surprise.
I'll say I'm surprised. I didn't know a thing about it. Not a single solitary thing.
She make a big secret, huh?
A very big secret.
But you must be happy for your sister. It's good for a girl to marry.
Oh, I am happy for her. Very happy. But you see, Susie Wong...
What? Who is Wong?
Oh, that's a joke name I call Susan. From when we were kids. Well, I don't know how Susie's kept it to herself. It generally all comes bubbling out. We've never had any real secrets from each other. Oh, that's what's so strange.
She has been in love before. What age she is?
21. No, 22. 5 years younger than me. Yes, she's been in love before, I suppose. Well, most girls are, aren't they? But nothing ever serious.
Yeah, never has been a big affair. And she always tell you, but this time is love. Is married as a husband to tell a thing or two is a swap off a foot. But in 2 or 3 or 4 days, she remember and right. In 2 or 3 or 4 days.
But she didn't write. Not in 2, 3, 4, or 14 days. Well, that's why I've flown over. I had a spot of leave and thought I'd congratulate the happy pair. And now you tell me you don't know where they are.
But, Bob, I don't.
Look, Celia, I'm all for friendship and respecting privacy. And no one wants to take their in-laws away with them on the honeymoon. But I'm not only Susan's brother, I'm her next of kin. I ought to know where she is. I won't suddenly arrive on their doorstep. I'll send a note of congratulations. I haven't been able to do that even.
Neither have I. Neither has anyone. Oh, Bob, I'm not hiding anything. I'm not sworn to secrecy. I know nothing to be secret about. I tell you, the first I knew of it was coming back from the office and finding this note to say she was married and would write. And that's all I can tell you.
But she must have said something.
No.
Oh, come off it, Celia. You can't be flatmates with a girl for over a year and not meet the boyfriend. Even if you only pass him on the doorstep. But she must have said something about Basil Wexford.
Bob, she didn't. It was all very last minute and very secret. Well, I'd never even heard of him until I found this note.
What about her friends? Did she confide in anyone else?
Not that I know of. Of course, I asked all over, everyone we knew, but no joy.
Her colleagues at work? The oil company, Conch.
Oh, one day she was at her desk, the next gone. She'd given in her notice, but not told anyone, if you see what I mean.
Yes. It's sort of Irish, but I know what you mean. What about the rent? Is it paid...
Perfectly all right. We're paid up to the end of the quarter.
Ah. Well, when she comes back for her things...
They've gone.
Eh?
Her things have gone.
When?
Well, I suppose when she went off with this chap Basil. I came back, saw the note, and found the cupboard bare. Here's her room. You can see for yourself. There's nothing of hers left here.
You looked in all the cupboards?
Well, of course. You can have another look if you like. But you won't find anything, not even a hairpin. I wish my room looked a bit more like this instead of an old clothes shop. You could never accuse me of tidiness. Satisfied?
Yes.
I could do with a drink. I don't know about you. I wonder, would you mind being barman? I must get ready. Fred is calling for me in half an hour. He's taking me to some fab new restaurant, so I want to dolly up a bit. If you want more ice, it's in the fridge.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to detain you. I won't stay.
No need to rush off. As long as you don't mind me shouting from one room to another or fluttering around half naked. You can take your choice. Oh, can you see my lighter?
Where did you leave it?
On the settee, I think.
Just a minute. No, it's not here. Unless it's slipped down between the cushions. No, it's... Ah, yes, found it. Oh, and this, too.
What's this? Wait a minute, I'm decent. And I need that drink. Oh, and a light.
What else did you find?
Your map. It was tucked down the side of the settee.
I'm not surprised. Half my things end up under cushions. But that's not mine.
Ordnance Survey. The Shetlands. When did you first notice it?
Well, I don't know, really. I think... Oh, yes, I remember. It was when I was tidying up after Susie had gone. You know, making with the hoover and so on. It was on the table.
And you hadn't seen it before? Did she ever mention the Shetlands? Talk of going there before Basil came on the scene?
Never.
That's where she is, I'll bet. Now, where's the nearest airport?
You don't know she's there?
Here we are, Sunborough Airport. Oh, thanks, Celia. Give my regards to Freddie. Tell him I'm sorry I made you late, but it was all in a good cause.
He's heard that excuse before. If you find Susie, give her my love, and send me a postcard, one of those fat ladies.
I'll do that, but I doubt if I'll find any Angus McGills in Sunborough.
Flight from Kirkwall, Aberdeen, Edinburgh and London has landed. Passengers for onward transit to Oslo, please...
Father said he'd be meeting the plane, but I can't see him.
Perhaps there's a message for you, Jenny, at the inquiry desk. I'll take your bag if you're going over.
You don't have to, just because we met on the plane. Oh, all right, Bob, this way.
I don't know when I've enjoyed a flight so much. You're a good listener. I hope I didn't bore you.
Don't worry, I would have said. Excuse me, is there a message for me? Wilson.
Wilson.
Jenny Wilson.
Yes, here you are.
Oh, thank you. Oh, he's delayed. Bang goes your lift, unless you want to hang around for another hour.
Well,
You needn't be polite. I have plenty to do. Father wants me to check some invoices at the freight building.
I'd be quite happy to wait.
You'd be much better to take the bus. Better still, is that all your luggage?
I always travel light. Why?
It's only a step or two along the road, and it's a fine day. You could be there before the bus. Come with me and I'll show you the way. Go down there to the right by the hut. Take the path to the left when you come to the gate. Turn left and straight down the road.
Did you say turn left at the gate? I couldn't quite hear.
Yes, I did. It's the helicopter. They're in and out all the time from the oil rigs.
Oh, yes, of course. I'd forgotten.
What with the duty shifts and the VIPs, it's just like Piccadilly Circus. Well, that's what we locals say. Just down there to the right, where Mr. Wexford's talking to the pilot, those two men over there.
Did you say Mr. Wexford?
Yes.
Well, he's the man I'm looking for. At least I think so. Excuse me, Jenny, I'll be right back.
You'll find me in the terminal building.
What time is the run tomorrow, dear boy? Not at the crack of dawn, I hope.
No. Nothing like that, Mr. Wexford. 7 o'clock. But we left our spot on time, no waiting.
You won't have to wait for J.J. I'll deliver him with my own hands. Oh, and thanks again, Harry, for acting as postman, taking those papers to J.J. at the rig. Much appreciated.
Oh, any time. Glad to be of service.
You'll find some bottles of Highland malt at the hotel without thanks.
Well, that wasn't necessary.
We'd like you to have them, dear boy.
Well, so long as you'll join me in the first dram.
With pleasure, Harry. We'll drink to the last week of drilling and a successful outcome.
Yes, I'll do that. I hear your field is likely to prove very successful, Mr. Wexford. Till tomorrow, then, if you'll excuse me.
Mr. Wexford?
Yes?
I'm Robert Paul.
Oh, yes?
Susan's brother.
Susan's brother? Oh, yes, yes. How stupid of me, of course. You must excuse my surprise, but I wasn't expecting. We thought you were in Italy.
I was, until a couple of days ago.
Until you decided to track us down, eh?
Something like that.
I obviously have a clever brother-in-law. Robert, did you say? How do you do? I'm Basil.
How do you do? And congratulations.
Thank you very much.
How is Susan?
She's very well. She will be surprised to see you. You're coming back with me now, of course.
Oh, thank you.
Let's find the car. Come along, dear boy. Have you any baggage? Only that. You do travel light.
Well, I had no idea whether I would find you here or whether I was on a wild goose chase. I was really only following a hunch.
That proved correct. Most fortunate. You haven't fixed anywhere to stay, have you?
No, I haven't. But I don't want to put you to any trouble.
None at all, dear boy. Susan will be delighted to have you with us. Talking of Susan, I think I'll give her a ring and tell her the good news. The phones are just inside. Why not wait for me at the bar? We might drink each other's healths, don't you think? I won't be a minute.
Give Susan my love.
Your business didn't take long, Bob. Was he the man you wanted?
Yes, I'm going back with him. He's giving me a lift.
You know each other, then?
No, but he's my brother-in-law.
Your brother-in-law?
Yes. He married my sister a few weeks ago. We're meeting at the bar. Why don't you join us?
No, thank you, Bob. I must see to Father's invoices.
Jenny, when will I see you again? Jenny!
I thought you'd be at the bar setting him up, old boy. Susan sends her love and says that we've time for one, but not to delay too long. She's dying to see you.
Your being here is the nicest surprise, Bob. I feel like a little girl at a Christmas party, sitting here with the two men I love best in the world.
I'd have brought a present for the party. For the wedding. Why didn't you let me know?
Or Basil thought.
It was a very quick affair. Registry office, special license. Wouldn't have been worth your while, dear boy.
Anything to do with Susan is worth my while. Always has been, hasn't it, Susie Wong?
Yes, Bob. Well, we should have told you. But at the time, well, it was important to Basil, wasn't it, darling?
It was vital, my sweet. More wine? Might as well finish the bottle. Susan?
Not for me.
Bob?
Thank you.
You see, dear boy, I was in the middle of a business venture. I won't bore you with all the details. Sufficient to say a great deal of money was involved. It became important that people should know where I was, what my movements were. I had to go to ground. The difficulty was...
Me. I was the difficulty. We wanted to marry, and Basil refused to disappear and leave me hanging about. So we both disappeared. Oh, we didn't mean to worry you.
I suppose if you hadn't obliterated your tracks so thoroughly... I can understand the secrecy in Basil's case, but why in yours?
If it had been known that Susan was connected with me, there are millions involved. We couldn't take the risk. Hence the vanishing trick.
And how much longer do you have to remain in hiding?
The deal goes through this week.
I was writing to you a long letter, reams and reams. I'd so much to tell you, Bob. I think writer's cramp was about to strike when Basil telephoned.
You were always very good at writing, Susie. Much better than I was. Still, I kept to our pact.
You did. You kept in touch. You see, Basil, after the parents were killed, we went to Aunt Nora. She was sweet, but hadn't a clue. And when Bob and I went to boarding school, we made a pact to keep in touch. To write to each other every week, even if it was only nonsense. We've held to that ever since.
Until now. You haven't told me where the two of you met.
At my office.
At Conch Oil?
Yes. Our meeting was quite extraordinary. I was typing out a survey report on his part of the seabed. I looked up, and there was Basil.
A complete coincidence, of course, dear boy. I was coming away from a meeting at Trade Relations. Took what I thought was a shortcut.
And landed up at my desk.
I didn't know her, she didn't know me.
You obviously got along like a house on fire. 2 houses on fire.
Well, yes. But we didn't have long together. I was called away to another office almost at once.
Hard luck. So when did you really make contact?
When I got back, about 20 minutes later. Basil had waited for me all that time. Wasn't that sweet?
I expect he found your report interesting. Didn't you, Basil?
What do you mean?
Didn't you look at it? I always take a look at what a secretary's working on. Inbuilt curiosity.
I suppose it depends on one's background, dear boy. You hadn't the advantage of parental control as we had.
Tell me something of your parents, Basil. You're an Anglo-Irish family, Susan told me.
One of the very best. Father, a pillar of the diplomatic. Very strict.
And your mother?
Ah, that's where confusion set in. Very Irish.
And she outlived your father by many years.
Far too many years, my dear. She so loved the horses and was such an inveterate gambler. She left nothing for her children to inherit.
Now, don't tell me you and Claire were deprived children, Basil. I wouldn't believe you.
No, my dear. We received all the advantages of education and background, and all the disadvantages of expensive tastes.
You've done very well, darling. Don't be modest.
One uses one's wits. One makes a crust.
Shall we leave the table? I think we've all finished.
I've a report to consider, my dear. Why don't you show Bob something of the grounds?
Would you like that, Bob?
I'm in your hands, Sister Susie.
This way, then. Oh, Basil, darling, are you coming after all?
Only to the car. I left my briefcase there. The day is still on our side. A bit different from Florence, eh, Bob?
I'm not complaining. It was too hot for comfort.
That is an exact description of Claire's driving. Look.
Claire is Basil's sister, and that's JJ with her.
Hello, darlings. Oh, isn't it a fabulous day? Oh, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Susan, you didn't say you were having company.
It's not really company. Bob,
may I introduce my sister Claire? Claire, Susan's brother, Robert.
How do you do?
Bob arrived quite unexpectedly, out of the blue. He tracked us down like an Indian scout.
Basil, about this week's log. I must have the final substitutes by third. Oh, pardon.
JJ, we have a visitor.
Susan's brother, Robert.
How do you do?
JJ is staying with us.
Oh, hey, you're a visitor, like me.
No, not quite. I work offshore on a rig.
And the most extraordinary thing is that his rig is exploring Basil's field. Isn't that a remarkable coincidence after me working on the survey?
Yes, remarkable.
These things usually come in threes, don't they? I wonder what the next will be, darling.
The next has already happened. Bob traced you here.
Oh, did he?
JJ, would you be an angel and go back for me? I forgot typewriter ribbons.
Yeah, I will go for them now. It will not take long, I bet you.
Thank you.
I will be back before you have noticed my absence, I bet you.
Susan, I'm going to borrow my brother, your husband, for a few minutes. Will you excuse us, Mr. Paul?
Susan was about to show me the garden when you arrived.
And there's no time like the present. Come on, Bob.
Lovely. You're looking very well.
My God, the cat was out of the bag then. He heard it all.
But it won't mean anything to him.
I wouldn't be too sure. There were too many clues. We'll be undisturbed in the study. Why did you invite him to stay in the house?
So that we can keep an eye on him. I thought...
You thought. It didn't occur to you that he can keep an eye on us. Like all your thinking, it doesn't go far enough. Why did you marry her in the first place?
I didn't want anyone in the oil company to know I'd seen those survey reports. They should have been marked secret. The only thing was to get the girl right away before anyone cottoned on.
You still didn't have to marry her. Your trouble, dear brother, is you've never been able to resist that type of beauty, have you?
And if I do find her attractive, I've bought her silence, haven't I? A wife can't testify against her husband.
Oh, you think you're so clever, but you behave like a 12-year-old away from the apron strings for the first time. The first pretty face. Do you remember the illegal currency deal? The secretary who threatened to talk when you nearly went to prison? Who got you out of that mess?
I don't know why you always have to bring that up. It was 10 years ago, and we've done very nicely since, made a lot of money.
Because you listened to my advice and we worked together. The minute you act on your own, we lose all our money.
I suppose you knew that modern art would fail, that the bottom would fall out of the market.
No, but I could have told you that the German insurance company would fail, and Courtline, and the mineral project.
They wouldn't have helped with capital anyway, the state the market's in.
We wouldn't have had to stake everything on the success of drilling... Oh, what's its ridiculous name?
Operation Wildcat.
Yes, it sounds like boy's own paper, but it fits this elaborate scheme of yours.
Only for a few days more, Claire. The rig goes south at the end of the week, and so do we.
It can't be too soon for me. Give me civilization. I don't like the people up here, and I know they don't like us. They're too inquisitive. They want to know everything about one. And incidentally, how did that brother-in-law know we were here?
He said something about a telegram and a map.
That's your precious Susan. We must find out whether anyone else knows where she is.
Yes. Can you tell me how many there'll be for dinner tonight?
5, please, Julie.
And the gentleman will be staying, will he?
He will. The gentleman, by the way, is my wife's brother.
Oh, that'll be nice for Miss Susan, won't it?
Julie, how many times must I tell you not to speak of Mrs. Wexford as Miss Susan?
I don't know.
Well, will you please not do so?
Oh, I don't know, I'm sure. Mrs. Wexford doesn't sound right to me. Will that be all?
Yes, you can go. That little bitch is becoming impossible, all because you couldn't resist a pretty face. You know, Basil, for someone with your background, you have very cheap taste in women.
That's one thing in common with many of the best families.
Who are you telephoning?
I haven't received the final graphs from Murdo yet. He was going to confirm that they've been sent and who's ringing them. I think the phone's dead. That's all we need. It was all right earlier.
Will Murdo know what to do? He won't panic.
No, he's reliable. He'll get a message through somehow.
Hello? Is that Mrs. Grierson? At the stores? Oh, it is. Well, will you please take a message for Mr. Wexford at the manse? I've tried to, but there's a fault on the line. It's very urgent. I'm phoning from Aberdeen. Thank you. The message is, final reports ready. Shall I dispatch by helicopter as usual? Await your reply. Signed, Murdo. M-U-R-D-O.
Basil, I must have the money now.
The agreement was that you'd be paid when the job was done.
My friend Gaston would like that I pay for my share of the boat.
But you've done that already, J.J.
No, I've paid a deposit, a small part only. It was all I had.
How long have you been working on the rigs? 6 years?
8.
You must have made a fortune in that time. What have you done with it?
I bet a little here and there. Basil, you can make me an advance.
I can't afford it, J.J. Every penny's tied up in this scheme.
But now you are very rich.
Not yet, dear boy. We'll none of us be rich until the week goes off according to plan.
Why should it not, huh? My part will be okay. You do not think Murdo will let us down?
No, I don't. And you needn't worry about me. But the plan's delicate. It can't be rushed. Don't worry. You'll be able to buy that boat many times over.
I do not want to buy it many times over. Just my half share.
Sorry I've been so long. Ladies kept me talking.
You found the cigars, old man?
Aye, here they are. Claire found a fresh box.
Help yourself. J.J.?
Merci.
Thank you. I found what you said at dinner fascinating, Basil. You own a section of the sea.
Of the sea bed. I bought it at the government auction in the 60s. The big oil companies bought the pick of the leases, but the bidding was open to anyone to buy.
And that's what you did?
Yes, with a few friends. We bought a section at the fringe. We intended to develop it, but the cost...
Oh, the cost, my friend, is fantastic. You know how much a rig costs to operate each day? £24,000, more with inflation.
So much?
All the equipment and the crew, 70, 80 men. There are 4 of us in my little unit, and we are not a drilling crew even.
Susan told me you're some sort of specialist.
That is right. Logging engineer. You see, all the time you are drilling, the prospecting has to be assessed. You can examine the core samples, but that is not foolproof. And that is where I come in. Do you have a match, please, for my cigar?
Of course. Allow me.
Thank you.
And what do you do?
Well, my job is to take electric readings. Information about the porosity of the rock formation, the density, the hydrocarbon content, and so on.
His crew lower the recording equipment into the drilling hole and take readings, which J.J. then interprets from a log. The readings are very accurate.
And the logs are very important.
I suppose they help determine whether the drilling should be continued or abandoned.
Something of the sort.
Of course, they can only operate when the drill string is pulled out of the hole.
And much of the time we are just sitting around playing cards, playing darts, waiting, because much work must happen when the drill string is pulled. Our readings must be taken, the sides of the hole cased, strengthened. We must work in conjunction, so we are always on call. I bet you.
No, please, don't get up. I hope we're not interrupting something important.
JJ was about to make a bet.
Then we couldn't have timed our entrance better. Susan can hold the stake money.
And you, Claire?
I only bet on certainty.
No, that is not true. You have bet on me.
In what way?
Oh, the risk, Susan, is that I will not last this final week. I have far more service on the rigs than any other Sonder engineer. I am a good candidate for the breakdown.
Oh, shit.
But Claire and Basil have bet on me against the odds. I just hope the gamble comes off and we don't lose.
You didn't want the coffee now, did you?
Oh, thank you, Julie. Put the tray down here by me, will you? That'll be all. You can go.
Yes, miss. Is there anything you require, Miss Susan?
No, thank you, Julie.
Thank you, Miss Susan. Good night.
I wonder why she calls me Miss Susan. I didn't know her before I was married.
Oh, she makes a compliment to you. You do not look like an old married. Don't you agree, Robert?
Perhaps, but it doesn't sound complimentary.
The way she says it, I feel she's taunting me.
I know how everybody else takes their coffee, but what about you, Bob? Black or cream?
Cream, please, Claire. Monsieur Senion, supposing you win that bet...
Jean-Jacques, please, what is this, monsieur?
No, sorry, Jean-Jacques. What will you do with your winnings?
Susan, would you give those to JJ and Bob?
Of course.
What will I do? I will buy my share of the Mirabelle.
Here you are, JJ. Bob, coffee.
Thank you, little mouse.
Sugar's over here if you want it.
The Mirabelle. Is that a club?
No, it is not a club. It is a boat. A beautiful boat for underwater exploration, like Cousteau. My friend Gaston wants me to go in with him, 50-50. He will do the business contracts, the navigation. I will see to the radar and electronic equipment. It will be a wonderful life, working in the blue waters and the warm waters, not this cold, grey North Sea.
You make it sound tempting. Shall I come as supercargo? How do you say that in French?
Oh, in your case, my darling, l'ange du bateau.
Flattery, JJ, will get you a long way.
That is what I hoped, my darling Claire.
These bets must be for an awful lot. A boat like that would cost... Well... I know I've only met you today, but I wouldn't give long odds on your cracking up.
The odds are not long, but the stake is high, very high. Now to the everyday, huh? I propose we have a game of poker at very low stakes, just for amusement. Huh?
Well, that was great fun. I've enjoyed our evening. Nobody lost too much.
That was because the cards did not favor any one person. I'm sorry we had to break it up, huh?
The ladies have been gone for some time now, and you have to make an early start, JJ.
So I will be a good boy and go to bed. Good night, Basile. Bonsoir, Monsieur Robert.
I'm coming up too. If you'll excuse me, Basil.
Yes, of course. I'll be a few minutes yet. Good night.
Good night.
You know, it has been good to meet Suzanne's brother. I have wondered what you would be like.
A few years older and not half so pretty.
She is a sweet girl, trusting. Basil is a lucky man. I hope she will not be too hurt.
Well, what do you mean?
Well, it is good to have a trusting nature, but sometimes people take advantage. I go this way, you go that. Good night.
But you haven't explained. Signora Paul, if you could have put a 2 and 2 together, that man has been dropping a big hint all night. About what? Oh, Julie.
Oh, sorry to make you jump.
Were you hiding there?
Let's say I didn't want to be seen. I want a word with you in private.
Yes?
I said in private, in your room.
No, wait a minute, Julie.
You didn't get any wrong ideas. What I have to say, I don't want anyone to hear just yet. It concerns your sister.
Susan? In that case...
You have all you need, dear boy. If there's something you want, I'll get it. We don't need to keep Julie up, do we? Do we, Julie?
No, Mr. Basil.
Run along, then. Good night.
Good night. Good night, Mr. Paul.
Good night, Julie.
I think that girl had better go back south. She hasn't fitted in at all well up here. It was a mistake to bring her in the first place.
Whatever Julie was about to tell me, she shut up like a clam when your husband appeared.
But according to Basil, she's a bit of a mischief maker. All that Miss Susan insolence. Perhaps she got wind of being sent away and was going to appeal to you for help. I wouldn't become involved. More toast?
No, thanks, Susie. I'm not used to cooked breakfasts. A little more coffee, if there is some.
Pass your cup. Are you sure you won't come into Lerwick with us?
Not this morning. I've done enough travelling these last couple of days. I want to stretch my legs, thank you.
There you are. Well, I'm off. I don't want to keep Claire waiting. Have a good day.
You too.
Oh, well, watch out. Oh, sorry. Here's Julie. Wants to know whether she can clear.
Yes, Julie, come in. Just leave me with my coffee. How are you?
I'm all right, I suppose.
You don't like it much here, do you?
Not much. Wish I was back in Walworth.
Has that got anything to do with last night? Has it?
Might do.
Look, Julie, it was important to you last night, so why not this morning? If you don't want Mr. Basil to hear, he won't. He's out.
I know. He took Mr. JJ to the airport early on.
Well, then?
Have they said anything about me?
That you haven't settled down here, and that you might be going back.
So that's it. Get her out of the way. Well, look. I've known Mr. Wexford for longer than your sister has, and I know more of what he's up to than he thinks. He's a smooth talker, but he won't talk himself out of what I've got to say. He and Mr. JJ and that Miss Claire have a plan to try and get...
Susan and I are just off to lunch. Julie, what are you doing?
Clearing the breakfast things, Miss Claire.
Well, hurry up about it then. Susan tells me you're going to look at our Iron Age relics, Bob.
Yes, I thought a walk to Jarlshof and a potter around the excavations. I'll come into Lerwick with you another day.
As you choose. Julie, take Mr. Paul's cup. He's finished.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, and Julie, put the tray in the kitchen, bring a basket, and come with me. There are some things to be brought back from Grierson's. We'll give you a lift along the road. Hurry up, girl. Mr. Paul doesn't want you plaguing him with your idle chat all day long.
Would seem to mark the outer limits of the first settlement. You see here where this style stops and another is superimposed, and probably as the result of a raid. Certainly, each succeeding wave of invaders has had a settlement here. Iron Age, Bronze Age, Picts, Vikings. I must stop. I'm beginning to sound like a guidebook.
When you talk, you bring the past right into the present. I suppose it's to do with being born and bred here.
Maybe there's a truth in that. You've only to stand quietly here for a moment in these islands to be aware of history. It's so close to you at times, you could put out your hand and touch it.
If I put out my hand, I would touch you, Jenny.
Bob, this is silly. We've known each other for a few hours. We met on the plane yesterday.
Yesterday, today, a year ago, what does it matter?
Bob, it's ridiculous. It's my own fault, I suppose. I came across you quietly exploring Jarlshof, doing no one any harm, dutifully reading the guidebook. And because we talked ourselves silly yesterday...
I talked myself silly. You listened. Very charmingly and very patiently to my monologue about Italy.
It was easy to listen to. You were easy to listen to.
Jenny?
Anyway, I had to come rushing in full of a degree from Aberdeen and postgraduate research, pretending I was offering help when all the time I was showing off.
When you become earnest, a little frown of concentration forms on your forehead. Just there. Jenny.
Robert Paul, you make history very difficult for a girl. Bob, will you have done with your philandering? We're away to meet Father.
You met first on the plane and then again at the Jarlshof, the Earl's house, as you would say in the south. Well, Jenny would be a good guide. She has the skill and the enthusiasm. Hello, that would be Orville Grierson's dog. Hello, boy. Hello, Brach.
Hello, Brock, good boy. Good afternoon, Orville.
Good afternoon, Kenneth. Afternoon, Jenny. It's a fine day.
Oh, she's so, Orvald. How is Eileen?
Oh, she is very well. She is wondering when we will see you.
Oh, tell her we will be over soon. When do you go back to the rig?
A couple of days yet. Come away, Brach. Come on, come away.
Orville Grierson, a neighbour of ours, Bob. He and his wife run the general stores and farm a few sheep.
For the wool, most of the crofters do.
Of course. Shetland wool.
Father runs a small industry for the knitting. The wool knits better than it weaves. It's our breed of sheep.
And we don't shear them, we pull the wool from them. It is a part of the process. Here's the house. You will take a cup of tea with us, Mr. Paul?
Of course he will, Father. What with history and local economy, the poor man's head must be reeling like a tea-toe-tum.
In which case a dram might have a steadying effect. Please to enter, Mr. Paul.
Thank you.
I'll put the kettle on, Father.
Thank you, Jenny. Sit you down, Mr. Paul. Will you take that dram?
Not at the moment, if you don't mind.
Well, here are a bottle and glasses if you change your mind. What brings you here, Mr. Paul? The fishing? The antiquities?
I came to find my sister. That sounds a bit strange, I know. She wasn't lost or anything, but she'd left London without a word and I traced her here. She'd married and was on a secret honeymoon.
She is married to someone you know, Father.
Oh, then it would be a visitor. Not a local man, I would have heard.
Someone you had business dealings with.
Oh? Well, who is that? I cannot guess.
Basil Wexford. I didn't know you knew him.
We were business associates at one time. How's the tea, Jenny?
Give it time, Father. Father's dealings with Mr. Wexford did not end so well.
Jenny, you are speaking of Mr. Paul's brother-in-law. Now let us leave it.
I would rather not, Mr. Wilson. I only heard of Mr. Wexford a few days ago. I met him for the first time yesterday. I know nothing about him except that he's a financier, that he owns part of the seabed, and that he's involved in oil exploration. And that he and his sister are out of place here. That's the sum total of my knowledge. I don't think I would choose him for a friend, but Susan loves him, and...
You wish to form your own opinion of him. Well, quite right. When Mr. Wexford first came here, when he bought the mounts, he was only an occasional visitor. Then he became involved in a scheme with all sorts of international financiers to prospect for oil. At the last moment, his main backer failed, and Mr. Wexford found himself out in the cold. But he did not give up. He persuaded a few of us to put up a little money, or a few hundreds each, to form our own company and buy a piece of the seabed. Would you believe it only cost us £5,000? Well, it was worth that for a long shot, which is exactly what it was. We could not afford to prospect ourselves, but we hoped the large oil companies would be interested and buy us out. They were not.
Tea, Father?
Oh, thank you, Jenny. Bring a chair to the table, Mr. Paul.
How do you take your tea, Bob? Milk and sugar?
No sugar, thanks. You said that the companies were not interested, but the field is being drilled now.
Now, yes. You see, the first surveys were not good, but a recent one was more hopeful.
But Father had sold by then. There you are, Bob. Father.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
He was worried about the effects of the oil on our life here.
Jenny has seen for herself just what that can do, the while she has been at the university at Aberdeen. The changes.
We don't want that to happen here. So, when Father was elected to the committee, he wished to be unbiased, and he sold his share back to Mr. Wexford.
That was a whiles back. I have no complaint there. But recently, one of the oil companies, Conch Oil, made another survey. The new reports were promising, but Mr. Wexford did not tell the shareholders. He bought them out, pretended it was his fault they'd put their money in a white elephant, and the least he could do was to repay them, since he could set the money against tax loss.
And Conch moved in, at a profit to Wexford.
Aye, and we have the details now. Conch Oil paid him £10,000 for the right to prospect on his bed. They are drilling an exploratory well, what they call a Wildcat. If they strike oil, they share 50-50 with him. If no oil, they bear the costs, and Mr. Wexford has already made a profit.
Of 100%, and stands to make millions, the word is round.
Millions and millions of pounds will flow from the wells in the seas nearby, but will bring little benefit to us. The rigs and the platforms are built elsewhere. The crews come in from outside. They do not even spend their off-duty time here. There will be some ugly storage tanks at Fetlar, and always the risk of pollution. We stand to gain nothing. only to lose our land to get-rich-quick speculators who will ruin our life. And that is why we will not be doing with Mr. Wexford and his colleagues.
Deke, how deep is the Saunder?
6, 8, 95.
Reduce speed at 7,000. George, what depth is the casing shoe?
7200.
Slow the drop now, Deke. Half speed. Hold it till 7050, then very slow.
OK, Squire.
Well, George, how does rig life suit you after 2 months, huh?
It's what I expected. 7050.
Take it down very slowly, Dick. Good. So, George, you're not enthusiastic, huh?
I'll do my turn.
No more?
Or possibly, but nothing like your stint.
It is a question of temperament.
Yeah, and also the location. I'm not wild about the North Sea.
Me neither, but it's a job.
Don't understand why you're doing this.
What do you mean? I have to work?
But not here, not in the North Sea. There was a job going in Borneo. You've always said it was your favourite location. You're senior engineer, you're bound to have got it. But you turned it down for this.
Well, it's a whim.
Doesn't make sense to me. Oh, by the way, the helicopter arrived when you had started to lower. There was this parcel for you, logging film.
Merci.
Can't imagine why you want it anymore. The drawer's full. Shall I open it and put it away?
No, leave it alone. Leave it here, don't touch it.
What's that?
Well, just leave it here, thank you, George. I'll see to it.
Well, now you have me intrigued. What's so special about logging film? Why mustn't I touch it?
I'm sorry, George. I'm a little edgy today now. What is it, Dick?
We can't pass. It's standing up.
Well, stop lowering.
What's your depth?
725. It's past the casing shoe.
We'll try to pass. You know the drill. Keep trying. The time now is
9:30. I'll try for 15 minutes. If we still can't pass...
Then break cable. I'll warn the tall pusher to make a check trip. With a rig pulling out in a few days, we could have done without this delay.
Don't look at me, my friend. It is not of my making. No, don't worry. We will clear the hole in half an hour's reaming. I bet you.
What was he up to today, did you gather? Apart from pottering around the excavations.
He didn't say, but I'm sure he's concealing something. He's not a good liar.
Do you think he's found out anything?
How could he? Unless you've been broadcasting our doings all over the island. Let me see what I can get out of your wife tomorrow. And you better go up to her now.
All right.
Wait a minute. Open the door very quietly, Basil. I'm not happy about Julie.
This is becoming a habit, Julie. Waylaying me in the corridor.
I had something to take to Miss Susan.
I wish you'd stop calling my sister Miss Susan. She's Mrs. Wexford.
Which she has no right to be.
What does that mean?
There are some with better rights. Mr. Basil was up here for a long time before he met your sister. That's not much company for a normal man, and the winter nights are very long. My bed was comfortable and warm.
You were his mistress?
Why shouldn't I be?
No reason. But you weren't married to him.
No, I wasn't. But if he hadn't gone to London and met her, I reckon I would have been. He doesn't love your sister. He's just using her. I'll tell you why he married her. She was working for the oil company, the one that's drilling in his bit of sea, the one that Mr. JJ's working for. They're all in it together. Mr. Basil, JJ, that Miss Clare. Oh, what was that?
One of the doors downstairs. They're probably coming up.
I don't want to get caught with you again. I'll tell you the rest tomorrow.
They were talking at the top of the stairs. God knows what about, but she scuttled off as though she'd seen a ghost. My guess, brother dear, is that your ex-playmate has become dangerous. Too dangerous.
How's that? Oh, damn. Where's the light? Where's the switch? Oh, I better see where it came from. I wonder what... Not a sound. Quiet as the grave. It's funny, I thought it would have woken the house. No one. No light. No movement. I must have dreamt it. What time is it? 3 o'clock. Oh, back to bed. And don't dream again.
So you, my dear Susan, will be holding the fort. Now, where did I put the keys? Ah, here they are in my pocket.
Basil has gone to the airport?
Yes, in a tearing hurry. That fool Mrs. Grierson received an urgent telephone message for him yesterday and sat on it until this morning. Typical of the people here, as I'm afraid you'll discover for yourself. Oh, when will Bob be back?
For dinner. He's out with some people he met yesterday. He was looking for Julie earlier.
Oh, she always leaves at the crack of dawn on her day off. And I must leave too. Bye.
Is that all there are, Bob? Just the 2 cartons?
Yes, Miss Wilson. And the smaller is for Dr. Lewis at Sunborough. Apparently he's waiting on it. The porter thought you could deliver it.
Oh, yes, of course. It is good of you to help like this.
Oh, you're giving me a conducted tour of the island. It's the least I can do. Shall I take this to the truck?
Oh, just hold on a minute. Orvald Grierson. I hope you're well today.
Oh, well, I am Kenneth, thank you. Have I met the young gentleman before?
Oh, the other day when you were out with the dog. Bob, this is Mr. Orvald Grierson. Orvald, Mr. Robert Paul.
How do you do?
Orvald and his wife run the general store.
Well, it's Eileen runs the store, really. I'm with the oil out in the rigs.
One of the few Shetland men who is. What field are you on now, Orvald?
Mr. Wexford's. I'm away off to it in 20 minutes.
Mr. Paul is Mr. Wexford's brother-in-law. He's staying with them.
Oh, is that so? I hope you have good sport tonight.
How's that?
For the fishing. Mr. Wexford telephoned to ask us to prepare a boat for tonight for the night fishing. I've had to leave Eileen to carry on. If the weather holds, you might have a nice catch. Well, it's nice to have met you, Mr. Paul. Hi, Kenneth.
Well, that's the first I've heard of any night fishing.
It depends on the weather from day to day. Right, well, shall we take these to the truck? Do you want a hand up?
Thank you.
Right. Right.
Got it. Oh. I'll lead on.
It was the fishing that caused Orvald to work on the rigs. He went out with some crofters, 2 years ago, and they were caught in the roost. That is a dangerous current that runs off the headland. The boat overturned, and Orvald was the only survivor.
I've given you 2 up for lost. Put it in the back, please, Bob. Is that all?
Only one for us today. But there's this package for the doctor at Sunborough.
Oh.
Thank you, Bob. We're away then, Jenny. Jenny?
I'm trying to place him. That man over there talking to Mr. Wexford.
Where?
Over there, see?
Oh, no. No, I haven't seen him before. Bob?
Neither have I. He'll be a visitor like me.
Maybe so. But it worries me when I feel I know a person and can't place them. Oh, all right. I'll get in. Do you want me to drive?
Please. After you, Bob. Oh, this is a bit tight. Do you have enough room, though?
Yes, think I'm not crowding you, am I, Jenny?
Aberdeen. The university, that's it. That's where I've seen him. The man with Wexford.
He'd be a professor, then. He's too old for a student.
No, he's not a professor. Nor a tutor. He's... Now, wait a minute. He's something to do with the labs.
Your demonstrator?
Don't think so. No, not quite that, Bob. He's a lab technician. Got it. A senior lab technician. Mud Mackenzie, the wizard of the electrics.
What possessed you to come over, Mackenzie? Your instructions were to stay in Aberdeen. Do you want to put the whole plan in jeopardy?
No, but why didn't you reply to my message?
I didn't receive it until this morning. And the package should have been sent in the usual way. Why suddenly change it?
Because this is the last. The peak of the pattern I've been building for you. If this doesn't do the trick, nothing will. It's extremely valuable. The climax of months of work.
All the more reason not to arouse suspicion, to send it in the usual way. Better let me have it. Not here. We'll be out of sight round the corner. Come on. Right. Let me have it.
There you are.
Thank you. Now, wait here for 5 minutes after I've gone, then go straight to the terminal building, stay there and catch the first flight back to Aberdeen. Give me a good 5 minutes. Smoke a cigarette.
I don't smoke.
Then twiddle your thumbs. But leave the thinking to me.
You're not the only one with brains, Wexford. I'll have you remember that. You'd look for a long time before you found anyone who could do what I've done, and would do it more to the point. Phew. When I see some of the professors, the people holding chairs of science, I could puke. When I measure my brains against theirs, but for one stupid disability.
I'm sorry, I suppose I did, old boy. We're all rather nervous. We're so near success. And when it comes, you'll have all the satisfaction you want, all the money...
More than money, Wexford. The proof. The proof that my brain is better than theirs. That I should have the chair of science.
Murdo Mackenzie, the senior lab technician. He's quite brilliant. Should have been a professor.
Oh, have a care for the potholes, Jenny.
I'm doing my best, but I can't miss them all.
The road's in a bad state.
Like poor old Mackenzie. He just can't pass exams. It's a mental block. Has been all his life. The minute he enters an examination room, he seizes up. It's become a phobia.
That is interesting about Mackenzie. I suppose he would not be a happy man.
He's not. He's extremely bitter. And it's a pity because he is a brilliant man and basically nice, I think.
Oh.
Here we are. Dr. Lewis's. I'll take the parcel, Father. I haven't said hello to Mrs. Lewis this holiday. There we are.
It's strange. I've never met anyone in the oil business before, and within 2 days of coming here, meet two people from the same rig.
Who was the other one?
The Frenchman. Jean-Jacques... I forget his surname. Everyone calls him J.J.
I remember you telling me.
You were surprised that he should have spent his leave here.
I was that. Generally, the men have had enough of the sea and the sky. They want bright lights, crowds, entertainment. Mr. J.J. must be quite an unusual man.
Understand why head office are so sure we're onto a field here. The cuttings haven't been up to much, nor have the cores.
No, but the cores have been mostly washed away or broken in the soft sand.
Even so, your readings haven't been that good.
Oh, my friend, but they have. And they are better all the time.
I wouldn't have said that from looking at them.
George, you have been working on a rig for 2 months, yes?
Yes, you know that. Why?
What I say is not against your ability, but just a matter of experience. Me, I have had 8 years.
Well, naturally, your eyes are accustomed to interpreting fine variations.
Not only my eyes. It is my nose. I can smell these things. We are exploring a fault trap. We are drilling now at 10,000 feet on the up-dip side. Now, we are in soft sand, huh? My readings and my nose tell me that the oil is trapped in the down dip. I have not been wrong in all these years.
I can't dispute that. But I do know one thing that motivates you.
And what is that?
You're a gambler. The odds appeal to you.
The secret of gambling, my friend, is to do your homework. Equate the risks against the known potential. The length of the odds then ceases to be of significance. The risk here is insignificant. The bet is on a certainty.
Brandy for you, Claire.
Thank you.
Port for you, old man. And a port for Susan when she's finished playing. Not that I want her to stop.
Have you thought how long you'll stay, Bob? How much leave do you have?
3 more weeks before I return to Italy. I think I'll spend most of it here.
I see.
Bob's met a family from nearby. He says you know them, the Wilsons.
Kenneth Wilson. He was a partner in your seabed company.
That's correct, dear boy. Sold his share back. He's a local do-gooder.
Bob's interest is more in Miss Wilson, I think.
Oh, splendid, Bob. Well, they might have a spare bed. Most of these crofters do pick up the spare penny. It'll save you going to a hotel. We're closing the house at the end of the week.
I didn't know that.
I've only just decided, my sweet. I've got to go back to London to be at the centre of things.
But why didn't you tell me?
Claire offered to make all the arrangements to leave us free to enjoy ourselves. It's very considerate of her. She remembered I'd promised to give you some more fishing, for instance.
Fresh or salt water?
Both. Rod and line.
Night fishing?
No, I don't think so.
It can be quite fun, though, on a good night. You take lanterns, Susie.
Oh, it sounds great. Why not, darling?
Because, my sweet, the sea's too changeable this time of year. Too dangerous. Another time.
I think Basil's absolutely right. Nothing would induce me to go on a boat at night. It's all I can do to face an aeroplane by daylight.
We were at the airport earlier. I saw you there, Basil.
Did you, dear boy?
You were in very earnest conversation.
Oh, now I have you. J.J. had left some papers behind. I was arranging for them to be taken out to him. Darling, your port. And then, will you play for us again?
Jenny, this is Bob. Love you too. The others are listening to Susie, playing her after-dinner pieces. I've slipped away. Jenny, there's something odd going on. At the airport, Orville said the Wexfords were going out night fishing and his wife had gone to get the boat ready. Well, when the subject came up just now, Basil denied any intention of going. We generally poured cold water on the idea. I don't believe him. I'm going to stay up and keep my eyes and ears open. Oh, another thing. Your Murdo's the wizard of electrics and J.J.'s an electric engineer, and they both know Wexford. It's too much of a coincidence. Could you get to the Grierson store and keep an eye on the boats? I'll make contact with you somehow. If I haven't and nothing's happened by, say, 3 o'clock, go home. Oh, still no sign of Julie. Look, Susie's stopped playing. I must go. Take care. Bye.
This diagram will give you an idea of the patterns of the graphs. You see, here and here, the band is about the same width.
Mm-hmm.
This is where the electric current has met resistance from impervious rocks. It forms a narrow central column on the graph. Now, at intervals, you see there and there, these wider bands. They indicate the permeable formations of sand and limestone. And these are where oil and gas are found, in formations of greater porosity.
Yeah.
Now, here is the resistivity log. Now, you see, the same central column and the wider bands making a slightly different pattern.
Why do you need another graph?
The other logs show the type of rock, the density of formation. They do not show whether the pores contain any hydrocarbon.
What the oil men are looking for are porous rock formations saturated with hydrocarbons. And that is what Mackenzie has been providing. He's an artist. The Van Meegeren of the electric log.
I don't doubt your skill in your work, Mackenzie. I just wish you'd show it in other matters. It was stupid and dangerous to come here. You should have gone back to Aberdeen.
Well, Miss Wexford, as I was waiting at the airport, I got to thinking. My part of the operation is finished. I've no further call on the laboratories or the equipment. All the logs and tapes are made. It would look unnatural if I didn't take some leave. And I might be of service here.
So you came to spy on us?
To safeguard my own investment. You've a weak link. The man who's to be ill. It all depends on him. Can you rely on him? Suppose he fails you.
Orville knows what he has to do. And he wants the money. He won't let us down.
Hey, you! Hey, Grierson! What are you doing? Having a rescuer?
No, Pusher, it's my stomach. It's killing me.
Ah, jeez. You got the guts ache? Why can't you guys stay off the bad booze?
It's not the drinking, it's not the gut's sake, it's like a knife. God, I think I'm gonna die.
Take yourself off to the medic, I'll tell the driller for you. On the way, ask number 2 for a replacement along. Well, go on!
Yeah, thank you, Pusher.
Hey, you roustabout! For Christ's sake, look at the mud screen! Where are your bloody eyes, man? No.
If I press just here, all right?
All right.
And on this side, here, here. Now, I'm going to keep my hand on your stomach. I won't press, but I want you to sit up. Keep your legs flat. Up. Now back. Lie back. How is it now?
It's not too bad. It's more of an ache. But when the pain comes, it's like a knife.
Mm-hmm. You can get dressed.
What is it, Ron? What do you think? Cat's sake?
I'm not sure, but I think it's appendicitis.
Jeez.
It has all the symptoms.
Yeah, you're going to send him to hospital?
Right away, I'll radio for a helicopter.
You do just that. I don't know the form for a burial at sea, and I don't aim to learn it either. Orville, you lucky bastard. We're sending you back to Aberdeen.
So, your man is playing his part, Mr. Wexford. And here's my contribution. What follows?
A rendezvous with the helicopter at sea. You could come along and help with the boat. You'd leave Claire free to keep an eye on the house. I don't think Susan will wake, but
If she does, you've gone night fishing. Don't worry. I can deal with her. Time you were off.
Give me the envelope. Safely stowed. You ready, Mackenzie?
Aye.
What shall we do about Julie?
We'll see to her when I get back.
Something's going on, and I want to find out exactly what it is. Is there another staircase? I want to get to the ground floor without being seen.
Yes, there's a back stairs. I'll show you.
There's no need to take me. Just give me the directions.
No, you won't find it. Follow me and don't talk so much. Through here.
Ah, a concealed door. Very neat.
This is the old part of the house. It leads down to the kitchens and staff rooms. I only came across it by chance. There are all sorts of still rooms and pantries. Basil has plans to make it into a staff flat. Ground floor. Well, this door leads into the hall, that one to the stable yard. I leave you to wander... what on earth?
It's coming from behind that door. Hello, who is it? Who's there? The door's locked.
Look, hanging on a nail at the side. A key.
Clever girl. Hold on in there. Julie! Susie, undo the gag. I'll untie her hands.
There, Julie, there.
Round her ankles.
You're all right now.
Miss Susan, Miss Paul, I thought no one had ever...
Bob? What happened?
I don't rightly know. I came down to get some water. It was in the middle of the night. I saw a light in the hall. There were voices in the study. Then I was grabbed from behind and a needle stuck in my arm. I let out a scream and my jaw was forced open.
A scream in the night. Did you recognize anyone? Hear anything that was said?
I heard that Mr. J.J. in the study. He said, Orwell will become ill at 1 o'clock on Thursday. Yes, that's it, 1 o'clock Thursday.
Well, that's today. That's now.
The car's at the side here.
Back in here, quickly.
You better rev up warmly, man. You'll find an anorak along there and a woolen cap. Claire, there's nothing for you to do at present. Just make sure the house is quiet. Come on, Mackenzie. Oh, torches.
They're in the study. I'll get them.
We'll wait in the car.
Susan, take Julie to your room and lock yourselves in. Don't open the door to anyone until I return. If Claire knocks at the door, pretend to be asleep. Quickly, while the coast is clear.
But what about you?
I'm going with them, on the towing bar.
So, Grayson, keep as warm as you can and stretch yourself out.
It's not a long flight. You'll soon be in hospital.
Yes, thank you.
In you get then. Mind your head. Can you manage?
Yes, I can manage fine, thank you.
These are his papers, if you'd hand them to the doctor.
Will do. How much longer with the fueling?
Nearly there. Just a couple of minutes.
Have a good flight. Get him there in one piece.
Thanks. Hello, J.J. What have you got for me? The usual reports?
Yes, Harry. Here. And, Harry, could you do me a great favour?
What is it?
On your way into Aberdeen, make a little diversion.
You must be mad. I've got a sick man here.
It will take no more than 2-3 minutes. And it is very important. My acceptance of the partnership for the boat. I forgot to post it,
And it must be in Marseille in 3 days. Mr.
Look,
Wexford is going there. He says he will take it for me.
I'd like to help, JJ, but...
It really is my whole future. And, Harry, I insist on paying for the postage. Huh? £200.
Thanks, Paul, sir. Thank you. Well, what do you want me to do, JJ?
On your flight path, directly off Sunborough, you will see a launch. Huh? A torch will flash 1, 2, 1, 2. Winch down these papers to Mr. Wexford and winch up some others.
Okay.
That's all. 2-3 minutes, painless.
Okay, I'll look for your boat.
Wear blades!
Ali, when this tour is over, we will have the biggest party, and you will be the chief guest.
Well, I'll hold you to that, JJ.
You bastard, I love you.
Come along, Mackenzie. We'll find Mrs. Grierson. Oh, bring the torches, dear boy.
Aye, I have them.
Bob, are you all right?
My arms are numbed. I'm not used to riding on towing bars. I don't think I could have held on much longer. Well, those two are definitely going out. Do you know which boat it is?
Yes, Mrs. Grierson stowed a few things in it. Petrol, oars, fishing lines and so on.
Can we get to it without being seen?
If we go along by the rocks, we'll be in shadow all the way. What are you going to do?
I don't know until I've seen the boat. Right, Jenny, you lead the way.
What are these for, Mrs. Grierson?
For rebailing. Not that you will need them tonight, but you never know.
I agree. Better safe than sorry. Oh, and thank you for the bottle of whiskey. A nice thought.
Aye, well, Wilde was saying it can be a wee bit chill out there at this time of night. If you would just tell me which signalling lamp you wish, they're in the store.
I'll come with you, Mrs. Grierson. Give me a hand up, Mackenzie, will you?
There you are.
There you go.
If you're going off with Mrs. Grierson, I'll away to the car for my coat.
Don't be long. We must leave in less than 5 minutes.
Over here, Bob. They've gone. Here's the boat.
I see. Just an open dinghy with an outboard motor. I wonder...
What is it?
Well, I'm looking for somewhere to hide. I was wondering about those tarpaulins in the bows.
You're not going out with them.
I can't afford to let them out of my sight now. I want to know exactly what they're up to.
Bob, no. It may be dangerous. Let's go to the police.
And what are we to tell them? This trip may be the answer. Look, as soon as the boat leaves, go to your father and tell him what's happened. But give me a hand. Steady me on board.
Oh.
What's that? What's...
Oh, it's Brock. Hello, boy.
Hello, boy. Look, Jenny, don't encourage him. Down, boy.
It's all right. He's very friendly.
He'll give us away. Off you go, boy. Go on, shoo.
See if he'll chase this stone.
No, he might bark. Go away, boy. Go on, shoo. Go away.
They're coming back.
We'll have to chance it. I'm going under the canvas. He might go off with you. Get behind the shed.
Here, Brock. Here. Good boy.
No, not from that. I wish you'd bring it to me. No. Don't worry, Mrs. Grierson knows nothing. She really believes we're going for a night's fishing. Hold this lantern, dear boy, while
Wait a minute. Look. Over there by the shed. Something moved. You see?
Yeah. You better take a look. You circle round to the left, I'll keep this line. Off you go. Quietly as you can. Now, who would...
Oh, get down. What's it doing here?
What is it, boy? What have you got to show us?
He's making back to the shed. What do you think it is?
Rabbits, I should think.
At this time of night?
Oh, perhaps a hedgehog. Yes, I know, boy. It's all very exciting. Where are you off to?
To take a look.
We haven't time for that now. The plane won't wait.
come back and cast off. Where you go, boy? Go on. As soon as you've untied, pull her off, Mackenzie.
Right. But I still think we should see what the
We
dog...
should take ourselves to the flight path as soon as possible. Are we clear?
Aye, we are now.
Then sit down, dear boy. Last stage, Operation Wildcat.
That was a close thing. Oh, Brach, you can bark all you like now. I'm away to find Father.
A 1:45. We one-shipped the oars, Mackenzie, and held her steady. We're dead on course, but we might have to adjust. So, now you understand the whole operation, not only your part in it.
Aye, it's a neat swindle. It has the advantage of simplicity.
So I pride myself. A dram, dear boy, to keep out the cold.
After you. Yes, it's very neat. You owned a piece of the seabed. A seismic search revealed the possibility of oil. You determined to turn that possibility into a certainty by substituting false electrical logs to indicate an exploitable field.
For which I needed 2 experts only. You to manufacture the logs, and an engineer on the rig, JJ, to prepare the ground for the false readings. Here, the bottle.
Thanks. That's good. But why are we having to make the substitution from out here?
Because there isn't time to fly the logs out to JJ, and it isn't necessary. The rig leaves the field in 2 days. These last graphs of yours positively confirm all the other readings. The Wildcat will have been successful, and Conch will go for an appraisal drilling. But before that happens, I'll have sold my share on the market for millions. And the neatness is, there are so few of us involved, dear boy.
You, me, that engineer JJ.
And a couple of hundred for the man shamming appendicitis on the rig, but he's not in the scheme. He's merely doing what he's told.
Listen, there's a helicopter. Will you signal?
No, not yet. Pull round a bit on your left, then row straight ahead.
All right.
A bit more to your left.
Right. Up.
Straighten now. Hold it. I'm sending the signal. Hold steady. Once more.
He's understood. He's hovering. Here it comes. Can you reach it?
Nearly. Pull round. Pull. Got it. Hold steady. Shine the light. This way. Thanks. Unhook the reel logs and put ours in the bag. All away. Good.
Sit you down, Mr. Wexford. You're not so safe.
Go, then aboard. Safely away to Aberdeen, to London, and to our fortunes. Now, Mackenzie, dear boy, the rods and the bait.
What? I thought we were away back.
We will be, dear boy, we will be, but not immediately. A little night fishing to provide an alibi in case of awkward questions.
I would have thought that as a family we would all stick together. Not rush off to accuse each other of all sorts of vague innuendo.
No one's accusing you of anything, Claire. I merely told Mr. Wilson about how we found Julie.
It still has not been explained to Miss Wexford how she came to be in the pantry, bound and gagged.
I've already told you, I've no idea at all. Must have been burglars.
Nothing has been taken? You have not missed anything?
Fortunately, no. Mr. Wilson, we've already been through all this once before. Believe me, if I could shed any light on this business, I would.
Oh, 1 minute, Miss Wexford, please. Ah, Jenny, come in.
How is she, Jenny? How is Julie?
She's fine. Dr. Lewis has given her a thorough check-over. There's no physical harm, but he's given her a sedative and she's staying with him.
That is the best thing for the young lass.
Yes, indeed. Now, if there's nothing else, Mr. Wilson?
Just one thing, Miss Wexford. We know that Mr. Wexford went fishing with a friend. My daughter here saw them go. Somebody else also went with them. Isn't that so, Jenny?
Yes. Mr. Paul.
Bob.
No! They'd never have taken him.
Well, why not, Miss Wexford? Didn't they like him?
Well, of course they did. He's Basil's brother-in-law, and mine.
Well, exactly. We know that Mr. Paul was keen on the idea of fishing. Why would they not take him?
Well, I don't think there would have been any room, any gear for him. The boat was only prepared for 2 people.
He hid under some canvas in the bows.
Well, why on earth did he stow away like some thief in the night? Why not tell them openly that he wanted to join them?
He didn't feel he would be welcome.
I can't answer for your brother's feelings. In fact, I can't answer for your brother's behaviour at all. He hides in a boat. You hide in a pantry. Your family seems to spend its entire time hiding from people. If it were not so very ludicrous, I'd be very angry.
When Basil returns...
he will feel exactly as I do, believe me. Annoyed that you are causing trouble while he's away quietly enjoying himself.
The sea's becoming worse. We're just running into rougher water. Can't you steer her out?
We haven't got power. The engine's flat out now. We've just got to run with the current.
And the more we run with it, the more we run into the roost. We'll not stand much chance there with this cockle shell. Steer her out now, Wexford.
I can't turn her broadside onto those waves. We capsize.
It was the fishing. If you hadn't insisted on that masquerade, we wouldn't have drifted into this current.
Oh, not a bail, Mackenzie. The scoop survives the canvas in the bows.
Aye, I will. Go! What's this? Huh? Who's here? Wexford! There's someone under the canvas. Come on out, man. I'm trying to.
Mackenzie! Outside, stop bailing! What's going on? Can't see. Who the... Bob!
You know him?
Yes, I do. Stop bailing or we're done for. Both of you. I can't leave the tiller.
Here's a scoop! Who are you? Wexford's brother-in-law. Are you so? Well, you just carry on.
Mackenzie, why have you stopped bailing?
He says he's your brother-in-law.
He is. Then why did you go back and help him?
He's not part of the scheme, is he?
No, now go on.
What's he doing on board?
I don't know. Why don't you go back to bailing and ask him?
I will. It's too much for one. Lend a hand, Mackenzie. You know my name? What else do you know about me? All sorts of things. Such as... Watch out! Here's a big one. Such as... You're an Aberdeen electrical scientist. Yes. I hope you're getting well paid for your part of this fraud. You had it all. How much do you want? What size share? Share? Of the payout. What size cut are you after? I don't want a cut. What do you want? You're not going to be too greedy. I don't want anything except for Basil to call the scheme off. Call the scheme off? You must be mad. I don't want to bring in the law. Have my own sister involved. That's not necessary. Just let the scheme die. But my work, my drafts. We can drop a hint to Conch. Tell them not to act on those logs. They wouldn't believe you. The work is too well done. You'd have to tell them everything. No one need be mentioned. But my work, you don't know what I put into it. I fooled all the MSCs and BSCs and professors of little knowledge. Murdo Mackenzie, lab technician who cannot pass exams, has bested them all. And you want to ruin it. Ruin Mackenzie, get down! You what? I'll see you dead. Mackenzie, the wave! Look out! Hold on there! Mackenzie! Hold! Mackenzie! Mackenzie! Wexford, he's over! Put him out!
I can't! It's all I can do to hold the head on. We'll capsize if we try to turn.
Reduce speed! He might be swimming!
Can you see him?
No. No. Mackenzie! Mackenzie!
It's That's all I can do to hold her. Can you see him? I can't wait any longer.
No! No sign!
He hadn't a chance in this current. Our only hope is to stick together. Get back to the bailing.
Now, Mrs. Grayson, where did you say Mr. Wexford went?
That I don't know. He just said he wanted the night's fishing, he and his friend, and that's all I know, Mr. Wilson.
But Mr. Wexford did ask you to prepare the boat.
I will. He didn't actually ask me, miss. No, he spoke to Orvald.
And he's back on the rig. We won't see him for another week.
No, we won't see him, that's true, but he will be off the rig.
Oh? How so?
Well, I mind that Orvald told me he would be going to Aberdeen this night, and that if I heard he was ill, I was not to worry. It would not be true.
Thank you, Mrs. Grayson. We're not much wiser, Jenny.
Father, take the boat out to the flight path.
Now, Jenny, I know you're worried
It's
about
more
Bob,
than worry. It's a hunch. Please, Father.
You're offering me Mackenzie's share?
For your silence. You see, dear boy, you wouldn't even have to do anything for it. What could be easier than that? Put some more petrol in the tank, will you, like a good chap? We could use the motor again.
Basil, what about Susan when she finds out?
There's no reason why she should.
She knows about Julie.
That is a pity. Still, she'll be cushioned. Money does soften the blow, you know.
Until the next time Julie appears on the scene?
That is by no means certain. But should it happen, your sister will receive a very handsome settlement.
You don't really care for her at all, do you, Basil? Why did you marry her?
To buy her silence, dear boy.
As you wish to buy mine.
Exactly. And both will be handsomely paid for.
You're determined to go through with your plan?
Of course, dear boy.
And I'm equally determined that you will not.
I'm afraid you can no more stop me than you can stop the dawn, which is breaking through the mist around us. What a pity we're not on a car bottle. You could appreciate the beauty of this moment as I do.
The tank's full.
Thank you.
If you won't drop your plan, I'll have to go to the police. I didn't want to because of Susan, but now I think...
But now, what, Bob? Don't let this stop you. I don't approve of guns at all. They're messy. They bring too many complications. But as the ultimate deterrent, they are, unfortunately, necessary. You must be deterred.
You wouldn't be such a fool.
Mackenzie shot you, and the two of you went overboard. I'm sorry, Bob, but you don't imagine I'm going to allow some half-baked whippersnapper with a half-baked conscience to come between me and millions. Millions? I only wish Mackenzie had.
You'd better answer them, Basil.
Answer?
You can just see them through the mist, coming up behind you. I won't need that anymore, Wexford. Put my gun down. Wexford, have you...
Watch out! Don't upside the boat!
Wexford?
I'm coming alongside.
Bob, we had a shot. What is it?
Wasn't there someone with you?
Basil, he's in the bottom of the boat. I think he's dead. Buongiorno, Signora Pacelli. Buongiorno.
Signor Paul, welcome. How are you? And the Signora?
Yes, this is my wife, Jenny.
How do you do, Signora Fracelli?
Mrs. Paul, oh, it's good to see you. I am so pleased for you both.
Thank you very much, Signora.
I say to Mr. Paul many times, he should be married. Oh, but to such a pretty woman. Oh, he's a very lucky man.
I know that, Signora.
Now, you keep him strict. You're not to let him get away with nothing.
No, she doesn't. She's just like you, Signora. She bullies me.
I bully you. I am just like a mother. And I am so delighted you have come to stay with me.
I tried very hard to keep Jenny away. I said, there's all the rest of Italy to see on your honeymoon, but she insisted on coming here.
Don't you believe it, Signora? It was the very first place he wanted me to see.
And he is right. Firenze is the first. Oh, Mr. Paul, there is a letter for you, huh? It came the day before. You are lucky with the post. Now you excuse me, huh? I go see your room is ready.
You know it's been ready since the crack of dawn.
All the same, I make sure.
What did I tell you, Jenny? Did I exaggerate?
She's just as you described her, darling. Only a little more so. Is that from Susan? It looks like her writing.
Yes, darling. She sends her love, hopes we had a good journey, hopes I'm taking good care of you.
Anything else? Does she say anything about herself?
Yes, here.
I hope that you no longer hold yourself to blame. It wasn't your fault. If Basil hadn't drawn a gun in the first place...
He would still be alive.
He would still be in prison together with Claire and J.J. I am better off, Bob. Believe me, I have a second chance. And I won't commit myself again without consulting you. Oh, there's a P.S. Look.
The full irony. The results of the drilling were good enough for the oil company to carry on. Basil would have made the money anyway. He didn't need to doctor the Wildcat. She's found her sense of humor again, Jenny. She's going to be all right. Susie will be all right. Signora Fratelli, some wine.
That was the Shetland Wildcat, a play for radio by Anthony Keary. The part of Bob Paul was played by Alan Moore, and that of Jenny by Hilary Patterson. The rest of the cast were as follows: Basil Dennis McCarthy, Susan Paula Wilcox, Claire Irene Sutcliffe, Jean-Jacques Lawrence Payne, Julie Jennifer Armitage, Dick and the Tool Pusher Roger Gartland, Celia Sarah Carthy, Harry David Ponting, Kenneth Anthony Keary, Murdo John Graham, Orvald Tom Watson, George Paul Nicholson, and Mrs. Grierson Margot Young. The Shetland Wildcat, which came from Bristol, was produced by Brian Miller.
This is the Ford Theater, an hour of radio drama presented by the Ford Motor Company, makers of Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln cars, and Ford trucks, tractors, and buses. May we introduce, as spokesman for the management of the Ford Theater, the distinguished playwright, actor, and producer, co-author of Life with Father and State of the Union, Mr. Howard Lindsay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Ford Theater. Your customary seats, the best in the house, of course, are yours again today. This afternoon, we shall hear Eugene O'Neill's Our Wilderness, a gentle comedy set in America's Age of Innocence, the incredibly remote years before the First World War, when most of us were young and some of us were gay. The year of the play, to be exact, is 1906, when Teddy Roosevelt was in the White House, when automobiles were horseless carriages, and the Gibson Girl was the final word in glamour and grace. Where your radio cabinet now stands, it's possible to imagine a brass-rimmed family gramophone playing those cylinder-shaped Edison records. These, then, are the good old days, and this is the Ford Theater version of Our Wilderness. We want you to meet Richard Miller, aged 16, a promising young man, but at this period somewhat mixed up in his mind about life and love and all that. Richard lives in a small New England town, which might very well be a small town anywhere. We meet Richard on an auspicious occasion. It's the glorious morning of the glorious 4th of July, 1906, and the hour is just past sunrise. Everyone of sense is still in bed, naturally.
You see, don't you, Muriel, that this is a very grave moment? It's a very grave moment in our lives.
Oh, yes, Dick.
As a matter of fact, you could almost call it an awful moment.
Awful? Richard Miller, after I sneak out of the house at the crack of dawn just to meet you here on the beach so we
I'm using awful in the Elizabethan sense, Muriel. As Shelley would have used it, meaning full of awe.
Oh, I hope my father isn't up yet. If he finds out I sneaked out to the beach before breakfast...
Your father is insignificant, Muriel. In the scheme of things.
Oh, excuse me.
You do agree, don't you, Muriel, that it's important for two people who are going to be married when one gets out of Yale to see the sunrise together?
Oh, of course I do, Dick. Only
what?
Well, couldn't we find a nice flat rock to sit on? Do we have to sit on such a pointy one?
It's more significant to see the sunrise from a wild shoal.
Oh, I see.
What are you thinking of right now, Muriel?
Oh, I was wondering what my mother was going to make for breakfast. I didn't have time to eat before I met you.
Breakfast? At this highly historic moment in our lives, Don't you care anything at all about life, Muriel?
You know I do, Richard. Only I'm hungry.
Oh.
And if my father finds out I sneaked out to meet you...
The brave man has to give his life away. Give it like a royal heart. Let the price be nothing.
What's that, Dick? Another poem?
That's from Carlyle's French Revolution.
You're terribly wild and free, aren't you, Dick?
Oh, not so much. Well, I guess we better start for home before your folks begin worrying about you.
What about your folks?
My folks? My folks are too sophisticated to worry about practically a college man.
Where can he be, Nat? I'm terribly worried.
No, Essie, I told you there's nothing to worry about. Richard's probably out catching a fish for breakfast or something. This may be the period when he eats nothing but what he catches himself. You should know your own son by this time.
But going off without his breakfast, he's a growing boy.
Uncle Sid didn't come down to breakfast either, Ma. Is Uncle Sid?
Uncle Sid didn't come down to breakfast because he had a hangover.
Arthur?
Yes, Mother.
And Mildred, finish your milk.
Oh, I'm full, Ma. Can't I go out now? I want to set off my firecrackers.
It's too early in the morning.
Oh, let her go, Essie.
Thanks, Pa.
Only see that you set off your firecrackers away. I don't know which is worse, Mildred banging doors or Richard trying to live like some character from Dostoevsky.
That reminds me, Nat. I've been meaning to speak to you about those awful books Richard's been reading.
Oh, not today, Essie. Not on the 4.
Well, you'll have to give him a good talking to, and today's as good a day as any. I'll go get them right now. I found out where he hid them, on the shelf in his wardrobe.
Pass the cream, will you, Arthur?
Sure, Dad.
Thank you.
While we're on the subject, Dad...
Now, Arthur, you're not going to tell me something fresh and horrible about Richard. I couldn't stand it.
Well, it's pretty darn disgusting the way Richard's been mooning around that Macumber girl. Now, when I was his age...
Don't tax your memory, Arthur.
Well, it's pretty darned embarrassing, I tell you, for a man to come home on his summer vacation from Yale and see his own kid brother... Why, Pa, he's making a darn fool of himself. Do you know what he's doing now? He's reading poetry to that girl in broad daylight.
I can see how that would upset you.
Well, it's pretty darn disgusting.
Don't tell me who you're talking about. I know.
Oh, good morning, Uncle Sid.
Morning, Bula Bula. Guess I made a pretty disgusting picture at dinner last night, Nat.
Oh, I wouldn't say that, Sid.
You were pretty funny, though, when you wore the lampshade on your head, Uncle Sid.
Oh, was Essie awful mad?
Not especially. Lily acted kind of quiet, but she didn't go home early the way she usually does when you're,
You proposed to Lily over the lobster, Uncle Sid, and she said it was Providence that made her turn you down for a teaching job 16 years ago.
And, Arthur, didn't you say you were going to celebrate the 4th in a special way this year?
What? Oh, yes. I'm taking Ethel Rand canoeing.
Well, don't you think you ought to start, son? You don't want to keep her waiting.
Oh, that's true, too, isn't it, Dad? I guess I'd better get going. So long, folks.
So long, son. And if you see Richard anywhere, tell him to come home at once. Tell him I want to talk to him.
What the devil is that?
That, Sid, is Richard. My youngest son is the only human being I know who can fall upstairs. Richard!
Yes, Father?
Come in here.
Anything wrong, Father?
Where have you been? Your mother's been worried to death about you.
Woman's life is filled with fear. Each frightened moment lasts a year.
Well, that puts things in their place.
Just for this morning, Richard, will you try to spare us the full extent of your profundity? Where have you been?
Watching the sun come up over the ocean.
Alone?
With Muriel Macumber. I was reading to her out of Carlyle's French Revolution.
I'm sure she was fascinated.
What's that, Uncle Sid?
I'm glad you're reading Carlyle, son. It's a darn fine book.
Have you read it, Pa?
Well, I'll tell you, Richard, sometimes even a broken-down old newspaper publisher can't get out of reading a book or two.
Oh, Pa, I didn't mean... I know you... Say, isn't it a great book? That part about Mirabeau and Marat and Robespierre.
Never you mind about Robespierre, young man. Where have you been?
Oh, no place, Ma.
He had to clock the sun in this morning, Essie.
You, Sid, can be ashamed, too.
Well,
Promising to take Lily to the bonfire last night, then coming home, or... You may be my own brother, Sid, but I tell you that's no way to treat your fiancée, even if you have been engaged for 16 years.
I didn't mean to do it, Essie. I just stopped off...
I know what you stopped off for. Now, I think you'd want to make up to her. Something awful.
What to do, Essie? I'm going to.
Well, she's waiting on the back porch for you. Go ask her to come on an automobile ride. Tell her Nat's going to drive to the lighthouse.
Oh, I see. Sid and I are going to the Sachem Club picnic.
The Sachem Club picnic isn't until later. Go on now, Sid Davis.
Well...
My own brother acting that way with his own fiancée.
Well, sure, Essie. I was going to ask her anyhow. Gosh, you didn't think I wasn't going to ask her, did you? I was going to ask her anyhow.
How that woman has put up with him for all these years. Now, young man, where are those books?
What books, Ma?
You know very well what books. They were on the shelf in your wardrobe. Now you've gone and hid them somewhere else. You go right up and bring them to your father.
Oh, but I...
Oh, he doesn't really have to go and get them now, does he, Essie? We can look at them some other time. And besides, he has a right to keep his library to himself.
Nat?
Well, that is, if they're not too, What books are they, Richard?
Oh, Pa.
I'll tell you what books they are if he won't. There are 2 books there by that Oscar Wilde. The one there was all that hullabaloo about. Don't remember what. There's some kind of ballad there about a fella runs around killing his best friends.
The Ballad of Red and Gold. One of the greatest poems ever written.
Fine reading for a young boy. There were 2 books there, Nat, by that Bernard Shaw. And a book of poems by that Swinburne.
Poems and ballads by Swinburne, Ma. The greatest poet since Shelley. Wait, he tells the truth about real love.
Love? Well, all I can say is if he wasn't flung in jail, a mistake's been made in justice. The things he says, Nat. But there was another one. Something called the Ruby... what is it, Richard?
The Ruby out of Omar Khayyam. That's the best of all.
I've read that, Essie.
Why, Nat?
Matter of fact, there's some fine things in it, seems to me. True things.
Well, Nat, I don't see how you...
Gee, it's wonderful, isn't it, Pa? A book of verses underneath the bough. A jug of wine, a loaf of bread, and thou beside me singing in the wilderness.
Did you have your breakfast, Richard?
Oh, Ma, for Pete's sake, is that all you can think about? Food?
When a man's concerned with matters of the soul, Essie...
All I asked was if he had his breakfast.
Who cares about food? Well, I had a slice of ham, a couple of eggs, a bowl of cornflakes, a banana, and a sardine sandwich, but who cares about food? Food means nothing to me. Nothing at all. Nothing at all. You want the wrench, Pa?
Not yet, Dick. I've got to raise the auto first. Give me the jack handle, will you?
Oh, here you are, Pa.
You almost ready, Nat? Bessie wants to know.
What'd she say?
It's Lily. She wants to know if you're almost ready, Ma's asking.
Any minute, tell her.
Any minute, Lily. How many miles is it to the lighthouse, Pa, about?
About 20 each way. I'll take the wrench now.
Here, Pa. Boy, you sure have to be careful on a long trip like that. You sure don't want any tires blowing out, do you, Pa?
Oh, Mildred and her firecrackers. Richard, you run. Tell her to take them out back.
All right, Pa.
Tell her to... Say, who's that coming up the walk?
It's Mr. Macumber, Pa.
Well, now, what do you suppose he'd want at this time of day? It's to complain about something, that I know. But what?
I'd better go tell Mildred, Pa.
Well, Dave Macumber, what good wind blows you around this glorious Fourth?
I regret to say, Nat, that it's something disagreeable. disgraceful would be nearer the truth, and it concerns your son, Richard.
Oh, come now, Dave. I'm sure Richard hasn't...
He has, and I have proof of everything in his own handwriting.
Well, now, hold on a minute. Proof of what? Just what is it you're charging him with?
With being dissolute and blasphemous, and with deliberately attempting to corrupt the morals of my daughter Muriel.
Then I'm afraid I'll have to call you a liar, Dave.
I thought you'd get around to that, so I brought the proofs with me. I've got them right here in my wallet. My wife found them in Muriel's handkerchief drawer. You'll see they're all in his handwriting.
Well, what's in his handwriting? What are you talking about?
Muriel's confessed to me that he wrote them. You read them and then say I'm a liar. Here, read it.
What the devil?
Evidently, you've been too busy to take the right care of Richard's upbringing, or what he's allowed to read. Look there. My life is bitter with thy love. Thine eyes blind me, thy tresses burn me, thy sharp sighs divide my flesh and spirit.
Why, you darn old fool. Can't you see that Richard's only trying to show what a young hellion he is? Why, at heart, Richard is just as innocent and as big a kid as your Muriel. This stuff doesn't mean anything to me. And if you believe it could corrupt Muriel, then you must believe she's easily corrupted.
Now you're insulting my daughter.
I'm not insulting her. I'm giving her credit for ordinary good sense.
I knew you'd prove obstinate, Nat. But I never dreamed you'd have the impudence to claim that your son was innocent of all wrongdoing after reading those papers.
No, well, just what did you dream I'd do?
Take and give that boy a hiding he'd remember to the last day of his life.
I've had enough of this, Dave.
Now, you needn't lose your temper. I'm only demanding you do your duty by yours as I've done by mine. I'm punishing Muriel, and yet she's blameless compared to that...
I said I've had enough, Dave.
You needn't lay hands on me. I'm going. But don't think you're not going to regret this. I'm taking the advertisement for my store out of your paper.
You can take your advertisement.
And I'll tell you what else I'm doing. I'm going to see to it that my Muriel never sees your son again.
And that's just fine with me, because I'll tell you what I'm doing. I'm going to see to it that Richard never sees Muriel again. Richard? Richard!
Muriel? Muriel!
What is it, Father?
Come in here.
What's the matter, Pa?
Plenty is the matter. I want you to write a letter. Doesn't want my advertisement, eh?
Who do you want me to write a letter to, Pa?
To Richard Miller.
Dick?
I want you to tell that young scoundrel that you're never going to see him again.
Father!
No one's going to call me a darn fool. You write as I say.
But I don't have a pen.
Well, use my pen. Mr. Richard Miller.
I'll die, Pa. I'll die if I never see him again.
It'll take more than the absence of Richard Miller to separate you from this earth. Mr. Richard Miller.
Dear Dick.
Mr. Richard Miller.
Mr. Richard Miller.
Here I am, Pa.
I thought I told you, young man, to come back as soon as Macomber left. Didn't you hear me call? Where have you been hiding?
I wasn't hiding, Pa. I was... Well, Mildred was making such a racket with the firecrackers, I just didn't hear you, Pa.
It wouldn't be that you heard what Mr. Macomber and I were talking about, would it?
Well,
I see you did. Now, Richard, I'm going to ask you a question, and I want a straight answer.
Yes, sir.
And I warn you beforehand, Richard, that if the answer is yes, I'm going to punish you, and punish you hard, because you'll have done something no boy of mine ought to do. But I don't believe, even to save yourself punishment, you'd lie to me.
I won't lie, Pa.
Now, Richard, have you been... Dave Macomber said... Richard, have you been behaving toward Muriel in a way that you shouldn't?
What do you mean, Pa? No. Well, what do you think I am, Pa? I never would. Why, I love her. I'm going to marry her after I get out of college. She said she would. We're engaged.
All right. That's all I wanted to know.
I don't see how you could think... Did that old idiot Macomber say that about me?
Shouldn't call your future father-in-law names, Dick. Tain't respectful. But you can't exactly blame old Dave, son, when you read through the stuff that you wished on his innocent daughter.
What stuff?
This.
Oh, he found him, did he?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it'll do him good to read the truth about life for once and get rid of his old fogey ideas.
Well, now, right there, Richard, I'm afraid I have to agree with him. This kind of literature is hardly fit reading for a young girl.
It's not?
No, it's not. It's all well enough, of course, in its way for you or a man.
I see your point, Pa. I only did it because I liked them. And I wanted her to face life as it is. She's so darn afraid of life, Pa. Afraid of this, afraid of that. Like, she's even afraid to let me kiss her.
Yes.
I thought maybe reading those things... Well, they're giving her courage, Pa. They're giving her the spunk to lead her own life. After all, Pa, anybody who's going to marry me, they need courage, don't they?
I'm afraid they do, Richard. I'm very much afraid they do. Up, everybody. Lily, Sid, Essie. Come on now. I've got the auto started.
I'll get in first, Essie.
All right, dear. Button up your duster, Lily.
You like it? It's new.
Richard! Where's Richard?
Here I am, Ma.
You sure you don't want to come along, Richard? It's a nice drive to the lighthouse and back.
Well, thanks just the same, Pa. Driving to the lighthouse on the 4th of July may be a source of great excitement to the women. But personally, I think the whole business is very naive.
Is that so?
Yes, sir. Personally, I think the driving somewhere...
Richard!
We're right here, Mildred. What are you bellowing about?
Yes, what are you bellowing about?
Shut up, Dick. Here's a letter for you.
For me?
What, mail on the 4th of July?
A little boy brought it. Said it's from old man McCumber.
Well, what would Mr. McCumber be writing to me for?
Why don't you open it and see?
Oh, you mind your business.
Richard, maybe you better be prepared for a bit of a blow.
Oh, a blow?
If the letter says what I think it does. But never mind, son. There are a lot of other fish in the sea. Coming along, Mildred?
Richard Miller. I never wish to speak to you again. I would prefer that you corresponded me to reach me very truly yours, Muriel McCumber. The little coward. I hate her. I hate her. She can't treat me like that. I'll show her. Oh, gosh, I think my stomach's sick. Oh, darn Mildred and her darn firecrackers. You can't get any peace around here with that darn kid around. Darn the 4th of July anyway. I wish we still belonged to England. Who's there?
Hey, Art. That you on the porch, Arthur?
It's me, Dick. Oh, hi, Win.
Hi.
How does it feel being home after a year at Yale? You know, Arthur was telling me about you and him having one heck of a...
Shh, keep it quiet, kid.
Well, there's nobody can hear us. The whole family's gone off in my dad's automobile.
Where's your brother?
Arthur? Oh, he's out with Ethel Rand. Won't be home till about 10 at least.
Oh, fine. Just dandy.
What's the matter, Win? Can I help?
Well, can you keep your face shut?
Oh, sure I can, Win.
Well, listen, I ran into a couple of girls Art and I met in, New Haven.
Oh, what are they doing here?
Oh, they're visiting or something. Anyway, I dated them up for tonight.
Both of them?
Well, I thought I could catch Art. Now I'll have to pass them up. I'm nearly broke, and I can't afford to blow them both to drinks.
Well, I've got $11 saved up, Wint. I could loan you some.
Say, you're a good sport. No, nix, kid. I don't want to borrow your money. Hey, have you got anything on for tonight?
Well, no.
Want to come along with me? No, I'm not trying to get you into anything, kid. All you have to do is just sit with Belle while I'm dancing with Edith. Hey, you won't have to do anything. Not even take a glass of beer unless you want to.
Oh, what do you think I am? A rube?
You mean you're game, kid, for anything that's doing?
Sure I am.
Ever been out with any girls?
Oh, sure I have.
Ever drink anything besides sodas?
Sure, lots of times. Beer and slow gin fizz and Manhattans.
Say, you know more than I thought. Can you fix it so you can be at the Pleasant Beach House tonight at 9:30? Sharp?
Sure, that's easy.
It's all set?
All set.
So long, kid. See you at the Pleasant Beach House. 9:30. Sharp.
So long, Wint. I'll show her. I'll show her she can't treat me the way she's done. I'll show them all.
can predict with a great deal of confidence that in Act 2, shortly to follow, Richard will indeed show 'em all. There are fireworks ahead. Speaking for the Ford Motor Company now, Kenneth Banghart.
If you set out to visit every community in the United States, you'd be traveling for a long time, and you'd see a great many unfamiliar things. But in almost every community, you would see at least one familiar thing, the sign of a Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer. And it wouldn't surprise you at all, because there's been a Ford dealer in nearly every part of America for at least 35 years now. You expect to see one wherever you go. But have you ever stopped to think of what it takes to be a Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer? Probably not, although there are very definite requirements, and they're important to you. Before a man can obtain a Ford or a Lincoln Mercury dealership, he has to meet a number of requirements. He has to show the Ford Motor Company that he's a responsible citizen, well regarded in his community. He has to demonstrate that he's able and intelligent, capable of managing a sound business. He must have a spirit of responsibility to his customers and his community. And he has to be able to gather together a considerable amount of money for buildings, tools, equipment, parts, and employees' wages. The average investment today in Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealerships all over the country is many thousands of dollars. These requirements have to be met not only to obtain a dealership, but also to keep it. A dealer must continue to run his business with completely adequate facilities, efficient management, sound finances, and proper spirit. These things mean better service for you. They mean that wherever you go, you'll find a dealer qualified and equipped to serve you right. And they mean he'll be anxious to serve you. The more than 7,000 independent businessmen who are your Ford and Lincoln Mercury dealers know that their success depends on pleasing you. Their investment, their future, their jobs and their employees' jobs, their whole business depends on making you a satisfied customer. And they know that very well. It's just common sense. Good service is good business. That's why you'll get good service when you go to your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer. The second act of the Ford Theater production of Our Wilderness will continue after a brief pause for station identification.
In the year 1906. It's 11 hours later, 11 hours since Muriel's letter reached Richard, informing him that all is o'er between them. We find Richard now in the back room of a small and clearly disreputable hotel. The dingy room is lighted by two fly-specked globes in two fly-specked wall brackets set into the hideous saffron-colored fly-specked wallpaper. Here, beside the door marked Family Entrance, blares a nickel-in-the-slot player piano. And here, sitting beside a beer-stained table, is Richard, forgetting it all with a lady known as Belle.
Aren't we having a nice time, Richard? Aren't we having a wonderful time?
Sure, Belle.
Oh, come on, say it like you mean it. Now, you say, I'm having a wonderful time, Belle.
I'm having a wonderful time, Belle.
Well, then drink up your beer, why don't you? It's getting flat.
Oh, I let it get that way on purpose. I like it better when it's flat.
You're a scream kid, isn't he, George?
Yeah.
Bartenders are always called George.
Yeah, he's a scream, all right. He's also a spender. My head's dizzy bringing you in drinks.
Ah, don't let him kid you, Dick. You show him. Loosen up and buy another drink. What do you say?
Huh? Oh, sure. Excuse me. I was thinking of something else. See what the lady will have, and have one on me yourself, George.
That's talking. Didn't I say you were a sport? I'll take a cigar on you. What's yours, kiddo? The same?
Yeah, make it a real one, will you?
I'll try, seeing it's you. What's yours? Another beer?
A small one, please. I'm not thirsty.
Say, honest, kid, are things that slow around here? Filling up on beer will only make you sleepy. Come on, have a man's drink.
All right. I was going to anyway. Bring me a slow gin fizz.
And make it good. You know what I mean?
Something that'll warm him up, huh? Sure, I get you.
Hey, anybody around? How about some service out here?
Yeah, coming.
You know something? You're a very sweet kid. You're a very sweet kid. I think I could like you a lot.
Say, where did Wint go with your girlfriend?
Out on the porch, holding hands.
Oh.
Why don't you hold my hand, Dickie boy? Don't you like me?
Sure I like you. Only...
Only what?
Well, it's only that I've got a weight on my mind.
You have? Well, here, have a cigarette. That'll take it off. You smoke, don't you?
What? Oh, sure I do. Yeah, I've been smoking for years. Only at the moment, I don't happen to care for the weed.
Well, suit yourself. This is more like it.
Say, you know you oughtn't to inhale like that. Smoking's awful bad for girls.
Gee, kid, you're a scream. You'll grow up to be a minister yet. Look, Richard.
Yes, Belle?
Why do you want to be so unfriendly for?
I'm not unfriendly.
Why don't you put your arms around me, then? Oh, no, not that dead way. Hold me tight. I think you just don't like me.
I do, too, like you.
Then why don't you kiss me? You call that kissing? Here. What's the matter, honey boy? Haven't you ever been kissed like that before?
Sure. Lots of times. Only I've sworn off.
Sworn off kissing?
I took an oath I'd be faithful.
I've heard everything now.
Ready for the drinks, Belle?
Oh.
Fixed them up the way you said.
Man, how I'm ready. Oh, come on, kid. At least show me you know how to drink. Bottoms up.
All right.
That's the way. Bottoms up.
Another the same, George.
Yeah, right.
Nothing else to do. May as well drink. Hey, doesn't anybody live in this town? What do you do here? Pull in the streets at 9?
Pull in the streets and roll up the sidewalks. What's your line?
Chinaware. And if you're asking how's business, it's on ice. Folks don't even eat around here.
There's something in the back room that might interest you. What's that? Swell little number. Take a tip. I think she's about ready for reinforcements.
Well, she's got company, don't she?
Ah, dumb kid. I think she'd welcome a change.
Well, maybe I ought to look into this. Give us another shot, will you?
Yeah, sure.
And then tell Goldilocks to get ready for the great big bear.
But I wouldn't do such because I loved her too much. But I learned about women from her. Let's have another drink.
You've had enough.
You know, you're a nice girl, Belle. A very nice girl. But you oughtn't to lead this kind of life. Why don't you reform?
Reform? Now, look here, I'm getting sick of you.
Good evening. Hope I'm not butting in on your party back here, but my dogs were giving out standing at the bar.
All right with me. I got no party on.
Oh, they cried. The world is wide.
Hey, what is it, a child poet or a child actor?
I don't know. It's got me guessing.
Well, look, if you can shake the cradle off an act.
All I do is pull my freight. Listen, kid, here's an old friend of mine, Mr. Smith from New Haven.
Huh?
He just come in and I want to talk to him, see? So you better go home.
I'm never going home. I'll show them.
Well, have it your own way. Pull up a chair, Mr. Smith.
What kind of beer are you drinking, sister?
Yet each man kills the thing he loves. By each, I did it with a kiss. I'm a coward.
Oh, he's copped a fine skinful. Gee, he's hardly had anything.
Oh, this gal of yours don't appreciate poetry, Sonny. But I'm the kid that eats it up. Come on, give us some more of the same.
I don't believe you ever knew this lady in New Haven at all. You just picked her up now. That's what you did. You leave her alone, do you hear me?
Listen to it, will you?
This is going to be good.
Curfew, Jack Dalton. If I won't unhand her, what then?
I'll give you a good punch in the snoot, that's what.
Help!
Hey, what's going on in here?
He's going to murder me. He's
suits on fresh. Well, cut out the noise here. All of you.
George. None of my business, George, but if I were in your boots... he's underage, George.
He told me he was over 18.
And I tell you, I'm Teddy Roosevelt. Now, if you're not looking for trouble...
Yeah. All right, son. On your way. Beat it. I will not beat it.
Oh, give him the bum's rush, George.
Well, let go of me, you dirty coward. Quiet now, or I'll pin a Marianne on your jaw that'll quiet you. Oh, you want to fight, do you? All right, come on. Come on, I'm game. Come on, fight.
He's breaking up the furniture.
Yeah, that's what I'll do to you,
Why,
too.
you want to get tough, do you?
All right. Come on and fight. I'll fight any man in this room. Come on and fight.
Something's happened to him, Nat. I just know something terrible's happened.
Nothing's happened to him, Essie. I'm telling you, he'll be home any minute. There's nothing to worry about.
What time is it now, Nat?
It's,
11 o'clock.
Well, 11 o'clock's not so late, Essie. Not on the 4th of July.
Richard come home yet?
Not yet, Sid.
I was just trying to tell her, Sid, nobody but a bunch of old fogies would be home before 11 on the 4th of
If you
July.
don't stop talking 4th of July.
There he is now. You see, I told you, Essie, there wasn't a thing to worry about.
Greetings, all. The prodigal son is back.
Oh, it's you, Arthur.
Oh, we thought it was Richard.
Isn't he home? Say, he oughtn't to be allowed out this late at his age. What, when I was his age...
We know all about that, Arthur.
He's right. He's right. You don't know what might have happened to him. You read in the papers every day about boys getting run over by automobiles. Why don't you do something? Why don't you go out and find him?
Well, I was going to go out and look anyway if he wasn't back by 12 sharp, but if it'll ease your mind...
Now, that's him. I know that's him.
It falls like him.
Richard?
Oh, thank heaven.
Well, darn him. I'll give him the devil for worrying us like this. Richard!
Hello, folks. Hello, everybody.
Richard. Oh, my goodness, what's happened to him, Nat? He's gone crazy.
Crazy nothing. He's soused.
Drink, for you know not whence you come, nor why. Drink.
Richard, how dare
Don't you strike him, Nat.
Steady now, Nat. The boy don't know what he's doing.
And then at 10 o'clock, Eiler Loveberg will come with vine leaves in his hair.
Richard, you're intoxicated. You bad, wicked boy, you.
He's a mess.
Oh, me? Why, I feel rotten.
Dick, my baby.
Let me handle this, Essie. All right now, boy. You'll be all right now.
Sid, he's sick.
You let me take care of this, Essie. I know this game backwards.
Darn it, Essie, I ought to be back at the office. Now, if he doesn't come down in a few minutes...
Now, you're not going back without seeing him, Nat Miller.
Well, of course I'm not. Good heavens, what do you think I came all the way home from the office for in the middle of the day?
To give him a piece of your mind. You are the symbol of the morning after, Nat.
Thanks, Sid, for the kind words. Now, Essie, I'm perfectly willing to talk to Richard, but I can't if he isn't here. Now, where is he?
Well, he's still in bed.
Still in bed?
I made him stay in bed to punish him. I thought he ought to anyway after being so sick.
He'll be all right, Essie. I remember when I was his age,
If I was in your shoes, Sid, I'd keep still. His own uncle, no wonder. Richard must be feeling better, though, Nat. He ate all the dinner I took up.
I thought you weren't going to give him any dinner to punish him.
Well, in his weakened condition, I thought it best. But I've given him pieces of my mind he won't forget. I've kept reminding him his real punishment was still to come, and that he'd learn you can be terrible stern when you want to.
Yes.
Shall I go now and tell him to get dressed? You want to see him?
Well, yes, I can't waste all day here.
Now, you keep your temper, Nat. Remember.
Hey, Sid. This is serious, Sid.
Huh? What?
This is a lot more serious than Essie has any idea.
What do you mean, Nat? What do you mean, more serious?
There, was a girl mixed up with Richard Spree last night.
How do you know?
There was a man up at the Pleasant Beach house there, same time Richard was there, salesman.
Richard was at the Pleasant Beach house?
Yes, that's where he was, Sid, and this salesman knows a man who knows one of the men at the plant, and he told him.
Well, this is serious, Nat, with a boy like Dick, especially.
Oh, darn it. I've got to have a straight talk with him about women and such. I ought to have a long time ago.
Yes, you ought, Nat.
Well, I tried to. Said a couple of times, but heck, I always sort of get, I can't ever seem to get started right. Well, here comes the bad man, I guess.
Well, now's the time to talk, Nat, and you better tell him, what's what.
Guess I better.
I'm sorry, Nat, but he was sound asleep, and I didn't have the heart to wake him.
Well,
Now, don't you lose your temper, Nat Miller. You know as well as I do he needs all the sleep he can get after last night. Do you want him to be taken down sick?
Well, I'll be eternally... You certainly take the cake, Essie. Bring a man all the way home on a busy day. I'm going back to the office where things make sense. But I'm coming home to supper, Essie Miller. And when I do, I want that boy downstairs and waiting. And what I'll have to tell him will blister the horns off the devil himself.
Intermission, while Richard sleeps and the household worries. For the Ford Motor Company, once more, Kenneth Banghart.
When you want to have something done for your Ford, no matter what it is, take it to your Ford dealer. That's only logical because your Ford dealer knows your Ford best. Fords are his business. He knows how to care for them, and what's more, he's prepared and equipped to give you the best service. If you visit the service department of your Ford dealer, you'll notice that he has much special Ford equipment. Tools and machines designed especially for use on Ford cars. You'll see equipment like the diagnosis test set, an ignition stroboscope, a complete electrical laboratory on wheels designed to detect causes of car troubles quickly and accurately. Or you may see equipment that uses a photoelectric cell to measure the brightness of headlights, or special Ford wheel aligning equipment. In all, there are about 200 pieces of special equipment and tools which Ford service engineers have helped design so that your Ford will get better and quicker service. You'll notice that your dealer has genuine Ford parts and Ford-approved accessories, too. That means that the replacements you buy will be built to Ford specifications, made right, to fit right, and last longer. And you'll find that your dealer's mechanics are Ford-trained, that they know the factory-approved methods of servicing your car, methods worked out by the men who planned and made your Ford. These are ways in which your Ford dealer is prepared to serve you better. He can give you this fine service, and he will, because he values your business. The same thing goes for Lincoln Mercury dealers. They are prepared to give you the best service on your Mercury or Lincoln. They also have special equipment, specially trained mechanics, and genuine parts. And they also are anxious to serve you. Next time, go to the man who knows your car best, your Ford or Lincoln Mercury dealer. He'll make you a satisfied customer if you give him the chance.
Our radio version of Our Wilderness has been constructed with loving care by Sylvia Cyril, one of a group of veteran radio writers working with the management of the Ford Theater to bring to the air all types of dramatic entertainment. For the benefit of newcomers to this playhouse, I'd like to stress that word all once more. In the weeks ahead, you will find here radio versions of movies, stage plays, novels, and operettas, as well as revivals of past radio successes and new plays commissioned to be written especially for radio and the Ford Theater. Next week, for example, we shall present our first Ford original. Critics of radio have complained that the broadcast medium has produced few dramatic writers of important stature during its 25 years of existence. The management of the Ford Theater has attempted, by offering high rewards in both money and prestige, to encourage original work of high caliber aimed directly at radio production. The first result is next week's play, The Power and the Glory, by Hector Chevanier. The Power and the Glory is a serious drama about politics and prejudice, involving a conflict between political pressure and academic freedom in the medical school of an American state university. Be sure to listen to Mr. Chevanier's play next Sunday. And I believe our curtain is about to rise now on the third act of Our Wilderness. The morning after 16-year-old Richard Miller tried to forget his broken heart at the pleasant beach house, has dropped into a hot July afternoon. But the culprit has not yet made his appearance. Now it is 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Richard's Uncle Sid and Uncle Sid's fiancée, Lily, are sitting on the porch of the Miller home.
Pretty hot even on the porch here, isn't it, Lily? Want me to go get your fan?
No. No, thanks, Sid. I don't have the heart to feel the weather today.
Oh, now listen, Lily. You're not sitting here worrying
I
about...
certainly am. A 16-year-old boy.
Well, jumping Jehoshaphat, you're almost worse than Essie. You don't think Richard would turn into a...
I don't know what I think anymore, Sid.
What do you mean?
Here comes Arthur.
Hello, Lily.
No, Arthur.
Oh, Arthur.
Isn't it a scorcher? Say, I'll bet it's the hottest July 5th in the history of this town. Richard come down yet?
No, not yet, Arthur.
Good gosh, it's 3 o'clock. How long's he going to hide out?
Guess he's waiting until the fireworks die down.
Well, they won't, Uncle Sid. I guarantee that. Why, if I'd done what he did when I was his age, I doubt if I'd be in Yale today.
The effect on Yale would be too horrible to contemplate.
What's that, Uncle Sid?
It's Richard.
Well, the bad man himself. How's my fellow rum pot?
Oh, let's not go into that, Uncle Sid. Hello, Lily.
Hello.
Boy, you sure were a mess last night.
What's it to you?
Nothing at all. Except that as the head of this family, after Dad, and as the man whose footsteps you're supposed to be following into Yale next year...
Oh, Yale. What's so great about Yale? All you do is talk about Yale.
You'll find out what's so great about Yale.
Arthur, will you go next door and get me my fan, please? You'll find it somewhere on the buffet.
All right. But I know Pa's going to have something to say about this when he gets home, and it won't be funny.
You gave the family quite a turn last night, Dick.
Good grief. What's everybody so excited about?
Well, now, maybe I'm the last man in the world's got a right to talk, Richard. I guess I am, but what you did last night...
I was desperate, Uncle Sid. Even if she wasn't worth it. I was wounded to the heart.
Yeah, well, I like to the quick better myself. It's more stylish. However,
This is no laughing matter, Sid.
Well, Lily, I didn't say it was a laughing matter.
You've got to stop, Richard, before it's too late.
Stop what?
Even if you won't think of yourself, Richard. Even if you won't think of the disgrace you'll be bringing on your innocent family, think of Muriel.
Muriel?
Oh, Lily.
You'll break her heart, Richard, and you won't know it till it's too late. You don't know, Richard. You don't know the shame and agony of being in love with a drinking man.
Lily.
Day after day, you keep telling yourself you'll change. You'll be different now. But he's not, Richard. He never is. And all that happens is that you get older and older, and one day you wake up and you... She's got nothing. She's all alone, and her best friend is saying, poor old Muriel, still waiting at her age. Oh, where's Arthur with that fan?
Oh, gosh, what's she talking about? Do you know, Uncle Sid?
I think I can guess, Dick.
Dick! Hey, Richard!
Oh, here I am. For Pete's sake, what do you always have to be yelling for?
What's everybody looking so gloomy about? Something happened?
What'd you want Dick for, Mildred?
I have another letter for him. I was passing by Muriel McCumber's house.
Muriel? Let me have it.
Well, don't grab. Honestly, he gets crazier and crazier every day.
Uncle Sid.
What's the matter, Dick? You're not going to be sick again, are you?
She's going to see me, Uncle Sid. At 9 o'clock tonight. She's going to see me. Oh, it must be nearly 9. Why doesn't Muriel show up? Oh, gosh, now, did she write 9 or 10? 9, all right. Oh, darn it, I wish she'd show up. I'll have to memorize a new poem for her. Recite it to her next time. Oh, there's 9 now. She couldn't get away. She was caught. Oh, gee, I sure hate to go home without having seen her. Oh, who ever heard of a woman being on time? I ought to know enough about life by this time to... There she is. Oh, gosh. And lo, my love, mine own soul's heart. I mustn't let her know I'm so tickled. If women are too sure of you, they treat you like slaves.
Hello, Dick.
Oh, hello. Is it 9 already?
I bet you've forgotten I was even coming.
Oh, no, I hadn't forgotten. But I got to thinking about life.
Well, you might think of me for a change, Dick Miller, after all the risks I've run making this date and sneaking out. You didn't take the trouble to sneak any letter to me, I noticed.
No, because after your first letter, I thought everything was dead and past between us.
And I'll bet you didn't care one little bit. Oh, I was a fool ever to come here. I've got a good notion to go right home and never speak to you again.
No, don't go, Muriel, please. I didn't mean anything like that. Honest, I didn't. Gee, if you knew how broken-hearted I was by that first letter.
I don't believe you.
I swear. Oh, gosh, Muriel, you're pretty tonight. Can't I... Won't you let me kiss you now, please?
No, you mustn't.
Oh, why can't I? Aren't you ever going to let me?
Well, I will. Sometime.
When?
Soon. Maybe.
Tonight, will you?
I'll see.
Promise?
I promise. Maybe.
All right. You remember you promised.
Oh, Dick, you have no idea what I went through to get here tonight.
And you don't realize what I've been through for you. And what I did last night. What your letter made me do.
What did my letter make you do?
Never mind. Let the dead past bury its dead.
Oh, you just have to tell me, Dick.
Well, after your old man... after your father left our place, I caught the deuce from Pa.
Dick, you mustn't swear.
Well, that's the only way I can describe my feelings. And on top of that, I got your letter.
Oh, Pa made me write it, Dick. He stood right over me and told me each word to write.
I thought your love for me was dead. So I said to myself, what difference does it make now what I do? I may as well forget her and lead the pace that kills. You know, I had $11 saved up, but I thought, she's dead to me now, and why shouldn't I throw it away?
Oh.
Well, I've still got almost 5 left, Muriel.
But tell me what you did.
Well, after it was dark, I sneaked out and went to a low dive I know about.
Dick Miller, I don't believe you ever did.
Oh, you asked them at the Pleasant Beach House if I didn't. They won't forget me in a hurry.
Why, that's a terrible place.
Well, I said it was a dive, didn't I? There wasn't anyone there but a Princeton senior I know. And he had 2 chorus girls from New York with him. And they were all drinking champagne.
Dick Miller, I hope you didn't notice...
Oh, I noticed one of the girls. The one that wasn't with him. She was looking at me. She had strange-looking eyes. And then she asked me if I wouldn't drink champagne with them and come and sit with her.
She must have been a nice thing.
Her name was Belle. She had golden hair, the kind that burns and stings you. And she kept smoking one cigarette after another. Oh, but that's nothing for a chorus girl.
She was low and bad. And then what happened?
Oh, we just kept drinking champagne. And then I had a fight with the barkeep and knocked him down because he insulted her.
Why did you fight for her? Why didn't that Princeton senior?
Oh, he was too drunk by that time.
And were you drunk?
Only a little then. Oh, I was worse later. Boy, you ought to have seen me when I got home. I was on the verge of delirium tremens.
I'm glad I didn't see you. I hate people who get drunk. I'd have hated you. What happened with that Belle before you went home?
Oh, we kept drinking champagne, and she kissed me. Oh, but it was only all in fun.
And did you kiss her?
No, I didn't.
You did, too. You're lying, and you know it. And here I was wondering how I was ever going to see you again and crying my eyes out while you... Oh, I hate you. I wish you were dead. I never want to lay eyes on you again, and this time I mean it. Goodbye.
Muriel.
Forever.
Muriel, wait. Listen. Oh, I'm ruined.
Well, darn it, Essie, I haven't finished reading the paper. Can't I sit inside? Why do I have to wait on the porch?
Because, Nat Miller, I don't want you to miss Richard again. You've been promising me you'd talk to him all day now.
Well, good grief, I tried to, didn't I? I came home from the office just to talk, didn't I? Now, where was he at supper?
Well, he ran off to meet Muriel. Mildred brought another letter.
I'm beginning to think that girl should never have learned to write.
Oh, here he is now, coming up the walk. Now, Nat, you can't get out of it this time. It's for his own sake.
Say, he doesn't look too chipper, does he?
He does look odd again. Nat, you don't suppose he's been...
No. It's love, not liquor this time. You better leave us alone for a while, Essie.
I'll wait inside. Call me if you want me. Evening, Richard. Evening, Mark.
Well, young man,
Oh, Pa. I didn't see you sitting there.
how the vine leaves in your hair tonight. Turned out to be poison ivy, didn't they?
I know, Pa.
Now, Richard, I'm not going to read you any temperance lecture because in spite of your foolishness last night, I'm still giving you credit for having brains.
I know I was a fool, Pa.
Not only a fool, but a downright stupid, disgusting fool. It was bad enough to let me and your Uncle Sid see you, but to appear like that before your mother.
I know, Pa.
Now, what about that girl at the Pleasant Beach house?
Belle. Well, how did you know about Belle, Pa?
I was shocked, Richard, I don't mind saying.
I know, Pa.
In my day, a man didn't kiss a girl he wasn't practically engaged to.
I know, Pa.
Richard?
Yes, Pa?
Richard, it's about time you and I had a serious talk.
Yes, Pa.
There are certain things pertaining to certain matters that pertain to...
Yes, Pa?
Well, now that the subject's come up of its own accord, it's a good time. I mean, there's no use in procrastinating further, so here goes. Richard?
Yes, Pa?
Richard, you've now come to the age when, and it's only natural for you to have certain, I mean, here's what I'm driving at, Richard. I mean, your whole life might be ruined if, so darn it, you've got to know that. I mean, well, now that we've talked it all over, Richard, do you have any questions?
I do, Pa. One.
Oh, you do, huh? Well, what is it?
How do you make a girl forgive you? Muriel's sore at me.
How do you... Oh, how do... Well, you act like a man, Richard. You go to her and you tell her that you made a mistake, frankly and honestly. You tell her you were wrong and you're sorry. And I think maybe she'll forgive you.
Well, gee, Pa, thanks. I'll go right over. Gee, that makes everything all right, doesn't it?
I guess it does, son. It's all right now, Essie. Come on out. Everything's going to be all right.
Coming, Nat. Oh, I better hurry, Pa. Gosh, you do know about some things, don't you, Pa?
Not many, son, but I try. Why, son?
You're a man, Pa. Good night. Good night, Ma.
Night, son. It's a lovely night, isn't it, Nat? Moon's way down low, almost setting.
You saw what he did, Essie? You saw what Richard did?
Yes, Nat. He kissed you.
I don't believe in kissing between fathers and sons after a certain age, Essie. Seems mushy and silly, but at a time like this... Well, that meant something, didn't it, Essie?
Yes, it did, Nat.
I guess no matter what life will do to him now, he can take care of it. Can't he, Essie?
Yes, Nat. Going to turn out the lights. All ready?
Let her go, Gallagher. There he goes. Like love's young dream. Say, what is it that Rubaiyat says? Yet, that spring should vanish with a rose, that youth's sweet-scented manuscript should close. Well, spring isn't everything, is it, Essie? There's a lot to be said for autumn. Autumn's got beauty, too. And winter, if you're together.
Yes, Nat. It certainly has.
Next week, an event of considerable importance in the progress of broadcast drama. Hector Chevenier's Ford Theatre original, The Power and the Glory.
Our Wilderness was adapted by Sylvia Cyril edited by Howard Teichman with continuity by George Faulkner. The musical score was written and conducted by Lynn Murray, and the entire production was under the direction of George Zachary. Richard Miller was played by Raymond Ives, Nat Miller by Eric Dressler, Mrs. Miller by Ann Seymour, and Muriel McCumber by Rosemary Rice. The other players were Alan Bunce, Frank Dane, Elsie Hitz, Evelyn Juster, Lorna Lynn, James McCallion, Edgar Staley, Frank Thomas, and Chuck Webster.
I hope you had a pleasant hour listening to the comedy of the good old days. But we all know that these are not good days for millions of people in Europe. There is certainly nothing good about starvation. So may I remind you that every one of us can help them, just by being careful and cooperating with the food-saving program. It's very simple. Eat no meat on Tuesdays, no poultry or eggs on Thursdays. Save a slice of bread a day and waste nothing. It's very simple, but it's very important. And now, this is Howard Lindsay saying good afternoon for the management of the Ford Theater. Next week, the power and the glory.
The Ford Theater is presented by the Ford Motor Company, makers of Ford, Mercury, and Lincoln cars, and Ford trucks, tractors, and buses.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Welcome to Hollywood. The Armed Forces Radio and Television Service brings you the Hollywood Radio Theater, starring Cornel Wilde and Terry Moore in The Walls of Jericho. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Irving Cummings.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. There is a well-known saying, there's no fury like that of a woman scorned. And we shall prove it in tonight's play, The Walls of Jericho. This best-selling novel by Paul I. Wellman was made into an absorbing motion picture by 20th Century Fox. And as our stars, Cornel Wilde, who is recreating his original role, and lovely Terry Moore. Now, Act One of The Walls of Jericho, starring Cornel Wilde as Dave and Terry Moore as Julia. The year is 1908. In Washington, Theodore Roosevelt is serving out his last year in the White House. In New York, Wall Street mutters of another financial panic. In Chicago, a woman is arrested and tried on a charge of driving an automobile without the presence of a male escort. And in Jericho, Kansas, there's talk of paving Main Street. Young Dave Connors, the county attorney, is the moving force behind that project. Right now, Dave and his wife, Belle, are at the supper table.
Yes? What you want?
Good evening, Mrs. Connors. Could I speak to your husband, please?
He's busy. He's eating supper.
Oh, but it's terribly important, Mrs. Connors.
You mean it's your father again?
Yes, ma'am, but I promise this will be the last time.
Mm-hmm. What you said before.
Oh, Belle, what is it?
Nothing, Dave. Just Julia Norman.
Mrs. Connors, please.
All right. All right, I'll tell him.
What does Julia want?
The usual things, that drunkard father of
Oh,
hers.
now, Belle.
Well, he is. He's a disgrace to the town.
And also the most brilliant attorney Jericho ever had. Save the pie for me. I'll eat it when I get back.
Dave, you haven't got time.
Why not?
Well, you said you was going to the depot to meet Tucker Wedge and that woman he married.
Oh, I'll have time. The 620's never made it in before 8 o'clock yet. Now, Belle, in case you've changed your mind...
I haven't. You know how I feel about your fine and fancy friends.
All right. Well, hello, Julia.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Connors. I guess you know what's the matter.
Uh-huh. Where is he?
At Gotch McCurdy's.
All right, let's go.
I kept asking Mr. McCurdy to let me go in and get my father because we have to leave on the 6:20.
Leave? Where are you going?
To Chicago first if my father is well enough.
Well, we'll see. You wait outside here.
All right.
McCurdy? Hey, Gotch.
What do you want?
Jeff Norman.
This is a livery stable, Connors, not a saloon.
Now, let's see that you keep it that way. Next time we find liquor around here, you'll get more than a fine. Now, where's Mr. Norman?
You got a search warrant?
Nope.
And you ain't going to go snooping around, even if you are a county attorney.
Mr. Norman! Jeff Norman!
Get out of here.
Is that crowbar intended for me? Well, make up your mind. What's it to be, Gotch?
I was just testing you, Mr. Connors. You can go in and get him.
Thank you. Mr. Norman?
Well, well. Were you calling me, huh, Dave?
Mr. Norman, Julia's waiting for you.
She's a good girl, Dave. Wonderful girl.
She sure is, sure. Now, you've got to catch a train.
You know why, Dave?
Mr. Norman, would you...
My cousin died, Dave, way off east in Delaware. Left her whole estate to Julia and me. That's why I'm celebrating, you see. Julia and me. We're going back to collect the money. Gotta celebrate.
Come on now, Mr. Norman. You can hold on to my arm. Come on.
No, not ready yet.
Yes, you are. Now, on your feet. Where'd you get that bottle? Now, Mr. Norman, where'd you get that liquor?
Same place your wife gets hers. Sorry, Dave. Shouldn't have said that. Didn't mean it.
I know.
All right. Take me to Julia.
Goodbye, Mr. Connors, and thank you again for everything.
Oh, not at all, Julia. Goodbye, Mr. Norman.
Bye, Dave. See you soon.
Dave! Hey, Dave! Hey, Tucker, you old son of a gun.
How are you?
Welcome home.
I told Algeria you'd be here to meet us.
Oh, it's good to see you.
I'm sure I'd know you anywhere.
Oh, now, really, ma'am, why?
Perhaps because Tucker's talked of no one else. Wait until you meet Dave, how he can tell a joke. And as smart as he is good-looking.
Oh, please now, honey. I didn't go on quite that strong.
Well, almost.
Well, Dave, suppose you say something. What do you think of my bride, huh?
Well, I'm sure she's going to be quite a revelation to Jericho.
Thank you.
Tucker, these your suitcases?
Yep, sure are. Hope you brought along your rig, Dave. Hate to pack these all the way to the hotel.
Hotel?
Yes. Tucker says he doesn't want to take me to his old home. He wants to wait until he can build me something suitable.
Oh, I see. Well, my rig's over there.
Good. Hey, by the way, how's the Daily Clarion been doing without me, huh?
Oh, well, the boys have been playing it safe with the editor out of town. They have come out pretty strong against sin and cruelty to animals. Here we are. I'll take care of your bag, Tucker.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, get in there.
Mr. Connor, I was hoping to have the pleasure of meeting your wife.
Oh, well, she was looking forward to it, too, ma'am, but she's got a sick headache. And...
Oh, I'm sorry, but I hope soon
Dave will arrange it when he can, my dear.
Well, how about Saturday night at our house?
Why, we'd love it.
Well, then I'll tell Belle. Saturday night it is. Get up, boy. And this is Tom Ransom. He runs the best dry goods store west of Topeka.
How do you do, Mr. Ransom?
Happy to know you, Mrs. Wedge. This is my daughter, Margie.
How do you do, Mrs. Wedge?
My dear.
And these gentlemen are Judge Hutto, Mr. Pettigrew, Dr. Patterson, and a certain newspaper editor known as Tucker Wedge.
An honor, Mrs. Wedge. My pleasure, ma'am.
Gentlemen.
And now that Dave's done the honors, my dear, may I present your hostess?
At last, Mrs. Connors. I've so wanted to meet you. You have? I hope you like living in Jericho. How can I help it? after meeting such charming people.
Really?
Mrs. Connors, I've been admiring your beautiful piano. I hope you'll play for us.
Oh, Belle doesn't play, Mrs. Wedge.
No, Dave does that. I'll put on the gramophone for you. Well, I just love the gramophone. I play it for hours and hours. Don't matter what piece. I got it all cranked up and waiting right now.
No, that's all right.
But I want to play it, Dave.
Later, Belle, please.
This is one thing Tucker didn't tell me about Jericho.
Oh, what's that?
The summer night. The air so soft and friendly.
Uh-huh. Well, if you'll excuse me, I'll go indoors and see if Belle...
Dave.
Yes?
Tucker tells me you're thinking of running for Congress.
Oh, well, I've kind of had it in the back of my head, but that's still a long way off yet.
It needn't be. I'm sure you'd have the support of the Daily Clarion.
Well, I hope so. The paper could be a great help in the things I want to do.
Mm-hmm. You must drop by sometime and tell me about it.
Oh, thanks, I will.
When?
Well, I don't know exactly yet.
Tomorrow?
No, I'm afraid I have to go to Topeka tomorrow.
Then as soon as you get back.
Well, all right. Suppose all of us have lunch at Ajax's house then. Huh?
Oh?
Well, you and Tucker and
I see. Perhaps we had better go back indoors, Mr. Cornel. Your nights are colder than I thought.
Hey, Dave.
Good morning, Tom.
Hey, will you slow down a minute?
No, I'm due at the courthouse, Tom.
Have you seen today's Clarion?
Not yet. Why?
Just take a look at this editorial on the front page.
Blame for vice and bootlegging situation in Jericho laid at county attorney's door.
Yeah.
The Clarion today begins an expose of certain unsavory situations which David Carnett has chosen to ignore. Well,
What do you make of it, Dave? I thought Tucker Wedge was your best friend.
he is.
Well, then...
I don't know. Perhaps somebody just thinks I need a warning.
Well, you don't scare easy.
Nope. Now, that may be too bad for all of us. Belle. Belle.
Go, Davy.
Belle.
No, Davy, don't turn it off.
Belle, I saw Tucker Wedge today. He says his wife mailed us an invitation to the housewarming at their new home.
Came last week.
Well, why didn't you tell me? I thought maybe we weren't being included or...
You'd go to their house after what Tucker's written about you?
Oh, darling, that's just newspaper
Well,
talk.
I'm not going. I haven't got a new dress.
I'll buy you one.
Got to come from Chicago.
Belle, the party's tomorrow night.
You don't care how I look in front of your fine friends, do you? Everybody will be running after the beautiful and talented Algeria Wedge.
Oh, darling, this is all in your mind.
I'm
There's
not going.
All right, Belle.
It's you, Dave?
Yes, dear.
There's a party about this time.
Oh, I told you, Tucker and Algeria's third wedding anniversary. They missed you. Perhaps next time you'll...
Yeah. Next time.
Belle, you finished dressing? Belle, we're due at the party right now.
Then what are we waiting for?
Oh, Belle.
Tucker and Alger, my dears, I'm so honored to be one of your guests and to meet the great Senator Grimes.
Belle. Oh, Belle.
Go on, Davy. Go on by yourself. It'll always be this way.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, Dave. I hope Belle feels better real soon.
Oh, she will, Tucker.
We're glad you came anyway, Dave. We'll introduce you to Senator Grimes as soon as I can tear him away from that pack of women.
Meanwhile, you know where the refreshments are.
Yes, we'll send her that pack of men.
Evening, Dave.
How are you, Tom?
Yeah, I'm glad you're here, Dave. Tonight can be the turning point in your career.
Oh, you mean Senator Grimes?
Yeah, he controls the state machine. If he takes a liking to you, you're as good as on your way to Congress.
Well, I still haven't made up my mind.
Yeah, you better before the evening's over.
Dave. Oh, good evening, Judge Hutto.
Been looking for you, son. I just hired me a new assistant to work in my office, and she wants to meet you.
You say she?
Why, certainly. Been looking for you, son. Yes, sir. A real, live, honest-to-goodness she lawyer. Oh, come on, Dave.
Well, I'll be...
Here he is, my dear. I'll be back with the sandwiches.
So good to see you again, Mr. Connor.
Why, Julia. Julia Norman.
I'm surprised you recognized me. The last time you saw me, I was just a freckle-faced kid getting on a train with her father.
But it's only a few short years, and now the way you look, why, it's almost a miracle.
The miracle to me is that Judge Hutto has taken me into his office to read law for him.
He's a smart man. He's using his head, or at least his eyes.
Hey, Dave, I just found out why Senator Grimes is here.
You have, Tom?
Yeah. Tucker is going to announce that he's running for Congress with the senator's support.
Oh, so that's it.
I told you should have made up your mind sooner. Now it's too late.
Well, what's done is done, Tom. Well, don't let it ruin the party for you.
Already has. Got to find me something stronger in this iced tea.
Mr. Connor, Dave.
Yes, Julia?
You're terribly disappointed, aren't you?
Well, in a way. Oh, Julia, let's get out of here. Let's find some place where you can tell me everything that's happened to you.
Is your rig outside?
Yeah.
Then I know a place. Whenever I was troubled, I always used to go there and just sit.
Yeah, the lake?
The lake. Rower's Point.
I'm sorry to hear about your father, Julia. He was a fine man.
Well, at least it wasn't a long illness. He lived long enough to see me enroll in law school.
Oh, was it his idea?
Mostly, yes. You see, before I was born, Dad was sure I'd be a boy. Then he just kept on pretending that I was. He started teaching me law when I was 10. Maybe that's why I had so little trouble with the bar examinations. After that, I wrote Judge Hutto. He gave me a job, and, well, here I am.
And I'm glad.
Good. Oh, let's stop over there, Dave, by that tree at the edge of the water.
All right. Oh, boy.
Dave.
Yes?
You're still thinking about Tucker Wedge, aren't you?
Well, I don't understand it. He's never shown any interest in politics before. Now, what decided him to run?
His wife.
Algeria? Why?
At the party, I saw her watching you clear across the room. She likes you too much, Dave.
Oh, now, just a minute.
She likes you, and she can't have you. So she's going to make what she does have climb the ladder until he's more important than you are.
Hey, that must have been some law school you went to.
Some things you don't have to be taught, Dave, if you're a woman.
Oh, I guess not. You know, if Algeria is pushing Tucker into this thing, I'd like to teach him both a lesson.
By running for Congress as an independent?
Yep.
Then do it.
Can you imagine the faces if I went back to the party and told everybody? I'm in the race against Tucker.
Yes, why not? Dave, is there something wrong?
No, I suddenly just thought, well, this is the sort of thing I ought to be talking over with my wife. Belle should be the one to encourage me. Instead, it's you.
You're frightened, aren't you?
I don't know.
You mustn't be afraid of my loving you.
Julia.
Yes, I've been in love with you ever since I was a kid. That's part of why I wanted to come back to Jericho. But you mustn't be afraid of my love. I want only for it to make you strong.
Well, thank you, Julia.
Where are we going?
Back to the party. As of tonight, I'm in politics, Julia, and to win.
We'll continue with Act Two of The Walls of Jericho in just a moment. Our servicemen in Europe have a wonderful opportunity to observe new customs and traditions, and they're finding out that these ideas of other people aren't so strange after all. For instance, in almost every country, France, Spain, Scotland, the Scandinavian countries, Germany, Greece, Austria, there are special celebrations on the 24th of June every year. This is known as Midsummer's Day, and it's marked by music, dancing, and bright costumes. At night, huge bonfires are built, and the merriment continues. This same day is also celebrated in North Africa and in Japan. Well, in our country, we pay no special attention to the 24th of June, but we have more so-called holidays than any other country in the world. Hardly a day in the year goes by without some special attention to it. In addition to the national holidays, Thanksgiving, Christmas, 4th of July, Labor Day, and so on, every state has its own founding day. We have a day for fathers, mothers, and even mothers-in-law. We have a Be Kind to Animals Week and Eat More Frankfurters Day. We plant trees on Arbor Day, send love notes on Valentine's Day, close the bars on Election Day, and keep them open an hour longer when daylight saving ends. We honor the birthdays of Washington and Lincoln. We mourn the passing of our friends with a Memorial Day. Yes, like all countries, we set aside special days for special consideration. True enough, the way in which we celebrate them may be different, but the ideals are the same. These things that have become customary and traditional are important to the people who follow them, and our servicemen are helping to maintain goodwill by observing the customs of other people in other lands.
Now, our producer, Mr. Cummings.
Act 2 of The Walls of Jericho, starring Cornel Wilde as Dave and Terry Moore as Julia. It's the following morning. In the office of the county attorney, Dave Connors confers with his new campaign manager, Tom Ransom.
I tell you, Dave, I won't forget last night if I lived to be 100. Man, did that announcement of yours break up that party fast?
Yeah, but now in the cold light of day, Tom, what do you think my chances are of getting elected?
You're darn good. You got a lot of friends around this county.
More than Tucker?
Sure you have. But you got to take the offensive, whip out some sort of a statement for the general public.
Yeah, I'm working on it right now.
Good. When it's done, I'll run it over to the Clarion. Tucker will have to print it just to show what a good sport he is.
Come on in, Miss White.
Well, Miss White seems to have gone to lunch.
Julia, come in. Hey, Tom, would you mind just...
I'll just be a minute, Mr. Ransom.
Oh, sure. I'll be right outside.
Oh, darling, I've been counting the hours till I could see you.
Please don't, Dave, don't.
Oh, but Julia...
I came here, Dave, to tell you I made a mistake last night. I shouldn't have said the things I did.
What, you mean about loving me?
Yes. Try to understand, Dave. I've loved you since I was a child. When you used to come and see my father and didn't even know I existed. And later, when you had to go down to Gotch McCurdy's livery stable and bring Dad home, I wanted so to tell you how I felt.
Julia.
It was seeing you again last night after all those years. I couldn't hold it in any longer. But it's wrong. All wrong.
Because I'm a married man.
Yes.
But, Julia, I need you.
You're saying that out of a sense of gallantry. A woman says she loves you, so you must say as much.
Oh, no, it's not that at all. If you knew what my life with Bella's been...
I don't want to hear about... Dave, we mustn't see each other again.
Julia.
We mustn't. Already Tom Ransom knows I'm here in your office. I'm rooming with Tom and his wife. If they see you calling on me...
I don't care. I'm going to see you tonight.
Goodbye, Dave.
Julia, listen to me.
Goodbye.
Tom?
Yeah, Dave, how about that statement for the Clarion?
I'm getting out a new one right now.
Let's see how you're starting it off. To the voters of Jericho County, 23rd Congressional District. Dave, are you out of your mind? You can't. You just can't.
Algeria!
Yes, dear.
Guess what, dear? Dave Connors isn't going to run.
Tuck, are you sure?
Certainly. He just issued a statement. It's here in the paper.
But why? What issue did he give?
Well, none, except that after careful consideration, he finds it impossible to devote the necessary time and energy to the office.
Oh, too bad. This is the last thing I expected.
What? What? Algeria, I thought you'd be delighted.
No. I wanted to beat him at the polls. Beat him before the public.
You wanted to.
Oh, you know what I mean, darling.
You know, there are times I'm not sure that I do. Well, personally, I think Dave took this way to show his friendship for me. It was a sporting thing to do.
Oh, don't be naive, Tucker. Dave quit for a reason. If I only knew what it was.
Well, it hardly matters.
But it does. You don't suppose that he...
That he what?
Nothing. But I wonder. I just wonder.
Oh, good evening, Mr. Connors.
Well, hello, Margie.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Connors, but Father's working at the store tonight, and Mother's at choir practice.
Yeah, well, is Julia in?
Mm-hmm, in her room. Julia!
Won't you come in, Mr. Connors?
Well, thank you.
Dave.
How are you, Julia?
Margie, don't you have some homework? Oh, yes. Excuse me.
Well, I suppose you know why I've withdrawn from the election.
Yes, in case people found out about us. But they're not going to because I'm leaving Jericho.
Julia, what?
All I can do is hurt you, Dave. What happened today proves it. So, this afternoon, I asked Judge Hutto if he could help me get a job in Kansas City. It happens that there's an opening with the firm of Glossop and Strauss.
Nothing I can say will stop you, even if I ask Belle to free me.
You're not going to ask her. She needs you, Dave.
Yes. When do you leave?
Tonight on the 11:40.
I see. I'll take you to the station.
Thank you.
Julia, Mr. Connors.
Yes, Margie?
I have something to tell you. Well, somebody's been going by outside, been watching.
Watching what, Margie?
This house.
Could you see who it was?
Well, yes. Mrs. Wedge.
Algeria.
Well, I didn't know what to do.
That's all right, Margie, and thank you.
Uh-huh. Well, let me know if I can help you pack, Julia.
I will, dear. See what I mean, Dave? You mustn't go to the station with me.
Julia, come here.
Goodbye, darling. Goodbye. Dave? Dave.
Yes, Belle.
Want to see what I tore out of the Clarion?
Another story for your scrapbook, I suppose.
Getting to be a big, fat book, isn't it? Representative and Mrs. Tucker Wedge arrive in nation's capital. Wedge on Ways and Means Committee. Congressman Wedge and wife accompany President Taft on Western tour. All these headlines. You could have read just as easily Congressman and Mrs. Dave Connors.
Yes, just as easily. But you didn't seem interested at the time.
That's right. It's all my fault.
Oh, Belle, what is it? You refuse to have friends, you won't go to parties, and yet you're angry because we're not in the headlines. Oh, what's wrong, honey? You didn't act this way before we were married. Belle? Belle, how would you like to go up to Chicago for a few days and buy you some new dresses?
No.
Huh? Oh, Belle, leave that gramophone alone. Belle!
Dave, I hear you were in Kansas City yesterday.
Yeah, that's right, Judge. I need some more evidence in that Randolph case.
I hope you stopped by to see Julia.
No, I didn't.
Oh, that's too bad. Think she would have liked to see you. She wrote me a while back saying that she hoped you'd try for that Washington job again next election.
I intend to, sir.
Good. This time you won't have Tucker for competition. Here he's putting himself up for senator.
Oh? Well, then it looks like he's still my competition.
Dave! Well, bully for you, boy. Bully for you.
Dave Connors.
Well, hello, Algeria.
I thought that was you coming out of City Hall.
How are you, Algeria? We weren't expecting you and Tucker back in town till next week.
Well, Tucker decided to get an earlier start on his campaign. Now that you're running against
I see.
you look wonderful, Dave.
And you too, Algeria. I'm not too sure how Jericho's going to take to that skirt you're wearing.
Well, it's time that Main Street saw a woman's ankle. You see plenty of them in Washington and New York.
Well, perhaps, but this is Jericho.
Well, you should be encouraging me, Dave. After all, I'm giving the home folks something to gossip about besides Tom and Myra Ransom.
Tom and Myra?
Dave, surely you've checked up on the background of your own campaign manager.
Algeria, what about Tom and Myra?
I think you'd better ask Tom.
Well, I will, but I want to know what other people are saying.
Well, when the Washington papers carried the story of your running for the Senate, they carried Tom Ransom's name, too.
Well?
Some people we know in the Capitol used to be friends of the Ransoms when they lived back in Virginia. It seems that Tom and Myra aren't married. They never have been.
I don't believe it.
Well, that's the story, anyway.
I'll have to hear it from Tom's own lips. And even if it's true, it won't make any difference to me.
It won't.
No. And one thing more, Algeria. There's no such gossip going around town. Just see to it that you don't start it. Or have you already. I see. You're really out to win, aren't you?
Yes, Dave. And I will.
Hello, Central. Keep trying that number. I know they're home and they've got to answer.
How do you know they will? Went by Tom's house. He wouldn't come to the door.
He and Myra can't lock themselves away from the whole town.
I would. A story like that got around about you and me.
Bill, will you please get that front door?
All right, all right.
Hello, Central. Central, this is Dave Connors. Will you please try 016 again? Thank you.
Dave? Dave, come here.
Yes, what is it?
This note was stuck in the door.
See it. Dear Mr. Connors, I thought you could help me, but I guess nobody can. Please tell my father and mother not to look for me. Goodbye, Margie Ransom.
I know, Dave, I know. Myra and I ought to have realized all this talk had hurt Margie more than us. Maybe we should have told her the truth long ago so she'd have been ready for it.
Oh, there's no use blaming yourselves now, Tom. Right now, we got to try to find the girl.
The sheriff is looking, you said.
Yeah, but they're doing it by guesswork. If you could remember if Margie ever said she wanted to go someplace in particular when she grew up.
I tried to remember. I just can't think, Dave. I can't think anymore.
Want me to get it?
Yeah, and we're not at home to anybody.
Hello? Dave Connors speaking.
Dave, Dr. Patterson. Can I talk to Tom?
Well, not right now, Doctor. I'll take the message.
Maybe it'd be better if you just came over here at the hospital.
You mean, is it Margie?
No, but she's mixed up in this. They just brought Gotch McCurdy in. If he doesn't pull through, Tom's girl is going to be wanted for murder.
One of the brakemen found him down in the freight yard. He was dying when they brought him in here. Gotch kept saying Margie did it to me, the ransom girl. Hit me with a shovel.
And that's all, Dr. Patterson? You couldn't get any details out of him?
No, he went into a coma right after that. He'll be gone in a couple of hours.
Oh. Then his words are, in effect, a deathbed statement.
Yes, but what in the world was Margie doing down there in the freight yard?
Running away, probably.
Do you have any idea where she is now?
Well, it depends on how much of a head start she has. Any way of telling when Gotch was injured?
Yes. When he fell across the railroad tracks, he broke the watch in his vest pocket. It stopped at 11:38.
11:38. Wait a minute. That's just before the 11:40 to Kansas City.
Do you have any money to buy a ticket?
Well, not according to Tom, but she might have tried to sneak into one of the baggage cars.
Yeah. But there were a couple of other trains going north. She might have taken any one of them. Unless you think she has some special reason to go to Kansas City.
A special reason why? No, I guess not, Doctor. As you say, she probably headed north. Apartment 7A, 7B, C, D. This is it.
Yes, who is it?
Dave. Julia.
Come in quickly. So glad you could come. You didn't tell anybody about my telegram.
What telegram?
I sent it to your house. It was about Margie.
Oh, no, I didn't need a telegram. I thought she'd come to you. She's always looked up to you.
To both of us. Margie, you can come out. It's all right.
Hello, Margie.
Oh, Mr. Connors. Mr. Connors.
Oh, it's going to be all right, Miss Margie. All right.
I didn't mean to kill him. He saw me crossing the freight yard, and he kept coming at me. He was so drunk.
Margie, so...
He is dead, isn't
he? Yeah.
I hit him so hard. Harder than I meant to.
I know, Margie, and you've got nothing to be afraid of, but first you've got to come back to Jericho and tell people how it happened.
Oh, no, not to that awful place ever. I hate it. The way people laughed at me.
Now, listen to me, Margie.
No, I'll die first. I'll just die.
Now, Margie, you trust me, don't you? And Julia, you know we wouldn't ask you to do anything that wasn't right.
He's right, dear. You must go back now of your own free will, before anyone comes and gets you.
Will you go back with me, Julia?
Do you want me to, dear?
All right. I'll go.
Now, there's a train leaving in an hour. We've just got time. Come on.
Margie, if you'll go in the bedroom closet and get down my suitcase.
In the closet. All right.
It's been a long, long time, Julia. Too long.
I know. Dave, Margie's going to be all right, isn't she? I mean, when the jury hears her story.
I hope so. We can't take any chances. I'm going to need your help.
At the trial? Oh, no, Dave.
Oh, you've got to. Margie trusts you.
But there's another reason, isn't there?
Yes. This may be the last time we can ever be together.
Always the last time, Dave. We said that before.
I can't help loving you, Julia. You know that.
Dave, we mustn't.
Julia.
Oh, my darling. My darling.
In a moment, Act 3 of The Walls of Jericho. Make a friend, and you make an ally. There's a thought for you to keep in mind, as many another American has. Although Emory Alvord graduated college with an A.B. in agriculture, he wasn't completely happy. Through the work of a local missionary group, he discovered there was a great need for agricultural assistance in southern Rhodesia. So together with his wife, Alvord volunteered for the job. At first, they found the backward Bantus disinterested, the climate almost unbearable, and living conditions far from ideal. But Alvord wasn't discouraged. He planted a corn crop that yielded more than the natives had ever seen. Then the Alvards built a new house for the boss of the village, not a crude hut like all the others, but constructed of bricks which they made themselves from straw and mud. When it was finished, the boss moved in with some misgivings, spurred on by the local witch doctor. Gradually, however, as the Alvards' work brought bigger and better crops to the natives and improved their living conditions, the fears and superstitions of the natives were dispelled, and eventually even the witch doctor was won over to Christian thinking. For 30 years, the Alvards remained to gain the love and admiration of the natives throughout most of southern Rhodesia. As one grateful Bantu chieftain expressed it, Cecil Rhodes founded Rhodesia, but Emory Alvord founded the people of Rhodesia. Emory Alvord did something else, too. He discovered that by helping others, you help your country. We pause now for station identification.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of The Walls of Jericho, starring Cornel Wilde as Dave and Terry Moore as Julia. It's the second day of the trial of Margie Ransom for the murder of Gotch McCurdy. In the hot and crowded courtroom, judge, jury, and spectators watch the prosecuting attorney and Dave Connors, chief defense counsel, battle for the advantage. At the defense table, Julia Norman busily takes notes on the arguments. And then in the last row of the spectators, a man and a woman get up and slip out of the courtroom.
Objection sustained. The prosecution may proceed.
Now, Dave's sure not letting the thing get past him, is he?
Do you think he'll get her off, Tucker?
Oh, very likely. Everybody knows that girl couldn't commit murder.
Why not?
What? How curious.
Oh, really, Tucker? Don't you see what this trial can mean to Dave? All this free advertising just before the election?
Oh, Dave's just lucky to have a good case, that's all.
You don't have to help his luck by printing everything he says in your own newspaper.
My dear, I happen to be a newspaper man.
And a candidate for the United States Senate. Or are you going to let Dave take the job by default?
Please, Algeria, I can hardly arrange for Margie Ransom to be convicted just to win an election.
No, I suppose not. But there ought to be something you can do to offset Dave.
Well, we'll see. Meanwhile, don't forget we're having lunch together. Algeria, lunch.
Oh. Not today, Tucker. I have some things to do around town.
Your Honor, the state at this time wishes to continue the cross-examination of Marjorie Ransom.
Marjorie Ransom, take the stand.
Now, Miss Ransom, you told us that on the night in question, Mr. McCurdy followed you to the freight yard. He seized you, and in self-defense, you swung the shovel at him.
Yes, sir.
Now, will you tell us what you were doing in the freight yard at that time of night?
running away.
Ah, yes. Yes. Running away. From what?
Well, I
Well, go on. Tell us.
was just running away.
Just running away. And you intended to let no one stop you. That's why you hit Mr. McCurdy, wasn't it?
Your Honor, objection.
All right. All right. I withdraw the question. Now, Miss Ransom, would you tell the jury why, if you were simply defending your honor, you didn't stay and report it to the proper authorities?
I didn't realize I'd hit him so hard.
Oh, come now, Miss Ransom. Did you or did you not run away because you knew you had killed Mr. McCurdy? That you were guilty of murder? Yes?
Oh.
That's all, Your Honor.
You may step down now, Miss Ransom.
Your Honor, the defense calls Miss Julia Norman to the stand.
Julia Norman.
Hey, Dave. Dave, I've got to see you.
No, not now, Tom.
But I have to show you something.
Later, Tom.
I do.
Take the stand.
Will you give your name, please?
Julia Norman.
You live in Kansas City?
Yes.
Your occupation?
Attorney at law.
You formerly lived in Jericho?
Yes.
How long have you known the defendant?
Most of her life.
And did she ever come to see you in Kansas City?
Yes. She came to my apartment the morning following Mr. McCurdy's death.
I see. And what did she tell you about her running away? Did she consider herself a fugitive?
She did.
What?
A fugitive, yes. From slander and cruelty and prejudice.
Occasioned by what, may I ask?
By circumstances over which she had not the slightest control. Her birth.
The attorney for the state will refrain from questioning the witness until cross-examination.
Now, Miss Norman, tell the jury what else you and the defendant may have discussed in your apartment at Kansas City.
We talked about a return to Jericho.
After she had learned that Mr. McCurdy had died and that murder charges had been filed against her?
Yes. She decided of her own accord to come back here to answer the charges and prove her innocence.
Thank you. Your witness, Mr. Pettigrew.
Oh, Miss Norman. Do I understand you to say that the people...
Dave, you've got to read this newspaper.
Later, Tom.
Dave, it's the Clarion. This is what is on the street right now.
All right, let me see it. Dave Connor's suit for divorce. Wife name's Julia Norman, correspondent.
Very generous of you, I'm sure. Miss Norman, tell me, what is your relationship to the chief counsel for the defense, Mr. Connors?
Associate counsel.
Is that all?
Don't answer that, Julia. Your Honor, I ask for a recess.
For what purpose, Mr. O'Connor?
It's partly a personal matter, Your Honor. It requires my immediate attention.
Well, unless the matter has some bearing on the case before us.
Could well have, sir. Unless I settle it now, it may become highly prejudicial to the defendant.
Very well, Mr. Connors. This court stands adjourned until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Belle? Belle?
I doubt that she wants to talk to you.
Algeria. So, you're behind it. Right out in the open, huh?
Right out in the open. And don't think you can persuade Belle to change her mind.
Where is she? Belle? Belle? Belle.
Get out of here.
Now, listen, Belle, I'm not going to let you drag this thing through the mud.
Dragging who through the mud?
You can have the property, everything, but if you try to make a scandal, I'll fight you to the end. There's more at stake here than an innocent woman's reputation or your petty revenge on me. Now, you've listened to Algeria Wedge,
and why not, Mr. Connor? I've spent a good deal of time watching you. I know about your trips to Kansas City.
Oh, and that proves everything, doesn't it? Come on, Belle. Let's just sit down and talk this over.
Get out of here.
Belle, will you...
I hate you. Never good enough for you. No. You married me when you had nothing. When you started up, you were ashamed of
now,
me.
Now, you know that isn't so.
Keep away from me.
Look, you're all upset, Belle.
I told you to get out of here.
Belle, put that gun away.
Mrs. Connors, don't be a fool.
Come on, Belle. Here, give me that gun.
No!
Oh!
Dr. Patterson.
Yes? You can see him for just a moment.
How is he?
Still suffering from shock. Lost a lot of blood. We're going to give him another transfusion. So remember, only a moment.
Yes. Dave.
Julia, I wanted to see you
I'm going to ask the judge to put it over, Dave, until you're well again.
No, Tom Ransom was just here.
Yes?
He said Marty's going to pieces. His wife, too. You got to wind it up now.
But, Dave...
Finish it for me, Julia. You can. You must.
Miss Norman.
Right now, Doctor.
Julia, see Belle.
What?
Make her tell you about Algeria.
Algeria?
Miss Norman, I must ask you to leave.
All right.
Julia, see her.
All right, Dave. I promise.
Then it is the understanding of this court, Miss Norman, that you do not wish a postponement.
That is right, Your Honor.
Very well. You may call your next witness.
Before doing so, Your Honor, may I point out that this case is no longer an ordinary murder trial. It has become a political contest, which may well deprive the defendant of a right to a fair trial.
Your Honor, I protest.
The word has gone out. Beat Dave Connors in court, and you won't have to beat him at the polls.
Your Honor, this is outrageous. I insist that the jury be dismissed while these fantastic charges are being aired.
The court will decide if the charges are fantastic, Mr. Pettigrew.
May it please the court, I make the following offer of proof. 1, that the divorce action filed by Mrs. David Connors against the chief counsel for the defense in this case was instigated by the wife of Tucker Wedge. 2, I shall prove that the charges in the divorce complaint linking my name with Mr. Connors came from the fertile imagination of Algeria Wedge. And 3rd...
Your Honor...
I anticipate your objection, Mr. Pettigrew. The court feels that Miss Norman's offer of proof is immaterial to this case. The jury is instructed to disregard Miss Norman's remarks.
Judge Hutto, if I may...
Miss Norman, I suggest that you proceed with your defense, if any.
Then, Your Honor, may I take the stand to answer the last question which was put to me yesterday by the prosecuting attorney, just before we took the recess.
Very well. Mr. Reporter, read the concluding question of yesterday's session.
Question. Miss Norman, what is your relationship to the chief counsel for the defense, Mr. Connors? Answer, associate counsel. Question, is that all?
My answer to that question, Your Honor, and gentlemen of the jury, is that it is true that I am and have been in love with David Connors. But that there is anything scandalous in our relationship, that we have ever at any time done anything to spoil it, that we are guilty of the conduct described on the front pages of the papers, I deny just as forcibly as I confess my love. My first reaction to Mr. Pettigrew's question yesterday was anger and bewilderment. I was ashamed. I wanted to run away. Just as Marjorie Ransom ran away when she was faced with the slander and gossip of this town.
Your Honor, this is no longer testimony, it's argument.
Yes, Mr. Pettigrew. My concluding argument. I ask that the court remind the jury that Marjorie Ransom was a competent and voluntary witness in her own behalf, that the state's own witnesses have testified as to the unsavory character of the late Mr. McCurdy, and that the jury consider the facts which caused Marjorie to run away from Jericho in the first place, and that they return a verdict of not guilty by reason of self-defense. That is the plea that I know Mr. Connors would make if he were able to be here today. The defense rests.
Julia.
Dr. Patterson said that this time I can see you for as long as I want.
You sure can. I'm feeling better by the minute, especially since hearing the jury's verdict.
I brought you a copy of the Clarion in case you wanted to read about it.
I will later. Julia, you know where the credit for today belongs. You were wonderful.
I'm glad you think so. But maybe you'd better read the Clarion right now, at least Tucker Wedge's statement.
Tucker's?
Mm-hmm. Right here on the front page.
All right. Let's see. An open letter to the citizens of Kansas. This afternoon in Jericho County Courthouse, more than an accused girl was vindicated. All doubts are now wiped away, and David Connors stands clearly before us as the logical choice as senator of the state of Kansas. Therefore, I ask my supporters to cast their votes for my lifelong friend. My lifelong friend.
And that part, I'm sure, is to put Algeria in her place once and for all.
I hope so.
Dave, what about Belle?
I'm not going to prefer charges. I told the police I wouldn't sign a complaint.
I'm glad. Well, I'll be going, Dave.
What for?
There happens to be a train to Kansas City in just 35 minutes.
Julia.
Yes?
Belle is still going through with her divorce.
She is?
Yes, and if you're going back to Kansas City simply to help me, it won't make any difference.
Well, do you want me to stay?
I want you to want to stay.
Oh, I do. Oh, I do so much, Dave. I'm so tired of running away.
Well, you'll never have to again. You've come home, Julia. Home to stay.
In a moment, our stars will return. This is really a story about two people. One is Chief Petty Officer Harry Frame, a veteran Navy electrician who saw lots of action in the war in the Pacific. The other is Mrs. Sadaya Ishiwata of Tokyo. Mrs. Ishiwata turned her home and her fortune over to 53 boys and girls of all ages who were orphaned by World War II. And Chief Frame devoted his off-duty hours to helping this tiny Japanese lady. He organized his friends into work teams, and because of their work, the home took on a bright new look. New panes of glass were installed, a new girls' dormitory was built, and twice a week, a Navy truck rolled up with leftover food, writing paper, worn-out clothing, and other contributions from the men. Chief Frame made it his private project toward better relationships between people of two different countries, and it's paid off in mutual goodwill. Such acts by you and your friends today are shaping our world of tomorrow.
Now, here's Mr. Cummings with our stars.
And here they are coming forward for a curtain call. Cornel, Wilde, and Terry Moore. Cornel, did you know that the Photoplay Magazine Awards this year voted Terry one of our most promising young actresses?
Yes, indeed, and I think they used excellent judgment.
Well, you're very nice to mention it.
Not at all, Terry. We've seen you grow up from a child actress to one of the most popular young actresses on the screen. And I hope you'll both be listening next week when we bring you another of our 20 greats, the Darrell F. Zanuck production, which won the Academy Award as Best Picture of 1947, Gentleman's Agreement. And as our stars, Ray Milland, and in her original role, Dorothy McGuire.
Well, that was a very fine picture, Irving. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, and hurry back.
Hollywood Radio Theater is produced by Irving Cummings. Our orchestra is directed by Rudy Schrager. This is your announcer, Ken Carpenter, inviting you to be with us again next week at this same time for another presentation of the Hollywood Radio Theater. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Challenge of the Yukon. On King! On your values! The Wonder Dog King, swiftest and strongest of Eskimo lead dogs, blazes the trail through storm and snow for Sergeant Preston as he meets the Challenge of the Yukon. Sergeant Preston was typical of the small band of Northwest Mounted Police who preserved law and order in the new Northwest country, where the greed for wealth and power led to frequent violence and bloodshed. But in spite of the odds against them, Sergeant Preston and his Wonder Dog King met that challenge, and justice ruled triumphant. Sergeant Preston had been traveling north with a man named Conway when the blinding blizzard hit with stunning force, driven by a whipping wind. Preston had made a shelter by breaking through the icy crust of a large drift and scooping out the light snow until there was room enough to accommodate the two men and the lead dog King. It was snug and warm inside the house of snow, and both men were soon asleep. King lay for some time with his nose pointing toward the white wilderness beyond the small entrance. The howl of a wolf was audible above the wind. King whimpered and nuzzled Sergeant Preston.
What is it, King? What's the matter, boy?
What's the matter, Preston?
King waked you up, too, eh, Conway?
Is anything wrong?
I don't know. King seems to think so.
Listen to that wind.
Just a minute. King heard something out there in the night. I'll stick my head out.
Still snowing?
No, the snow's stopped. Quiet, King. I want to listen.
What the...
King!
What was that, Preston?
That was a wolf, and King's going to meet it. Give me that rifle.
If you're going out, I'm going with you.
Follow me if you want, but before you leave, light that candle and leave it here so we can find our way back.
After bolting from the shelter and streaking past the sled dogs, King dashed through the snow toward the prowling, lurking creatures that he knew as enemies. The huge wolves had been circling slowly and cautiously, closing in on a dark, furry form that lay on the ground. As the great dog charged, the leader came to meet the challenge. The sound of the wind was split by snarls and growls of fury. Cruel fangs were exposed as snapping jaws tried to grip a vital spot beneath King's heavy fur. The wolf pack moved near to leap on King when he fell. It was a struggle to the death, with the odds against the dog. But King had man on his side. Sergeant Preston, followed by Conway, struggled through the knee-deep snow to reach the churning mass.
Hold your fire, Conway. You might hit King.
You can't tell dog from wolf.
King! This way, King. Get ground.
He's breaking away.
That's it, boy. All right, Conway. Let him have it.
They're running.
Let them go. Those wolves won't stand up to gunfire.
Thank goodness for that.
All right, King, old boy.
Doesn't that dog know when the odds are too heavy?
There now, King, old fella. You crazy. I guess you count on a little help before the fight went too far against you.
Preston, look over there.
Huh? Something on the snow. Come on over.
Well, whatever it is, the wolves were after it.
Might be a wolf. They'll turn on their own kind, you know.
Yes.
Can you make out what that is, Conway?
Not yet. It's an animal of some sort. About the size of a large wolf.
Seems to be. Conway, great Scott, look here.
What is it?
A girl.
A girl? Incredible.
Her fur coat. I thought she was an animal.
Is she alive?
Yeah, she's breathing. We'll have to get her to shelter.
Look at her tracks, Preston. Traveling on foot. Not even snowshoes.
Coming from the south.
We can make room for her.
I'll carry her to the shelter.
Can you manage her alone?
Yes, she's not heavy.
I'll walk ahead and break the path a little wider.
King, if this girl lives, she can thank you. If she can just swallow a little warm broth.
Shall I hold that cup for you, Sergeant?
Oh, I can manage. Thanks. Just hold her head up a little.
Yes.
There.
I wonder who she is.
Don't know.
That isn't too hot, is it?
No.
Her eyelids are flickering a little.
She regains consciousness and tells us where she was going.
Take it easy now. Try to swallow.
You're all right, young lady.
Easy does it. Swallow this if you can.
Trying to speak.
Ledoux.
What did she say?
Did you say Ledoux?
Pierre Ledoux.
Now, hold on. You'll be all right.
Has she lost consciousness again?
Yes.
She mentioned a name.
Ledoux. Pierre Ledoux.
Do you know who he is?
He's a trapper. Has a cabin a few miles south of here.
Maybe the girl was trying to find him.
That's possible. Well, we've got to take her somewhere to better shelter and more warmth. She can't stay here.
We might continue north, Sergeant Preston. Now that the storm has died down, we can possibly make Burnett's trading post.
I think we'll do better to follow the girl's back trail. If we head south, we'll reach Ledoux's cabin.
Oh, very well.
I'll see if she'll take some more of this broth while I harness the dogs. While Conway rode the runners of the sled, Sergeant Preston jogged alongside on snowshoes. The mystery girl, still unconscious, lay heavily wrapped in blankets as the dogs maintained a steady pace over the moonlit back trail.
Preston.
What is it?
I think the girl is moving.
She is?
Looks like it.
I'll move up alongside and see.
Well, how about it?
Her eyes are open. She's conscious.
Good.
We'll hold a minute. Hold! Hold you, Malamute! All right, King. Steady, boy. My name is Preston. How do you feel?
I don't know. Where?
How is she?
She'll be all right. When we found you, young lady, you were asleep in the snow.
You're a mountain.
Yes?
Wait.
Why, of course.
Now, don't try to sit up just yet, young lady.
Let me look.
Preston, did you ask her about Ledoux?
Wait a minute, Conway. Gotta get her bearing.
She's looking all around.
Yes.
Over there. That light.
It's just a northern
But
light.
they're behind us. You're traveling south.
Oh, yes, we're following your back trail.
Oh, no, you can't. You can't take me back. Pierre Ledoux will kill me.
Dave Burnett kept lights burning all night so his trading post, located where Arctic trails crossed, might serve as a beacon for travelers. The hour was late when two men entered, slammed the door, and stamped snow from their feet.
Hey, Burnett, you here? Coming right out.
The sleeping room's in the back.
Oh. Well, Moose Martin.
Howdy, Burnett.
What are you doing here?
You don't look glad to see me. Dave, shake hands with my friend, Hawk Peterson.
I hope you don't mind if I decline.
It don't matter.
I can't turn a man out in the night, Moose, but I can refuse dealing with him. You know where to bunk? Get out first thing in the morning.
Now, hold on, Burnett. We didn't come here to bunk. We're here on business.
You know I won't do business with you, Martin. You and your pal Ledoux have done too much stealing and killing to get your furs.
You'll do business tonight.
I tell you...
better wait, Burnett, until you find out what Moose has got to sell.
I don't care what it is.
You will. Open that pack, Hawk.
Right. I'm going back to bed.
Better wait, Burnett.
What?
You're expecting someone to arrive, ain't you? Maybe what you see here will show you there's no use waiting all night. Take a look. The girl that carried this here rifle might have some trouble getting home.
That's my daughter's rifle.
Yeah, we thought it was.
That's her name, Ree Burnett.
You burned it into the stock yourself, didn't you, Burnett?
Where did you get that rifle?
We, got something else here. Maybe you'll recognize the writing on this slip of paper.
My daughter's handwriting. Martin, where is she? What have you done with
her? This here's a list of things she bought when she was in Pine City. She had all these things on her sled when we saw her.
You dirty...
I'll burn that. Yeah, like I said, we came here to talk business with you.
Where is my daughter?
Take it easy, Burnett. Your daughter ain't hurt.
You captured her.
Burnett, for some time you've been talking about selling out this trading post so as you could take that girl to the States.
You tell me
you
what
are selling out and leaving right now. You'll meet the girl on your way south. You'll pick up the sled and dog team she's got with her and keep traveling. We'll buy up this trading post.
That's a business we came to take care of, Burnett.
I've already made arrangements to sell the post.
You can forget any other arrangements, Burnett. We've got legal papers right here.
All you have to do is sign them.
And if you don't sign them, Burnett, you can guess what'll happen.
What are you aiming to pay for the trading post?
It says right there, $1 and other valuable consideration.
But what's that mean?
I guess you figure the life of your daughter is a valuable consideration, don't you, Burnett?
You dirty, sneaking
Now, never mind the talk. Just let us know if you figure to sign that bill of sale or not.
Yeah, make it fast. We're late already on account of the blizzard. We got to get back to
To where?
To where we're going. Otherwise, the rest of our outfit might think that you'd shot us or something and get rid of the girl so the law couldn't act.
Well, you going to sign?
How do I know you'll keep your word? How do I know Marie ain't dead right now?
She ain't. You can take our word for it.
Your word.
Make up your mind, Burnett.
I'll sign.
We'll get the signatures of the witnesses later on.
Someone's coming.
Well, look out the window, Hawk. Is there mood lighting up to see?
It's a mountain.
Preston. Give me that bill of sale, Burnett. Now, listen. Get this if you value your daughter's life. Me and Hawk will wait in the next room. Get rid of that Mountie. Now, come on, Hawk.
My sakes.
Hello, Burnett. Come on in here, King.
Oh, hello, Sergeant Preston.
You're up late, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. I was just about to turn in.
Quiet, King. Anyone here?
No, there ain't.
No?
Oh, them wet footmarks on the floor.
And the snowshoes at the door right where I kicked mine off?
I was out for a little while.
Oh, I see.
Trying out a couple of pair of shoes, snowshoes.
By the way, I was thinking about... Take him, King!
Wait!
Oh, you don't. I'll take over, King. You're covered. Down, King.
Thought you were smart jerking open the door.
King spotted you as soon as we came in.
Preston.
Well, Burnett...
Drop your gun.
Oh, don't be a fool, Burnett. Lower your gun or King will charge you.
Don't do it, Burnett. You know what you got at stake.
I know. I'm sorry, Preston, but you got no cause to rough those two men.
Moose Martin and Hawk? I've reason to arrest them.
No.
I'll lower that gun.
You don't understand. I can't.
Marie told me about these men. She was held in Ledoux's place, captured, while they came here.
What? He lied.
Tell that to Marie. She'll be here in a minute.
Here?
Yes. You can hear the dog team. John Conway is with her.
Conway?
The man who's going to buy your trading post so you and Marie can go to the States.
Now, wait a minute. Hold on, Burnett. Don't lower your gun yet.
It's no good, Moose. You and Hawk are finished. Marie escaped from Ledoux.
Marie, you're safe.
Well, Preston, so you got your men.
King got one of them. Yes, King. The case is closed.
These copyrighted dramas originate in the studios of WXYZ Detroit, and all characters, names, places, and incidents used are fictitious. They are sent to you each week at the same time and reach you from our transcription studios. Al Neal speaking. This is the Michigan Radio Network.
The Graymore Friars Monastery is located on Atonement Mountain, near Garrison, New York. Adjacent to this famous monastery, one sees St. Christopher's Inn. Homeless men from all walks of life come to this famous inn. These men are fed and sheltered by the Graymore Friars, and no distinction is ever made of race, creed, or color. You're invited to listen to the second chapter of the dramatized story, The Life of Christ, brought to you transcribed each week by the Graymore Friars, who offer this new series in devout belief that the retelling of his tragedy and triumph will reawaken and strengthen your faith in and love of Christ. Now, Chapter 2, The Temptation in the Desert. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and serve him only. Ye shall not go after the strange gods of other nations, lest at any time the wrath of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee. Ye shall not tempt the Lord thy God. Now when Jesus came up from the Jordan, he was filled with the Holy Ghost, and the Spirit led him to seek the solitude of the wilderness, where he remained for 40 days and nights alone, except for the beasts and birds. He fasted and prayed, and no man knew who he was. But there was another who was stirred by doubt and uncertainty, and had to make sure of Jesus' identity. And this one waited until the fast was ended. He stood at the edge of the wilderness and watched Jesus approach. And he was thinking,
I must know who he is. But more, I must find out if he knows who he is. If he's the one, he'll give a sign, an unmistakable sign. A simple act will prove everything. And the issue between us will be joined at the very start. Ah, but here he comes.
Wait. Jesus of Nazareth? Oh, you don't know me, but I know something about you. I observed you when you were baptized by John at the Jordan. I've waited for you to come from the wilderness. A bit odd you spent the same time alone as did Moses on the mountain. After 40 days, you must be hungry. There's nothing to eat. That is, unless you care to try these stones. Look. They're the size and shape of a loaf of bread. Well, is it not written that when the Hebrews were tested in the wilderness, their prophet asked for bread, and it was rained from heaven? Jesus, if thou art the Son of God, command that these stones become loaves of bread.
It is written, not by bread alone does man live, but by every word that comes forth from the mouth of God.
I've got to know for sure who he is. If I can only get him to some high place where crowds of people can look at him, perhaps he'll reveal himself. Yes, I have it. I'll take him to the highest point in Jerusalem on a busy day. I'll have a much better chance there.
And then the tempter took Jesus into the holy city and set him upon the pinnacle of the temple. And the tempter turned to Jesus.
If thou art the Son of God, throw thyself down. Or is it not written, He will give His angels charge concerning thee, lest thou dash thy foot against a stone?
It is written further, Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God.
Twice the tempter failed in his efforts, but he would come again to Jesus in the desert for the final throw of the dice. In the meantime, the priests, aroused by the stories about John the Baptist and by the letter from Pilate to Caiaphas, had sent representatives to the ford of the Jordan to examine him. They came down on him. Carefully they watched and listened, and at last put the question uppermost in the minds of all.
I baptize you in water unto penance, but he that shall come after me shall... Stop a moment. I want to ask you a question. What would you ask of me? Who art thou? I am not the Christ. What then? Art thou Elias? I am not. You then know Moses spoke of a prophet whom the Lord God would rise up from the midst of Moses' brethren. And this prophet would be like unto God, and unto him all would listen. Art thou the prophet? No. Who art thou, that we may give an answer to those who sent us? I am the voice of one crying in the desert, Make straight the way of the Lord, as the prophet Isaiah said. Why then dost thou baptize, if thou be not the Christ, nor Elias, nor the prophet? I baptize with water. But in the midst of you there has stood one whom you do not know. He it is who is to come after me, who has been set above me, the strap of whose sandal I am not worthy to loose. Come, let us report this to the high priest.
Listen to this, Claudia. Caiaphas, the old fox, writes, Having sent a delegation to question John the Baptist, we are of the opinion he has committed no offense under our law which would justify bringing him to trial. However, and listen to this, at the same time we realize that the civil power may take a wider view of the consequences which might follow an extension of his teaching.
I see nothing wrong with that, Pilate.
Don't you see the game?
No.
John can easily become embarrassing to the Sanhedrin, and Caiaphas knows it.
Then why doesn't he do something?
That's the point. He wants the odium for his arrest to fall on me. I'm caught. I don't know which is the more dangerous, to leave him alone or to arrest him.
But didn't the letter from your spy say John the Baptist was preaching humility? Why, you chuckled over that. You told me the priests wouldn't take well to that from a ragged fanatic.
Ah, you have a point, Claudia. I think I'll wait. This fellow will prove more embarrassing to the Jews than to me.
Again, your spy reported John did not claim to be the one awaited, only his messenger.
I don't take too much stock in that. It might be a clever dodge to forestall arrest and to build up expectation in the minds of the people. Great Jupiter.
What now?
I just thought of something. The high priest may have planted that fellow there at the Jordan himself.
But why?
To cause trouble, of course. That's it. They examine him, find nothing illegal, and practically invite me to take action. It's a trap. One I'll not fall into.
That's all very well for you and the high priest to outmaneuver each other. But what do you suppose the ordinary people are thinking?
Oh, they don't count here. The priests and their scribes tell them what they can think and what they can believe.
I'm not so sure. Everywhere I go, in the streets, in the shops, people are talking about the man at the Jordan. There's a new light in their eyes, a new note in their voices. They seem to expect a great deal to come from John. Pilot, believe me, a vast change has come upon these people since we first arrived.
I sense it, too. But all I can do is wait. I can't move until I'm sure who John the Baptist is.
How do you expect to find out?
He's promised someone to come after him more powerful. If I know agitators, they never like to surrender power once they grasp it. If John gives way to another, then I'll believe him. Yes, that's the test. If he's ambitious, you may be sure he's not going to step aside.
And if he's not ambitious and is speaking the truth?
Then neither I nor the priest can do much to stop the coming of the one they expect. But I can take care of him after he arrives, if he arrives.
And now the tempter came again to Jesus. He was planning the means by which he would force a declaration.
I'll throw off the pretense, meet him face to face, and propose an outright bargain. I'll not say if you're the Son of God. I'll act as if I knew for sure he is. Then we'll know where we stand, whether it'll be peace or war between us.
Again the devil took him up into a very high mountain and showed him all the kingdoms of the world in a moment of time, and the glory of them.
Look upon me, Jesus. Ah, you do know who I am. Well now, look out upon the world, not only to the far horizon, but beyond. See the vistas opening. The whole world's at our feet, cities bursting with people, ships carrying riches from all parts of the earth, fields of grain, mountains covered with forests. The whole world, which is now and is to be. To thee will I give all this power and their glory. For to me they have been delivered, and to whomever I will, I give them. Therefore, if thou wilt worship before me, the whole shall be thine.
Begone, Satan, for it is written, the Lord thy God shalt thou worship, and him only shalt thou serve.
And Satan was worsted, but perhaps had learned that which he wanted to know. He left Jesus for a while, and the angels came and ministered to Jesus. Meanwhile, the crowds waited at the Jordan, where John was preaching and baptizing. And the time was about 2 months since the baptism of Jesus, when one day John looked up and saw a man walking on the opposite bank.
Behold, the Lamb of God. Look, that man across the river. It's the carpenter of Nazareth. Master, why do you speak thus? Behold him who taketh away the sin of the world. This is he whom I said, After me there comes one who has been set above me because he was before me. And I did not know him. But that he may be known to Israel. For this reason have I come baptizing with water. I see only the carpenter. I beheld the Spirit descending as a dove from heaven, and he abode upon him. And I did not know him. But he who sent me to baptize with water said to me, He upon whom thou wilt see the Spirit descending and abiding, he it is who baptizes with the Holy Spirit. And I have seen and have borne witness that this is the Son of God.
I'm sure that was the carpenter from Nazareth. But he didn't even glance in our direction. Now he's around the bend.
And Jesus, the Son of God, walked alone on the other side of the Jordan. John had pointed him out with the words of the prophet, but none had understood. But next day, as his followers rested, Jesus came again walking slowly along the river bank. And again John noticed him first and spoke.
Behold, the Lamb of God.
And the memory of the words from the Scripture came back to Andrew.
Again the Master calls the carpenter of Nazareth Lamb of God. Can it be that he is the one spoken of by Isaiah?
And the words from the Scriptures came back to him.
Despised, and the most abject of men, a man of sorrows, and acquainted with infirmity. And his look was, as it were, hidden and despised, whereupon we esteemed him not. He was offered because it was his own will, and he opened not his mouth. He shall be led as a sheep to the slaughter, and shall be dumb as a lamb before his shearer. I shall follow that man.
And the man who spoke was Andrew. With Andrew came one companion, and they followed Jesus until they caught up with him. He heard them coming and turned and waited.
What is it you seek?
Rabbi, where dwellest thou?
Come and see.
Andrew and his companion trusted Jesus, and without a word they went with him and saw where he lived, and stayed with him that day. But of the many who listened to John, only these two followed Jesus at this time. For many clung to the belief that John was not the messenger, but the one he was sent to announce.
Pilate, when we come to Jerusalem, why don't we stay in the palace Herod built?
We haven't the money to furnish another palace, for one reason.
But this Antonia, as you call it, is like a citadel.
It is a citadel. That's another reason for using it. We're not welcome in Jerusalem. This is the heart of Jewry. In that temple across the way is what they call their Holy of Holies.
Oh, the empty room where they have their invisible God?
So we're told.
Oh, I'd like to go there sometime.
Claudia, don't ever try.
But why not?
It's so sacred that only the high priest ever enters, and then only one day of the year, the day the Jews call their Day of Atonement.
But can't we visit the temple at all?
Only the outer court, called the Court of Gentiles.
I'm fascinated by all this mystery.
Don't let your fascination get the better of your judgment. Should you go beyond the barrier, it would be my unpleasant duty to have you executed.
Oh, you're not serious, Pilate.
The priests would demand it. And Caesar has agreed that the Jews may have their religion to themselves. We made a bargain with them. They keep out of politics, and we keep out of their religion.
Very well. I'll be careful to observe the customs.
The trouble is, the Jew can't seem to distinguish religion from politics. Why, do you know when I came here with my troops, we had to take the images of Caesar from our standards?
Why in the world did you have to do that?
These people acknowledge no authority except that of their God, not even Caesar. And since they make no images to their God, they don't permit images of any authority in their holy city.
Look at their sacred temple. Did you ever see such a filthy place? Why do they permit all those animals within the temple?
Those are for the sacrifices. These people are always making sacrifices of one kind or another. They buy the animals at the door and take them in to be killed. Valerius told me that on their great day of celebration, thousands of animals are sacrificed and the place runs red with their blood.
Oh.
That's at the Passover. We'll return to see it. I'm told it's quite a spectacle.
I don't think I'd care for it.
It's a time for me to make some money. The Jews come here by the thousands carrying their riches. They will have to pay a visitor's tax, which I collect. I will also put a tax on everything they buy or sell. They will grumble, but they will pay it. Here comes a soldier with a letter for me. I'll be back in a moment. Thank you.
Come quickly, Pilate. There's a band of pilgrims marching toward the temple.
It's a letter from my intelligence agent. He writes that the place is seething with expectation. There's much talk that John is the Messiah, and at any moment he will declare himself. Listen to this. John has thrown the crowds into confusion by saying that the deliverer has already appeared and stood among them. Tension is mounting, but John steadily repeats that he is not the Messiah. I suggest you be ready for any eventuality. Guard, come here.
What will you do?
I shall ask that more troops be sent to Jerusalem at once. Then I'll arrest John the Baptist.
Meanwhile, at the hut near the Jordan, Andrew and his companion talked with Jesus throughout the night. And in the morning, Andrew left the hut and hurried to his brother Simon, who, like himself, was a fisherman from Galilee. Greatly excited, he burst in on Simon, who was in his hut.
Simon! Simon! We have found the Messiah! We have found the Messiah!
And Simon, looking at the light in his brother's face, and confident in his words, rose and followed him. Jesus had been tested by Satan. John the Baptist had borne witness to him, and how he was discovered by men who would become his disciples. His public life was about to begin. Thou shalt fear the Lord thy God, and serve him only. You shall not go after the strange gods of other nations, lest at any time the wrath of the Lord thy God be kindled against thee. Thou shalt not tempt the Lord thy God.
Evening. This is Orson Welles. Tonight we broadcast a Pulitzer Prize play by a great American dramatist. Simple enough story, more point than plot, more truth than glamour. Tonight, dear listener, we won't try to take you out of yourself, but if we can, we'll take you back. Back to 1910, remember? If you were our hero's age at the time, maybe you won't want to. When Richard Miller is the protagonist tonight, I guess the easiest way to take him is to try to pretend he isn't us. Dredging bravely down into the carefully forgotten depths of his awkwardness, your obedient servant will tonight attempt to perform Richard Miller. The lifelike coloring, as far as possible, will be maintained. But our wilderness is best remembered for another character. To play Richard's father, the only actor I could think of who could follow George M. Cohan, Will Rogers, and Lionel Barrymore is Ray Collins.
Just set it here. Okay. Now look out for the fuse. Keep it straight. Here's the match. All right, now the minute I light this, put the can on top of it. There it goes. Quick! Run! Run! Yeah! It's going off yet. All right, well, the biggest cracker there ever was.
Charlie, what are you doing?
Oh, nothing, Mother. Just 4th of July. Yay! Same thing every 4th of July. I got it.
How do you do?
Hello, Mr. McCarthy.
How do you do?
Hey, look out, you kids. You want to blow yourselves to bits? Go down to the park and do it. Okay, bye. Oh, Dave. Hey, Dave McCumber.
Hello?
Well, how are you, Dave, on this glorious 4th? Hey, where's your girl, Muriel? Dick's been looking for her all over.
Yes? Well, he won't find
Oh, he won't, huh? Well, how come you're here, Dave? I haven't seen you at a picnic for years.
And you won't see me at this for long. I'm here to talk to you, Matt.
Well, go ahead.
I'll come to the point at once. It's something disagreeable. Disgraceful would be nearer the truth. And it concerns your son, Richard.
Oh, come now, Dave. I'm sure Richard hasn't done anything.
And I'm positive he has. I brought the proofs with me. I've got a lot more of them at home. These are good samples of the rest.
Let's see.
My wife discovered them in one of Muriel's bureau drawers hidden under the underwear. They're all in handwriting, and you can't deny it.
Uh-huh.
Now, go on. Read them.
All night against my heart I felt your warm heart beat. Night long within mine arms in love and sleep you lay. Well, thy breath was shed betwixt the kisses and the wine. Well, if a little good poetry... Anyway, what do you want me to do?
Do what it's your plain duty to do as a citizen to protect other people's children. Take and give him a hiding he'd remember to the rest of his life. You'd ought to do it for his sake if you had a sense. Unless you want him to end up in jail.
Dave, I've stood all I can stand from you. You get along quick. If you don't want to kick in the rear, help you.
Now, you need to lay hands on me, Nat Miller. I'm going. But there's one thing more. Here's a letter from Muriel to your son. I hope he heeds what's inside for his own good and for yours. Because if I ever keep him hanging around my place again, I'll have him arrested.
You will, huh?
Yes, I will. And don't think I'm not going to make you regret the insult you've done me. I'm taking the advertisement for my store out of your newspaper.
All right, go on. Take it out. You may be the biggest advertiser in town, but you can take it out and go to the devil.
Do you mean that
Yes, I would.
That's all bluff. You wouldn't dare.
Yes, I would.
Oh, no, you wouldn't.
I would, too.
Well, good day.
Old fool. Richard!
Remind you that the regular Independence Day baseball game between the Civilized Company Hornets and the Whipple Dairy Nines will take place promptly at 2 o'clock at the Bears Ground.
Richard!
Yes, you want me, Pa?
Well, I thought I'd made that plain.
Oh, I'm sorry, Pa. I didn't hear you. I was off in another world.
Listen, son. I'm going to ask you a question. I want an honest answer. I warn you beforehand that if the answer is yes, I'm going to punish you and punish you hard. Because you will have done something no boy of mine ought to do. You've never lied to me before, I know, and I believe even to save yourself punishment, you'd lie to me now, would you?
Oh, I won't lie, Father.
Richard, is there anything between you and Muriel, anything you shouldn't, oh, you know what I mean.
What do you think I am? What? Father, I love Muriel. I'm going to marry her after I get out of college. She said she would. We're engaged.
That's all I wanted to know. We won't talk about it anymore. Oh, here's a letter from her he said to give you. Her father. You better be prepared for a bit of a blow, son. Never mind. There's lots of other fish in the sea. Here you are. Here's her letter.
Well, thanks, Pa.
Say, what's happened to your ma and Aunt Lily? They're so darn busy keeping an eye on Sid today, the pair of them. I think I'll go down to the beach a ways and see if they're there and maybe say hello to some of the folks. If they show up, tell them I'll be right back.
Yes, Pa. Dear Richard, please don't try and answer this. It's no use. After what you've done, I never want to see you again. Never. If that's all you think of me, goodbye forever. Muriel, the little coward. I hate her. She can't treat me like that. I'll show her.
Oh, Richard!
I'll show her.
Richard!
What is this?
Here's Win looking for you. See, Win, here he is. You owe me a nickel. I told him you'd be here.
Hello, Win.
Oh, hello, Dick. Hey, Tommy, skid up. I want to talk to Dick.
What? Me? After I told you where he was and come all the way over out of the water to show you?
Go on, Tommy. Here's a dime. Now get up. There's a good kid.
Okay, I don't want to listen anyway. I'm going into the water.
Say, Richard, I'm in trouble.
What is it, Win? Can I help?
Can you keep your face shut?
I can't.
Well, I'll tell you what it is. I ran into a couple of swift baits from New Haven this noon. I did them up for tonight. The 4th, Now I can't find anyone to go with me. I guess I'll have to pass it up. I'm broke. I can't afford to blow them both to drink.
I got $11 saved up. I could loan you some.
Say, you're a good sport. Oh, nix, kid. I don't want to borrow your money. Say, have you got anything on for tonight?
No.
Want to come along with me?
You mean?
I'm trying to lead you astray, understand? You don't have to do anything. Not even take a glass of beer, unless you want to.
Oh, what do you think I am, a rube?
You mean you're game for anything that's doing?
Sure I am.
Will ever drink anything besides sodas?
Sure, lots of times. Beer and slow gin fizz and Manhattans.
Hey, you know more than I thought. Can you fix it up so your folks won't get wise? Ought to be easy on the 4th.
Sure. Don't worry about that.
Okay. Then you be at the Pleasant Beach Hotel at 9 o'clock.
Sure.
In the back room.
That's easy.
Watch your step, kid. So long.
So long. I'll show her.
Lily, if that's what you got to hold the barbecue, I'm sorry for her. That's all I can say. Oh, hello, Richard.
Hello.
What did old man McCumber want? Saw him way down the beach talking to your pa.
Something foolish, I'll bet. The old blue nose.
I did. Well, Richard, what did he want?
Well, ask Pa.
Why, whatever's the matter with you, Richard?
Oh, boy.
Lily, don't you spoil
Oh, Ma.
him. Moping around that way and on the
Oh,
4th
Ma.
of July, too.
Oh, darn 4th of July anyway. I wish we still belonged to England.
Richard, you come back here.
Oh, Richard.
No, he's a queer boy. Sometimes I can't make head or tail of him. Hey, Sid, where do you think you're going?
I wondered where Nat was. I thought I'd go down the beach a ways and look for him.
Are you sure that's all you're looking for, Sid?
Why, Essie, are you by any chance insinuating?
You know what I mean.
Now, you see how it is, Lily, when my own sister thinks the worst of
I'm
me?
not thinking a thing. I'm just remembering what happened last year at the picnic.
Last year? Why, what happened last year?
Oh, it won't happen again, Ed. You're calling character since you've been on the paper in Waterbury. At least that's what he swore to me last night, didn't you, Sid?
Pure as the driven snow. That's me.
Oh, Sid, you're a caution. Well, go on down the beach. And when you find that, you bring him back here. Did you hear me? Don't you two start talking around with everybody. It's getting late. We'll have to be starting home. Somebody got to get supper ready.
Yes, Essie.
And Sid, remember your promise.
I swear to you, Lily, that if any man offers me a drink, I'll kill him. That is, if he changes his mind. So long.
And you tell Nat if you aren't back in 15 minutes. We're starting home, do you hear? With Tommy and Richard, we're taking the car, and you two come home any way you please. Do you see it? See it? Them.
Oh, dear.
Ma, they're coming. Gone, Uncle Sid. I heard him way down the street.
All right, here, all right. We'll sit right down to supper. Tommy, you go wash your hands.
Oh, I did, Ma. Gee, I'm hungry,
I know,
Ma.
you always are. Richard?
Oh, gee, I love lobster, Ma.
Supper's ready, Richard. You put that book away and come right in and sit down.
Yes, Ma.
You too, Lily. We'll get them right in here and get some food in them. They'll be all right then.
Gee, Ma, it sounds like Uncle Sid soused again.
Tommy, you be quiet. You're getting too smart.
Well, I
You
just...
sit right down and not another word out of you.
Oh, Ma.
Now then, everybody keep quiet now.
Here we are, Eddie. Here we are.
You come right in here, Nat. Don't stop to wash up or anything. Supper's on the table. All right, Lily, you start passing the soup.
Well, let's see. Here we are. Right on the dot. Here we are.
So I see you're here, and if I didn't, you've told me 4 times already.
Now, Essie, don't be critical. Don't be carpingly critical. Good news can stand repeat, can't it? Of course it can.
Nora, bring that soup here this minute. Yes, Mom.
Well. It's good to be home again.
Now, start eating, everybody. Good day. Where's Sid?
Essie, I think Sid's sort of embarrassed about coming in. Down on the beach there, he met such a lot of friends, and, well, you know, 4th of July's like Christmas, comes with once a year. Don't pretend to notice, huh? And don't you kiss, you hear? And don't you, Lily.
Very well, Nat.